Pain, excruciating pain. An indelible agony enveloped Zhang Yi's entire being. This was not merely a sensation, but a stark reality unfolding before him. In this desolate world, he found himself mercilessly trampled by those whom he once trusted and aided, friends and neighbors alike. Fists and feet, even clubs, rained down upon him. In this age of scarcity, they disregarded the assistance he had once provided and turned against him. In his final moments, he caught a glimpse of his cherished goddess, Feng Yuqing, standing amidst the crowd, her demeanor pitiable as she cried out, "It was I who urged him to open the door. You must share the supplies with me." This very woman had deceived Zhang Yi into unlocking the door, leading to his demise. He gazed at her, his eyes brimming with hatred and regret. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon his own foolishness and kindness, which had rendered him a stepping stone for others in this bleak world. He yearned for the chance to start anew. This time, he would show no mercy, living solely for himself. Zhang Yi soon slipped into darkness, losing consciousness. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes flew open, and he sat upright on the sofa. The hellish scene he had just endured, that horrifying pain, was still vivid in his memory. He gasped for breath, his body drenched in sweat. What is happening? Did those beasts not kill me? Once he regained his senses, Zhang Yi surveyed his surroundings. This place was familiar. It was his own home. The comfortable temperature in the air struck him as extraordinarily odd. For in December 2050, Blue Star was battered by a global Cambrian storm, triggered by the explosion of a supernova 500,000 light-years away. Global temperatures plummeted in Tianhai City, where Zhang Yi resided. The mercury fell to a chilling -60 to 70 degrees, with blizzards burying the city for an entire month. In northern China, temperatures reached a terrifying -100 degrees, entombing the land in ice and snow. A vast extinction event ensued, claiming over 95% of humanity in this catastrophe. Zhang Yi rose to his feet and retrieved a bottle of water from the fridge, drinking deeply until only a little remained. Although the chilled water was frigid to him, it was akin to ambrosia. In the apocalyptic era, the sole means of obtaining water was to venture outside, risking exposure to the extreme cold to gather snow for melting. Such endeavors often led to frostbite or death. After quenching his thirst, Zhang Yi glanced at his phone, which displayed the date, November 12th. A full month remained until the apocalypse struck. It appears I've been reborn. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, quickly grasping the situation. The experiences of that month could not have been a dream, especially the visceral agony of being torn apart. It was far too real. Zhang Yi lifted his gaze, overwhelmed with gratitude for surviving. Simultaneously, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. He remembered those who had wronged him all too well. In this new life, he was determined to live well, harboring no kindness toward those beasts. Moreover, ensuring his own safety was paramount. He must exact revenge upon them. Yet now, Zhang Yi's immediate concern was how to survive in the impending apocalypse set to descend in a month's time. Zhang Yi's living conditions were relatively favorable. Orphaned at a young age, he had inherited a spacious 120-square-meter apartment in Tianhai City, along with savings exceeding 2 million yuan, ample resources in ordinary times. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, global shortages would render such wealth insufficient for long. Survival demanded a vast array of supplies. With the opportunity to prepare, Zhang Yi aspired not only to survive, but to maintain a certain quality of life, balancing sustenance and entertainment, lest his spirit succumb to despair. Moreover, weaponry was essential. Only then could he safeguard his well-being and fulfill his vengeance against his neighbors. At that moment, a beam of white light suddenly manifested before Zhang Yi. Believing his right eye to be strained, he rubbed it, but then an odd notion surged through his mind. It seemed that this white light was intrinsically linked to him, and his consciousness was drawn into it. Upon entering, he discovered an immense, ethereal space, vast and blank. Is this an alternate dimension? It appears that my rebirth has endowed me with unique abilities. Elated, Zhang Yi realized that the gamma rays had induced a mutation within him, granting extraordinary powers. With this expansive space, storing supplies for the impending apocalypse would be remarkably convenient. However, Zhang Yi sought to understand the limitations of this space and the nature of the items it could accommodate. His consciousness returned to his room, and he began experimenting, attempting to place various household items into the space. Starting with a teacup and a basin, he found it effortless to store them. Zhang Yi then ventured to insert larger appliances, a television, a refrigerator, a washing machine, a computer, an air conditioner, and a vacuum cleaner. The white space accepted everything without hesitation, and with merely a thought, he could summon any item back from the void. Yet, objects subjected to considerable external force or those not independently existing proved difficult to store. For instance, when he attempted to extract a piece of flooring from the ground, there was no response. It seems this alternate dimension has numerous rules. I must explore them gradually. Nevertheless, this colossal space for storing items allows me to hoard vast resources. He licked his lips, a bold plan forming in his mind. Zhang Yi worked as a supervisor at a Walmart warehouse in southern China. As the world's largest supermarket chain, Walmart boasted an extensive inventory. In China, it operated 3 massive warehouses located in central, southern, and northern regions. The southern warehouse, constructed in 2040, stretched 1,500 meters in length and 720 meters in width, covering over 1 million square meters. It was hailed as the world's largest warehouse, once lauded by Walmart's Greater China president as the 8th wonder of the world. While the world officially recognizes only 7 wonders, the 8th was self-proclaimed, with countless contenders. Nevertheless, the southern warehouse's size and storage capacity were indeed unparalleled in the realm of warehousing. Its stock could supply millions of people across multiple cities for an entire week. This meant that if Zhang Yi could entirely empty a warehouse and transfer its contents into space, he would possess enough supplies to last not just a lifetime, but for generations. Most crucially, Walmart's quality control was stringent, ensuring that the inventory consisted of reputable brands, whether food, household goods, or luxury items. If Zhang Yi could clear out a Walmart warehouse, he would not only be free from worries about the impending apocalypse, but could also live in comfort. As a warehouse supervisor, he was intimately familiar with every shelf, surveillance system, and staff schedule. Emptying the warehouse would pose no challenge for him. With his resolve solidified, Zhang Yi felt a sense of ease wash over him that moment. A protest emanated from Zhang Yi's stomach. He gently caressed his belly and cast a glance at the yellow braised chicken rice he had purchased. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled and shook his head, ultimately deciding against indulging in takeout. In just a month, the apocalypse will arrive. There are so many delectable delights to savor before the opportunity slips away. Why should I be so frugal with myself? Having endured a month of cold and hunger, he now yearned desperately for some warm, delicious food. What purpose does money serve? After the world ends, it will merely become worthless paper. It is far wiser to spend it all now rather than let it go to waste. With a carefree flourish, Zhang Yi turned on his heels, resolved to seek out an upscale restaurant he had previously deemed too extravagant, intent on relishing a hearty meal. Chapter 2. The White Lotus. Zhang Yi stepped out of his home, greeted by a serene scene, imbued with the joyful essence of human existence. Numerous parents played with their children in the community square, their faces adorned with blissful smiles. However, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that in just a month, this idyllic tableau would dissolve into nothingness. He hastily exited the neighborhood, and not far away stood a Michelin 3-star restaurant. A meal there would cost no less than 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, a sum he had previously hesitated to spend. Yet now he felt no qualms. Having returned from the dead, a grand celebration was in order. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhang Yi chose a seat by the window and proceeded to order the most expensive dishes available, along with a bottle of Lafite wine. By the time he was finished, he had spent 50,000 yuan. Even the waitstaff regarded him with a gaze tinged with ambiguity, perceiving him as a wealthy second-generation heir. After all, who but the affluent could indulge in such an extravagant feast? Zhang Yi was indifferent to the opinions of others. As the table was laden with exquisite dishes, he began to devour them voraciously. Perhaps it was the memory of 6 months spent in a world of despair that rendered this culinary delight so profoundly moving. He felt tears welling up. His manner of eating became somewhat ferocious, inciting whispers among the nearby patrons. Zhang Yi paid them no mind. He knew all too well that in the face of impending doom, people would kneel and beg for a mere packet of instant noodles. In such dire circumstances, all notions of civilization and morality would vanish. While Zhang Yi savored his meal, a woman outside paused in her tracks. She was a vision of elegance, with flowing hair, exquisite makeup, and clad in Gucci heels, her arm draped over an LV handbag. This woman was none other than Fang Yuqing, the one who had caused Zhang Yi's demise in his previous life. Accompanying her was her close friend, Li Kainin. As they strolled past the Michelin-starred restaurant, both Kuden and Appos, T helped but steal glances inside, their hearts longing for such lavish environments, though their finances did not permit them to indulge. Yet this did not deter them from scrutinizing the interior, hoping to spot a quality heir who might be worth their while. To Fang Yuqing and Appos' astonishment, she recognized Zhang Yi within, seated before an opulent spread of food. "Is that not Zhang Yi?" she gasped. "How could he afford a meal here?" Li Kainin, a quelle surpresa, covered her mouth, exclaiming, "I had no idea he was so wealthy." Her eyes flicked towards Fang Yuqing with a hint of mischief. "Yuqing, you are indeed fortunate. That persistent admirer of yours is apparently a hidden heir. Just look at that table. At least 50 to 60,000 yuan worth of food. Who but the affluent could afford such a feast?" Li Kainin and Appos' tone dripped with envy, for she was aware that Zhang Yi had pursued Fang Yuqing for 2.5 years. Yet, Fang Yuqing had kept him at bay, neither rejecting nor accepting his affections. A true gold digger, she believed herself destined to marry a refined heir and live as a pampered mistress. However, she was reluctant to abandon Zhang Yi, despite being a middle-class individual in Tianhai City, possessed a car and a home. Thus, she had always kept Zhang Yi as a backup option, adhering to the principle of neither initiating nor rejecting, nor taking responsibility. Today, witnessing Zhang Yi indulging in such a lavish meal sparked out in Fang Yuqing and Appos' mind. Could it be that Zhang Yi was indeed a concealed heir? As she propped her chin on her hand, she began to ponder. The more she thought, the more plausible the notion seemed. After all, were there not countless tales of individuals with hidden wealth pretending to be ordinary in search of true love? Fang Yuqing found herself convinced, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If that were the case, she could save herself a great deal of effort. Zhang Yi had always pursued her. She believed that with a mere nod, he would propose. Li Kainin chimed in, "Yuqing, let's go inside and find Zhang Yi." In truth, her eyes were drawn to the sumptuous array of food. Dining in a Michelin 3-star establishment was an opportunity most ordinary people would never encounter in their lifetime. Fang Yuqing hesitated, but ultimately shook her head. "That would not be appropriate. It might give him the impression that I am a materialistic woman. Instead, let us wait outside, feigning a chance encounter." Fang Yuqing was no fool. She would not lower herself for the sake of a meal. Even if Zhang Yi were indeed wealthy, she intended to maintain her goddess-like demeanor. Only in this manner could she retain control over him, ensuring he remained her devoted admirer. Thus, the two concealed themselves not far from the restaurant, awaiting Zhang Yi and Appos' exit. After more than an hour of indulgence, Zhang Yi, satisfied, patted his round belly. The Michelin 3-star cuisine was merely average. Yet for one who had recently emerged from a world of desolation, it was a feast that stirred his soul. Next, he intended to visit a nearby supermarket to procure some supplies. This was a precautionary measure to test the storage capabilities of the alternate space, ensuring that he could avoid any potential mishaps in the future. Though he was confident in his ability to transport goods from the Walmart warehouse, caution was prudent. After all, he had experienced hunger and could not afford any unexpected occurrences. Zhang Yi settled the bill and exited the restaurant, greeted by the warm smiles of the staff. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Zhang Yi, what a coincidence." Turning around, he was taken aback to see Fang Yuqing and Li Kainin. Fang Yuqing tucked her hair behind her ear, deliberately exposing her fair neck and rosy earlobes. Zhang Yi could not help but smirk inwardly. Such tactics were classic maneuvers of a manipulative woman, designed to provoke desire in men. Fang Yuqing, the epitome of a scheming beauty, was well versed in this art. Yet, Zhang Yi was no longer the naive admirer he once was. He had suffered greatly at the hands of this woman, who had caused his untimely demise. She had even intended to break his ribs to brew soup. With this thought, Zhang Yi's gaze turned cold, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. After all, the apocalypse was nigh. Eliminating her would entail no repercussions. Should he take action against her? Fang Yuqing, sensing the intensity of his stare, felt a chill run down her spine and nervously stammered, "Zhang, what's wrong?" Zhang Yi quickly tempered his expression, responding coolly, "It's nothing. I mistook you for someone else." He had a sudden change of heart. Allowing this woman to meet her end so easily would be too lenient. Moreover, should he act on his impulse, he would likely face the consequences of the law. He had no desire to find himself in a detention center when the world fell apart. Instead, he pondered letting her experience the despair of the apocalypse before orchestrating her demise. With ample time to prepare and the advantage of his past life as memories, he possessed 100 ways to ensure her suffering. Therefore, it was wiser not to deal with her just yet. The priority now was to construct the safest sanctuary possible, ensuring his comfort and survival in the impending apocalypse. Chapter 3. Stockpiling goods. Zhang Yi's demeanor towards Fang Yuqing was notably frosty. Both Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning sensed the awkwardness, yet mistakenly assumed that Zhang Yi was an affluent heir. Rather than being offended by his attitude, they were drawn towards him even more. What is wrong with a wealthy person having a bit of an attitude? That is simply called having style. "Oh, Zhang Yi, were you dining at this restaurant just now?" Lin Canning feigned nonchalance. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow slightly. This woman was no better than Fang Yuqing, both equally insidious. She had a hand in the deceitful food that had once ensnared him, leading to his demise. Zhang Yi replied coldly, hands shoved into his pockets as he turned towards the supermarket. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning hurriedly followed suit. "Zhang Yi, where are you headed?" Fang Yuqing asked with a soft smile. "To the supermarket." Zhang Yi's tone remained indifferent, tinged with impatience. Were it not for his intention to let her experience the despair of a post-apocalyptic world, he would have relished the thought of eliminating her right then and there. Fang Yuqing exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Canning and quickly added, "What a coincidence. We were just planning to buy some things too. It's on our way." Zhang Yi soon realized their motivation. They must have seen him dining at the Michelin 3-star restaurant and mistakenly believed him to be some invisible rich heir. Thus, their sudden enthusiasm towards him. He couldn't be bothered to engage with them, continuing his path toward the supermarket. However, the more aloof he acted, the more convinced Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning became of his affluence. After all, who else could afford such extravagance? The two women trailed closely behind him, with Fang Yuqing even leaning in beside him, occasionally reaching out to make contact. When Zhang Yi glanced her way, she would feign shyness, turning her head with a flushed face, as if overcome with bashfulness. Zhang Yi chuckled coldly to himself. Such a skilled actress. If only you pursued a career in film, you would surely win an Oscar. Upon entering the supermarket, he grabbed a shopping cart and ventured inside. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning hurriedly followed suit, pushing their own carts. "Zhang Yi, were you dining with someone special?" Fang Yuqing inquired playfully. Approaching the food section, Zhang Yi replied coolly, "Can I eat alone?" Fang Yuqing's eyes sparkled, as she quickly retorted, "Oh, I didn't mean it that way. I just thought everything in there was quite pricey. I assumed you were treating someone." Lin Canning couldn't help but interject, "Zhang Yi, your monthly salary is just over 10,000. Isn't it? One meal could wipe out half a year's wages. It seems your family must be quite generous." Fang Yuqing shot Lin Canning a fierce glare. "You fool, how could you ask such a thing? As a top-tier schemer, the cardinal rule is discuss feelings with the wealthy and finances with the poor." Realizing her blunder, Lin Canning quickly backpedaled, I was just joking. We're all good friends here. Money doesn't matter at all." Zhang Yi paid them no mind. He arrived at the food aisle, marveling at the plethora of goods as if entering a treasure trove. In his past life, he had experienced the despair of surviving on a single pack of instant noodles for 2 days, thus his heart brimmed with an insatiable longing for food. He directly approached the shelves, loading his cart with various items: ham sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and an array of seasonings. This spectacle left Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning speechless. "Zhang Yi, why are you buying so much food? Are you going camping?" Zhang Yi replied curtly. Lin Canning, however, began to harbor doubts and whispered to Fang Yuqing, "Would a rich heir really eat this?" Fang Yuqing felt perplexed, but, recalling the lavish Michelin meal, was reluctant to abandon her belief that Zhang Yi was wealthy. She approached him eagerly, saying, "Do you need any help?" With free labor at his disposal, Zhang Yi had no reason to refuse. Moreover, seeing Fang Yuqing's feigned innocence ignited a notion of revenge within him. He had a month to prepare for the impending apocalypse, and creating a perfect shelter to ensure his safety would not pose a challenge. As for provisions, he could always procure them from the Walmart warehouse. This way, he could guarantee his absolute security and comfort during the end times. Perhaps he would subtly disclose to Fang Yuqing that he was stockpiling supplies, then relish the sight of her pleading for assistance when the time came. As for the possibility of Fang Yuqing leaking his plans, attracting the ire of those insufferable neighbors, that was easily manageable. As long as his shelter was sturdy enough, he wouldn't need to worry about being besieged. Rather, he could effectively turn the tables on those wretched neighbors. The thought of their frustrated faces, powerless against him, twisted Zhang Yi's smile into something grotesque. Yes, this was indeed a viable option. Zhang Yi planned to consult a security company to construct such a stronghold. If feasible, he would proceed with this plan. If not, he would retreat from the city, seeking a remote wilderness to build an underground refuge. This will be a dual-pronged approach. With a smirk, he said, "Then you two can help me push the cart." Fang Yuqing nodded eagerly, and Zhang Yi instructed Lin Canning to fetch another cart. Although both women were filled with suspicion, they complied with his request. Zhang Yi purchased a significant amount of storable food, including instant noodles, ham sausages, cured meats, and canned goods. He even used a separate cart for fresh meat, fruits, vegetables, and live fish, intending to experiment with whether his spatial anomaly had any unique effects on preserving perishables. 3 carts brimmed with supplies, and Zhang Yi entrusted the heavily laden cart filled with beef, lamb, and canned goods to the 2 women, ensuring it weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds, leaving them drenched in sweat. Fang Yuqing complained, pouting, "Zhang Yi, how many people are you feeding with all this? Are you planning some event that you Haven Tea told me about?" Zhang Yi chuckled coldly. "The heavens are unpredictable. What if the apocalypse arrives one day? I'm merely stocking up to survive." Zhang Yi spoke the plain truth, but no one would believe him. This had been confirmed by Dr. Surnamed Li. Fang Yuqing took his words as a jest, bursting into laughter. "Oh, if you don't want to say, then don't. Why joke about such things? Just remember, since I helped you so much today, you owe me a meal." Her gaze was laden with implications, as she eagerly anticipated a return visit to the Michelin 3-star establishment. Zhang Yi smirked slightly. "Sure, but I've been quite busy lately. Perhaps next month." Fang Yuqing beamed. "All right, it's a promise." Lin Canning chimed in. "Great. Let us all go together." Just pushing a cart could earn her a lavish meal, and she was positively elated, observing Lin Canning's lack of awareness. Fang Yuqing shot her another glare, but Lin Canning feigned ignorance. Zhang Yi proceeded to check out, spending over 10,000 on his extensive haul. He paid without so much as a blink. It is essential to note that in the apocalyptic world, the value of such supplies could increase exponentially by tens of thousands of times. One might even say they are priceless. For in such dire times, no amount of money could guarantee a morsel of food. Due to the substantial quantity of items Zhang Yi purchased, the supermarket readily lent him a shopping cart. Zhang Yi, with no hesitation, directed the 2 women to assist him in transporting the goods back to his home. Although he owned a vehicle capable of carrying the items, the presence of free labor was too enticing to decline. Despite the 2 women repeatedly expressing their fatigue, Zhang Yi and Appo's promise of a sumptuous meal reignited their enthusiasm. Thus, the trio set off, pushing 3 overflowing carts of supplies back to their community. Chapter 4. Ordering 500 tables of banquet at a 5-star hotel. Zhang Yi, along with 2 companions, returned to the community, pushing 3 large carts laden with supplies. Along the way, numerous neighbors witnessed this scene and couldn't help but speculate. Zhang Yi was unconcerned about being discovered hoarding goods. After all, the 2 women were already aware of his shopping endeavors, and it was impossible to keep it a secret any longer. If his only intention was to survive, he could easily liquidate all his assets and retreat to a desolate place to to construct an impregnable fortress. However, how could he exact revenge on those neighbors who had ruthlessly torn him apart in his previous life? Without eliminating those individuals, his heart would never find peace. Thus, one of his plans for the apocalypse involved remaining in this community to exact a different, more brutal form of retribution on all who had wronged him. The prerequisite for this scheme was that the security company must possess the capability to create an unassailable refuge for him. Otherwise, he would have to prepare an alternative, constructing an underground shelter in a remote area. As Zhang Yi surveyed the neighbors around him, they chattered cheerily about the potential uses of his abundant supplies. He could even envision the apocalyptic scenario where these neighbors would attempt to storm his home in search of resources. He had lived through it all before. Yet, he felt no fear, for this time, he would be well prepared, ensuring that those who sought to take from him could see but not partake, ultimately driving them to frustration. Zhang Yi and Fang Yuqing resided in an apartment building. Due to his managerial position at a Walmart warehouse, neighbors frequently relied on him to procure discounted items. Consequently, he was well known among them. Upon seeing Zhang Yi and his companions return with such a substantial load, a grandmother, who had come out to play with her grandson, approached them. She gazed at the food and fresh meat in the carts, visibly tempted. "Little Zhang, why did you bring back so many things? Did you get a deal at the warehouse? You wanted Oppos to be able to use all of this. Why not share some with the neighbors?" This was Aunt Lin, who worked on the homeowners and Oppos committee and often wielded her modest authority to criticize her neighbors, acting as if she were their leader. In the past, she had frequently asked Zhang Yi to help her purchase cheap goods, displaying a tendency to seize every opportunity for a bargain. In his previous life, she had even extorted food from him through nagging. Yet, when all the neighbors rushed to Zhang Yi's home to loot, she did not intervene. Rather, she exhibited more energy than the younger crowd. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning did not wish to provoke this woman, and quickly replied, "These items were all purchased by Zhang. We merely assisted him in bringing them back." Aunt Lin's eyes immediately turned to Zhang Yi, her smile widening. "Little Zhang, it seems these are goods from your warehouse. How about sharing some with Aunt Lin?" As she spoke, her grandson, Xiaohu, had already climbed onto one of the carts and was reaching for a box of chocolates. Despite his small stature, his eyes were sharp, and that box of imported chocolates would cost over 200 at the supermarket. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi snatched the item back. He then coldly addressed Aunt Lin. "I and Oppos am sorry, but I intend to keep these for myself." With the impending apocalypse, he could no longer afford the luxury of politeness. Aunt Lin and Oppos' expression shifted abruptly. "You." Zhang Yi and Oppos' blatant disregard for her authority infuriated her. Particularly, her grandson, Xiaohu, began to cry and demand the chocolate back, pointing at Zhang Yi with disdain and shouting, "You bad guy, give me back my chocolate. Otherwise, I'll beat you up." Zhang Yi fixed a cold gaze upon him and warned, "Say one more word, and I shall slap your mouth." Xiaohu was taken aback, bursting into tears and throwing a tantrum on the ground. Aunt Lin rushed to console her grandson, fuming as she chastised Zhang Yi. "Aren't you too old to squabble with a child? It's just a box of chocolates. What's wrong with giving it to the child? You could just give him a box, and I'll reimburse you later. Who do you think is trying to take advantage of you?" Zhang Yi merely smirked. In this era of mobile payments, transactions were incredibly convenient. Her promise to pay later was clearly a ruse to evade responsibility. "I told you, I'm keeping this for myself. If you want some, go buy it at the supermarket." Zhang Yi laughed coldly, then beckoned to Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning to leave. As they departed, Aunt Lin and Oppos' shouts echoed behind them, but Zhang Yi paid no heed. With her son and daughter-in-law working outside, she was often alone at home with her grandson. Typically, she would only buy enough groceries for a day. Thus, when the apocalypse struck, her household would be among the first to deplete its supplies. Previously, Zhang Yi had shown compassion and assisted them, but without his help this time. It would be a miracle if this unethical grandmother and her mischievous grandson, Xiaohu, could survive even 10 days. Zhang Yi had no intention of engaging in petty disputes with the living dead. It was not that he lacked compassion, but once that day arrived, merely taking care of oneself would be a daunting challenge. The fates of others would naturally fall behind his own priorities. After pushing the 3 carts of supplies back home, Zhang Yi bid farewell to the women. Zhang Yi, don't forget to treat us. Fan Yuqing winked playfully at him. However, upon witnessing her gesture, Zhang Yi felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He offered a perfunctory response. The two women had initially planned to stay and search for clues about Zhang Yi's hidden wealth, but upon sensing his disinterest in entertaining them, they reluctantly took their leave. Once they had departed, Zhang Yi opened his spatial pocket and stored the items within, intending to observe if there would be any changes to the supplies in that realm. After completing this task, he noticed that night had fallen. Rather than resting, he took out paper and pen to meticulously plan the preparations for the upcoming month. Although he often exhibited a laid-back demeanor, the instinct to survive could unleash an individual's latent potential to endure comfortably during the apocalypse. The first order of business was to secure food, a relatively simple matter. In addition to his regular purchases, he could obtain other supplies from the warehouse. However, he needed to proceed cautiously, conducting thorough investigations and collecting items just a few days before the apocalypse to avoid drawing attention. Should he be captured, he would certainly not survive long in a detention center. Zhang Yi wrote the word food on his notebook and marked it with a check. Next, he considered heating. After the onset of the apocalypse, energy supplies would dwindle significantly, and air conditioning would soon become unfeasible. Thus, he would need to employ the simplest methods. A fireplace was the preferred choice. The principles of a fireplace and a kong, a traditional heated bed, were similar, relying on primitive methods for warmth. In Europe, during the frigid winters, this was the common means of enduring the long, cold season. This would necessitate a complete renovation of his home, ideally with added insulation. As he contemplated renovations, Zhang Yi recalled the day his home had been forcibly entered in his previous life, causing a tightening in his chest. It was imperative to transform his residence into an impregnable fortress. First, he would need to install thick steel plates or alloy materials throughout, ensuring they could withstand typical explosive attacks. In the face of the apocalypse, individuals would resort to any means to survive. Thus, he must be thoroughly prepared. One must never trivialize the sanctity of life. Zhang Yi has already tasted the bitter fruit of death and harbors no desire to endure such an experience again. The issue of a safe haven is easily resolvable. In Tianhai City, there exist security firms specifically catering to the elite, offering services to construct secure dwellings. Zhang Yi recalls having read in the news during his past life about a wealthy magnate who had erected a formidable fortress capable of withstanding assaults from small-scale H-weapons. Next on his agenda is the procurement of medication. It is imperative that he averts the possibility of falling ill without access to treatment. The warehouses of Walmart stock a plethora of common pharmaceuticals that can address ailments such as colds and fevers, yet these are far from sufficient. The Cambrian storm is poised to persist for decades, necessitating meticulous preparations on his part. Fortunately, Zhang Yi enjoys a respectable network in Tianhai City, having worked in warehouse management, which has afforded him connections to personnel within hospital supply chains. As long as he can offer a substantial sum of money, he can procure virtually any medication. With these concerns addressed, Zhang Yi tapped his pen against the notebook in his hand. There remains one final issue to resolve: weaponry. As the apocalypse looms, humanity's moral fabric frays, and battles for resources become commonplace. Lives are rendered as inconsequential as chaff. To survive, one must possess formidable firepower. While Zhang Yi is no martial arts expert, he understands that even the most skilled fighter can be bested by a simple kitchen knife. Thus, it suffices to ensure that his arsenal is sufficiently powerful to alleviate such concerns. Tools such as cleavers, crowbars, and machetes are readily obtainable. Bows, airguns, and compound bows can also be accessed through various channels. However, the most potent weapon remains the American katana, which can only be acquired through the black market domestically. Venturing abroad for such items is impractical. The foreign terrain is unfamiliar, and a round trip would consume several days. Lacking an overseas firearms permit, purchasing from a weapons store is also out of the question. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, acknowledging that this dilemma remains unresolved. Nevertheless, he possesses a month's time. With sufficient financial resources, a solution should emerge. After dedicating 3 hours to devising a flawless plan, He indulged in a rejuvenating hot shower before reclining in the comfort of his bed and succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Zhang Yi rose from his bed. His night's sleep had not been particularly restful, interrupted several times by nightmares. Upon awakening, he found solace in the warmth and comfort of his home, releasing a long-held breath of relief. The harrowing experiences of the apocalypse had inflicted profound psychological scars upon him. To avoid a recurrence of such trauma, Zhang Yi resolved with unwavering determination to be thoroughly prepared. After rising, he prepared himself breakfast and then accessed the alternate space to inspect the condition of the provisions he had stored. To his delight, the meat, fruits, and vegetables he had placed within remained unchanged after a night's duration. While the meat showed no immediate signs of deterioration, fruits and vegetables typically spoil overnight. Yet, within this alternate space, the produce appeared as fresh as the day it was procured. This alternate dimension exists independently from the world, perhaps governed by different temporal rules. It might even allow time to flow more slowly or remain in stasis. This revelation is a momentous boon. With this newfound knowledge, Zhang Yi can indiscriminately store a variety of items within. However, upon examining several fish he had placed inside, he discovered they had perished. Strangely, they retained their lifelike appearance without showing signs of decay. Zhang Yi contemplated this, gaining further insight into the operational principles of the alternate space. Living creatures cannot endure within this realm, or if they can, their survival is fleeting. It seems his aspiration to inhabit this space is not entirely feasible. Yet, this is a minor concern. The vast emptiness of the alternate space pales in comparison to the comfort of his home. As long as he can store items, he is content. With this in mind, a plethora of ideas flooded Zhang Yi's mind. If he can preserve fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits, what prepared meals? Although Zhang Yi possesses culinary skills, they pale in comparison to those of a professional chef. Relying solely on his cooking would soon become monotonous. Thus, he promptly dialed the largest five-star hotel in Tianhai City, Hongfu Tianxia. This establishment offers takeout, and their cuisine is of exceptional quality, a personal favorite of Zhang Yi. Hello, this is Hongfu Tianxia Hotel. How may I assist you? Zhang Yi promptly responded, I am hosting a lavish banquet for guests, requiring a reservation for 500 tables of food over 3 consecutive days. The attendant on the other end was taken aback. Preparing 500 tables of food would be an arduous task, and as a 5-star hotel, the cost for even the most economical banquet would range from 3 to 4,000 per table. For 500 tables, that amounts to over 1 million. The staff member, hesitant to make decisions, quickly replied, Please hold while I consult with our manager. Moments later, another voice greeted him. Good day, sir. I am Chen Dingfang, the manager of Hongfu Hotel. May I inquire how you would like to be addressed? Chapter 5. Loans for Wealth. Zhang Yi replied. My name is Zhang Yi. I wish to book 500 banquet tables. Do you foresee any issues? The manager was taken aback, as this was the first time they had encountered such a request since the hotel's inception. Nevertheless, given the magnitude of the order, they certainly had to accept it. Mr. Zhang, 500 banquet tables will cost over 1 million. If you require our services, we will prepare immediately, though we will need a deposit of 200,000 in advance. Zhang Yi responded, That is not a problem. Please send over your account details, and I will transfer the funds. With money in hand, matters would be easier to handle. The manager readily agreed, added Zhang Yi as a friend, and sent him the bank account information. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi transferred the 200,000. Once the manager confirmed the deposit had been received, he immediately began instructing various departments. Quickly, we have a large order. Procurement must expedite the inventory, and the kitchen should refrain from accepting other takeout orders for now. We must prepare the 500 banquet tables within a day. On the other end, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi couldn't help but reflect, although this money will be worthless in a month, it is essential for current purchases. In his possession were his parents' inheritance and his savings, totaling around 2 million. Now half of that was gone, and to be honest, it stung a bit. However, upon further thought, this was also a blessing. Many hold on to vast sums only to see them turn to waste. Not everyone has the opportunity to spend their money. Yet, there are still many expenses ahead. I must devise a plan to acquire more funds. Zhang Yi's gaze fell upon the house he owned. This residence, located in the central district of Tianhai City, spanned 120 square meters and had been built a decade prior. According to current market conditions, it was valued at over 40,000 per square meter, meaning the property was worth at least 5 million. I shall mortgage the property. That will secure the funds. Zhang Yi chuckled to himself, relishing the thought that this borrowed money would not require repayment. He promptly left his home, got into his car, and headed to the bank for a loan. On the way, he received a message from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I'm so bored this weekend. I really wish I had someone to accompany me for a stroll. Zhang Yi glanced at the message and tossed his phone aside. He arrived at the bank to initiate the loan process. Due to the substantial amount he sought, and with all documentation in order, along with the property being fully paid for, the bank swiftly approved his loan. However, they only provided him with 4 million. Zhang Yi did not negotiate. After all, it was free money, and he had no time to haggle with the bank. After a swift signature, the funds were transferred to his account. Now, after deducting over 1 million for the banquet, he still had approximately 5 million remaining. This should suffice for renovating the house. However, I still require a significant amount for purchasing pharmaceuticals and weaponry. This money may not be adequate. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, pondering how to acquire additional funds. At that moment, a young man with bleached hair spotted Zhang Yi deep in thought and approached him with a gleam in his eye. Hey, buddy, do you need some cash? Zhang Yi looked up at the young man. Who are you? The young man's smile widened as he lowered his voice. I just want to know if you require funds, and if the bank is unwilling to lend to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi realized the man's intentions. He was undoubtedly a loan shark. A thought crossed Zhang Yi's mind. He sighed and feigned a troubled expression, saying, Indeed, my family's business urgently needs capital. However, the bank. As he spoke, he deliberately displayed a distressed demeanor. The young man immediately understood. Anyone capable of borrowing from a bank would not resort to high-interest loans. He replied, Exactly. Banks have become stringent with their lending policies. There are so many regulations, and the approval process is slow. However, if you urgently need cash, I can assist you. Zhang Yi regarded the young man with caution. You? Can you really help? I need several million. The young man, now visibly excited at the prospect of a large transaction, retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our company specializes in rescuing individuals in financial distress. Whenever you require funds, we're the ones to contact. Zhang Yi glanced at the card, which read Duo Loan Financial Services Company, Limited, and identified the young man as Hu Minghua, a business manager. Zhang Yi exclaimed, You can truly lend me money? I need 5 million. If you can help me through this challenge, I assure you I can repay it within 3 months. Hu Minghua smiled. This matter is quite negotiable. Our company possesses significant resources specifically to assist those in need of funds. Come, let's discuss this further at our office. With an expression of eager anticipation, Zhang Yi nodded and followed Hu Minghua to their company. The so-called office was located in a remote office building. Upon entering, Hu Minghua led Zhang Yi to the boss's office. The boss of this lending company was a burly man dressed in a high-end Benny Lou suit, obviously attempting to project an image of a legitimate enterprise. However, there was a hint of menace in his demeanor, an indication of years spent navigating the harsh realities of life. Hu Minghua introduced Zhang Yi to the boss. Manager, this is the client seeking a loan. The boss, named Chen Xiong, greeted Zhang Yi with a smile and invited him to take a seat. Mr. Zhang, how much would you like to borrow? True to the nature of a loan shark, the conversation was straightforward and blunt. Such companies lack formalities and are adept at ensuring repayment, never fearing defaults. Zhang Yi stated, I wish to borrow 5 million. Chen Xiong frowned slightly. Oh, that's quite a sum. But Mr. Zhang, I must inform you that our interest rates are quite steep. You should be prepared for that. Hu Minghua chimed in. Mr. Zhang's business urgently requires cash flow. Once it stabilizes, repaying the loan will be swift, correct? Their synchronized dialogue did not escape Zhang Yi's attention. Feigning urgency, Zhang Yi replied, Indeed, I can repay quickly. If the interest is high, so be it, as long as you can lend me the money. Chapter 6. Creating a top-tier safe house, a smile graced Chen Xiong's face. That's good. Our interest rate is 4. You borrow 5 million, and when you repay, you must return 7 million. Therefore, you need to give me a promissory note for 7 million. Additionally, you must provide sufficient collateral of considerable value, be it a house, factory, or car. Zhang Yi feigned hesitation for a moment before resolutely producing the deed to his property, which he had taken to the bank for a loan and fortuitously had on him. This property is valued at over 5 million. It can serve as collateral for your bank. I also possess a Mercedes worth 300,000. Should I fail to repay, you may take that as well. Seeing such a forthright client for the first time, Chen Xiong quickly glanced at the property deed. After confirming the details of Zhang Yi's house, his satisfaction deepened. According to current market prices, the house could sell for at least 5 million. Coupled with the car, this transaction would undoubtedly yield profit. However, Chen Xiong still feigned dissatisfaction. Mr. Zhang, your property is only worth about 4 to 5 million. However, asking for 5 million from me feels like a loss. Zhang Yi, aghast, exclaimed, Boss Chen, you must help me. I'm in urgent need of funds. If you can transfer the money today, I only need 5 million. Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua exchanged glances, amusement dancing in their eyes. Their business thrived on exploiting others' desperation. The more urgent the need for money, the more they could profit from it. No, this deal is simply unprofitable. After a round of negotiations, they settled on 4 million. However, Zhang Yi insisted that the funds must be transferred to his account today. Though the lending company was unscrupulous, their efficiency was unmatched, a distinct advantage over banks. Once the contract was signed, Zhang Yi quickly received 4 million in cash. He chuckled inwardly, realizing that for Chen Xiong, this money was akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. Zhang Yi left with a beaming smile, and shortly after, laughter erupted from Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua's office. This transaction was remarkably simple. That fool just walked away with 4 million. Chen Xiong boasted. We stand to earn at least 2 to 3 million from this deal. Our performance this month is secured. Leaning against the table, Hu Minghua chuckled, Boss. With him signing the contract so readily, could there be an issue with that property? Chen Xiong, holding the property deed, replied with a grin, The deed is genuine. There are no problems. As long as the house is his, he cannot escape. With the deed and the 7 million debt in hand, we will undoubtedly find a way to acquire that property. Moreover, we have many methods to thoroughly drain Zhang Yi dry. With narrowed eyes, Chen Xiong savored a sip of coffee. If necessary, they could contact several overseas agencies to see what valuable assets he might possess to sell off. They never engaged in unprofitable business. Zhang Yi cheerfully departed from the lending company. He glanced back at the office building, a hint of derision curling his lips. They're all good people, generously giving me money to spend. From this point on, Zhang Yi would have no further interactions with Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua. In fact, it was highly probable that they would both perish in the impending cold wave a month later. Zhang Yi now had approximately 9 million in funds at his disposal, sufficient to execute his plans. After all, he could use a deposit to purchase any goods moving forward. This 9 million would translate into purchasing power of several tens of millions. There was no need to amass more money. Otherwise, Zhang Yi would not hesitate to take advantage of various online lending platforms. Driving his car, Zhang Yi arrived at the renowned Zhanglong Security Company in Tianhai City. Zhanglong is one of China's largest security firms, specializing in providing security services for the wealthy and celebrities. At times, even high-ranking officials would seek their assistance during outings. Zhang Yi sought them out because he had heard that Zhanglong had crafted a top-tier safe house worth $1 billion for the son of a billionaire in Jiangnan province in his past life. It was said that this family, having risen through real estate, continued to live lavishly even during apocalyptic times, largely due to the safe house crafted by Zhanglong. Upon arriving at Zhanglong, Zhang Yi explained his purpose to the receptionist, who promptly ushered him into a lounge. The female receptionist served him freshly brewed coffee. Shortly thereafter, a burly man with a buzz cut entered the room. Dressed in a black suit, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a suit-clad enforcer, instilling a sense of security in clients. Hello, sir. My name is Wu Huiran, the manager of the business department. How may we assist you today? Wu seated himself beside Zhang Yi and inquired. Zhang Yi took a sip of coffee and replied, I need you to create a safe house for me, one that can withstand an apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Wu Huairan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Such a request might seem ludicrous to others, as few would believe in the existence of an impending apocalypse. Yet for Zhanglong, this was no joke. The wealthiest and most powerful individuals often harbored a profound fear of death. In the past, several billionaires abroad had invested hundreds of millions in constructing doomsday shelters. Over the years, many affluent individuals worldwide began to emulate this behavior. Some were genuinely fearful of large-scale natural disasters, while others sought reassurance due to the abundance of enemies they faced. Zhanglong Securities' doomsday safe houses emerged in response to this market demand. Wu Huairan, recognizing the significance of Zhang Yi's request, became increasingly courteous. Such high-value contracts were rare for them. Mr. Zhang, Zhanglong is a world-class security company. We can certainly fulfill your requirements. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi stated, if I request a complete renovation of a unit on the 24th floor, can you manage that? Wu Huairan's expression turned quizzical. Typically, such safe houses were standalone villas or underground bunkers. It was uncommon for the wealthy to choose apartments for such purposes. However, as a client had made a request, their company would certainly accommodate. With a confident smile, Wu Huairan replied, that is absolutely no problem. We at Zhanglong are the world's top security company. With our expertise, we can certainly meet your demands. Hearing Wu Huairan's assurance, Zhang Yi formulated a plan. In that case, he would transform his own home into a safe house. He chose to remain, determined to witness how those who had wronged him would meet their demise. Wu Huairan produced a tablet and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our company's services are entirely bespoke. You may select the business options you require within, he explained, and the corresponding prices are clearly indicated. In this age of information, communication has become exceedingly convenient. Zhang Yi accepted the tablet and began meticulously sifting through the available services. It must be said, a professional company is indeed a professional company. As long as the funds are in place, Battle Dragon Security Company can virtually fulfill all your demands, including the construction of a safe house 100 meters underground or beneath the sea. However, for Zhang Yi, these projects would take too long. He had merely 1 month at his disposal. Chapter 7. Acquiring equipment. After Zhang Yi finished reviewing the introduction to the safe house, he promptly selected his desired services. First and foremost was the reinforcement of the entire house, which entailed replacing all the materials. The walls, ceiling, and floor would all be constructed from 200 millimeters thick alloy, completely supplanting the original walls. This aviation-grade material weighs only a third of steel, yet possesses 10 times the strength of high-quality steel. By employing such materials to create the safe house, it would seamlessly integrate into the building where Zhang Yi resides, without any risk of structural overload. The windows would be fitted with the finest bulletproof glass available in the world today. Moreover, the ventilation system would be equipped with air filtration capabilities, ensuring that no harmful gases could infiltrate from the outside. Lastly, a comprehensive surveillance system would be installed, providing all-encompassing monitoring both inside and outside the residence. Furthermore, the doors would be replaced with heavy-duty, bank vault-grade security doors, making it exceedingly difficult to breach, even with small explosives. In essence, Zhang Yi's sole requirement was to transform his residence into an impenetrable fortress. After finalizing these selections, Zhang Yi handed the computer over to Wu Huairan. Upon reviewing the specifications, Wu Huairan could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. A mere 120 square meter home, yet fortified like a steel drum. With the addition of weaponry, it would essentially become a fortress, Wu Huairan murmured. Hearing this, a glimmer flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Oh, do you have knowledge of fortifications? He inquired. Wu Huairan chuckled. I used to work as a mercenary abroad. I am well versed in military affairs. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Zhang Yi's mind. He lowered his voice and asked Wu Huairan, is there any way you could procure firearms? This question shifted Wu Huairan's demeanor to one of seriousness. In China, private ownership of firearms is strictly prohibited. Mr. Zhang, you must understand that such items are, in principle, not permitted for private possession, Wu Huairan replied quietly. Are you facing some formidable enemies that instill such fear in you? Zhang Yi countered, cleverly leveraging the situation. Indeed, I have offended some individuals in the underworld, and they're quite ruthless possessing firearms. I was considering whether I could acquire some for self-defense. Otherwise, I would merely be hiding in my home, enduring their assaults, which is not a viable solution. Wu Huairan chuckled lightly. Mr. Zhang, I fear I cannot assist you with such matters. We are a legitimate company. However, from Wu Huairan's expression, Zhang Yi discerned that he was capable of acquiring firearms, but was reluctant to traverse such murky waters. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi continued, this safe house project will cost over 8 million. If I encounter problems later, it could adversely affect your company's reputation. He fixed Wu Huairan with a pointed gaze and stated, I merely wish for a means of protection. If you could assist me with this, I would not treat you unfairly. Wu Huairan fell silent, furrowing his brow as he weighed the situation. He certainly had connections, but he was wary of Zhang Yi's background and did not wish to introduce him lightly. Please return home for now. Although I cannot assist you directly, I can inquire discreetly. Should any information arise, I will contact you. Wu Huairan was evidently indecisive. However, Zhang Yi did not press too hard. Firearms indeed require careful handling. He smiled and said, very well, I shall await your news. By the way, this matter is quite urgent. Please expedite the construction of the safe house. Wu Huairan replied, it will take no longer than half a month to complete. After concluding the discussion with Wu Huairan, Zhang Yi immediately signed a contract and paid a deposit of 1 million yuan. As for the remaining balance, well, he chuckled to himself, believing he would never have the opportunity to pay it. Having left the Zhanglong Security Company, Zhang Yi's housing concerns were essentially resolved. Next, he returned to his car and called a familiar acquaintance, Liu Yang. Liu Yang operated a hunting ground in Tianhai City, having leased several hundred acres in Xishan, where various harmless animals roamed freely for recreational hunting. He possessed numerous legally obtained bows, crossbows, and air guns. Zhang Yi had visited the hunting ground several times, allowing him to obtain Liu Yang's contact information. He called Liu Yang, requesting a bulk purchase and offered to pay a premium. Liu Yang, a businessman who occasionally sought favors from Zhang Yi, readily agreed. Brother Zhang, what do you need all these weapons for? They can only be used for hunting or personal enjoyment, not for harming others. Liu Yang asked with a smile, yet his tone bore a hint of caution. After all, he was selling the items, and should Zhang Yi use them for nefarious purposes, he could find himself in trouble. Naturally, someone operating a hunting ground in Tianhai City would have connections, but there was no reason for them to assume risks on behalf of an ordinary friend like Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi laughed heartily, concocting a casual excuse. You're overthinking it. I've arranged a hunting trip to an African wildlife reserve with a few friends, so I'm just gathering more equipment. Liu Yang clicked his tongue in admiration. Oh, Brother Zhang knows how to have fun, but be cautious. Africa has plenty of lions and hyenas. Indeed. So, how soon can you have everything ready for me? Zhang Yi inquired eagerly. I have plenty in stock. Just swing by when you have time to pick it up, Liu Yang replied. Without delay, Zhang Yi drove to the Xishan hunting ground and purchased the equipment. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste a moment. He acquired 5 high-quality steel crossbows, 3 premium compound bows, and 300 arrows for each type. Additionally, he purchased 2 fine hunting knives made from Damascus steel, renowned for their durability and sharpness. These weapons would be exceptionally effective for self-defense. His trunk was filled to capacity with this array of equipment, and a profound sense of security enveloped Zhang Yi as he surveyed his acquisitions. He then transported the entire load back home. Since all items were procured through legitimate channels and Zhang Yi had previously obtained a hunting license, he was unperturbed by the prospect of police inquiries. Upon returning home, it was already dusk. Zhang Yi ventured out alone to Hadaleo, relishing a satisfying hot pot meal. Realizing that in the future he would have to prepare his own, he decided to order 10,000 portions of hot pot-based ingredients from Hadaleo. The staff were momentarily stunned, assuming Zhang Yi was a rival businessman attempting to create trouble. Fortunately, due to Hadaleo's excellent service, they refrained from confronting him directly. Later, the manager approached Zhang Yi, inquiring about his unusual order and ultimately accepted it. However, the condition was cash payment to mitigate the risk of Zhang Yi being a hostile competitor. Zhang Yi readily complied, paying over 1 million yuan on the spot. His generous expenditure left the manager beaming with delight, even offering an additional 500 portions as a token of appreciation. Chapter 8. The supplies gradually arrived. Zhang Yi left the address for the staff of Heidaleo to deliver the hot pot base. As for the food ingredients, they could be directly retrieved from the Walmart warehouse when the time came. The hot pot base, however, was not something that could be casually sold. Even the packaged hot pot ingredients available on the market paled in comparison to those offered in store. Otherwise, patrons would not flock to the restaurant for hot pot. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yi prepared to head home when he received a call from the manager of a 5-star hotel. "Mr. Zhang, the 500 banquet tables you ordered are ready. May I inquire if you are available to receive them now?" "Yes, just bring them over," Zhang Yi replied. Upon returning home, he awaited the arrival of the delicious food and beverages. This banquet of 500 tables would sustain him for 2 to 3 years. With 8 to 9 million still in hand, he felt no remorse in spending. Rather, he was eager to exhaust his funds. On his way home, Zhang Yi contemplated what other delicacies he might enjoy. Consequently, he placed orders with several renowned restaurants in Tianhai City, requesting them to send over 100 tables each. He ordered thousands of tables across the 8 major cuisines, including Western cuisine. In one fell swoop, he secured his meals for a lifetime. Before long, the banquet cars from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel arrived at the entrance of the Yulu community. A formidable convoy of 20 to 30 vehicles caused a traffic blockade, leaving the neighbors in bewilderment. Security guard Uncle Yu hurried to the scene to inquire about their purpose. The hotel manager explained the situation. Yet Uncle Yu insisted that residents must be present for entry, as the situation was too grand and he could not compromise the community's safety. Reluctantly, the hotel manager called Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi descended to the entrance, where a crowd had gathered, including neighbors from the building and onlookers like Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Approaching Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi smiled. "Uncle Yu, these are my meal deliveries. Please let them in." Uncle Yu was taken aback. "Delivery? What on earth are you ordering that requires so many vehicles?" The neighbors were equally astonished upon hearing it was a banquet. "Goodness, there must be at least a few hundred tables. Where will you even put them? Is there some grand event at Zhang Yi's home? Could it be a wedding? But hundreds of tables are rather alarming. Look closely. That's Hongfu Tianxia, a 5-star hotel. Ordering hundreds of tables, there must cost at least 100,000. My goodness, a single banquet could cost that much." Zhang Yi is truly enigmatic. Previously, they knew Zhang Yi came from a well-off family. Now it appeared he might be a millionaire. The neighbors' discussions intensified, and their gazes toward Zhang Yi shifted to a mixture of admiration and respect. On the sidelines, Fang Yuqing observed the scene, biting her lip as she solidified her resolve to win Zhang Yi over. She approached him with a smile. "Zhang Yi, what have you been up to lately? You've acquired so many things." Zhang Yi ignored her, instead offering a cigarette to Uncle Yu. Upon seeing the owner present, Uncle Yu opened the gate, allowing the hotel's convoy to enter the community. Zhang Yi led the way, and although he did not engage with Fang Yuqing, she appeared undeterred. Chatting amiably at his side, "What could possibly be happening at your home that you can't share with me? Aren't we good friends? I hope to learn more about you. Please don't treat me as an outsider." Zhang Yi glanced at her, a sardonic smile forming. "These items are all for my boss. The last time I dined at a Western restaurant, it was on his invitation." He sighed. "Ah, if only I were truly that wealthy." Fang Yuqing's expression transformed instantly. You aren't joking, are you?" Zhang Yi shrugged. "Why would I deceive you? We've known each other for years. You know my circumstances. My parents have passed, and I merely manage a warehouse. There is no wealth to speak of." His explanation left Fang Yuqing's expression fluctuating between confusion and realization. She had indeed suspected he might be a wealthy second-generation heir, but considering his parents had been gone for years, leaving behind only modest assets, he did not fit that mold. Zhang Yi's admission clarified her doubts. She subtly distanced herself from him, smoothing her hair, and offered a polite smile. "Regardless of whether you are from a wealthy family, we are still the best of friends, are we not? I am not a materialistic woman." The emphasis on friends was deliberate. The green tea girl never plays all her cards, as she still requires a backup and admirers to cater to her needs. Zhang Yi smirked, choosing not to engage further. Meanwhile, the employees from Hongfu Tianxia began transporting the lavish banquets to the location designated by Zhang Yi. He was well-liked in the community, so he borrowed a storage unit in the underground garage to temporarily house the food. Though 500 tables is a considerable quantity, once packed into meal boxes, it would not appear excessively overwhelming. Zhang Yi had ordered only the finest cuisine: abalone, shark fin, Australian lobsters, truffles, caviar, and more. It took some time to transport all the food to the warehouse, with even the hotel manager astonished. He had never encountered such a large takeout order in his years of management. Zhang Yi, however, instructed them to continue moving the items into the warehouse. Once the workers departed, he discreetly stored all the food in his alternate space. Others might have raised suspicions regarding his behavior, but in a world where everyone was preoccupied, no one had the time to concern themselves with an unrelated individual. Thus, both neighbors and hotel staff merely exchanged a few remarks, none truly invested in the matter. Soon, all 500 tables of food were safely tucked away in Zhang Yi's alternate space. That evening, Zhang Yi received a call from Wu Huiren, the manager of Zhanglong Company. Wu informed Zhang Yi that they were ready and could commence the construction of the safe house at his convenience. Zhang Yi replied that they could come over the next day. He planned to stay at the hotel for the time being. After discussing the safe house, Zhang Yi awaited further instructions from Wu Huiren. He had a significant matter to discuss with him: acquiring the universal equality device. After a moment of hesitation, Wu lowered his voice and said, "If you genuinely require this, I can recommend a contact for you. However, the price will be somewhat steep." Zhang Yi nodded, fully aware of that fact. However, he was now unconcerned about money. That is not an issue, as long as the quality is assured. Wu Huiren replied nonchalantly, "Very well. I will facilitate the introduction. I will inform you of the transaction location in 3 days." Chapter 9. The super warehouse with the firearm situation resolved. Zhang Yi felt a considerable sense of relief. In the face of the apocalypse, possessing such a weapon instilled a great deal of confidence when confronting both human adversaries and otherworldly threats. The following day, Zhang Yi diligently organized important items into his personal space. As he aimed to transform his residence into a secure haven, he temporarily relocated to a hotel. Early in the morning, 3 black vans arrived at Yuelu Community. A large group of workers from the Dragon Company, donned in uniforms, began measuring the dimensions of Zhang Yi and Appo's home. Many curious neighbors observed this spectacle, their eyes filled with intrigue. Had Zhang Yi recently taken leave of his senses? Why was he engaging in such peculiar activities? Some colleagues even jested. "Just the other day, I saw him at the supermarket buying 3 carts full of groceries." Ha ha! One might think the apocalypse was nigh, hoarding so much food. Won't it all go to waste once it expires? They speculated that perhaps he was experiencing a mental breakdown. The unusual conduct of Zhang Yi left many in confusion, yet no one truly cared, dismissing him as a mere source of amusement. Even Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan believed Zhang Yi had lost his mind. Lin Kainan suddenly realized, now it makes sense why he dined at that Michelin 3-star restaurant. It must be a sign of his mental decline. Fang Yuqing frowned, her mood notably discontent. She recalled that day when she had approached Zhang Yi to strike up a conversation and helped him haul numerous items home, leaving her utterly exhausted and irked. What on earth was Zhang Yi up to? Lin Kainan voiced her concern. "He promised to treat us to a grand meal. He wouldn't forget, would he? I've been longing to dine at that Michelin 3-star restaurant." Fang Yuqing scoffed, "Forget it. Given his current erratic behavior, even if he does invite me, I wouldn't go. What if someone spots us dining together? How embarrassing. I'm aiming to catch a wealthy suitor, and I cannot afford to tarnish my reputation." Although Lin Kainan felt reluctant to concede, she had no choice but to let it go. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi remained entirely indifferent to the judgments of his neighbors. In a month's time, they would come to realize who the true fool was. Zhang Yi stepped out of his home and drove toward the Walmart warehouse. It was Monday, time to return to work, and he intended to scout the warehouse thoroughly for future endeavors. The Walmart warehouse was situated in the Economic Development Zone, on the outskirts of Tianhai City. Due to the relatively low land prices, it housed many large corporations' warehouses, including those of pharmaceutical companies, which would facilitate Zhang in procuring special medicinal supplies later on. Upon arriving at the Walmart warehouse, Zhang Yi clocked in for his shift. As the warehouse supervisor, he was intimately familiar with every inch of the place. He knew the layout of each warehouse and every shelf within. Typically, his visits here felt monotonous, yet today, standing amidst the colossal warehouses filled with goods worth billions, his heart raced with exhilaration. Soon, these supplies would become vital resources for survival in the impending apocalypse. As the main distribution center for Walmart in southern China, the quantity of goods housed here was beyond anyone's imagination. Just the stockpile of cola numbered in the tens of thousands. The warehouse spanned over 1 million square feet, brimming with a variety of essential supplies. Beyond food, there were clothing, hardware tools, and even vehicles, drones, diesel generators, and barrels of gasoline. Essentially, if it was permitted for sale in a supermarket, it could be found here. Having worked here for many years, Zhang Yi was well acquainted with the inventory. He was also fully aware of the work schedules and camera placements. Despite the stringent surveillance, he understood the vulnerabilities of the system and could disable the entire monitoring setup within 10 minutes, subsequently utilizing his spatial abilities to abscond with all the goods. However, Zhang Yi refrained from acting hastily. There was ample time, and he wished to avoid arousing suspicion. After a leisurely stroll around the warehouse, he left, carrying a pack of Huanggalu cigarettes, and headed towards the neighboring ruining pharmaceutical company warehouse. Since he worked in close proximity, he was well acquainted with the staff there. Upon arrival, Zhang Yi sought out the warehouse manager, Zhou Hairun. They were familiar with each other, given their daily interactions. In large corporations, there were often individuals who profited from the warehouse operations. Zhou Hairun, whose brother-in-law was the vice president of Ruining Group, had a history of pilfering pharmaceuticals to sell on the side. After some casual conversation, Zhang Yi subtly alluded to his intentions of acquiring several boxes of emergency medications. Initially cautious, Zhou Hairun became more receptive when Zhang Yi offered to pay double the market price for the drugs. Hearing such a lucrative proposal, Zhou Hairun could no longer contain himself, and they ultimately struck a deal for 5 boxes of medicine at the price of 3 million. For an average person, the frequency of illness throughout their lifetime would hardly require half of that amount. With the acquisition of the medications, Zhang Yi had effectively prepared for the impending crisis. With less than a month until the apocalypse, he had little desire to continue working. Thus, he approached the warehouse manager's office, fabricating a tale about the passing of a distant relative and requesting a 20-day leave for the funeral. Zhang Yi was well-liked, and his rapport with the manager was strong. Therefore, despite the outrageous duration of his request, he faced no resistance and secured the leave with ease. In the following days, Zhang Yi planned to indulge in the comforts of a 5-star hotel, awaiting the arrival of his procured supplies and the completion of his secure haven. As he exited the manager's office, he chanced upon Fang Yuqing, her backside prominently displayed as she poured coffee at the machine. It was undeniable that this woman possessed an allure, exuding an undeniable charm. While pouring her coffee, she didn't hesitate to sway her hips, attracting the attention of several eager young men. One such man, Zhou Peng, was grinning as he extended an invitation to Fang Yuqing to attend a Jay Chou concert, waving his tickets in a showy manner. Zhang Yi recognized Zhou Peng well. They were neighbors, and he was a fervent admirer of Fang Yuqing. In a previous life, he was among those who had caused Zhang Yi considerable harm. Chapter 10. Confronting the sycophant Zhou Peng was fervently vying for Fang Yuqing's attention. Yet it was evident that she held no interest in men of his ilk. In terms of financial standing, Zhou Peng was significantly inferior to Zhang Yi, even renting his accommodation. Nevertheless, Fang Yuqing maintained a cheerful demeanor as she replied, "Thank you, Zhou Peng. However, I coincidentally made plans with friends that night." How unfortunate! A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Zhou Peng's face. He had spent an entire month's salary on 2 concert tickets, hoping to confess his feelings to Fang Yuqing during the event, only to have his aspirations dashed. Zhang Yi observed the scene with a sardonic smile, fully aware that Zhou Peng's futile attempts would yield no fruitful results. Frustrated by Zhou Peng's dismay, he was further incensed by Zhang Yi's amused expression. To alleviate his embarrassment, Zhou Peng approached Zhang Yi, exclaiming, "Zhang Yi, your behavior is rather inconsiderate. As a man, how can you have a woman assist you with lifting things? Have you no shame? Yuqing has been complaining about her back pain all day. I hope you refrain from troubling her in the future." Zhang Yi cast a glance at Fang Yuqing, realizing she had divulged their earlier encounter. Fang Yuqing, feigning concern, added, "It's nothing really. Yes, Yu. He isn't in any serious trouble. He simply can't manage heavy lifting. It seems his back is slightly strained." As she spoke, she pinched her waist and grimaced in feigned agony. In an attempt to assert his masculinity before Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng boldly pointed at Zhang Yi and declared, "You ought to give Yuqing 500 yuan for medical expenses." However, Zhang Yi's eyes turned icy as he retorted, "She volunteered to help me move. I did not beg her for assistance. And who do you think you are, instructing me in this manner? Do you truly believe you hold any significance?" Zhang Yi's scathing rebuke left both Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing momentarily stunned. Zhou Peng, merely a common clerk in the warehouse, possessed neither authority nor influence. His audacity in reprimanding Zhang Yi stemmed from the latter's typically amiable demeanor. Yet, witnessing Zhang Yi's genuine fury, Zhou Peng faltered. "Why are you shouting? I was merely discussing this with you." Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh and turned away, unwilling to waste further words on Zhou Peng. Presently, he regarded everyone around him as if they were already deceased, knowing that within a month, 99 of them would succumb to the impending cataclysm. Why bother conversing with the moribund? After Zhang Yi departed, Zhou Peng approached Fang Yuqing and whispered, "Yuqing, I told you that Zhang Yi is not a good person. You should keep your distance from him." Fang Yuqing frowned, perplexed. In recent days, Zhang Yi seemed to have transformed entirely. He no longer greeted her or initiated conversations at night. Something was amiss. After work, Zhang Yi drove to a 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, specifically to the restaurant he had previously reserved, Hongfu Tianxia. Upon learning of his arrival, the manager greeted him with a beaming smile and promptly arranged a room for him. A night in a 5-star hotel cost over 1,000 yuan. Yet Zhang Yi felt no regret. With several million in hand, he would only consider it wasteful if he failed to spend it. That evening, Fang Yuqing unexpectedly sent Zhang Yi a message. "Zhang Yi, I passed by your place today and noticed renovations underway." Zhang Yi smirked, replying, "Yes, that's correct." Fang Yuqing continued, "You seem rather unusual lately, stockpiling supplies and renovating your home. Is something about to happen?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Although Fang Yuqing was cunning, she was not lacking in intelligence. It appeared his recent peculiar behavior had indeed caught her attention. However, Zhang Yi was indifferent. The opinions of others held no value for him. "It's nothing," he replied coldly, tossing his phone aside. Meanwhile, Fang Yuqing felt a sense of discomfort as she observed Zhang Yi's indifferent demeanor. Over the past 2 years, he had treated her with great kindness, always inquiring after her well-being and finding reasons to chat every evening. Yet, recently he had adopted a completely different attitude, leaving her feeling unsettled. She might not be interested in Zhang Yi, but she could not tolerate the idea of him losing interest in her. To her, it signified the escape of a prized fish from her pond. Though Zhang Yi was not a wealthy heir, he was a quality middle-class individual. And should she fail to secure a wealthy partner, she could still consider him as a potential suitor. Fang Yuqing picked up her phone and sent another message. "It seems our communication has dwindled recently, leaving me feeling somewhat lonely." However, after a prolonged wait, she received no response. Biting her lip, frustration began to brew within her. What on earth is wrong with Zhang Yi? How dare he ignore my message when I reached out first? Nearby, her roommate Lin Caning overheard Fang Yuqing's complaints and approached with a smile. "Zhang Yi has indeed been acting strangely lately. Who knows why he is stockpiling food and drink, and even ordering so many banquet dishes from the hotel? It's as if he anticipates a shortage of supplies." Fang Yuqing frowned slightly. Ning, do you think something might truly happen, prompting Zhang Yi to stockpile?" Lin Caning paused, then burst into laughter. "Yuqing, are you out of your mind? If anything were to occur, the authorities would surely notify us. We should remain calm. If anyone sees us hoarding supplies, they will mock us as fools." Fang Yuqing, hearing this, managed a self-deprecating smile. You make a valid point. Zhang Yi remained in the five-star hotel suite for several days, neither venturing out nor engaging in any activities. During this time, he purchased copious amounts of banquet supplies from various hotels, while simultaneously practicing with a compound bow and crossbow in his room. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had a fondness for hunting and possessed a solid foundation in the skill. His accuracy within a 15-meter range was exceptionally high, especially with a professional-grade compound bow. Such modern equipment allowed an ordinary individual to shoot arrows comparable to those of legendary archers from ancient times. Whether dealing with humans or wild boars, wolves or large dogs, he could inflict significant damage. Chapter 11. The safe house is completed 3 days later under the guidance of Wu Huairan. Zhang Yi successfully acquired 2 firearms and 100 rounds of ammunition. Although the price was somewhat steep, Zhang Yi did not mind at all. With such weighty possessions in hand, he felt a renewed sense of security amidst the apocalypse. Additionally, he had concluded a transaction with Zhou Hairan, procuring 5 boxes of high-end imported pharmaceuticals. Another week passed, and Wu Huairan called Zhang Yi to inform him that the safe house had been constructed according to his specifications and invited him to inspect it. Zhang Yi then left the hotel where he had been residing for some time and drove back to the Yuelu community. Wu Huairan personally guided him through the inspection of the property. Upon entering, Zhang Yi could not help but be taken aback. The Dragon Warrior Company truly lived up to its reputation as a premier security firm in the country. Their speed and quality of work in building the safe house were impeccable. The entire house had been fortified with 200 millimeters thick alloy plating, and from the outside, it appeared unchanged from before. Wu Huairan patiently explained every detail to Zhang Yi. The ventilation system was of military-grade quality, capable of filtering any harmful gases and preventing potential gas attacks from the outside. Moreover, the entire heating system had been completely redone using specialized materials from the Arctic Research Institute. In addition to the fireplace that Zhang Yi had requested, the system could also reduce temperature loss by 99.5. At this point, Wu Huairan flashed a mysterious smile at Zhang Yi. To further ensure his safety, a surveillance system had been installed throughout the building, comprising a total of 300 cameras that allowed for monitoring of every floor. Zhang Yi was left speechless in astonishment, simply marveling at the privileges that wealth could afford him, enabling access to services that were unimaginable to the average person. As he stepped onto the balcony, he noticed it had been transformed into a grand floor-to-ceiling window. Wu Huairan elaborated that the materials used for the windows were bulletproof and blast-resistant, even sturdier than the 200 millimeters alloy plating. Furthermore, these windows facilitated natural lighting and essential external observation. Zhang Yi was thoroughly satisfied with this safe house. It seemed that unless faced with an army armed with heavy weaponry, no one could forcibly invade his home. Even if the entire building were to collapse, it was unlikely that his room would suffer any damage. "I am very pleased with the safe house you have created," Zhang Yi remarked with a smile to Wu Huairan. Wu Huairan reciprocated with a beaming expression. He produced a document for Zhang Yi to sign and added, "If everything is satisfactory, please settle the remaining balance within 3 months." Zhang Yi nodded enthusiastically, "Absolutely." However, he had no intention of paying that balance. The thought of having only deposited 1 million for a safe house worth nearly 10 million was exhilarating. Zhang Yi reclined on the sofa, surveying his nearly perfect sanctuary. Yet, after some contemplation, he realized he had overlooked a crucial element, the source of life itself. Slapping his forehead, he exclaimed, "How could I forget something as vital as water?" Following the onset of the Ice Age, despite the freezing temperatures outside, it would be possible to procure water by breaking ice. However, with external temperatures potentially plummeting to minus 60 or 70 degrees, venturing outside would entail considerable risk. Zhang Yi could not afford to leave such a significant vulnerability in his safe house. After pondering for a moment, he promptly ordered 100 large water storage barrels through a delivery platform. Each could hold 500 cubic meters of water, sufficient for several years' worth of use. Additionally, he could retrieve bottled water from the warehouse later. Thus, the issue of water resources was perfectly resolved. The delivery service proved efficient, as within hours, The courier arrived at his doorstep. Zhang Yi approached the community entrance and requested the security guard, Uncle Yu, to grant the courier access. Observing Zhang Yi purchasing such an odd assortment of items, the neighboring residents began to murmur among themselves. Is something wrong with Zhang Yi? He buys the strangest things every day, one neighbor commented. Just the other day, I saw several people carrying steel plates that were at least 10 centimeters thick. He must have lost his mind, trying to emulate those safe houses from the movies. Another chimed in, I've seen wealthy individuals abroad indulging in such whims. ISNT, he just being overly cautious? Now he asks buying so many water barrels. Does he think Tianhai City will run out of water? Ha ha ha. Tianhai City is by the sea. Amidst the mocking remarks from his neighbors, Zhang Yi felt no inclination to engage in debate. He merely scoffed internally, knowing that when the Ice Age truly arrived, they would come to realize the folly of their current ignorance. Zhang Yi had no interest in explaining himself. These individuals would only see him as a fool, disregarding his good advice. They might even turn the tables, accusing him of spreading rumors and disrupting public order, perhaps leading to his arrest. Meanwhile, security guard Uncle Yu was conversing with Mr. Tang, a neighbor. Approaching Zhang Yi with genuine concern, Uncle Yu inquired, Young Zhang, what on earth do you need so many water barrels for? If you need assistance, just let me know, and I'll lend a hand. Zhang Yi regarded the well-meaning Uncle Yu with a sense of gratitude. A retired soldier without children, Uncle Yu had served as a diligent security guard for over a decade. In a past life, he had selflessly donated his last ration of food to save his starving mother and daughter, ultimately succumbing to hunger himself. He exemplified the rare glimmer of humanity that Zhang Yi encountered in this apocalyptic world. Thus, Zhang Yi replied, Uncle Yu, the weather this year has been unusually erratic. I have insider information suggesting that this winter will be particularly harsh. To be safe, you should stock up on food and water to avoid price surges later on. Uncle Yu, who had developed a good rapport with Zhang Yi, understood him to be a kind-hearted individual. Given the older generation's propensity for concern, Uncle Yu furrowed his brow at Zhang Yi's words. Is it really true? Is the information reliable? Zhang Yi nodded affirmatively. Look, I've prepared all this. You might want to stock up on instant noodles and bottled water. Those items won't go to waste even if you buy more than needed. Uncle Yu agreed, acknowledging that he often kept a supply of instant noodles and sausages for convenience. With Zhang Yi's warning in mind, he decided to take the time to purchase additional supplies, viewing it as a prudent measure. However, Mr. Tang, overhearing their conversation, approached Zhang Yi and cautioned, Young Zhang, you must be careful not to spread such talk. Our society is currently stable and peaceful. How could there be a shortage of supplies? Speaking like this could lead to accusations of rumor-mongering. You might end up being invited for a chat. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage further. He had already conveyed his warnings, and whether they chose to heed them was entirely their affair. Chapter 12. The emptying of a warehouse worth billions. Zhang instructed the delivery man to transport 100 colossal water barrels to the warehouse. Subsequently, he placed them into his spatial realm and brought them home. Upon returning, Zhang Yi commenced the process of filling these barrels with water by opening every faucet in his house. At this rate, he anticipated that he would complete the task within a week. Days passed without respite for Zhang Yi, who spared no expense, lavishing every cent he possessed. Each day, he dined at the finest restaurants and procured copious amounts of gourmet meals to stock in his otherworldly space. Throughout this period, he frequented the shooting range in Tianhai City to hone his skills in archery and firearms, striving diligently to enhance his proficiency. Although transforming himself into a combat expert within a month was unrealistic, he believed that with a bow, a gun, and a fully fortified metal shelter, he would confront any impending peril with confidence. Such actions, of course, did not escape notice. Yet, those around him regarded Zhang Yi as nothing more than a jest, considering him mentally unwell, and they mocked him in secrecy. Even Fang Yuqing deliberately distanced herself from him, unwilling to engage in conversation. As time slipped by, over 20 days elapsed, drawing closer to the impending apocalypse. Zhang Yi had amassed a vast inventory of supplies, encompassing food, weaponry, and heating equipment. However, These provisions failed to provide him with a sense of security. He resolved to target the colossal Walmart warehouse. Seizing it would grant him an abundance of resources sufficient for a lifetime. He pondered why he should not wait until the final day to act. The answer lay in a memory from his previous life. He had vaguely learned that the higher-ups had received advance warnings about the impending gamma rays. Consequently, they had discreetly begun relocating extensive supplies before the ordinary populace became aware. Zhang Yi dared not gamble. He had to take action beforehand. Furthermore, considering this logic, even if the Walmart warehouse's supplies vanished, the frantic higher-ups would lack the capacity to investigate thoroughly, affording Zhang Yi a timely reprieve. Thus, Zhang Yi returned to the warehouse, resuming his normal duties. The Walmart facility was monitored around the clock, yet only 10 staff remained on duty during the night. Zhang Yi decided upon a straightforward and audacious approach. He would surreptitiously introduce sleeping pills into their tea. With only 3 days remaining until the apocalypse, he felt no trepidation about being discovered. Since these individuals were familiar acquaintances, Zhang Yi executed his plan with ease. Once the sedatives took effect, rendering them into a deep slumber, he proceeded to the surveillance room and disabled all cameras monitoring the warehouse. His intimate knowledge of the premises, coupled with countless rehearsals in his mind, enabled him to execute the operation with remarkable efficiency. After completing these tasks, he donned a pair of oversized shoes and gloves before swiftly making his way to the warehouse. Gazing upon the vast expanse before him, Zhang Yi inhaled deeply and began to gather the supplies. With a mere glance of his right eye, any shelf he surveyed would materialize within his spatial realm. He first ventured to the beverage section, which housed tens of thousands of bottles of mineral water, drinks, and alcoholic beverages, including a plethora of fine wines and spirits. Without hesitation, he gathered every last drop into his storage space. In no time, thousands of cubic meters of beverages vanished before him. Next, he moved to the fuel supplies area, filled with numerous boxes of smokeless coal and barrels of gasoline and alcohol, household items intended for storage or outdoor excursions. The quantity of smokeless coal alone exceeded 10,000 boxes, not to mention the solid alcohol and gasoline barrels. Such an abundance would sustain Zhang Yi for centuries. He never considered leaving a portion for others. After all, once the apocalypse struck, these supplies would not reach the hands of ordinary citizens. Thus, he unhesitatingly seized everything, employing his extensive knowledge of warehousing to organize the items within his spatial realm for ease of use. His next destination was the food section, a veritable treasure trove containing tens of thousands of tons of supplies. Several warehouses brimmed to capacity, resembling small mountains. Canned goods, prepackaged roasted chicken, duck, snacks, instant meals, and gourmet treats. Truly enough provisions to last him 10 lifetimes. Zhang Yi marveled at the bounty, taking whatever he could find without discrimination. After securing the food, he proceeded to the sports equipment section. Essential for his safety shelter, physical fitness was paramount to ensure his health, potentially even his survival. Despite the limited space in his shelter, he felt no qualms about taking what he could. The area of his spatial realm was infinite, and he would take full advantage of it. Among the items, he discovered particularly useful tools, such as baseball bats and fencing equipment. Excellent weapons indeed. During his collection, he stumbled upon specialized gear, including skiing and mountaineering equipment, featuring professional-grade thermal apparel designed for national athletes. These garments could withstand temperatures plunging to minus 100 degrees. They represented the pinnacle of technological advancement in 2050. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled. Such equipment would be invaluable in the impending ice age. Without hesitation, he collected dozens of top-tier thermal suits and sleeping bags from the warehouse. After 2 full hours, he had entirely emptied the vast Walmart warehouse, which spanned over 1 million square meters. With the warehouse now deserted, Zhang Yi felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Even in the face of the harshest ice age, he was confident he could thrive comfortably. Returning to his post, he removed his gloves and shoes, placing them within his spatial realm. After sipping a bit of the tea, laced with sleeping pills, he laid his head upon the desk and drifted into a deep slumber. Eventually, he was roused abruptly by a colleague's urgent shaking. Supervisor, Something terrible has happened. Wake up. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes, gazing in confusion at the anxious faces of his co-workers. What happened? One of the warehouse staff stammered, pointing towards the warehouse. It's unbelievable. Our warehouse has been completely emptied. What? Zhang Yi exclaimed, rising abruptly, feigning surprise as he entered the warehouse, where he was met with an utterly barren sight. Internally, he understood precisely what had transpired. Nevertheless, he faltered, his voice trembling as he asked, "What on earth happened? Why have all the supplies vanished?" The surrounding employees mirrored his alarm, their expressions tense. Indeed, the materials within that warehouse were worth at least 100 billion. Even with large trucks, it would take several days to transport everything. How could it all have disappeared in the blink of an eye? They chose to remain silent about their recent slumber, as it was common for night shift workers to sneak in a nap. Zhang Yi maintained a composed facade, pacing back and forth, feigning anxiety. Then he addressed everyone, saying, "This matter is utterly bizarre. It is beyond our capacity to resolve. We should contact our superiors." Although the group felt a sense of tension, they were not overly fearful. The gravity of the situation relieved them of significant responsibility. The disappearance of assets worth billions from the warehouse in a mere 2 hours was clearly beyond their capabilities. Earning only a few thousand yuan a month, they had no obligation to exhaust themselves for the company. Thus, upon Zhang Yi's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. This mess should be left for those higher up to manage. Zhang Yi promptly dialed the warehouse manager to inform him of the situation. Upon hearing the news, the manager was left utterly stunned, even suspecting that Zhang Yi was joking with him. Chapter 13. The onset of the Ice Age. Zhang Yi completely emptied the Walmart's South China warehouse, seizing goods valued at over 10 billion. He feigned ignorance and promptly reported the incident to Walmart's upper management. The news quickly spread among the senior executives of Walmart's South China division. A throng of astonished executives rushed to the scene and alerted the authorities. Tom Watson, the general manager of the South China warehouse, was left aghast at the sight of the desolate warehouse. "Oh my God, how am I supposed to explain this to headquarters?" Meanwhile, Walmart's headquarters in the United States had already issued orders for the rapid repatriation of all goods. It was said that this directive came from the upper echelons of the American corporate hierarchy, and a ship dispatched by them was soon to arrive at Tianhai port. Everything seemed doomed. On the other hand, Zhang Yi remained unfazed by the possibility of his actions being exposed. After all, the sheer audacity of an entire warehouse's worth of goods vanishing in merely 2 hours was beyond belief. Even if the police launched a thorough investigation, it would be impossible to uncover the truth in such a short span of time. Furthermore, given that Walmart was a foreign enterprise and not a state-owned entity, the intensity of the investigation was naturally diminished. Nevertheless, he continued to act anxious and fearful, cooperating with the police inquiry. After a night of interrogation, Zhang Yi was released. The authorities harbored their own suspicions, having reviewed surveillance footage from both inside and outside the warehouse. Although the internal cameras had been disabled, the idea of stealing millions of cubic meters of goods without leaving any trace was implausible. However, the external footage revealed no signs of any vehicles passing through, suggesting that the goods had either vanished into thin air or that Walmart was orchestrating an elaborate scheme of self-theft. Logically deducing the situation, the latter theory seemed far more plausible. After all, unless supernatural phenomena were at play, it was impossible to rationalize the disappearance of such a vast quantity of goods in such a brief interval. As for Zhang Yi, being an ordinary employee, he did raise some eyebrows, yet the illogical nature of the goods' disappearance rendered any suspicion towards him inconsequential. Given Walmart's status as a foreign corporation without any ties to the Chinese government, the case's enormity meant that the police's response would be sluggish. Fearing international repercussions, the investigation had devolved into a bureaucratic game of passing the buck. To uncover the truth would take not merely 3 days, but perhaps even 3 months. Zhang Yi was instructed not to leave Tianhai City for the time being and was required to cooperate with the police and Walmart's internal investigation. He complied willingly and was subsequently allowed to return home. Upon arriving home, he peered through the slats of the blinds. It was December 10th, just 2 days before the onset of the Ice Age. For the forthcoming days, all he needed to do was remain indoors, and he could comfortably await the next chapter of his life, contemplating the vast fortune of essential supplies stored in his alternate space. Zhang Yi felt a profound sense of reassurance. He lay down in his bedroom, exhausted from the previous night's exertions and interrogations. He awoke in the evening to find news reports broadcasting the theft at Walmart's South China warehouse. The staggering loss and bizarre circumstances had captivated news outlets nationwide. The enormity of the warehouse's contents being emptied in mere hours pointed to an inside job, most likely orchestrated by Walmart's upper management in a bid to defraud insurance. The sheer volume of goods stolen was unfathomable. Even with a fleet of large trucks, it would have been impossible to transport everything in one night. A faint smile crossed Zhang Yi's lips. He knew that the answer to this mystery would remain undisclosed until after the impending apocalypse. For the next 2 days, Zhang Yi remained sequestered in his home, aware that time was running out for the world. To ensure his safety, he refrained from leaving his room. During this period, investigators from both the police and Walmart headquarters summoned him for questioning once more. Although they found his behavior on the night of the incident somewhat suspicious, the brevity of the investigation and lack of concrete evidence prevented them from detaining him. During this time, acquaintances reached out to Zhang Yi, inquiring about the incident, but he deftly deflected their questions. Finally, December 12th arrived. At precisely 2 o'clock in the morning, gamma rays passed through Blue Star. Though fleeting, their impact on the planet was catastrophic. Zhang Yi had taken precautions hours earlier, sealing his room and lighting the fireplace, knowing that soon, with the depletion of energy resources, heating systems would fail. All warmth would need to be generated through primitive means. At 2 o'clock, he sat on the couch before the large window, a bottle of beer in hand, intently gazing outside. Suddenly, a flicker of white light appeared on the horizon, despite it being the dead of night. The earth glowed as if at dusk. This illumination lasted but 2 seconds before fading into silence. Most people, already asleep, failed to notice this momentous change. Yet for Zhang Yi, who understood its significance, a chill ran down his spine. Taking a swig of beer, the crisp taste of Budweiser offered him a modicum of calm. He tossed several choice logs in the fireplace and switched on the television, watching the programs while awaiting the world transformation. Within minutes, snow began to fall heavily from the sky. Initially, the flakes were no larger than a fingernail, but within 2 minutes, they swelled into large, goose feather-like snowflakes. The wind outside howled, and the snow rapidly became ominous. A tempest of snow blanketed the city, a testament to nature's unrelenting power, which arrives unannounced when it chooses to change. Zhang Yi's heart raced with anxiety. Despite the perfection of his safe house, his previous experience during the Ice Age instilled a sense of dread. Would this lavishly constructed refuge, costing $8 million, truly withstand the impending freeze? However, as the flames roared in the fireplace, the room grew warm and even somewhat hot. Zhang Yi checked the indoor temperature, which had risen to 32.6 C. Glancing outside, he saw that the snow had completely engulfed the city. Feeling reassured, he reduced the amount of charcoal, as excessive heat could also be uncomfortable. Zhang Yi did not rush to sleep. He intended to observe the unfolding changes. As for rest, there would be ample time for that. After all, he no longer had to report to work. In less than half an hour, the snow had accumulated to a thick layer on the balcony. Zhang Yi unlocked his phone to peruse the news and discovered that reports of a sudden drop in temperature had permeated the entire internet. The online realm was filled with lamentations, with netizens lamenting that this year's harsh winter had arrived far too early, leaving them unprepared with winter attire. How could it possibly be plunging to such frigid depths while below 10 degrees? Tomorrow, the roads are likely to be encased in ice. How could one possibly commute to work? Yet, there were also those who expressed delight. With such a heavy snowfall, they relished the prospect of a day off work tomorrow, chuckling in amusement. Particularly, friends from the South were exuberantly sharing photographs of themselves amidst the snow, remarking that they had never witnessed such a substantial snowfall in their region. Zhang Yi shook his head. This was merely the beginning. The heavy snow was expected to persist for at least 3 more months, and the temperatures would continue to plummet. By then, their joy in witnessing the snow would likely have dissipated. Chapter 14. In the depths of extreme cold. I am amused by the world outside the Ice Age has commenced. In the southern city of Tianhai, a heavy snowfall has begun, prompting much discussion online. Some express grievances, while others revel in the spectacle. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this snowfall and the drastic drop in temperature are not mere temporary occurrences, but will persist and intensify, ultimately leading to an unimaginable catastrophe. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi reclines on his sofa at home, comfortably basking in the warmth of over 20 degrees Celsius, savoring a chilled Budweiser beer in blissful contentment. Suddenly, his phone rings. Upon checking, he discovers it is a chat group buzzing with conversation. Among the participants are his former classmates, fellow enthusiasts, and neighborhood residents. Good heavens, how can it snow so heavily all of a sudden? The weather forecast didn't mention anything. One laments, I was jolted awake in the middle of the night. I need to crank up the heating. Another complains, don't even get me started. Our flimsy heater is utterly ineffective. It's only getting colder. I haven't even bought my winter clothes yet. They chatter animatedly, each voicing their sentiments. However, Zhang Yi senses that most are not overly concerned about the abrupt chill. Rather, they seem somewhat exhilarated. He knows all too well that this is merely a fleeting phase. Yawning, he decides to cease his reading and returns to his warm bed, pulling the velvety duvet over him and comfortably closing his eyes. His bed, a luxurious item procured from a Walmart warehouse, is particularly inviting. The mattress, reputedly favored by a certain celebrity, is valued at $3 million. Outside, the snow falls like feathers and the cold wind howls, yet within, the fireplace crackles warmly, creating an inviting atmosphere. In such comfort, Zhang Yi soon drifts into slumber. The next morning, he is roused by the persistent ringing of his phone. Upon opening his eyes, he sees that it is Fang Yuqing, the quintessential White Lotus, calling him. Disturbed from his dreams, Zhang Yi's mood is understandably sour. He answers the call, his voice laced with irritation. Hello? What is the reason for your call at such an early hour? Taken aback by his frosty tone, Fang Yuqing quickly responds, Zhang Yi, it's so cold outside. Did you stock up on supplies because you anticipated this drastic drop in temperature? Her voice trembles, as if she is struggling to endure the frigid conditions. A smirk of derision creeps onto Zhang Yi's lips. Indeed, this White Lotus knows how to seek him out during a crisis. He lazily replies, I merely heard a friend mention it in passing, but I didn't expect the temperature to plummet so severely. He throws off the duvet, feeling the warmth of his home. He is almost sweating from the heat. Slipping on his slippers, he heads toward the floor-to-ceiling window, and the familiar sight outside causes him to pause, his gaze sharpening. The snow has engulfed the entire city, obscuring streets and shrubs. Only the outlines of buildings are faintly visible, with many ground floors submerged beneath the snow. And it continues to fall, the snowflakes drifting down without any sign of respite. On the other end of the line, Fang Yuqing continues, No wonder you hoarded so much. Zhang Yi, you should have informed me beforehand. Now I'm freezing. Zhang Yi frowns, taken aback by her audacity to complain. He abruptly hangs up the phone and tosses it aside. He then retreats to the bathroom for a soothing hot shower. Afterward, he retrieves a premium A5 Wagyu steak from his supplies and prepares a delightful breakfast of steak paired with pasta. As he enjoys his meal, he turns on the television. With the cold snap just having begun, there are no power outages yet, allowing him to watch the news. Even if there were, he is well prepared with backup power sources and an abundance of generators along with ample gasoline. He could sustain his energy needs for at least 3 centuries. Switching to the morning news channel, Zhang Yi observes the 2 anchors clad in thick down jackets. It is noteworthy that the television station, typically a bastion of warmth due to its central heating, has succumbed to the bitter cold, necessitating such attire. The female anchor, addressing the camera with a steady tone, announces, Last night, a wave of frigid air swept across the globe, resulting in severe temperature fluctuations. Average drops have reached between 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. Meteorological departments are currently investigating the cause of this cold front. In the coming days, we urge everyone to dress warmly and avoid frostbite. If possible, please refrain from venturing outdoors. Authorities will address this situation appropriately. Please remain calm, refrain from spreading rumors, and do not engage in panic buying. This snowstorm will soon pass. Hearing her words, Zhang Yi scoffs derisively. In the wake of the impending ice age, survival will depend solely on oneself. Idly remaining at home will surely lead to an early demise. In the upper right corner of the television screen, the outdoor temperature in Tianhai has plummeted to minus 65 degrees. It's worth noting that just yesterday, the daytime high was 15 degrees, marking a staggering drop of 80 degrees. Zhang Yi shrugs. Such a degree of temperature decline mirrors the conditions of his previous life. Yet, clad in his pajamas and sipping red wine while savoring steak and pasta, he feels no trace of the cold outside. His fortified safe house, valued at $8 million, has been meticulously designed for insulation, ensuring that warmth remains steadfast within. At that moment, Zhang Yi's phone buzzes once more. Intrigued, he is eager to see what the neighbors, who once mocked him, are discussing now. The first message he notices is from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, why did you hang up on me? The snow is so heavy. I can't go out. Didn't you buy plenty of food? Could you lend me some? I promise to return it once the snowstorm is over. Zhang Yi raises an eyebrow, a cold smile tugging at his lips. The White Lotus is astute enough to realize that with such heavy snowfall, food will become exceedingly scarce. Reluctant to brave the sub-zero temperatures, she seeks to procure sustenance from him. Yet, Zhang Yi knows that this glacial disaster will endure for a considerable time, and he has no intention of sharing his provisions with Fang Yuqing. In his previous life, he had been deceived by her charm, giving her a substantial amount of food, only to be betrayed and ultimately meet his demise at her hands, as she intended to use his very bones for her own gain. Now, he only wishes to toy with her and witness her dismal fate unfold. With this thought in mind, a mocking smile graces his lips as he replies to Fang Yuqing. You should have mentioned it sooner. My supplies are nearly depleted. Look, I just cooked steak this morning. After sending the message, he takes a selfie with the steak and red wine, deliberately including his pajama-clad self in the frame before sending it to Fang Yuqing. Chapter 15. The White Lotus seeks supplies at this moment. Fang Yuqing was curled up in her rented room, tightly wrapping herself in 2 blankets. Despite the air conditioning being set to 40 degrees Celsius, the indoor temperature barely reached freezing. She trembled with cold, feeling as if icy gusts were seeping into her blankets. Upon receiving a photo from Zhang Yi, her eyes widened in disbelief. How could Zhang Yi, in such frigid weather, be comfortably clad in a thin nightgown? Indulging in steak and sipping red wine? They lived in the same building, yet it felt as though they inhabited entirely different worlds. Especially when she caught sight of that delectable steak and the exquisite bottle of wine on the table, her mouth watered. As a top-tier White Lotus and a gold digger, she had her fair share of knowledge about luxury goods. From her observations, Zhang Yi's steak was undoubtedly authentic, top-grade Wagyu. The French red wine beside him was certainly classified as Premier Cru, worth at least 20 to 30,000 yuan. While she was freezing to death, Zhang Yi basked in comfort, which ignited a fierce jealousy within her. She promptly messaged him, expressing her desire to enjoy steak and red wine as well. She believed her hints were glaringly obvious. Based on Zhang Yi's past behavior, he would surely take the initiative to bring her some steak and wine. However, upon reading her message, Zhang Yi merely chuckled with amusement. Did he still consider himself her devoted admirer? He leisurely replied, if you want to eat, just go to the supermarket. Fang Yuqing's expression immediately stiffened upon reading his response. Wasn't that the most absurd suggestion? With the temperature outside plummeting to -6 or 7 degrees, any exposed skin risked frostbite. How could he make such an unreasonable demand of her, a delicate girl? Gritting her teeth, she retorted, Zhang Yi, you are truly not a man. You don't even know how to seize such a golden opportunity to impress me. Oomph. At that moment, Fang Yuqing still retained a shred of pride. Although she yearned for steak and fine wine, she regarded Zhang Yi merely as a fish in her pond. She believed that this snowstorm would pass in a few days. Thus, she made an effort to maintain her haughty goddess persona and refrained from directly asking Zhang Yi for food. Zhang Yi chose to ignore her and instead browsed other chat groups, eager to witness the unfolding drama. When he stumbled upon the neighborhood owners group, he found Aunt Lin from a neighborhood committee urging everyone to remain calm and stay indoors. Please don't panic. This is merely a sudden drop in temperature. It will pass in 2 to 3 days at most. Do not rush to hoard supplies. Trust our authorities. The committee will find ways to help everyone through this snowstorm. Please obey orders and do not create trouble for the officials. Some residents voiced their dissent. With such heavy snow, who knows when it will stop? It's troublesome to go out now. Shouldn't we stock up on supplies? Exactly. We should at least go out and buy some groceries. I fear the prices will skyrocket in the coming days. Another chimed in. Aunt Lynn's tone grew sharper. What are you all doing? Aren't you just adding to the chaos? Hoarding supplies will only drive prices up, and then everyone will be forced to pay exorbitant prices for food. If I catch anyone stockpiling supplies, don't blame me for reporting you for causing public unrest. Seeing Aunt Lynn commanding the group like a leader, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smirk. Today marked the first day of the impending ice age, and due to the extreme cold, the supplies in the supermarket had not yet been depleted. If one braved the snow, the risk of frostbite notwithstanding, there were certainly opportunities to gather essential supplies. However, Aunt Lynn's intimidation tactics led many to hesitate and refrain from venturing out. As if on cue, Aunt Lynn suddenly directed her attention toward Zhang Yi. She tagged him in the group chat. Xiao Zhang, you have hoarded quite a bit at home already. Now that the snowstorm is severe, you cannot serve as a negative example. Stay indoors for these few days, and if I catch you going out to buy things again, don't blame Aunt Lynn for being unyielding. Zhang Yi's expression soured. This old hag had not forgotten how he had refused her demands previously. Now, she seized the opportunity to lash out. However, to Zhang Yi, Aunt Lynn was insignificant. He replied with a cold laugh. Aunt Lynn, no one knows how long this snowstorm will last. If it persists for an extended period, can you take responsibility for the possibility that everyone may run out of food? His question echoed the sentiments of many. Dissatisfaction simmered amongst the residents, but they hesitated to counter Aunt Lynn due to her position. With Zhang Yi leading the charge, others began to voice their concerns. Yes, if you don and oppose, to allow us to stockpile supplies. Who will bear the blame when we run out of food? Can you shoulder that responsibility? Aunt Lynn's composure faltered as more people stood up against her. Her resentment toward Zhang Yi intensified. How dare he openly contradict her in the owner's group? Rest assured, we can assure you from the committee that there will be no shortage of supplies. This snowstorm will pass swiftly. And you, Zhang Yi, do not incite unrest during such times. Your actions are unlawful. Aunt Lynn, curled up at home, gritted her teeth, seething. This Zhang Yi really doesn't know the gravity of the situation. I must find a way to teach him a lesson and have him detained for a few days. Zhang Yi erupted into laughter. Even in such dire circumstances, this old woman still clung to her meager authority, wielding it as if it were a weapon. How laughable. Oh dear, I can't possibly wear such a grand title. Rest assured, it's too cold outside for me to venture out. You all do as you please. He had already amassed sufficient supplies, rendering any urge to fight for vegetables in the supermarket unnecessary. However, those who believed Aunt Lynn's words would soon find themselves in dire straits. Zhang Yi sighed inwardly, contemplating the impending doom. He wondered how many would succumb to the cold and hunger. Yet, some deserved their fate, like the neighbors from his past who had wronged him. Regardless of whether they lived or died, Zhang Yi had resolved to survive at all costs. The fate of others was of no concern to him. Chapter 16. Aunt Lynn's Revenge. Zhang Yi's direct confrontation. Zhang Yi languidly yawned as he reclined on the sofa, while others endured hunger and the biting cold. He luxuriated in a comfort that felt akin to paradise. His home boasted an impeccable insulation system and an inexhaustible supply of fuel, ensuring that his safe haven remained at a perpetually pleasant temperature throughout the year. Henceforth, he needed to do nothing but relish each day in joy. The television offered no captivating programs at the moment. Various live broadcasts had been suspended due to the extreme cold. After all, his favorite female streamers could hardly be expected to endure temperatures plummeting to minus 60 or 70 degrees, let alone over 100, while donning sleeveless tops to dance. Should any dare to do so, Zhang Yi would unreservedly applaud their audacity. He opened his alternate space, revealing an array of gaming consoles and an extensive collection of AAA titles. With several hundred pristine, unopened PS5, Switch, and Xbox consoles at his disposal, and tens of thousands of game cartridges, he selected the latest PS5 and set it up on his colossal 100-inch Sony television, immersing himself in the latest AAA action game, Bayonetta 3. Nearby lay titles such as Elden Ring, The Witcher 3, and Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. For passing the time, these were splendid choices. If he found the game durations too brief, he could always indulge in sprawling games like Civilization and Cities, Skylines, which would provide endless hours of entertainment. With no need to contemplate work or social obligations, this existence was even more delightful than life before the apocalypse. Dressed only in pajamas, Zhang Yi munched on snacks while indulging in his gaming escapades. However, his peace was soon interrupted by the shrill ring of his phone. Glancing at the screen, he discovered that the bothersome community committee member, Aunt Lin, had tagged him in the group chat. Zhang Yi, the roads outside have been blocked by heavy snow. Please come out with tools to help shovel. Her tone was decidedly commanding. Zhang Yi noted that she was rallying others to assist with snow removal, yet the response was dismally sparse. To his surprise, she had directly targeted him. Peering out the window at the heavy snowfall, he saw that the entire level was nearly buried under 3 meters of snow. The notion of clearing it by hand was utterly ludicrous. Moreover, Zhang Yi understood that this snowfall was expected to persist for at least another 3 months. To venture out now would only be futile, as the snow would continue to fall faster than they could clear it. He promptly declined, stating, in this frigid weather, one would turn into an ice pop after just a short while outside. We should wait until the snow ceases before attempting to shovel. Others chimed in, agreeing with Zhang Yi. Indeed, it's over 70 degrees below outside. We'd likely suffer frostbite after just a brief exposure. We aren't in the Northeast and lack adequate cold weather gear. How can we possibly go out? Aunt Lin was incensed. What kind of attitude is this? Shoveling snow is not just for me. It's for everyone. She directed her ire at Zhang Yi, the leader of the dissenters. Zhang Yi, I command you, in the name of the community committee, to go out and shovel snow. This is a time of crisis, and we must unite under the organization's guidance. Anyone who dares to oppose me is opposing the leadership of the committee. Once the snow disaster concludes, there will be repercussions. Aunt Lin invoked her position within the committee, leaving the homeowners momentarily speechless. Although the committee members appeared to wield little power, their authority over daily affairs made people hesitant to challenge them. Silence enveloped the group, as no one wished to be the scapegoat. Yet many hoped Zhang Yi would step forward and confront Aunt Lin, voicing their collective frustration. Zhang Yi was acutely aware of their sentiments, and a sardonic smile crept across his face as he regarded their cowardice with disdain. However, he had no intention of remaining silent. Thus, he resolved to confront Aunt Lin head-on. Reviewing the chat history, he noticed that Aunt Lin had tagged only the more agreeable young residents of the community, deliberately omitting those who were troublesome or influential. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi retorted, Aunt Lin is correct. If this is truly for everyone's benefit, your committee members should take the lead in shoveling snow. Moreover, if we're to discuss youthful vigor, why have you only called upon us? Do you believe we are easy to bully? What about the socialites and the wealthy heirs? You haven't tagged them at all. Are you too intimidated to approach them? Other homeowners nodded in agreement, visibly pleased with Zhang Yi's boldness. Zhang Yi is our voice on the internet. One exclaimed. Indeed, she only targeted the meek. Why not reach out to Chen Jinghao and Su Hao? Everyone in the community was well aware of the individuals Zhang Yi referenced. Chen Jinghao, residing in apartment 601 on the 6th floor, was a notorious figure known for his construction projects and command over hundreds of workers. Su Hao, living in 802 on the 8th floor, had a father who was a renowned developer in Tianhai City and connections within the government. Aunt Lin had deliberately chosen not to mention these formidable characters. Zhang Yi had deftly exposed Aunt Lin's cowardice, and her face flushed with embarrassment. She had avoided mentioning those whom she deemed too formidable to confront, revealing her lack of courage. If Zhang Yi had previously exhibited a similar demeanor, Aunt Lin would never have dared to command him to shovel snow. Feeling humiliated, Aunt Lin unleashed a barrage of lengthy voice messages in the group chat. Shoveling snow is a public service, done for the benefit of all. Some individuals nitpick over trivial matters, displaying no spirit of selflessness. Such people are a blight on our community. If you don't want to participate, then don't. Others are willing. The collective awareness is far greater than yours. Furthermore, I'm not treating anyone differently. It's simply unnecessary to tag everyone individually. I hope you understand and don't misinterpret my intentions. If you continue to spread these slanderous remarks about me, I will have to involve the authorities. Aunt Lynn's explanations only served to exacerbate her predicament. Especially with her final threat of involving the police, Zhang Yi could not contain his laughter. As her words echoed through the group, those with less courage began to feel a twinge of fear and reluctantly grabbed their shovels to venture out into the snow. Yet Zhang Yi remained unperturbed by her antics. Setting aside her unreasonable behavior, he knew that the police would not support her claims. Moreover, did she truly believe that various societal machinations functioned normally in such dire circumstances? Chapter 17. The cowardly Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi dismissed Aunt Lin's words as mere nonsense. Yet, with nothing better to do, he intended to provoke the old woman for amusement. Oh dear, Aunt Lin is quite swollen with pride. If you're so capable, why not summon Chen Jinghao and Su Hao to come downstairs and shovel the snow? He explicitly named them in the group chat, showing no regard for anyone's dignity. Chen Jinghao, nicknamed Brother Hao, was a notorious thug, the very one who had stormed into their home wielding a mountain axe. Su Hao, a brazenly arrogant rich heir, was the first to draw a knife on Zhang Yi. In essence, aside from a handful of decent neighbors, the rest had participated in Zhang Yi's harassment or robbery. He could easily surmise that after his demise in a past life, each of them had taken a share of his misfortune. Thus, Zhang Yi spared no one's feelings, unabashedly tearing away their facades to disgust them. Aunt Lin's expression changed as she glanced at her phone. Zhang Yi's direct mention of names left her feeling cornered. No matter how she reasoned it, if she backed down now, she would become the laughingstock among them, and her authority would be undermined. Reluctantly, she tagged Chen Jinghao and Su Hao in her message. Dear neighbors, this community is our home. We must all pitch in to clear the snow. I hope those available can bring tools and join in. Before long, a message from ID 25602, Chen Jinghao, appeared, punctuated with several question marks. Soon after, a voice message followed. Shovel snow? Are you blind? Can't you see it's still snowing heavily outside? If you're sick, go see a doctor. And quit barking here. If you tag me again, I swear I'll make you regret it. Chen Jinghao unleashed a torrent of insults upon Aunt Lin, much to the amusement of the other homeowners, who laughed heartily. Aunt Lin thinks herself important, but clearly she is nothing in their eyes. A mere community committee member had little sway over such hardened individuals. They would never regard her as anything significant. Similarly, the wealthy Su Hao chimed in with a voice message. What does shoveling snow have to do with me? I don't need to work. I can sleep in every day. He followed this statement with a picture of himself lounging under thick blankets, a woman in his embrace. This residence was merely a place for him to keep his paramours, and he felt trapped within its walls. Aunt Lin's request for snow shoveling only confirmed his belief that she was out of her mind. Aunt Lin, cowed by Chen Jinghao's harsh words, dared not rebut, realizing she could not provoke such dangerous figures. However, Su Hao's blatant taunt prompted her to retort, regardless, you are a member of this community. It is your duty to help clear the snow. Go. Do you think my monthly property fees are meaningless? Without my money, you community committee folks would starve. You use homeowners' money to bully us and act like you own the place. How laughable. None among the wealthy heirs were simpletons. Despite Su Hao's idle lifestyle, he had seen the world and did not regard Aunt Lin with any respect. He continued to boast. My current status is thanks to my parents and family. Can I be compared to you impoverished folk? Hurry up and shovel the snow. You all need to earn a living. I can't leave this wretched place until the snow is cleared. Listening to Su Hao's arrogant remarks, the residents seethed with anger but felt powerless to respond. After all, he had the advantage of good fortune at birth. Although his words stung, they were laced with truth. The ruckus caused by Chen Jinghao and Su Hao thoroughly disheartened everyone, rendering Aunt Lin's words worthless and ignored. Fuming, Aunt Lin did not harbor resentment towards Chen Jinghao and Su Hao, but directed her anger at Zhang Yi. She believed she had successfully rallied the homeowners, only to have her efforts thwarted by Zhang Yi, the instigator. Consequently, she messaged him, seething, "Zhang Yi, are you intentionally trying to undermine me? What do you want? I asked everyone to shovel snow. Does that mean each person must go outside? Now look, no one wants to help. Are we to remain cooped up indoors forever?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Ah, yet another seeking confrontation? He thought. Quit playing innocent. You're just a cowardly bully, and here you are barking at me? Cowed by others. She now sought attention from him? Let me tell you, you're not someone to be trifled with. Keep barking, and I'll make you regret it. Zhang Yi had her character thoroughly figured out. She was merely a spineless, cowardly figure. Indeed, his harsh words frightened Aunt Lin into silence. As an elderly woman living with her grandson, her status as a community committee member was the only reason she received any respect. If others disregarded her title and challenged her, she would be utterly defenseless. Instantly, she fell silent, seemingly afraid of provoking Zhang Yi further. Hastily, Aunt Lin blocked him, fearing his wrath. Her body trembled, whether from the cold or from fear, she could not tell. That scoundrel! What a lunatic! It's best not to provoke him now. Just wait. I'll find ways to make your life miserable later. Aunt Lin envisioned leveraging her committee position to make Zhang Yi's life difficult in the future. Perhaps she could delay his access to essential supplies or exclude him from community events. She pictured Zhang Yi's regretful expression and imagined him begging her for mercy while she coldly replied, "Weren't you so arrogant? Where is your bravado now?" As she entertained these thoughts, a smile spread across her face. "Heh, the day will come when you'll be begging me." For now, she decided not to stoop to his level. Satisfied with her delusional victory, Aunt Lin returned to the group chat to rally others to shovel snow. Despite widespread disdain for Aunt Lin, many residents, considering their need to work, reluctantly ventured out into the frigid cold to clear the snow. Zhang Yi, however, was unaware that just as he had sent Aunt Lin packing, trouble was brewing anew. His phone rang, an incoming call from Chun Zhenghao. It appeared Zhang Yi's earlier comments had irked him, prompting the thug to call and intimidate. Zhang Yi, already harboring resentment towards this scoundrel, narrowed his eyes upon seeing his name flash on the screen. In fact, he hoped this fool would approach him, for he had no intention of leaving the safety of his sanctuary. Should anyone dare to confront him, he had ample means to ensure their demise would be most gruesome. Thus, Zhang Yi answered the call. Chapter 18. Who's afraid of who? As soon as the call connected, a torrent of vicious curses erupted from the other end. Are you looking to die? Who gave you the audacity to mention me in the group? Daring to provoke me? Chun Zhenghao? You must be tired of living. Chun Zhenghao was a notorious bully in Tianhai City, commanding a small army of hundreds. It was rumored he had been involved in several homicide cases. Consequently, all the residents in his apartment complex avoided him. No one dared to cross him. To establish his authority, Chun Zhenghao's modus operandi was to make anyone who offended him pay a hefty price. This is the so-called face of social figure. Thus, even though Zhang Yi had merely mentioned him in the residence group, Chun Zhenghao perceived it as a provocation. On the other end of the line, he spat venomously. You truly seek death. You talk a big game, don't you? Mentioning me like that. Zhang Yi, however, was not about to cower. With a cold laugh, he retorted, "Were you a worthless piece of trash? Stop pretending to be tough here. You're just a social scum, a useless waste. When I call you, you better answer." The moment he unleashed his tirade, he felt an exhilarating satisfaction. This was the murderer who had broken into his home in a past life, leading to his demise, and he had long harbored a seething wrath. To his astonishment, Chun Zhenghao did not anticipate that Zhang Yi would dare to retort. Infuriated, he escalated his insults. Zhang Yi shot back, "You're nothing but a useless coward, all bark and no bite. Who are you trying to scare? Go eat shit." After delivering his parting shot, Zhang Yi hung up and promptly blacklisted him. Imagining Chun Zhenghao's enraged expression, Zhang Yi felt an immense sense of relief. He walked over to the television and activated the surveillance cameras. When the Zhanglong security company had constructed his safe house, they had installed cameras throughout the entire floor. It could be said that the whole building was under his watchful eye. Zhang Yi directed his gaze towards the 6th floor, and soon enough, the door to Chun Zhenghao's apartment burst open violently. Dressed in a down jacket and wielding a baseball bat, he stormed out, only to instinctively shiver as the frigid air hit him. The temperature outside was plummeting below -70 degrees, and he had merely donned a jacket over a thermal shirt to appear tough, leaving the zipper undone to flaunt his chest tattoo. The biting cold quickly taught him a lesson. Seeing that the coast was clear, Chen Jinghao hurriedly rubbed his hands together and rushed to the elevator. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi sat comfortably on the sofa, leisurely retrieving a hand crossbow from beneath the coffee table. This crossbow was designed for hunting, capable of taking down even a 300-kilogram wild boar. A single bolt could penetrate deep into flesh. He hummed a tune as he prepared the bolt. After a period of practice, he had become quite adept at using the crossbow. Within a distance of 15 meters, he was confident that he could hit a target the size of a watermelon without fail. As the elevator ascended, Zhang Yi, armed with a loaded crossbow, approached his reinforced security door. At 2 meters high, there was a designated shooting aperture. Climbing onto a chair, he opened the door to the aperture, which could only be accessed from the inside. He then aimed the crossbow at the corridor outside. For additional safety, Zhang Yi had also stowed a handgun in his pocket. Even if Chen Jinghao were made of iron, he would not escape unscathed today. Before long, the sound of the elevator echoed, and Chen Jinghao emerged, cursing vehemently. Thanks to the notes in the residence group, he easily discerned Zhang Yi's residence. Arriving at the door, he raised his baseball bat, unleashing a barrage of insults as he battered the door. "Zhang Yi, you scoundrel, come out. You were so tough just a moment ago. Now show me how you'll die." Chen Jinghao's furious exclamations accompanied his relentless assault on the door. However, that security door was an impenetrable 20 centimeters thick, reinforced with bulletproof metal. It was far sturdier than many armored vehicles. Naturally, it was beyond Chen Jinghao's capacity to break through, and the impact merely left his hands stinging. In his blind rage, Chen Jinghao failed to notice he was being targeted by a crossbow bolt. Zhang Yi, observing Chen Jinghao's ferocious demeanor, couldn't help but smirk with amusement. He aimed the bolt directly at Chen Jinghao's head, but, after a moment's contemplation, shifted his target. In this apocalyptic world, everyone in the building, aside from himself, was destined to meet a grim fate. Chen Jinghao was no exception. To kill him now would be far too simplistic. After all, in his previous life, he had been devoured alive by these deranged neighbors. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a wicked grin. He would not allow such scum to die easily. With a swift release, a barely audible whoosh sliced through the air, and the sharp bolt struck Chen Jinghao's leg. This crossbow, capable of taking down wild boars, completely pierced through his calf. Chen Jinghao emitted a blood-curdling scream before collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing in agony. In the frigid temperatures below -70 degrees, such a penetrating injury would undoubtedly render his leg useless. Moreover, with a lack of medical care, infection was an unavoidable fate. In the days to come, he would perish amidst suffering and cold. Now racked with pain, Chen Jinghao realized he had encountered a truly formidable adversary. In truth, these thugs relied on their audacity and fearlessness, banking on the fact that law-abiding citizens would not dare to resist them. However, facing someone willing to wield a crossbow instilled fear even in their hearts. Chen Jinghao, terrified, fled back to the elevator, not even comprehending from where the bolt had come. Yet, true to his reputation as a hardened thug, he dragged his injured leg back toward the elevator. Zhang Yi, however, chose not to pursue further action. His reasoning was simple. He wanted Chen Jinghao to linger for a while longer. After all, he was not a demon. As Chen Jinghao reached the elevator, cold sweat poured down his face, swiftly freezing in the -70-degree air. Yet at that moment, his heart felt colder than the surrounding atmosphere. The merciless assault he had just endured made him acutely aware of the palpable intent to kill. In this society, anyone daring enough to shoot a crossbow at another was no one to be trifled with. Chen Jinghao glanced down at his ruined leg, horrified to see the bolt had completely penetrated his calf. Blood stained half of his pant leg, quickly freezing in the extreme cold. The excruciating pain was somewhat dulled by the frigid temperatures, but this did not bring him any comfort. Rather, it sent chills down his spine. He understood that, in this condition, if he did not receive medical attention, his leg would be rendered useless in less than half an hour. Chapter 19. A cold water shocked Qin Jinghao finally felt a wave of fear wash over him. He took out his phone and attempted to dial 120, but the line remained perpetually busy. After more than 2 minutes of futile attempts, despair began to envelop him. Outside, the world was gripped by a bitter chill, and even the hospitals had ground to a halt. Although some medical facilities remained operational, the heavy snowfall had rendered it impossible for ambulances to navigate the streets and provide aid. Determined and undeterred, Qin Jinghao, a man of resolute character, ultimately resolved to perform the surgery on himself. At the very least, he needed to extract the bolt lodged in his leg. After a laborious return to his home, he retrieved a knife, an alcohol lamp, bandages, and hemostatic medications from his drawer, items he had kept on hand due to his frequent brawls. He slashed the leg of his trousers open and was horrified to see the wound, his face paling at the sight. The extreme cold had caused the injury to freeze, halting the flow of blood, but the surrounding area had already begun to turn a ghastly shade of purple, and he could feel no sensation in his calf. In utter despair, Qin Jinghao realized that his only recourse lay in self-rescue. Fortunately, his rough-and-tumble lifestyle had prepared him for such drastic measures. After a moment of contemplation, he set about performing the surgery on himself. The freezing temperatures had dulled his pain receptors significantly, allowing him to complete the procedure without anesthesia, albeit at the cost of immense suffering that nearly caused him to lose consciousness. It was evident that his calf was severely damaged. Lying on the sofa, he gasped for breath, consumed by a seething hatred for Zhang Yi, the one who had shot him. "Zhang Yi, you little brat, I will make you pay for this." His eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He was not joking. He genuinely intended to kill Zhang Yi. After all, how could he continue to survive in Tianhai City otherwise? He picked up his phone, only to find that Zhang Yi had blocked him. Thus, he resorted to mentioning Zhang Yi in the owner's group chat. "Zhang Yi, you scoundrel. Just wait. I swear I will make you pay, or I'll write my name backward." The other residents were largely oblivious to the situation, but upon learning that Zhang Yi had offended Qin Jinghao, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for him. Qin Jinghao was notorious for his brutality. However, had they known that Zhang Yi had shot him and rendered his leg useless, they would likely have been too stunned to speak. Yet, some individuals were quite exhilarated. For instance, Lin Dama, who had previously been humiliated by Zhang Yi, gleefully remarked, "A dog-eat-dog situation is the best. Neither of them are good people. I hope that Qin Jinghao, that rogue, beats Zhang Yi to a pulp. Let that wretched creature suffer." Meanwhile, Bai Lianhua Fang Yuqing also caught wind of the news in the group chat. She scoffed, secretly hoping that Qin Jinghao would give Zhang Yi a good thrashing, especially since Zhang Yi had been so cold toward her. How dare he not even bring her a morsel to eat when she was in need? Yet, none dared to speak up, fearing repercussions for themselves. Zhang Yi, upon reading the messages, burst into laughter. As long as he remained in his safe haven, 100 Qin Jinghaos were of no concern to him. He sent a voice message. "What are you? Just a barking dog. If you dare provoke me again, I'll make sure to cripple your other leg." The owners in the group were taken aback by his audacity. They had never expected Zhang Yi to confront Qin Jinghao, especially after inflicting such an injury on him. Qin Jinghao gripped his phone tightly, nearly crushing it in his fury. "Damn you, Zhang Yi. Just you wait. I'll make sure to end you." Zhang Yi retorted without hesitation. "You think you can take me on? Come and see who falls first." In this apocalyptic atmosphere, Zhang Yi felt liberated, unencumbered by societal norms or moral constraints. He reveled in the freedom to act without regard for anyone else. On the other side, Qin Jinghao was seething with rage. After returning home, the meager warmth from the air conditioning gradually restored some feeling to his body. But the excruciating pain in his leg made him grimace. Movement now required the support of a cane. After careful consideration, Qin Jinghao concluded that eliminating Zhang Yi was not an insurmountable task. He believed that being shot had merely been a lapse in vigilance. With proper precautions in place, he could easily summon his underlings to storm Zhang Yi's residence and exact his revenge. Given the frigid conditions outside, with hospitals and police stations paralyzed, there had never been a better time to eliminate a rival. Without delay, Qin Jinghao contacted his subordinates. instructing them to arm themselves and come to his aid in disposing of Zhang Yi. Many of his followers lived nearby, and upon receiving his orders, they gathered weapons such as machetes, baseball bats, and steel pipes before rushing to his home. Upon witnessing the injury to Chen Jinghao's leg, they clamored to avenge him. "I'm fine," Chen Jinghao coldly replied. "Once the snow melts, I'll recuperate at the hospital. But that dog dared to shoot me. He is asking for trouble. If I don't deal with him, how can I continue to live in this city?" One of his underlings eagerly inquired, "Boss, just tell me his room number, and I'll go and take care of him right now." Chen Jinghao nodded. "They're in room 2401. But be careful. This little brat is cunning and armed with a crossbow. He ambushed me with it." One of the underlings shouted, "What a coward, resorting to sneak attacks." Chen Jinghao cautioned, "Be careful when you go. I know he is alone in there. Just avoid getting shot, break down the door, and deal with him." His subordinates were reckless and fearless, undeterred by Zhang Yi's weapon. Instead, they were invigorated by the prospect of unrestrained retribution. The chaos of the snowstorm had granted them an unprecedented opportunity to act without consequence, unleashing their darker impulses. Thus, armed and emboldened, they made their way to Zhang Yi's residence, intent on forcing their way in. Zhang Yi, aware that Chen Jinghao would not let the matter rest, remained unfazed. He sat comfortably at home, engrossed in a game, while simultaneously monitoring the movements throughout the building. As Chen Jinghao's gang approached, he observed their every move with clarity. His table was laden with weaponry, poised to deliver a fitting response when they arrived. Those societal miscreants deserved no mercy, and Zhang Yi harbored no compassion for them. Before long, a dozen of Chen Jinghao's subordinates arrived at Zhang Yi's door. Knowing Zhang Yi was armed, they approached with caution, some using wooden boards as makeshift shields. Upon reaching the door and realizing all was clear, they prepared to act. "Open up. How dare you shoot our boss? Today is your last day. Next year, on this very day, will be your memorial. Open the door." As they hurled insults, they began to batter Zhang Yi's front door with the hammers and iron rods they had brought, intent on breaking in to deliver a severe punishment before handing him over to Chen Jinghao. Zhang Yi, engrossed in his game, remained unfazed. He was stuck on the first boss level, having perished 7 or 8 times without success, and his mood was somewhat sour. Hearing the shouts and the resounding thuds against the door, he irritably shouted back, "Could you exert a little more effort? Haven't you eaten?" The small group of assailants, infuriated by Zhang Yi's audacity, intensified their assault. However, the security door, forged from 20 centimeters of solid alloy, was impervious even to minor explosive attempts, let alone their primitive pounding. After laboriously striking for some time, only a few minuscule white spots appeared on the metal door, mere paint chips. They hadn't even dented it. The assailants were left dumbfounded. "What the hell? This door is pure metal, and so thick. How are we supposed to break it?" They wondered, bewildered by the realization of Zhang Yi's formidable adversaries. They had promised Chen Jinghao they would bring Zhang Yi back half dead, and now, unable to breach the door, they found themselves at an impasse, continuing to pound and shout in frustration. Zhang Yi's game character met its demise once more. Annoyed by the cacophony outside, he decided to take action. He went to the kitchen, connected a water hose to the faucet, and climbed up to the shooting port. Unbeknownst to the clamoring assailants below, Zhang Yi smirked and turned on the faucet, unleashing a torrent of water upon them. The deluge surged through the narrow corridor like a torrential downpour, drenching them in an instant. Chapter 20. Embracing a life of leisure, can you fathom the sensation of being doused with icy water at a temperature plummeting below 70 degrees? Zhang Yi wielded a large hose, directing its frigid stream towards the small group of individuals outside. The temperature differential between the indoors and outdoors was nearly 100 degrees. As the water gushed forth, steam rose, yet upon contact with those hapless souls, it transformed into a swift freeze. In the bitter cold, they were clad in down jackets and sweaters. The cold water soaked them, instantly transporting them into a frigid abyss. "Goodness, it's freezing. I am dying." They cried out. "Stop, please stop." In such dire circumstances, they would rather endure a severe beating than suffer this icy torment. Their lips turned a shade of violet, and some succumbed to the extreme chill, fainting on the spot. Instinctively, they fled from Zhang Yi's doorstep, but in mere seconds, they were thoroughly drenched. They scarcely had time to escape via the elevator, their clothes already stiffened by the cold. Only when Zhang Yi observed that they had all retreated did he finally turn off the water. He had initially contemplated using a crossbow to teach them a lesson, yet the loading speed proved too sluggish, and there was a risk of retaliation through the shooting hole. Thus, the deluge was decidedly more effective. Once thoroughly chilled, the small group hurried back into Chun Zhenghao's residence. Upon witnessing their disheveled return, Chun Zhenghao erupted in fury. "Where is that little rascal? Did you bring him back?" Meanwhile, his subordinates frantically sought blankets and sheets for warmth, their clothes drenched and frozen solid. The room became a chaotic scene, with several young men huddling together for warmth. A rather peculiar sight indeed. Chun Zhenghao, infuriated, pounded the table, demanding an explanation. Gradually, as they regained some warmth, his subordinates stammered out the details. "That Zhang Yi is utterly despicable. He soaked us with a hose. We simply couldn't withstand it." They had pounded on his door for what felt like an eternity, only managing to chip a bit of paint. Upon hearing this, Chun Zhenghao furrowed his brow deeply. He had felt the robust nature of Zhang Yi's door when he attempted to break in. It seemed that a direct assault would pose significant challenges. However, a cold smirk soon graced his lips. "No matter how sturdy his fortress, there will always be a flaw. I refuse to believe he can remain holed up indefinitely. You few stay close by. The moment he steps outside, ensure he meets his end," Chun Zhenghao declared with malice. His henchmen, hardened by their surroundings, shivered yet managed to feign bravado. Although they were frozen to the core, they still attempted to project an image of ferocity. Little did they realize that Zhang Yi had no intention of leaving the sanctuary of his home. Outside lay a hellish landscape. Within, a veritable paradise. Why would one venture from heaven into hell? After dispatching Chun Zhenghao's crew, Zhang Yi returned to his games, aware that these ruffians would not relent. He also recognized that they lacked the capability to breach his abode. As for stepping outside, Zhang Yi would never entertain such a notion. Even the slightest risk was too great to bear. Remaining comfortably ensconced at home was undoubtedly the more appealing choice. Before long, Zhang Yi approached the floor-to-ceiling window to survey the scene outside. Indeed, he spotted someone wielding tools to clear the snow. It appeared to be Uncle Yu, the diligent and straightforward veteran, always the first to take action in times of need. The dozen or so individuals below were primarily amiable young homeowners from the community. Yet, members of the neighborhood committee, including Aunt Lin, were conspicuously absent. Struggling against the 2 to 3 meters of thick snow, they toiled away. Zhang Yi, however, understood that their efforts were utterly futile. Merely digging a path from the building to the community entrance would take an entire day, and even if they succeeded, the roads beyond remained completely buried. Such a thick layer of snow could only be managed by specialized snow removal equipment, which was non-existent in the south. Venturing outside had become an impossibility. Moreover, at temperatures below 70 degrees, their endurance would be limited. Without adequate cold weather gear, their bodies could not withstand such frigid conditions. Spending even half an hour outdoors posed a risk of frostbite. Zhang Yi shook his head. These well-meaning souls were indeed pitiable. Yet, their choices were their own, and he felt no compulsion to interject. After all, at present, nothing concerned him. He merely wished to survive comfortably. As afternoon descended, Zhang Yi felt a pang of hunger and retrieved a sumptuous meal from his storage. His repast was simple yet exquisite, a plate of Australian lobster, a serving of Wellington beef, 2 Huangshan pastries, and a bottle of cola. Such delicacies were plentiful in his realm. Now that he was confined to his home, his daily routine had become delightfully flexible. In essence, he slept when tired and ate when hungry, oblivious to the distinctions between day and night. Outside, the relentless snow continued to fall. Zhang Yi glanced down from the window, observing that those clearing the snow had returned indoors. Their hard-won patch of clear ground was soon obscured once more by the accumulating snow. Perhaps they had realized that their collective efforts were powerless against the forces of nature. Reclining on the sofa clad in a thermal shirt, Zhang Yi enjoyed a pleasant indoor temperature of 27 degrees. He switched on the television and watched the programs within. Many channels across the country had ceased broadcasting, leaving only a few provincial stations and CCTV still airing. The content comprised official announcements and motivational slogans encouraging the populace. At this moment, attention turned to Shengjing, where officials were strategizing a decisive counteroffensive against the snow disaster. Reports indicated that the United States, due to inadequate snow disaster management, had suffered the plight of 200 million affected individuals, with millions reported dead. In contrast, the snow disaster in our country remained manageable, steadily improving. Citizens were urged to remain calm and trust in the strength of the authorities. Zhang Yi shook his head. The magnitude and terror of this snow disaster were beyond human comprehension. While officials endeavored to address the crisis, humanity's strength paled in comparison to the might of nature. Chapter 21. The White Lotus and Green Tea within the Owner S group. One could still hear Aunt Lynn's incessant chatter. Have you all seen news? Our nation is powerful and can certainly cope with this snow disaster. Do not be anxious. All problems will resolve themselves in due course. If anyone requires supplies, those who are able, please lend a hand. After all, this snow calamity will soon pass. There is no need to hoard resources. However, only a few responded to her. Clearly, after 2 days, with no sign of the snow disaster abating, many began to feel a sense of unease. Fang Yuqing sent another message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, are you all right? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Fang Yuqing probably thought she had been reprimanded by Chen Zhenghao. Yet, he did not believe her concern was genuine. I'm perfectly fine. Oh, that is good to hear. However, Fang Yuqing felt a twinge of disappointment. But we've run out of food at home. I remember you bought quite a bit. Could you spare me some? I promise to treat you to a meal in return. A cold smile crept across Zhang Yi's lips. Indeed, this woman sought him out with ulterior motives. He recalled that during their last trip to the supermarket, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining had also purchased some supplies. Although not as much as he had, they certainly should not be struggling after just 2 days. That was quite some time ago. I didn't keep much at home. In fact, we don't have much left. Fang Yuqing, however, was relentless. Surely you can spare me a few packets of instant noodles? You manage the warehouse, so you must have enough at home. Zhang Yi remained blunt. I genuinely have no instant noodles left. Look, this is all I can eat. He snapped a photo of the Australian lobster and steak on his table and sent it to Fang Yuqing. Upon seeing the image, Fang Yuqing's brows furrowed in frustration. Damn, Zhang Yi, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Beside her, her friend Lin Kaining poked her head out from under the covers. Due to the cold, the two had ended up sharing a bed. Upon seeing the delectable food in the photo, Lin Kaining's eyes sparkled with envy. These young ladies rarely cooked. They relied on takeout or on men treating them to meals. With the city locked down due to heavy snowfall, hunger had begun to gnaw at them, leaving only instant noodles and canned food to sustain them. Seeing Zhang Yi indulge in lobster and steak only intensified their anger and jealousy. How could Zhang Yi be so selfish? Lin Kaining remarked. He has all this delicious food at home, and doesn't he even consider bringing some to us? It's absurd. He used to say he liked you, but I think he is just being insincere. Fang Yuqing felt equally discontent. This was not the first time Zhang Yi had sent her such photos. She understood that he was intentionally trying to provoke her. Yet, she believed that deep down, he still harbored feelings for her, albeit using this method to elicit her compliance. How foolish. Just because of a little food, he thinks he can persuade me to be his girlfriend? Zhang Yi, how naive you are. As a proud young woman, she was determined to maintain her lofty image. However, gazing at the photo Zhang Yi had sent, her eyes betrayed an unmistakable yearning. Lin Kaining, well aware of her friend's feelings, suggested, why not invite Zhang Yi over for dinner? He can provide the food. That way, you can maintain your dignity while enjoying his lobster and steak. I'm sure he would eagerly agree. Fang Yuqing pondered this, her brow furrowed. To her, Zhang Yi was nothing more than a high-quality backup option. Though handsome and possessing some wealth, he was still far from the ideal high-flyer in her mind. In normal circumstances, she would never lower herself to ask him for anything. However, at this moment, she could no longer endure the monotony of instant noodles and canned food. Perhaps I shall grant him the opportunity to dine with me, she muttered reluctantly. With a slight pout, she picked up her phone and sent Zhang Yi a message. Zhang, it's been a while since we gathered together. Why not come over for dinner tonight? Zhang Yi chuckled upon reading the message. Are you inviting me to dinner? Wonderful, thank you. This response left Fang Yuqing's face pale with anger, or perhaps from the cold. This Zhang Yi is utterly clueless. I offer him a chance to treat me, and he expects me to host him instead. Lin Kaining was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that the once persistent Zhang Yi would now be so oblivious. How peculiar. Has the once devoted suitor suddenly lost his sense? Fang Yuqing, frustrated, tossed her phone aside. I initially intended to keep him as my backup, but now his position has slipped down my list. I am genuinely upset. From now on, I shall not speak to him again, even if he begs. It will be of no use. Though Lin Kaining was tempted by the prospect of a meal, she couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. He ought to consider his own worth. A man who wants to pursue you while being so stingy deserves to be single for life. They continued to vent their frustrations about Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, Fang Yuqing awaited an apology message from him, but to her dismay, he sent nothing, darkening her mood further. Lin Kaining, however, concocted a mischievous plan. She secretly messaged Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, why are you so foolish? Fang Yuqing is upset. And do you grasp the severity of the situation? When Zhang Yi received the message, he instinctively glanced at it. For him, checking various chat groups had become a source of amusement. What could be more entertaining than the intricacies of human nature amid an apocalyptic scenario? Upon realizing it was Lin Kaining messaging him, Zhang Yi chuckled. Ah, the classic good cop, bad cop routine. You two are quite the performers. He had long since seen through the duo of the green tea and white lotus. Typically, Lin Kaining played the supporting role, assisting Fang Yuqing in maintaining her pure and goddess-like image. Thus, whenever gifts were required or hints dropped for men to spend money on Fang Yuqing, it was Lin Kaining who took the initiative. Chapter 22. A spare tire is quite useful. Zhang Yi feigned confusion and asked, what happened? I haven't done anything wrong. Lin Kaining replied, are you foolish? The heavy snow has sealed the city, and we've nearly consumed all the provisions at home. Sending over some delicacies at this moment would perfectly convey your loyalty to Yuqing. If I were you, I would send over the finest steaks and lobsters. When Yuqing is touched, wouldn't your chances increase? Zhang Yi envisioned the gluttonous expression of that gold digger and could not help but sneer. Such behavior was no different from begging. It was laughable that, in this act of desperation, they would present themselves as if he were the one bestowing a favor upon them, as if by offering food, he was granting them an opportunity. This insipid attitude made him want to slap them hard. Zhang Yi decided to toy with these two scheming women. But we don't have much food left either. It's just enough for me, he said. Lin Kaining frowned and immediately reprimanded him. How foolish. How long do you think this snow disaster will last? You can endure a couple of hungry meals. Once you win Yuqing over, wouldn't that be a significant gain? If you can't even part with such a small amount, it seems you don't truly care for our Yuqing at all. Zhang Yi laughed even harder. The two women were playing their roles to perfection, one acting as the villain and the other as the hero. However, Zhang Yi, having been reborn, had already seen through their shamelessness. In response to Lin Kaining's theatrics, he merely replied with a nonchalant "oh" before tossing his phone aside, ignoring her further. Seeing that "oh," Lin Kaining was infuriated. Oh, what does that "oh" mean? After I've explained everything to you, this is your attitude? Hurry up and send me some food. I want to eat steak and Australian lobsters too. Lin Kaining, a true food lover, had not had anything delectable in the past few days and was salivating at the thought of Zhang Yi's lavish meals. She had initially intended to deceive Zhang Yi into sending her the best food under the pretext of helping Yuqing. However, the turn of events was entirely contrary to her expectations. That simple "oh" nearly broke her composure. Could it be that he had lost interest in Yuqing? No, that was impossible. Recalling Zhang Yi's attentiveness to Yuqing over the past few years, Lin Kaining shook her head vigorously. He must have just been momentarily deranged. Fuming, she approached Yuqing and exaggerated the situation. Of course, she told Yuqing that her intention in contacting Zhang Yi was solely to gather supplies for her. Yuqing, with a frosty demeanor, coldly responded, "Humph, who is Zhang Yi?" Do I know him? Don't ever mention him in front of me again. Zhang Yi would have to sincerely apologize for the past few days and pay a hefty price to seek her forgiveness if he wanted to return to being her devoted admirer. Lin Kai-ning nudged Yuqing. Isn't there another admirer of yours? There are quite a few colleagues living in our community who work in the warehouse. One of them is Zhou Peng, the one who is most infatuated with you. Yuqing knew exactly who Lin Kai-ning was referring to. She scoffed, dismissing Zhou Peng as unworthy of even being considered backup. Despite previously working at Walmart, Zhou Peng didn't even own an apartment in Tianhai City and was still renting. Yuqing merely exploited him for minor advantages and had no genuine affection for him. Lin Kai-ning urged, "It's freezing outside, and the snow is falling heavily. We can't go out to buy anything, so why not use him to help us?" Yuqing's gaze flickered, realizing that Lin Kai-ning had a point. She then sent a message to Zhou Peng. To her surprise, within 5 minutes, Zhou Peng came rushing over, bringing a backpack full of food. Having worked at the Walmart warehouse, he often brought home discounted items, so he had some supplies at home. At Yuqing's request, Zhou Peng was eager to deliver the best items he could find. He proudly declared, "Yuqing, just tell me what you need, and I will do anything for you." Yuqing rarely smiled at Zhou Peng, saying, "Thank you, Zhou Peng. You are so kind." With a few sweet words, she dismissed him and, upon returning indoors, her expression changed entirely. "Humph, with that demeanor, do you dare to have any thoughts about me? Not in this lifetime." The atmosphere within the building had begun to shift noticeably. The extreme cold made it unbearable, even with the air conditioning running. The indoor temperature remained below freezing. The southern residents of Tianhai City were struggling to adapt. Lacking the habit of stockpiling supplies, their refrigerators had been depleted after 2 days of being frozen in place. Though Aunt Lin continued to insist that everything was fine and that the snow disaster would soon pass, everyone harbored their own concerns. Yet, Zhang Yi observed all this with a sense of satisfaction. In the face of impending doom, his preparations were more than ample, and he found his days even more comfortable than before the disaster struck. He felt like an onlooker, quietly watching the grand performance unfold outside. After Zhang Yi had taught Qin Zhenghao and his lackeys a lesson, they temporarily ceased their attempts to trouble him. They understood that Zhang Yi's residence was not easily breached. Furthermore, with one of Qin Zhenghao's legs nearly incapacitated, without medical attention, he would soon become permanently disabled. As for the other minor thugs, soaked from the rain, they had all succumbed to colds and fevers. Without means to keep warm, they would likely perish from high fevers before starving to death. Zhang Yi remained at home, passing the time playing video games and engaging in online chat groups. During his leisure, he also exercised, as his home was equipped with various high-end fitness equipment. Alternatively, he would delve into the professional books he had downloaded online, such as the Barefoot Doctor's Manual and Militia Training Manual. Being well prepared, he believed that mastering such knowledge would be invaluable, potentially saving his life in emergencies. Outside, the snow fell incessantly, and the sky was shrouded in clouds, making it difficult to distinguish day from night. On the morning of the third day, Zhang Yi rose from his bed, embracing a delicious Peking duck while glancing at the clock. It was nearly time. The show was about to begin. Zhang Yi stated calmly, and just then, the chat group on his phone erupted with activity. Chapter 23. Water and power outages. 3 days after the onset of the apocalypse, the real drama began. Zhang Yi anticipated the events of this day, staying awake all night in eager anticipation. What transpired was quite straightforward. The power to the entire Yuelu community was abruptly cut off. Shortly thereafter, due to the cascading effects of the power outage, the water supply company was unable to function properly, leading to a complete halt in water service for every household. This turn of events was entirely within Zhang Yi's expectations. After all, at the onset of the apocalypse, no one could foresee how long this extreme cold disaster would persist. The authorities were desperately striving to address the snowstorm. But as the days dragged on, it became increasingly clear that this was a problem beyond human resolution. Amidst the frigid conditions, hydropower plants gradually ceased operations, while thermal power stations were rendered inoperative due to a lack of manpower. Once the stored electricity in cities across the nation was depleted, power outages became inevitable. At this juncture, It was likely that only a handful of nuclear power stations were still operational, and any electricity generated was exclusively allocated for official use. With the dual crises of water and power outages, the lives of ordinary citizens were plunged into darkness. Yet, Zhang Yi had prudently activated 2 silent generators, ensuring his room remained functional. After completing these preparations, he opened his phone to find numerous messages flooding the chat groups. Do you have electricity? Our home is without power. We have no water either. What is happening? It's freezing, and we can't even use the air conditioning or heaters. How are we supposed to survive? Zhang Yi silently shook his head. At this point, the authorities were overwhelmed and could no longer attend to everyone's needs. To survive, one had to rely on oneself. He understood that the apocalypse had truly begun today. Without the electricity and food of modern society, humanity was on the brink of mass extinction. As Zhang Yi contemplated these grim realities, he cast a reassuring glance at his home. The warmth within, resembling a fortress of safety, and the seemingly endless supply of resources in the alternate space filled him with a sense of comfort. Within the community group, tensions ran high as residents expressed their frustrations. If it weren't for advanced technology, where mobile phone batteries no longer succumb to the cold, they might not even have been able to use their phones. However, without electricity, their devices would soon become obsolete. How long will this snow continue? The temperature inside is plummeting to below 30 degrees, lamented one resident. With the water supply cut off, are we expected to drink melted snow? Our food supplies are dwindling, and we can't get to the supermarket because of the snow. What are we to do? Some began to tag Ma Lin. Annie Lin, didn't you say there was nothing to worry about? I only heeded your advice, and didn't stock up on supplies. How do we resolve this? When will help arrive? Faced with the residents' inquiries, Annie Lin was equally anxious and frightened. While the homeowners remained oblivious to how the authorities intended to assist them, Annie Lin had received some foreboding news through the neighborhood committee. A catastrophic snowstorm was sweeping the globe, described as a once-in-a-lifetime event. Perhaps humanity was on the verge of another mass extinction. The end of days. Despite the government's efforts to manage the crisis, with over 1 billion people in the nation, it was impossible to provide adequate support. Major cities had already succumbed to the harsh conditions. To survive, they could only depend on themselves. It was imperative to stockpile supplies, particularly food and heating resources. I have begun to request supplies from household to household, under the auspices of the neighborhood committee. Isn't this harmful? Someone asked. Harmful? If I don't take this action, my family will freeze or starve within 3 days. I can't worry about that now. This snowstorm could claim countless lives. I must ensure the safety of myself and my family first. Yes, while we still have some influence, we must gather as much as we can. At this moment, survival is paramount. Annie Lin's gaze was fixed on the messages in the committee group, her body trembling uncontrollably. Though the indoor temperature had plummeted to below 30 degrees, beads of sweat still trickled down her forehead. She lay in bed, swathed in 3 thick blankets, nearly suffocating under their weight, yet she dared not uncover herself, for the room felt like an icebox. At that moment, her grandson, Little Who, asked, "Grandma, why is it so cold outside? Will Dad and Mom come back?" Auntie Lin's heart sank as she looked at her grandson. She had just spoken with her son and daughter-in-law, who were trapped in their rented accommodation, facing a situation not much better than her own. I must protect the 2 of us. We must survive. Annie Lin bit her lip, a fierce determination flashing in her eyes. Little Who, it's all right. Soon, Dad and Mom will be back. After comforting her grandson, she picked up her phone and addressed the homeowners group. Everyone, this disaster is only temporary. The extreme cold outside has caused the water and electricity outages, which are to be expected. Rest assured, repair crews are already on the way. The authorities have issued a notice that during this critical period, our neighborhood committee will oversee the management of residents. We hope for your cooperation. If anyone refuses to comply and serious consequences ensue, we will call upon the police for apprehension. Auntie Lin's words were heavy with authority, sparking a wave of discontent among the residents. They had not anticipated that. In such dire times, the neighborhood committee would not only fail to explain their ineffectiveness, but would resort to intimidation. However, fear gripped their hearts, and no one dared to voice dissent. Zhang Yi observed Annie Lin's messages on his phone with a bemused expression, raising an eyebrow and letting out a soft chuckle. He was well aware that Annie Lin was deceiving them. In his previous life, she had employed such despicable tactics to swindle supplies from others. Yet, he had no intention of exposing her ruse. After all, the fate of his neighbors was of no concern to him. He turned on the television and resumed his gaming. Water and power outages? No matter. His storage was brimming with backup batteries, generators, and fuel, as well as solid alcohol. As for water, he had stockpiled 500 tons of tap water alone, not to mention several tons of bottled water and beverages in his warehouse. Moreover, when necessary, he could also obtain water by melting snow. In summary, whether it was fresh water or energy, he was far from lacking. Chapter 24. The threat of Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi, engrossed in his game, savored imported snacks, leading a life full of flavor. Meanwhile, the city of Tianhai, or rather, over 99% of the world, found itself in a state of water and power outage. The issue of water scarcity was somewhat manageable. Those desperate enough could venture out to dig up snow for water. However, the power outage was an altogether intolerable predicament. Modern individuals have fragile constitutions, and enduring sub-zero temperatures could be life-threatening. Yet, one could not entirely blame the authorities, as most power stations were operationally hindered by the fact that workers could not report to work. Zhang Yi recalled that there would still be a brief period of electricity each day. The government did not wish for its citizens to perish en masse. However, the energy supplied by the nuclear and renewable power plants of the 21st century was exceedingly limited, barely sufficient for charging phones or heating water. The use of high-power appliances like air conditioners and heaters was out of the question. At that moment, the neighbors lamented in the homeowners group, fear driving them to seek solace in unity, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Chun Jinghao, who had suffered a broken leg at Zhang Yi's hands, was now at home nearly freezing to death. Already injured, living in such frigid conditions inflicted double the suffering upon him. His small companions fared even worse. Although Zhang Yi had merely drenched them with a hose, the lack of warmth in these temperatures meant there was no means of heating. The indoor temperature gradually approached that of the outdoors, plummeting to around -50 or 60 degrees. Several individuals began to develop high fevers, with the lowest temperature reaching 39 degrees and several exceeding 40 degrees. Lacking foresight, they had not stocked up on medications like ibuprofen, and venturing out to procure medicine was utterly impossible in such weather. Thus, they were left to endure their plight. This was precisely why Zhang Yi had refrained from executing them at that time. Allowing them to succumb to despair and freeze to death was far more gratifying than a swift demise. Seated on the carpet, Zhang Yi remained focused on his game. Outside, the biting cold wind howled, accompanied by heavy snowfall. Inside, the room maintained a cozy 27 degrees, brightly lit, with ample food and entertainment at hand. If one were to pinpoint a deficiency, it might be the absence of a woman's companionship. However, Zhang Yi was no fool driven by base desires. Having suffered from the pitfalls of relationships in his previous life, he prioritized his safety and quality of life above all else. Unless in an absolutely secure situation, he would never permit anyone into his sanctuary. In a post-apocalyptic world, human nature was utterly unpredictable. He had witnessed a woman, in a moment of desperation, murder her own husband for a packet of instant noodles. At that moment, Zhang Yi's phone lit up once more. Curious, he picked it up to find Aunt Lin addressing everyone in the homeowners group. Due to the ongoing blizzard, which had significantly impacted their lives, the official announcement indicated that this snowfall would persist for a while longer. To help everyone navigate this adversity with dignity, the community committee would collect supplies from every household for unified distribution. This directive from the authorities necessitated compliance from all families. Anyone who acted selfishly and defied organizational arrangements would face repercussions. Do not assume your capabilities make you immune to the organization's authority. Remember, everyone has their vulnerabilities. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle cynically. It was the same old tactic as in his previous life. Although Aunt Lin, a member of the community committee, wielded limited power, she possessed more channels of information than the average person. She must have been aware of the impending apocalypse and the paralysis of the government in Tianhai City. thus attempting to manipulate and intimidate others into surrendering their supplies. However, Aunt Lin's methods were rather amateurish. After all, she was merely an elderly woman with a middle school education. A discerning mind would easily see the flaws in her statements. Even if the authorities were to implement unified control, such orders would never be issued. Yet, among the 50-plus households in their building, there would inevitably be some timid souls who, out of fear, would heed Aunt Lin's call. Zhang Yi had no intention of intervening. He merely wished to observe the spectacle. As anticipated, Aunt Lin's insistence on seizing supplies led to some individuals being pushed to their limits. Wang Min, residing on the 15th floor and a colleague of Zhang Yi's, was a frugal homemaker who often brought items home from the warehouse. The neighbors were well aware of this. Aunt Lin's proposal to collect household supplies meant Wang Min could not escape scrutiny. Given that the snow has sealed us in, we can barely feed ourselves. How can you justify collecting everything for redistribution? Wang Min exclaimed. Another homeowner, Sun Jichao, echoed her sentiments. Everyone is struggling. Holding on to some food is no easy feat. Your demands are excessive. Aunt Lin, gritting her teeth, pressed the voice message button firmly. I have stated that these are extraordinary times, necessitating extraordinary measures. The snowstorm will soon pass. You have no reason to worry. This is merely a request for redistributing supplies. Many households are without food. Are you truly so selfish? Consider your neighbors. Some families, having stockpiled supplies, naturally supported Aunt Lin's initiative. Indeed, we are neighbors. Isn't it only right to lend a hand during such times? It's just some food and drink. We are indeed destitute. This situation is merely temporary. This was a directive from the organization. Those who defied it would face consequences beyond their comprehension. In the WeChat group, two factions began to argue. Zhang Yi remained silent, and neither Fang Yuqing nor Lin Caning spoke up either. They had ample supplies, but, given their personalities, would never acquiesce. Zhang Yi's desire to watch the unfolding drama was soon interrupted. Though he remained mute, Aunt Lin took the initiative to send him a private message. Xiao Zhang, you work at the warehouse. You must have a decent stock of food and drink at home, right? I recall you bought 3 truckloads of supplies last time. Everyone is in trouble now. This is your moment to shine. Rest assured, once the blizzard passes, we will return what we take, and everyone will remember your kindness. Aunt Lin first stirred up anxiety among the timid in the group, then began to pick off individuals one by one. As soon as she could deceive a single family, she would gain some supplies, ensuring her and her grandson could survive a few more days. And Zhang Yi, the warehouse supervisor at Walmart, had become Aunt Lin's target. Chapter 25. A scathing rebuke of the old woman. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh. In his previous life, he had misjudged the severity of the snow disaster. Thinking he could earn a significant favor from his neighbors, he had relinquished some of his hoarded supplies. Yet, what was the outcome? Instead of receiving gratitude, he was perceived as having a substantial stockpile at home. Ultimately, he was killed, his demise reducing him to mere sustenance for others. It could be said that this old woman, surnamed Lin, was complicit in his last life's tragedy. A smirk graced his lips as he lazily sent a voice message. How splendid. Our supplies have also been exhausted. Aunt Lin, once you gather some resources, do share a little with me. Aunt Lin was incensed and began to scold him furiously in her home. Who do you think you're fooling? Your family must have stockpiled a considerable amount. After all those years in the warehouse, I refuse to believe your hands are clean. Her conviction stemmed from the fact that Zhang Yi had frequently assisted neighbors in purchasing discounted items from the Walmart warehouse, products with damaged packaging and near expiration dates sold at incredibly low prices. As an internal employee, he enjoyed the privilege of priority purchasing. Sometimes, these items were distributed as employee benefits. With a grim countenance, Aunt Lin clenched her teeth. Refusing to give up, she was convinced that Zhang Yi was a prime target. If she could pry information from him, she and her daughter could secure a substantial amount of supplies, enough to sustain them for at least another week. Taking a deep breath, Aunt Lin attempted to adopt a tone that blended gentleness with sternness. Young Zhang, you mustn't jest with me. Everyone knows you're the supervisor at the Walmart warehouse. Can your household truly lack food and drink? This is an order from the organization, and you must comply. You have contributed to the community. and everyone will remember your goodwill. Be obedient and send your supplies over to Aunt Lin. Set an example. Zhang Yi, picking at his teeth with a toothpick after a midday feast of roasted lamb, replied in a languid tone, I assure you, I have nothing left at home. In these times, even a landlord's household has no surplus. Aunt Lin, how about sending me a few packs of instant noodles? As a member of the community committee, you should take the lead and embody the spirit of cooperation. He retorted. Seeing that her soft approach was futile, Aunt Lin decided to adopt a more forceful stance, her voice lowering ominously. Zhang Yi, is it impossible to have a civil conversation? Do you think I'm speaking to you in a personal capacity? I represent the organization. Your refusal to hand over supplies is tantamount to defiance against the organization, and I will ensure you face the consequences. Zhang Yi scoffed. Huh, you claim to represent the organization? You're wielding a feather as if it were a sword. You're merely a committee worker, not even a civil servant, let alone a government official. You can bluff the elderly, but don't pretend to intimidate me. Zhang Yi ruthlessly exposed Aunt Lin's true nature. The committee staff were merely social workers, lacking any formal status or civil service designation. Aunt Lin was just a lowly errand runner, not even a minor leader. Regardless, even if she were a high-ranking official, Zhang Yi had no intention of yielding to her demands. After thoroughly reprimanding Aunt Lin, he decisively hung up the phone and blocked her. Dealing with such a foul-mouthed old woman was not worth his time. His actions left Aunt Lin fuming with rage. Zhang Yi had repeatedly opposed her, rubbing her nose in the dirt. How could she, who fancied herself a leader in the community, possibly endure this? Zhang Yi, you wretched creature. I truly wish to see you perish. Aunt Lin shouted in fury. Yet, she could only curse a few times. In truth, she was struggling to secure her own safety and could not truly harm Zhang Yi. She contemplated expelling him from the owner's chat group, but realized that such an action would not significantly affect him. Then, she considered rallying the others to collectively condemn Zhang Yi. However, that would only expose his refusal to part with supplies, and if others followed suit, her chances of deception would vanish. Regardless of her thoughts, she found herself powerless against Zhang Yi. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Yet she had no means to vent her frustration and was forced to swallow her indignation. For her, the immediate priority was to deceive others. She must seize the opportunity to swindle as many supplies as she could before they regained their senses. In the following 2 days, Aunt Lin resorted to both coaxing and intimidation, successfully extracting supplies from several households. However, not everyone was gullible. In the wake of the apocalypse, individuals prioritized their own survival and that of their families. Some chose to ignore Aunt Lin altogether, while others, more hot-tempered, chased her away when she came demanding supplies. As for those like Qin Zhenghao and Su Hao, she lacked the courage to approach them. Zhang Yi observed all this through surveillance cameras, fully aware of the unfolding drama. Yet, he continued with his own life, finding no need to meddle in others' affairs. By the 5th day since the onset of the blizzard, most households had only stored enough provisions for 3 to 5 days. Those working at the large warehouse had somewhat more supplies, but due to the severe cold, the need for heating and food rapidly depleted their resources. In the chat group, a growing sense of hostility began to emerge. Initially, the homeowners had been patient, waiting for official rescue, but the lack of heating and food led to a shift in their mentality. Those who had previously been duped by Aunt Lin into relinquishing their supplies could no longer contain their frustration and began to question her in the group about the distribution of the goods. 25-1 Unit 1502, Lin Chuanxia. Aunt Lin, you promised that the supplies would be distributed fairly. Our food is gone, and it's been 2 days. Could you please share some with us? Yes, you promised equitable distribution so that everyone could have something to eat. The homeowners clamored, including those who had not previously contributed, eager to partake. Yet Aunt Lin seemed to vanish, offering no response. She could see the messages, but at that moment, she had no intention of distributing any supplies. Within the entire building, only she and Zhang Yi truly understood the gravity of the situation. Outside, chaos reigned. Only those with resources could survive, while others faced inevitable death. Clutching her grandson, she huddled under 5 layers of blankets, gritting her teeth and muttering, The supplies I painstakingly swindled cannot possibly be returned to you. Chapter 26. Black eating black upon encountering Aunt Lin. No matter how they called out to her, she remained unresponsive, leading the neighbors to realize they had been duped by her. In an instant, the chat group was filled with affectionate greetings directed at Aunt Lin. However, the moment she decided to deceive her neighbors, she had long abandoned any concern for her reputation, oblivious to their scorn. Yet, someone had set their sights on the ill-gotten resources she had acquired, namely, the notorious Zhang Yi. Although 5 days had passed since the apocalypse commenced, the true state of the outside world remained unknown to most. Thus, the desperate scramble for supplies had yet to unfold. Zhang Yi, as recalled by Zhang Yi, would later lead a gang to seize others' belongings, even resorting to violence and murder. However, at this moment, he was not inclined to resort to thievery to procure resources from neighbors. After all, not all ruffians are devoid of reason. He possessed a modicum of intellect. Even Zhang Yi, who had once shot off on his legs, had not dared to invade Zhang Yi's home without certainty of success. Presently, their household supplies had dwindled significantly. Such individuals rarely stockpile resources at home. The refrigerator was stocked with beer, but it had long since frozen, providing little sustenance. And if one wished to drink, they would have to smash the ice. Aunt Lin's actions, however, piqued his interest. She had claimed to be gathering resources for unified distribution. Despite his disdain for her words, it was now evident that she had cunningly extracted a portion of her neighbor's supplies. Thus, he felt justified in reclaiming what was rightfully his. Even when the snow thawed and matters escalated, Aunt Lin would be too guilty to retaliate. Consequently, Zhang Yi picked up his phone and dialed Aunt Lin. At that moment, she was at home, happily sharing cookies with her grandson, Xiao Hu. Instant noodles could only be prepared during the brief intervals of electricity. Suddenly, the phone rang impatiently. "Grandma, phone!" Xiao pointed to the device. Aunt Lin scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. She presumed it to be a call from the foolish neighbors from whom she had swindled supplies. She felt no remorse for those simpletons. However, upon glancing at the caller ID, a flicker of fear crossed her face. Zhang Yi, what does he want with me? Zhang Yi was infamous, not only for his numerous underlings, but also for his formidable connections, far beyond the capabilities of a mere community worker like her. She answered the call, and his voice came through. "Hello, Aunt Lin. You truly possess remarkable skills, managing to gather everyone's supplies into your possession." The mention of supplies made her acutely alert. Clearing her throat, she replied, "As a community worker, it is my duty to manage resources for everyone." Zhang Yi let out a derisive laugh. "Well, that's just perfect. We are in dire need of supplies. Hurry and deliver them to me." Aunt Lin's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated that this rogue would come to extort her supplies. It seemed she had forgotten that she too had employed unscrupulous methods to acquire them from her neighbors. Though she feared Zhang Yi, she was unwilling to relinquish the resources she had secured for herself and her grandson. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "I still need to manage these supplies further. Moreover, some families have yet to contribute, so distribution cannot commence just yet." Zhang Yi grew impatient. This Aunt Lin was obliviously courting disaster by trying to dismiss him with such excuses. He roared, "Old hag, do you not know when to back down? I bet you've hoarded all those supplies for yourself. Let me be clear, you'd better hand over the goods willingly, or else I'll come and take them myself." Aunt Lin's face turned pale with fear, her voice trembling as she struggled to respond. She had always bullied the meek and feared the strong, acting imperiously towards ordinary residents. But she had no idea how to deal with someone like Zhang Yi. Summoning her courage, she stammered, "What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. I am a community worker." Zhang Yi laughed even harder, scoffing, "What a load of nonsense. You really think you can intimidate me? If you refuse, I'll come over and take it myself." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Due to the bitter cold, he had summoned several of his underlings to his home. Having more people not only provided warmth, but also offered care for those who had fallen ill after Zhang Yi's icy onslaught. Additionally, as a streetwise individual, Zhang Yi had some sense. He recognized that the situation was becoming dire, thus consolidating his men. In times of crisis, Having people at his disposal would grant him absolute leverage. However, with so many mouths to feed, he could not ignore the need for provisions. After ending the call, he rallied his underlings, and they marched toward Aunt Lin's residence with great fervor. Chun Jinghao leaned on a mop as though it were a cane, wielding a baseball bat in his other hand, and stormed to Aunt Lin's doorstep. This scene was vividly captured by Zhang Yi through surveillance cameras. Seated comfortably before the television, with his legs propped on the coffee table, Zhang Yi munched on chips while enjoying the show. Oh, it seems a dog-eat-dog scenario is about to unfold. He chuckled. Merely 5 days into the apocalypse, he hadn't expected such an entertaining spectacle, especially involving two individuals he thoroughly despised. His mood was exceedingly buoyant. Suddenly, he recalled the foolish neighbors duped by Aunt Lin. Based on his memories from his previous life and his understanding of these neighbors, he knew that, even after this incident, more would fall victim to her schemes. Alas, human nature often harbors a sense of luck, and the ingrained Confucian values in Chinese culture compel individuals to instinctively obey someone like Aunt Lin, who represented the community. Thus, they would continue to be fleeced by her. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, pondering, what would happen if I shared the events unfolding here in the group chat? A wicked smile crept across his lips. It would undoubtedly be quite the spectacle. With that thought, he pressed the record button. After Chen Jinghao and his crew arrived at Aunt Lin's home, they began to shout loudly, demanding she open the door. The Yulu community was a mid-range neighborhood, with each household equipped with security doors. Yet, it was well known that these doors were merely a deterrent against thieves. They offered little resistance against forceful entry. Though Aunt Lin desperately attempted to barricade her door, the security lock proved no match for the gang of envious ruffians. Armed with baseball bats and crowbars, they smashed the lock with force, quickly rendering it useless. It was evident that such actions were not new to them. Once the lock was broken, the furniture Aunt Lin had used to block the door was utterly ineffective against the intruders. Through the camera feed, Zhang Yi observed the stark fear etched on Aunt Lin's pale face. Chapter 27. The Flying Kick to Lin Xiaohu. Zhang Yi was met with the anguished screams of Aunt Lin, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Chun Jinghao stormed into the room and delivered a resounding slap to Aunt Lin's face. You deceitful old hag, hoarding supplies meant for the neighbors. I'm here to enact justice. Chun Jinghao proclaimed with a boisterous laugh. Aunt Lin fell to the ground, dazed and speechless. Search the house. Chun Jinghao commanded his subordinates. Take everything consumable. These are the hard-earned supplies of our neighbors, and we will not let her benefit. His followers chuckled maliciously as they rummaged through the kitchen and bedroom, overturning every nook and cranny in Aunt Lin's home. Before long, they unearthed a substantial stash of instant noodles, bread, biscuits, bottled water, and more. Aunt Lin crawled over, clutching Chun Jinghao's leg, pleading, You can't take everything. We have supplies of our own. If you take them all, how will my grandson and I survive? Chun Jinghao glared coldly at her, scoffing, Not my concern. Get lost. With that, he delivered a powerful kick, striking Aunt Lin squarely in the face. Aunt Lin shrieked in agony as she fell backward. At that moment, a shout erupted from the bedroom. You bastards, get out of here. It was Lin Xiaohu, Aunt Lin's grandson, who upon discovering his hidden stash of chocolate biscuits had been uncovered, was filled with rage. He seized a fruit knife from the drawer and lunged at one of the small thugs, stabbing him in the rear. In such extreme cold, any injury could prove fatal. The thug yelped in pain, turning to see a child had attacked him, his fury igniting even further. How dare you? If word of this gets out, how will I ever show my face again? Enraged, the thug retaliated with a forceful kick aimed at Lin Xiaohu's stomach. The sheer power behind the blow from an adult was far beyond what a 6-year-old could withstand. Xiaohu cried out, soaring through the air before crashing violently against the wall, collapsing to the ground like a discarded rag. There's a saying that captures the essence of a fight. Striking someone is akin to hanging a painting. And this scene epitomized that notion. Witnessing the spectacle, Chun Jinghao and his crew erupted into laughter. Ha ha! Lao Wu, when did your kicking skills become so impressive? You sent that little brat flying. Impressive. The thug, nicknamed Lao Wu, proudly pulled the knife from his backside and boasted, Aren't I something? You should have filmed that moment. Aunt Lin, already nursing her own wounds, initially intended to feign death on the ground. However, upon seeing her beloved grandson so brutally attacked, she let out a desperate wail. "Xiaohu, my dear grandson," and lunged toward him. Chun Jinghao pointed at Aunt Lin, declaring with righteous indignation, "This is the price you pay for deceiving your neighbors. I'm here to enact justice." With that, the group laughed heartily, leaving Aunt Lin's home with their spoils. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow at the cruel scene unfolding before him. Witnessing the despicable Aunt Lin and her family being beaten brought him a sense of satisfaction. He felt no sympathy for them. However, this moment also signified the crumbling of the once civil societal norms within the entire apartment complex. In the days to come, brutality would only escalate. After all, once the ice surface cracks, the fissure will quickly widen. Alas, this situation held little relevance to him. Watching them fight desperately over meager supplies, he could only lie back at home, feeling the monotony of life. Reclining on his imported sofa, Zhang Yi smiled and sighed. He then shared the recorded video of the incident in their apartment owners group chat. Within the chat, the deceived owners were still vociferously cursing Aunt Lin until they beheld Zhang Yi's video. Observing the chaos as Chun Jinghao and his crew ransacked Aunt Lin's home, beating her and her grandson, and seizing the ill-gotten supplies, the owners erupted with joy. "Ha ha! The great deceiver gets her comeuppance. Brother Hao is magnificent. Such ruthless measures are warranted for scoundrels like her. This is the price of deceit. Hilarious, truly." Although the owners who had lost their supplies knew full well that the items Chun Jinghao took would never be returned to them, witnessing Aunt Lin's beating filled them with genuine delight. In that moment, some even hailed Chun Jinghao as a hero, extolling his virtues. "Brother Hao is formidable, a true man of justice. Without him, we have no recourse against such shameless scum. Be careful, Brother Hao. This old hag is cunning and ruthless. Watch out for her to report you." Some even expressed concern for Chun Jinghao, offering their strategies for his protection. Chun Jinghao had truly gained both fame and fortune, inciting neither collective resistance from the owners nor losing any resources. Observing the lively chatter among the owners, Zhang Yi smirked and shook his head in disbelief. They remained blissfully unaware of a crucial truth. If Chun Jinghao could invade Aunt Lin's home today, he could just as easily storm into theirs tomorrow. As the populace gradually lost hope in the outside world, such occurrences would become increasingly commonplace. However, the owner's ability to chat freely in the group suggested a different reality. It indicated that, in truth, they still possessed a measure of supplies. The majority of households were not as dire as they claimed. Many residents of Yuelu community worked in storage facilities and had developed a habit of stockpiling goods. Even those not employed in such places would procure discounted products through various channels. A box of near-expiry instant noodles could sustain a family of 3 for 4 to 5 days if rationed wisely. Thus, while it was indeed challenging for everyone to secure enough food and warmth, if they conserved their resources, survival remained feasible for a time. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had managed to endure for a full month before being overwhelmed by starving neighbors who stormed in to divide his possessions. The wisdom of not flaunting one's wealth was well understood. The reason they all feigned poverty was fear of others borrowing their supplies. Indeed, they were merely scraping by. Matters of quality of life held little relevance to them now. Zhang Yi ceased to peruse the chat messages. He retrieved a target from the otherworldly space and affixed it to the wall. Then he picked up his hand crossbow and compound bow, beginning to hone his archery skills. Even though his safe house was as fortified as a steel fortress, survival in a post-apocalyptic world demanded unwavering diligence. Only through relentless practice of survival skills could he ensure his longevity. Moreover, practicing shooting served as a pleasant diversion for Zhang Yi. As for firearms, he deemed it unnecessary to practice extensively. He possessed a membership card for a shooting association and was familiar with the operation of firearms. While he couldn't claim to be an expert marksman, having a gun in one's possession wielded considerable deterrent power. With only 100 rounds of ammunition, unlike arrows that could be retrieved, caution was essential in their usage. Chapter 28. A packet of instant noodles cost 2,000 yuan. Aunt Lin had been robbed of her supplies by Chun Jinghao, and both she and her grandson, little Tiger, had endured a brutal beating. The elderly woman, though barely clinging to life, managed to remain somewhat mobile. However, her 6-year-old grandson had been viciously kicked in the stomach by a henchman of Chen Zhenghao, leaving him with severe internal injuries. In her despair, she turned to the homeowners group for help, desperately hoping someone would assist in saving her grandson. Yet, due to her previous deception in obtaining supplies, the community harbored a deep resentment towards her, leaving her utterly alone in her plea. "Oh, I know I was wrong before," she cried, "but my grandson is innocent. He is just a child. Please, someone help him." Her wails echoed in the group, filled with desperation, but no one offered sympathy. Instead, some mocked her plight. "Who knows if this is genuine?" One sneered. "Besides, we aren't doctors. We lack the ability to help you. If you hadn't deceived everyone for supplies, would Brother How have harmed your grandson? This is entirely your doing." In utter despair, Aunt Lin sobbed, "Every fault is mine. If only you could save my grandson, I would bow down to you." At that moment, a woman named Zhou Cooker sent a message. "Let me take a look at the child. However, I cannot guarantee that I can save him." Upon reading Zhou Cooker's message, Zhang Yi envisioned a tall, proud woman with a long ponytail. Zhou Cooker was a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. In her previous life, she had used her medical knowledge to save many, standing out as one of the few good souls among the neighbors. She typically maintained a distant demeanor, rarely speaking in the homeowners group. However, upon learning that little Tiger was in grave danger, she chose to speak up. Aunt Lin, recalling that there was a doctor in their community, hurriedly expressed her immense gratitude and sent the child to her. Half an hour later, Aunt Lin's anxious voice echoed once more in the group. "Does anyone have hemostatic drugs, anti-shock medications, or antibiotics? My little Tiger needs surgery. Please help. I will bow to you." Little Tiger had sustained severe injuries, with a ruptured liver from that brutal kick. Although Zhou Cooker was a doctor, her home lacked sufficient medication. The homeowners, upon hearing Aunt Lin's plea, merely chuckled in silence. "Who keeps such medicines at home?" Chen Zhenghao continued to mock her in the group. "How will you bow down?" In the group chat, a chorus of laughter erupted in response. Aunt Lin's voice trembled with tears. "If you could just help, I will bow right now." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Surprisingly, he possessed all the necessary medications in his alternate space. However, he had no intention of using them to save little Tiger. In a post-apocalyptic world, medicine was as vital as food, and he did not wish to expose his resources. Furthermore, he harbored a profound disdain for Aunt Lin and her spoiled grandson. Considering little Tiger's severe injuries, even if he were rescued, he would likely not survive the harsh winter ahead. It would be more prudent to reserve those medications for his own use. Despite Aunt Lin's continued pleas in the group, no one stepped forward to assist her. After a considerable time, Dr. Zhou Cooker finally sent a message. She had managed to stabilize little Tiger's condition temporarily, but it was merely an emergency measure that would not last long. He needed to be taken to the hospital for surgery to survive. She also offered her assistance for any other urgent medical needs that arose. The response was a flurry of praise. Even Chen Zhenghao and the wealthy heir, Su Hao, eagerly lauded Zhou Cooker for her benevolence. In the past, the community had been indifferent to the aloof doctor, but now, faced with the specter of death, everyone sought to curry her favor. Zhang Yi remained silent in the chat, quietly observing the unfolding situation. In recent days, Fang Yuqing had not contacted him, and he relished the peace. However, he knew this White Lotus would soon come seeking his help. Her current silence was merely a fade to maintain her pitiful vanity, as she believed herself to be above others and would never lower herself to appeal to a man, unless he were wealthy, of course. But what would happen next? The snow continued to fall, completely engulfing the first floor. Leaving the community was a distant dream. Even approaching the gate required navigating through 4 to 5 meters of snow. The depletion of supplies was inevitable, and soon enough, this White Lotus would undoubtedly come to Zhang Yi demanding assistance. A week had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. 7 days might not seem long, yet for those enduring the bitter cold, confined to their homes, it felt as though they had lived through 7 years. Initially, they remained hopeful, but now, the grim reality had set in. The likelihood of rescue was nearly non-existent as they learned through the internet that the world was experiencing an unprecedented blizzard, with temperatures plummeting to minus 100 degrees in some northern cities, where many were completely submerged in snow. Although authorities continued to encourage unity and perseverance through whatever channels remained, the sight of the frozen city outside extinguished any lingering hope. The escalating issues stemming from a scarcity of supplies became increasingly dire. With her food supplies obliterated by Chen Zhenghao and her grandson lying on the brink of death, Aunt Lin spiraled into madness, frantically demanding that everyone turn over their supplies as if she were a leader of the neighborhood committee. However, the residents had grown wise to her antics and paid her no heed. In the homeowners group, a mother named Xieli Mei, who lived on the 12th floor, suddenly sent a message. Does anyone have food? My child and I haven't eaten in 2 days. I could pay a high price. This message triggered a subtle shift within the group. Previously, people believed the calamity would soon pass and the city would reopen. As a result, food transactions had only increased a few times beyond normal prices. However, as more households found their supplies dwindling, food became synonymous with survival and hope. Before long, someone chimed in, I still have a few packs of instant noodles at home. I can sell them to you, but one pack will cost 1,000 yuan. The audacity of charging 1,000 yuan for a packet of instant noodles was unfathomable in the past. Little did they know, this transaction would profoundly impact the entire building. Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, observing his phone with a faint smile. A curious turn of events is about to unfold. Xieli Mei did not respond, clearly still hesitant. For now, people clung to a flicker of hope, believing the snowstorm would eventually relent. Life would resume, and so would the need to earn a living. Just then, Su Hao, the wealthy heir who had been silent in the group for some time, suddenly reappeared. I am willing to pay 2,000 for a single package. How many do you have in stock? I would like to purchase them all. Chapter 29. The 10th day, a remark from the wealthy heir Lin Hao ignited a fervor within the chat group. What? A pack of instant noodles costs 2,000 yuan? Am I hearing this correctly? Please, do not exacerbate the inflation. A trembling voice emerged. The snow disaster will surely pass, right? There is no need for such panic. The individual sent a voice message, yet the quiver in their tone betrayed their inner turmoil. People had not entirely relinquished hope. Each morning, they awoke yearning for the snow to cease and the sun to rise, to return to their normal lives. However, the incident involving the affluent mother Xieli Mei and the high-priced food acquisition by the rich heir Chen Hao struck a deep chord within their already fragile psyches. Someone feigned calmness. Are you joking? A pack of noodles for 2,000 yuan? Do you truly believe it's the apocalypse? It's merely a bit more snow than usual. Winter has just arrived early. It's not as if zombies are besieging us. Zhang Yi, upon reading this message, chuckled softly, shaking his head. Zombies besieging us? Do not compare that triviality to this icy apocalypse. Those zombies are terrifying. They can still be confronted by human strength. Yet in the face of nature's calamities, humanity appears as insignificant as insects against the vast forces of the universe. They remain oblivious to the horrifying disaster that lies ahead. Su Hao boisterously declared in the group, Don't concern yourselves with so much. I have wealth. I can buy peace of mind, can't I? If you're willing to sell, message me privately. If not, so be it. Su Hao feigned indifference, but Zhang Yi discerned that his nonchalance was but a fade. He was already gripped by fear. Otherwise, he would not be offering an exorbitant price of 2,000 yuan for a pack of noodles. It is not difficult to contemplate this matter. Despite Su Hao's immense wealth, with a fortune in the billions in the current apocalyptic scenario, he could not even indulge in a simple takeaway. Wealthy individuals are not necessarily benevolent, but they are certainly not foolish. Aware of the escalating crisis, Su Hao commenced purchasing supplies from his neighbors at elevated prices. The mother Xieli Mei exclaimed in distress, How can you do this? We have nothing to eat. Buying food is a matter of survival. Su Hao retorted bluntly, I am not robbing you. I merely offered a higher price. It is their freedom to whom they wish to sell. Do you have any say in it? Seeing Su Hao disregard her, Xieli Mei lamented in the group. Please, everyone, help us. My daughter is only 9 months old. Without food, I cannot provide her with milk. We are on the brink of starvation. The homeowner group remained silent in response to Xieli Mei's pleas. In this moment, humanity's selfish nature was laid bare. Su Hao was offering 2,000 yuan for a pack of noodles, whereas Xieli Mei's price was merely half of that. It is worth noting that the average wage in Tianhai City is only about 5,000 yuan. Who would willingly sell their hard-earned supplies at a loss? Many had already begun private negotiations with Su Hao, discussing transactions. Xieli Mei seemed to realize what was unfolding and continued to cry out in the group, pleading for assistance. Yet, not a single person spoke up. Not even one soul offered her comfort. After all, should one speak? Xieli Mei might perceive them as soft-hearted and cling to them relentlessly. This helpless mother wept uncontrollably. With an 8-month-old child in tow, caring for herself was arduous enough, let alone a completely helpless infant. Zhang Yi's mind conjured memories of Xieli Mei from his past life. His impression of her was not profound, as she had always presented herself as a fragile mother, leveraging this image to garner sympathy and secure resources for survival. However, one peculiar detail lingered. In Zhang Yi's recollections, she and her daughter ultimately fared well. With this thought, a glimmer of insight flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. This woman was certainly not as simple as she appeared. Beneath every rosy exterior lies a darker truth. After his demise, it was highly probable that she too had reaped some benefits. Zhang Yi understood that a savior's heart could be the foremost cause of death in the apocalypse. Thus, he chose to remain silent, observing Xieli Mei with cold indifference. In a world where countless perished, he sought only to safeguard himself. As for others, their demise was inconsequential. Nonetheless, Xieli Mei's cries eventually bore some fruit. "Uncle Yu," the security guard, softened and ultimately agreed to share some food with her. Xieli Mei expressed her heartfelt gratitude, vowing to never forget his kindness. Through surveillance, Zhang Yi noted that Su Hao, wielding his financial clout, managed to procure supplies from various neighbors. The quantity was not overwhelming, but sufficient for him and his girlfriend to survive for a few weeks. Zhang Yi scoffed. This is the final flicker of wealth amidst the apocalypse. It won't be long before people realize that money has become mere paper and resources reign supreme. At that point, many will surely regret their decisions to sell their supplies. It must be said that Su Hao had indeed set a perilous precedent in the homeowner group. Additionally, given that many residents in the community were friends and colleagues, Su Hao's lavish purchases impacted everyone around him. Once he established a high price for supplies, all became acutely aware of their scarcity. Initially, during the onset of the snow disaster, some might have shared amicably with their neighbors, exchanging supplies. But now, they had grown more miserly than ever. Even when encountering a close friend in need of food, they would devise various excuses to refuse. On the 10th day of the icy apocalypse, within the home of Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, supplies had dwindled considerably. Once discerning food connoisseurs who relished gourmet delicacies, the two now found themselves quarreling over a single pack of instant noodles. The provisions they had previously purchased, along with those delivered by the infatuated Zhou Peng, were nearly exhausted. If the current situation persisted, they would starve within a week. Wrapped in blankets on the sofa, their faces pale, the solitary pack of unsealed compressed biscuits lay on the coffee table before them. Lin Kaining glanced at the biscuits and remarked to Fang Yuqing, "This is our last pack of compressed biscuits." Fang Yuqing's eyes were filled with anguish. In the past, such coarse sustenance would have been utterly unacceptable, yet now she consumed every morsel, reluctant to waste even the tiniest crumb that fell to the floor. Chapter 30. The quality backup. Lin Kaining continued. There are still 5 packs of instant noodles and 3 bags of dry noodles left. The kitchen holds half a bottle of Lao Gan Ma, but the steamed buns and noodles have long been consumed. Fang Yuqing clutched her head in agony. Instant noodles. Instant noodles. Those things simply cannot fill me up. Lin Kaining fixed her gaze upon her. Yuqing, the situation outside is exceedingly grim. Do you think this heavy snow might never cease? Fang Yuqing paused momentarily before turning her gaze towards the window. Through the frost-laden glass, she could faintly discern the swirling snowflakes cascading from the heavens. For 10 consecutive days, this relentless snowfall had persisted without a moment's reprieve. The second floor was entirely submerged, rendering any attempt to venture outside utterly futile. The streets beyond lay in eerie silence, devoid of any snow-clearing vehicles dispatched by the authorities. Fang Yuqing's heart sank to an abyss of despair. She was engulfed by uncertainty regarding the duration of this snow disaster. Would it ever come to an end? Covering her eyes, she wept in anguish, Ningning, what shall we do? If this continues, we shall starve. Lin Caning gritted her teeth and inquired, is there still food at Zhou Peng's place? Fang Yuqing shook her head. I have asked him several times, even feigning a desire to befriend him. However, he has truly been drained dry by me. Not a single morsel remains. The last time he brought me 2 packs of instant noodles, that was all he had left. He is now as gaunt as a zombie, and surely there is no food left. Lin Caning clenched her fists in frustration. Is there no one else we can try? She pressed. Look at us. We are both quite beautiful. Surely, if we make a modest effort, there will be men who would be moved to help us. Fang Yuqing shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, are you foolish? Right now, everyone treats their supplies as if they are lifelines. Even if they were attracted to us, they would not so easily part with their resources. Moreover, given the frigid conditions, even if we offered ourselves, they would likely be too weak to respond. As she spoke, a flicker of pain crossed Fang Yuqing's eyes. Lin Caning remained unaware that Fang Yuqing had already attempted such tactics, trying to leverage her beauty to barter for supplies. Yet, her standards were excessively high. She sought a man, at least one, 85 meters tall, a civil servant, earning 50,000 monthly, before she would even consider reciprocating affection. Even the elderly neighbor had remarked, you are too late. Had you come half a month earlier, I might have been inclined to make a move. Lin Caning bit her lip, fear gnawing at her. As a woman of modest beauty, she had intended to rely on her looks as a last resort for survival. However, the biting cold proved to be an excellent deterrent. Suddenly, a man's figure emerged in her mind. By the way, Yuqing, have you forgotten about your devoted admirer? Fang Yuqing certainly knew whom Lin Caning referred to. She pursed her lips, her expression resolute. That wretched man. Unless he comes to beg for my forgiveness, I will never reach out to him. Previously, she had approached Zhang Yi several times, hoping to give him a chance to bring her supplies and win her favor. Yet, his demeanor had been excessively cold, even sending her photos intended to provoke her. This infuriated Fang Yuqing, who vowed to compel Zhang Yi to grovel at her feet. If she were to initiate contact now, wouldn't that ruin her aloof goddess image? No, that was absolutely unacceptable to her. If her reputation were tarnished, how could she ever attract a wealthy heir in the future? Lin Caning interjected, have you forgotten that Zhang Yi's family had stockpiled quite a bit of food? Even after a month, they likely have more than an average household. Fang Yuqing felt her resolve wavering at the mention of food. However, she hesitated. But when I approached him before, he was so indifferent. Lin Caning replied, you are mistaken. He must think he is unworthy of you, which is why he is considering giving up. After all, you were rather cold to him not long ago. Fang Yuqing's excitement surged. Well, that is his own doing. He is merely a petty bourgeois, pretending to be a wealthy heir, causing me to waste my emotions. Lin Caning laughed cheerfully. Yet, he can still be regarded as a quality backup. The essence of a backup is to be utilized when needed. Just extend a little kindness towards him. Rekindle the flicker of hope in his heart. And won't he then be at your beck and call? Chapter 31. Zhang Yi's family is affluent. Bai Lianhua is envious to tears after listening to Lin Caning's words of counsel. Fang Yuqing found them quite reasonable. The most significant reason, however, was her overwhelming hunger. The images Zhang Yi had sent her of steaks, Australian lobsters, and exquisite fruits made her mouth water. All her reservations could be temporarily cast aside for the sake of a morsel of food. Thus, she retrieved her phone, located Zhang Yi's WeChat, and attempted to convey a voice message in the gentlest tone she could muster. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi lounged at home, reclining on the sofa while watching a television program. With most global television channels currently suspended, he had downloaded a plethora of classic films and variety shows to ease the monotony of his long, tedious days. Ding dong. His phone chimed. Zhang Yi glanced at it and discovered it was from Fang Yuqing, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. This woman, with her meager pride, could no longer sustain her facade. He opened the voice message, immediately hearing the tremulous, affected tone of Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, you wretched brother. After so many days of silence, you truly are incorrigible. Just because I said a few words to you the other day, I regretted it at that moment. But as a girl, I couldn't bring myself to speak first. You insufferable brother, have no idea how to cherish me. As a master of flirtation and charm, Fang Yuqing was adept at playing the role of the coy and innocent damsel. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to enchant Zhang Yi so thoroughly in her past life. Admittedly, hearing her sultry voice made Zhang Yi's resolve waver. Gritting his teeth, he thought, if he weren't aware of her malicious nature, he might have succumbed to her charms. He replied with a message, claiming he had been unwell and too lethargic to check WeChat. Fang Yuqing, upon hearing this, quickly inquired, sick? Have you caught a cold? You must keep warm in this weather. No, I have heat stroke, Zhang Yi responded. Upon reading Zhang Yi's message, Fang Yuqing was momentarily stunned. Heat stroke? Are you joking? Their home's temperature had plummeted to a frigid 5 or 6 degrees below zero. They had to wrap themselves in blankets and huddle together with Lin caning for warmth, struggling to sleep through the cold nights. You say you have heat stroke? Zhang Yi, donde ist? In this bitter cold, how could one get heat stroke? Zhang Yi sent a curious emoji. Cold? Oh, I have a fireplace in my room, so I hardly notice. It gets unbearably hot when it's lit. I probably fell ill from sleeping too close to the fire a few days ago. As he spoke, he snapped a photo of the roaring fireplace, inadvertently capturing his bare legs and the piles of snacks, leftover lamb chops, and chicken legs on the coffee table. He then sent the photo to Fang Yuqing. Upon seeing Zhang Yi's photo, Fang Yuqing felt a pang of jealousy ignite within her. The fireplace. It was a miraculous source of warmth, even in the far north. Having one in the house made enduring outside temperatures of -degrees a non-issue. Its heating ability surpassed that of central heating, providing immediate comfort. Fang Yuqing, having nearly lost all sensation in her body from the cold over the past 10 days, craved not only food, but also warmth. Just days prior, she and Lin caning had resorted to burning a chair for heat. Though it only provided warmth for a brief moment, the flames had moved her to tears. Yet, they had scant resources left to burn. Who would have imagined that Zhang Yi, this fellow, had a fireplace at home? Tianhai City was a southern city. During winter, no one needed to wear down jackets. Who would install a fireplace in their home? Fang Yuqing had no time to ponder this. Her eyes were fixated on the photo, her mind consumed by one singular thought. She longed to visit Zhang Yi's home, observing Zhang Yi's relaxed demeanor and the abundance of food on the table. He had become her beacon of hope. Lin caning, curled up in the blanket beside her, noticed Fang Yuqing's change in expression. Leaning over to see, she was soon equally astonished, exclaiming, "My goodness, that photo cannot be real. How can anyone live so comfortably in these times? It's like paradise." Fang Yuqing suddenly realized. Yes, everyone else was suffering from hunger and cold at home. What gave Zhang Yi the right to live so comfortably? Perhaps this photo, along with the previous ones, was all fabricated. An idea struck her, and she initiated a video call to Zhang Yi. The truth would be revealed with just a glance. Lin caning leaned in, her eyes glued to the screen. Zhang Yi, upon receiving the call, wore a playful expression. He was curious to witness the pitiable sight of this by Lianhua begging for his attention. If he couldn't witness her despair, how could he reconcile it with the demise he faced in his previous life? Thus, he accepted the call. As the call connected, both parties beheld each other's current situations. Zhang Yi, having just finished exercising, reclined lazily on the sofa, bare-chested. The room was brightly lit, with fitness equipment visible in the background and a plethora of ingredients cluttering the kitchen. Occasionally, he would prepare meals for himself as a form of leisure. Thus, the kitchen was stocked with boxes of scallops, fish maw, and abalone, alongside instant noodles and gourmet canned goods like caviar and truffles. For him, these were merely quick snacks to savor occasionally. Yet for the two women on the other end of the screen, this spread represented the epitome of their culinary dreams. In stark contrast to Zhang Yi's comfort, Fang Yuqing and Lin caning appeared disheveled. Wrapped in thick blankets, the frigid temperatures rendered many of their cosmetics unusable. leaving them looking somewhat haggard, far from their usual polished selves. Zhang Yi's gaze revealed a hint of disappointment upon seeing Fang Yuqing. The goddess he had once pursued so fervently, without makeup, was merely average at best. Reflecting on his past obsession with Asian seduction, he inwardly cursed, "Shake it, you old fool." The two women remained oblivious to Zhang Yi's expression. Their eyes were entirely captivated by the wealth displayed in his home. His bare torso indicated an indoor temperature that was undoubtedly pleasant. The bright lights, in a time when power was limited to barely an hour a day, were unimaginable to them. The authorities had mandated that high-power appliances were forbidden. Otherwise, power would be forcibly cut off. The mountain of food piled in the kitchen only intensified the green-eyed envy in the eyes of the two women, who had been subsisting on compressed rations for far too long. Chapter 32. The White Lotus persuades relentlessly through a video call. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning glimpsed Zhang Yi's current lifestyle. The pleasant warmth and abundance of food left them utterly astounded, as if they had witnessed a glimpse of paradise. It was beyond their imagination that, merely 10 days after the apocalypse, someone could live so comfortably. Zhang Yi casually inquired, "How have you been lately? I see you've both lost weight. Congratulations." Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning internally cursed. Did they wish to lose weight? No, they were merely starving. Now, they dared to eat only a single pack of instant noodles each day. Otherwise, their supplies would have been depleted long ago. Lin Caning's eyes fixated hungrily on the food in Zhang Yi's home as she swallowed hard and greedily asked, "Zhang Yi, how does your family have so much food? Did you hoard it during our last shopping trip?" Zhang Yi glanced at the kitchen and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, that? Just some junk food. I nibble on it when I don't feel like cooking. I hardly move around much." Zhang Yi spoke nothing but the truth. In his alternate space, delectable delicacies were piled high. After all, he had ordered countless gourmet dishes from various restaurants. Moreover, within the vast stockpile at the Walmart warehouse, there were hundreds of thousands of food items. His casual remark was, "For Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, a blatant display of wealth." After all, a single pack of instant noodles had been marked up to an astounding 2,000 yuan in their resident group. Zhang Yi could clearly see their throats moving as they swallowed, evidently struggling to contain their desire. However, he said nothing, merely enjoying the look of longing in their eyes. "Your home is so well-stocked, so impressive. Many outside are struggling to find food now. You're so clever. No wonder you bought so much. You had it all planned out." Fang Yuqing exclaimed playfully. Her address for Zhang Yi had whimsically transformed into Zhang Yi Gij. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. "Oh, it's nothing. Just good fortune." Fang Yuqing continued, "Zhang Yi Gij, your home looks so warm, and it's not even power supply time. Why is your house so bright?" She voiced her greatest curiosity. Nothing is more desirable than warmth in a state of extreme cold. Zhang Yi chuckled softly and turned the camera to the fireplace. "We installed a fireplace. It's incredibly warm. It gets uncomfortably hot in here." He intentionally added, "By the way, you both look quite cold. Is it really that chilly outside?" "I haven't been out for over 10 days, so I'm unaware of the situation." This statement could be seen as adding fuel to the fire of their resentment. How could he not know the conditions outside? Just from the conversations in the resident chat, he could glean the dire circumstances and the low temperatures others were enduring. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning felt a surge of bitterness. They understood Zhang Yi was speaking with intentional provocation. Yet, they couldn't resist the allure of his heavenly abode. Fang Yuqing's sole desire was to move into Zhang Yi's home. Observing his state, it was evident that his food supply was abundant, coupled with a warm environment. Who wouldn't yearn for that? Immediately, she adopted a fragile and pitiful demeanor, batting her eyelashes as she sweetly implored, "Zhang Yi Gij, you're amazing. I admire you so much. May I come to your home for a visit? I haven't seen you in ages. Yuqing misses you dearly." Fang Yuqing believed this tactic would surely work. After all, she had used it before to command the devotion of many admirers. Moreover, Zhang Yi had once pursued her. She was confident that with just a slight hint of her goddess charm, he would readily agree to her request. Once inside his home, she could easily find ways to stay. At worst, she would just offer him a little sweetness. After all, aren't men all the same? However, she did not anticipate that Zhang Yi would feel nauseated at her coyness. He began to question his past self for having pursued such a woman for 2 years. In their previous jobs at the warehouse, female employees were already scarce. Fang Yuqing, with her ability to act cute and her well-groomed appearance, had eventually become his idealized goddess. Yet since his betrayal and demise in his previous life, that goddess filter had vanished entirely. Now, gazing at the barefaced Fang Yuqing on the screen, Zhang Yi felt not a single stir of emotion. Instead, he found her behavior contrived, evoking a sense of discomfort. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of his mouth. Leaning against the sofa with his chin resting on his hand, he lazily remarked, "On such a cold day, it's best to stay home and rest. Don't go wandering about. Although I'm not sure how cold it really is outside, judging by your appearance. It must be quite low." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning were taken aback by Zhang Yi's outright rejection. Both were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Fang Yuqing's gaze reflected shock and grievance. To her, Zhang Yi was a suitable backup, a mere beckon away from being at her service. Now, after she had boldly proposed visiting him, he had dismissed her without a moment's thought. This severely undermined her confidence. What was even more distressing was Zhang Yi's condescending tone. No, she could not accept this outcome, knowing that just in her building there existed a warm, abundant paradise, while she had to endure hunger at home was utterly intolerable. After all, she was a goddess. Fang Yuqing's expression stiffened momentarily before she forced a smile. "Zhang Yi, you're just joking with Yuqing, right? Weren't you always so kind to me before? Why won't you let me come visit? I'm not asking for anything else." She pouted, showcasing a pitiful expression that would evoke sympathy in any ordinary man, prompting them to succumb to her whims. Zhang Yi, however, was the exception. Ever since Fang Yuqing had betrayed him, he harbored nothing for her beyond disdain. "Every time I invited you to my home, you always had various excuses, claiming that as single individuals, it would be inappropriate if word got out. I found your reasoning sound. After all, we have no relationship and should maintain our distance to avoid gossip." In the past, when Zhang Yi had sought Fang Yuqing's company for a meal or a movie, it had taken considerable effort and preparation. Gifts, surprises, and reservations at upscale restaurants were all necessary to earn a chance. Whenever he attempted to take things further by inviting her to his home, she always had some excuse. Now, Zhang Yi returned her previous words, laced with mockery. Chapter 33. A reckless retort. Fang Yuqing's expression shifted slightly. After all, she was somewhat aware of her past actions. Yet, how could the little fairy feel any embarrassment, especially when facing the spare tire she deemed completely at her disposal? Even though Zhang Yi remained cold towards her, Fang Yuqing was convinced that he was merely playing hard to get. She firmly believed that Zhang Yi harbored feelings for her, and with a bit more effort, she would surely win him over. Thus, she coquettishly remarked, "What I did in the past was for your own good. Zhang Yi, don't be so petty. Just consider it a mistake on my part, all right? I'll even come over to apologize." As she spoke, she gently bit her lip, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks. "I could give you a leg massage or rub your shoulders." Zhang Yi could not help but internally exclaim, "Wow." On such a cold day, it was rare for her to display such exquisite acting, embodying the essence of a bashful maiden. It was a pity she wasn't vying for an acting award. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi was not swayed by her charms. "That won't do. We are not in a romantic relationship, and I cannot accept such intimacy," Zhang Yi stated sternly, his expression resolute. "I am a traditional person." Fang Yuqing was nearly driven to fury by Zhang Yi's words. She was practically offering herself on a platter, yet he continued to feign modesty. Did she need to spell it out for him? If only he would allow her to stay at his home, the benefits would be plentiful. Perhaps even crossing the line was not out of the question. She realized her previous words may not have been clear enough. To secure a blissful life in Zhang Yi's home, she disregarded the presence of Lin Canning and boldly declared, "Zhang Yi, I have always had a special fondness for you. Being in a relationship is certainly something we could consider in the future. After all, feelings develop over time." With that, she feigned shyness, covering her face with her hands, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how embarrassing. Must I be more explicit?" Her bashful demeanor, combined with her coy glances, was indeed quite alluring. Had it been the old Zhang Yi, his head would have been clouded by desire, and he would have let her in without a second thought. One must acknowledge that not everyone can master the art of seduction with such finesse. This display of charm could not be achieved without years of practice. Zhang Yi quickly pondered in his mind whether he should allow Feng Yuqing, this white lotus, into his home. Do not misunderstand, he was not a saint. He simply felt that having pursued her for 2 years, if they were to become intimate, it would serve as a form of closure for the past. However, this thought was fleeting and was promptly dismissed. In these dire times, any potential risk must be eradicated. Thus, he would not open his door to anyone, ensuring that his sanctuary remained impenetrable. Survival was of utmost importance. Zhang Yi scoffed, his gaze at Feng Yuqing laced with mockery. Have you misunderstood something, Feng Yuqing? He spread his hands and continued. I admit, there was a time when our relationship was rather pleasant. But, leaning closer to the camera with a smirk, he taunted, You don't actually think I have feelings for you, do you? For a self-assured green tea princess, this statement wielded immense power. As expected, Feng Yuqing's expression soured immediately upon hearing it. Lin Caning, watching from the side, cast a furtive glance at her, eyes betraying a subtle delight. Indeed, friends can often be fair-weather companions. They may feign concern for your well-being while secretly reveling in your misfortune. Feng Yuqing challenged, Zhang Yi, what do you mean by that? Weren't you once infatuated with me? Zhang Yi chocolate derisivity. Don't get it twisted. While you indeed possess some beauty, I never intended to pursue a romantic relationship with you. It was merely a fleeting amusement. Given my circumstances, finding a girlfriend of your caliber in Tianhai City is hardly a challenge. What delusion leads you to believe I am desperately pursuing you? Zhang Yi remarked, barely containing his laughter. He spoke the truth. As a local with a substantial home and savings and a stable job with a handsome salary, he was undoubtedly a catch in the Tianhai dating scene. Otherwise, Feng Yuqing would not have regarded him as her top choice after failing to ensnare a wealthy partner. Had it not been for his Navi nature in his past life, he would have likely attracted numerous partners by now. Zhang Yi's words pierced Feng Yuqing's heart like daggers. For someone who fancied herself a goddess, the most intolerable thing was having her allure unrecognized, as it was the very foundation of her existence. In the past, she had viewed Zhang Yi as a mere backup, a lovesick fool. She could string him along while seeking wealthier suitors. Yet, now Zhang Yi had turned the tables, proclaiming she was the one ensnared in the fish pond. This was utterly unacceptable to her. Her voice trembled with rage as she exclaimed, Zhang Yi, you're going too far. Zhang Yi sneered, intensifying his onslaught. Enough with the innocent act. I've seen through you. You're merely a gold digger. You think rich men are fools. By the way, let me share a little secret. You are notorious among the wealthy elite in Tianhai City. One day you're fawning over Zhang Xiao. The next you're chasing after Li Xiao. They'll only play with you for a few days, and you genuinely believe you could become a wealthy man's wife? Do you know what they call you behind your back? A public bus, a communal outlet. Zhang Yi's scornful word struck at Feng Yuqing's perceived charm, shattering her attempts to win him with her beauty and lure him into her world of comfort. Her face drained of color, trembling with indignation. She had never been humiliated so openly before, especially not by the very backup she had looked down upon. It was as though her self-esteem was being ground into the dirt. Zhang Yi, shut your mouth. Feng Yuqing screamed in fury. Zhang Yi simirkit. Am I not merely speaking the truth? Why are you so agitated? Aren't these all your own actions? With that, he cut off the call, leaving no room for her to retaliate. Chapter 34. The ugly stirring trouble. Zhang Yi unleashed a scathing tirade against Feng Yuqing, exposing her true nature as a gold digger and manipulative seductress. His words struck a deep chord within her, piercing through her facade. Despite her materialistic tendencies, promiscuity, and emotional manipulation of men, she fancied herself a good girl. Zhang Yi's mockery shattered her self-esteem, revealing her lack of allure, especially since even a petty bourgeois like him could look down upon her. It became painfully evident that her aspirations of ensnaring a wealthy heir and becoming a lady of leisure were but distant dreams. After ending the call, Zhang Yi soon received a barrage of voice messages from Feng Yuqing. He didn't need to listen to know they were filled with vitriol directed at him. Yet, did he care? Not in the slightest. In this apocalyptic world, the once cherished white lotus would wither away, succumbing to the relentless cold and hunger. Zhang Yi merely reveled in her torment, finding satisfaction in witnessing her downfall. How could he possibly be angered by a mere specter? Instead, her frantic distress filled him with a sense of exhilaration. Ha ha ha! Zhang Yi laughed heartily. He made his way to the kitchen and retrieved a bottle of Roman Iconi from the refrigerator, valued at 200,000. This exquisite wine was stored in a temperature-controlled cabinet back at Walmart. Such luxury was scarce in his possession, limited to just a few cases. In a splendid mood, he decided to celebrate. His home would not suffer from a power outage. The electrical system had been upgraded during renovations, linked to a backup power supply and a noiseless generator. He was never short on resources. Entering the living room, he meticulously arranged a sumptuous feast on the table. French escargot, tomahawk steak, starry sky, and Jinling, saltwater duck, all accompanied by the illustrious 200,000 Roman Iconi. In this world turned upside down, the customary rules of society were swiftly dissolving. Zhang Yi indulged in his culinary desires without regard for convention, mixing delicacies as he pleased. Even caviar could be consumed as a staple. This extravagant lifestyle was perhaps unparalleled in a world that had descended into chaos. The sudden onset of the apocalypse left even the most affluent and powerful unprepared. For instance, Su Hao, whose father was a prominent tycoon in Tianhai City, met his demise just 2 weeks into the cataclysm. His wealth had turned to worthless paper, and the corpulent old man lacked the necessary skills for survival in such dire times. Meanwhile, in the shared apartment of Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan, Fang's composure was disintegrating. She angrily smashed objects, hurling curses at Zhang Yi. Under normal circumstances, she might not have reacted so vehemently, but witnessing Zhang Yi's idyllic existence felt unbearable. The warmth and comfort of his home, with its abundance of gourmet food, contrasted starkly with the stark reality of the frozen apocalypse. The paradise was within reach, yet unattainable, and it gnawed at her insides. Zhang Yi, that wretched scoundrel, how dare he insult me? If it weren't for this blizzard, I wouldn't even spare him a glance. She spat through gritted teeth. On the couch, Lin Kainan observed Fang with a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Wasn't it your reckless behavior that led us here? Otherwise, we could be relishing in Zhang Yi's lavish meals and warming ourselves by the fireplace. Fang Yuqing coldly dismissed the notion, asserting her ambition to marry into a wealthy family and become a lady of leisure. Lin Kainan furrowed her brow, noting the stark contrast between Zhang Yi's plentiful provisions and their own predicament. She gazed out the window at the relentless snowfall, fearing it would never cease. Recent updates from the outside world reveal that the entire globe was enveloped in ice and snow. Will this blizzard persist indefinitely? If it continues, we might perish from starvation, even if we don't freeze to death. Lin Kainan's words transformed Fang Yuqing's anger into palpable fear. For 10 long days, they had been confined within their home, an eternity that felt longer than a decade. Without experiencing such torment, one could scarcely grasp its true agony, which could drive a person to madness. Even though Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainan embody the archetype of superficiality, their vulnerability as women in their 20s was undeniable. Faced with the uncertainty of the unyielding snow, thoughts of death began to creep in. Fang Yuqing curled up on the sofa, her mind haunted by visions of Zhang Yi's warm and bountiful home. This is so unjust. Why can Zhang Yi live so comfortably while I, with my beauty, must endure such misery? She lamented. Lin Kainan cast a sidelong glance at Fang, but remained silent, cocooned in her blanket. She retrieved her phone and, after a moment's hesitation, found Zhang Yi's contact information. Soon enough, Zhang Yi received a message from Lin Kainan, while savoring his exquisite red wine alongside a lavish meal. He caught sight of the incoming message, amusement dancing in his eyes. Observing the struggles of women like them in this apocalyptic landscape was far more entertaining than any film. Glancing at Lin Kainan's message, he read, Zhang Yi, I just saw you berate Fang Yuqing, and it brings me such joy. I've always known she was a gold digger. never taking you seriously. I've hoped for the day you would see her true colors. Congratulations on your epiphany. Zhang Yi chuckled. Such treachery among supposed friends was amusing. It was no surprise, for like attracts like. Both Lin Kaining and Fang Yuqing were hardly virtuous individuals. He replied nonchalantly, nothing much. Lin Kaining continued. Watching you pursue Fang Yuqing was painful for me. Zhang Yi, I've always held affection for you, did you know? Now that you've cast her aside, let us be together. Zhang Yi nearly spat out his wine in disbelief. Wow, this gold digger is remarkably forthright. He shook his head, marveling at the audacity of it all. Clearly, the last 10 days had been exceptionally hard for her. Previously, Lin Kaining had treated him with disdain, yet now, witnessing Zhang Yi's rejection of Fang Yuqing and his elevated living conditions, she was eager to seize the opportunity. Chapter 35, Pidastic Sister Zhang Yi Sigit. Pondering whether this woman truly believed he was a mere collector of refuse. Although Fang Yuqing embodied the essence of a green tea princess, at least she possessed the art of flirtation and knew how to adorn herself. But what of you, Lin Kaining? Aside from your self-absorbed vanity, what do you offer? Yet, driven by a wicked sense of amusement, Zhang Yi smirked and replied, Oh, is that so? Yet I just had a rather heated exchange with Fang Yuqing. You two are such close friends. If you were to associate with me, wouldn't that jeopardize your relationship? Lin Kaining's eyes sparkled with intrigue, sensing an opportunity. Without hesitation, she declared, Friends? We merely share a residence. To gain Zhang Yi's trust, she unveiled some of Fang Yuqing's darker secrets. You have no idea how much I disdain her. This woman is exceedingly lazy. She claims to be sensitive to the cold and refuses to visit the restroom. She resorts to using a water bottle for urination, which is utterly revolting. Beneath her innocent facade, she frequents nightclubs seeking men. If she encounters a wealthy heir, she will go to great lengths to ingratiate herself. When funds run low, she resorts to selling herself. How else could she afford cosmetics and designer handbags on a meager salary of 5,000 yuan a month? One night can earn her 500 yuan. How despicable. I hold her in utter contempt. Zhang Yi was taken aback to learn of Fang Yuqing's unsavory side hustle. Gritting his teeth, he found the world increasingly absurd. Fortunately, he was not foolish. While he pursued Fang Yuqing, he was not as pitiable as Zhou Peng, the devoted sycophant. To further establish her credibility, Lin Kaining continued to divulge more of Fang Yuqing's scandalous tales. Do not be fooled by her innocent act. She has terminated several pregnancies. During university, she was supported by multiple contractors for 4 years. Zhang Yi silently observed, recording her words. It was evident that Lin Kaining harbored deep resentment towards Fang Yuqing. After all, Fang Yuqing was not only more adept at charming others, but also more aesthetically pleasing, relegating Lin Kaining to the role of a mere accessory. How many women willingly accept the position of a mere backdrop in another's life? One might wonder why, in university settings, the companions of the ethereal beauties are often unattractive and overweight. Once Lin Kaining had vented her frustrations towards Fang Yuqing, she shifted her focus to confessing her feelings to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, do you have any idea how painful it has been for me to witness your pursuit of Fang Yuqing over the years? Now, I finally have the chance to confess my feelings. Be my girlfriend. I promise to love you well. And at this moment, you must feel lonely at home, don't you? A woman by your side can assist you with many things. Lin Kaining subtly hinted that if she were allowed into Zhang Yi's home, she would be open to whatever he desired. However, Zhang Yi was entirely uninterested in her advances. He promptly forwarded their conversation to Fang Yuqing and said to Lin Kaining, Although I am touched, I believe we should leave this matter behind. Unwilling to accept defeat, Lin Kaining pressed on. Why? Do you not need a woman right now? Zhang Yi suppressed his nausea and replied, I may like women, but you are simply too unattractive. With that, he muted his phone and tossed it aside. Lin Kaining was taken aback by Zhang Yi's voice message. How could he declare her unappealing? Such slander was a grave insult. Each time she posted a retouched photo online, countless admirers praised her beauty. Just as Lin Kaining seethed with indignation, an enraged shriek pierced the air. Lin Kaining, you wretched woman! Fang Yuqing had seen Lin Kaining's disparaging remarks and exploded in fury. The two women grappled, pulling each other's hair and clawing at one another until they could fight no longer, yet they continued to glare daggers at each other. Had the weather not been so frigid, and had they not been forced to share a roof, they might have entertained thoughts of mutual destruction. Lin Canning understood the situation all too well and harbored a deep resentment toward Zhang Yi. However, akin to Fang Yuqing, her envy towards him outweighed her hatred. In that moment, had Zhang Yi offered them entry into his abode for a meal, they would have cast aside their dignity and crawled over like subservient dogs. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued to lead a life of unpretentious luxury. Each night, he would turn on the television to watch news broadcasts he previously ignored. Though the reports were still laden with embellishments, he could glean some information about the outside world. The Tianhai city officials announced that to meet the public's electricity needs, power would be provided daily from 1 to 2 p.m. High-powered appliances were prohibited, allowing only small devices, such as electric kettles and mobile phones, to function. With major power plants currently inactive and energy resources dwindling, citizens were urged to reduce consumption to avoid prolonged blackouts. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow at this news. In recent days, power had been sporadically restored, typically for less than an hour, and sometimes only for a mere few minutes. Even in such dire circumstances, the authorities still endeavored to provide electricity to the masses, however briefly. It seemed to be the best they could manage in a world where most power plants had ceased operations, and as the Ice Age loomed, energy resources were rapidly depleting. What captured Zhang Yi's attention was not the content of the news, but the seriousness of the female anchor's tone and the nature of the broadcast. This time, the anchor's demeanor was grave, and the content was no longer aimed at comforting the public. This signified that the officials had relinquished their attempts to obscure the nationwide disaster severity. When they could no longer maintain control, they resorted to broadcasting unfiltered information, urging the populace to confront the harsh reality and devise their own means of survival. As anticipated, upon opening his phone, Zhang Yi discovered that various chat groups had erupted in chaos. Some lashed out at the government's inaction, while others wept in despair. Many sought to procure supplies at exorbitant prices. The cost of instant noodles, which had been 2,000 yuan for a pack just 2 days prior, had now soared to 5,000 yuan. Zhang Yi felt a sense of incredulity wash over him. The inherent greed of humanity was glaringly apparent. Despite the world spiraling towards catastrophe, money held little value in the short term. Yet, they remained willing to barter food and drink for currency. Zhang Yi said nothing, assuming the role of a detached observer, watching it all unfold. Life must go on, even in the face of despair. Yet, no one wished to meet their end. Even mere survival was preferable. Thus, amidst the cursing and commotion, the following day, they would still strive desperately for their existence. Chapter 36. The vicious woman. Due to the freezing of the water pipes, access to water within the community became a significant issue. In order to obtain drinking water, residents had to brave the frigid outdoor temperatures of over -70 degrees, descending to the first floor to collect snow. However, once they returned with the snow, melting it posed another formidable challenge. The indoor temperature lingered around -50 to 60 degrees, rendering the ice as hard as cement. Some residents, driven by extreme thirst, resorted to licking the ice, only to have their tongues become painfully stuck and frozen. During these days, Zhang Yi, through surveillance cameras, observed that the individuals under Chen Zhenghao's command would come daily to spy on him. Clearly, they believed Zhang Yi would eventually emerge to fetch water, planning to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Yet, day after day, they found no sign of Zhang Yi leaving his abode. They could hardly fathom the abundance of supplies he possessed within his home. If he so desired, he could comfortably sustain himself within that room for the rest of his life. Is Chen Zhenghao still alive? He seems quite resilient, Zhang Yi mused. Chen Zhenghao had sustained an arrow wound to his calf, and without proper treatment, his leg was surely doomed. Moreover, the risk of infection could even threaten his life. In such extreme cold, any injury could lead to a severe fever. To survive under these circumstances would be nothing short of miraculous. Could it be that the low temperatures prevented the virus from surviving, thus sparing his life? Zhang Yi, lacking medical knowledge, could not deduce the reason for Chen Jinghao's continued existence. However, he found little concern for who lived or died outside. It bore little impact on his own situation. The demise of Chen Jinghao was merely a matter of time. The following morning, Zhang Yi awoke and, still bleary-eyed, reached for his phone. Checking the messages in the chat group and browsing the forum for updates on the outside world had become his greatest source of amusement in this apocalyptic scenario. He relished observing others struggling in the bitter cold, while he himself enjoyed a life akin to paradise. This stark contrast brought him immense satisfaction, sufficiently dispelling his bouts of boredom and occasional loneliness. Compared to those who perished from the cold and hunger, or those teetering on the brink of death, he felt extraordinarily fortunate. Upon opening his phone, he was unexpectedly greeted by messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning. Fang Yuqing wrote, "Zhang Yi, I apologize. Yesterday, I may have been too cold, which affected my mood. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. You were right. I was too naive in the past and failed to recognize who truly cared for me. Now I realize that the best person for me is you. In truth, I have strong feelings for you. Please forgive me. Let us live together harmoniously. I want to be your woman. Living alone, you must feel lonely too? I can come to keep you company, so you won't be alone in this apocalypse." Zhang Yi found himself somewhat bemused. The previously aloof Fang Yuqing had shed all her dignity and pride in the face of disaster. Even after his merciless mockery, she had no choice but to abandon her self-respect and seek his favor. Zhang Yi shook his head, reflecting on his past foolishness. Had he known she was such a woman, he would have easily taken advantage of her. Fang Yuqing, of such low worth, pretended to be a lofty goddess. Her facade of purity was laughable given her true nature. He replied curtly, "While a rotten pear may quench thirst, I am not that desperate." After all, he was a man with ancestral skills. If worse came to worst, there were plenty of high-quality items available in the alternate space. These were premium products developed in the land of cherry blossoms. Alas, it was not something Zhang Yi desired. The inventory at Walmart was simply too diverse. Closing Fang Yuqing's chat interface, Zhang Yi opened Lin Canning's messages. This woman was even bolder than Fang Yuqing. Perhaps she was aware that her beauty paled in comparison to Fang Yuqing's, and in a competition, she would emerge as the underdog. Thus, she sent several suggestive selfies. Compared to Fang Yuqing, she was far more daring. Had this been the past, it would have led to her social demise. Zhang Yi quickly replied, feeling no stirrings within, even finding it somewhat amusing. He then ceased to engage further. He understood that both women, having witnessed the comforts of his home, would stop at nothing to gain entry into his sanctuary. Having already cast aside their dignity, their desperation would only grow. Upon receiving Zhang Yi's response, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning were incensed and unleashed a torrent of curses. They had forsaken their dignity, humbly pleading with Zhang Yi, especially Lin Canning, who had showcased every angle and pose she could muster in her selfies. Zhang Yi had the audacity to claim he felt amused upon seeing her photos. What utter humiliation! Though she lacked the time and energy to beautify herself, her worth as a woman remained. Did she not deserve some dignity? The two women, increasingly aggrieved, found their lives to be akin to hell, enduring not only hunger but also the biting cold. Zhang Yi's home represented their last glimmer of hope. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth, a fierce determination gleaming in her eyes. If it came to that, she would storm into his home. She was resolute in her desire to escape hunger and cold. If necessary, she would not hesitate to eliminate Zhang Yi. Although such thoughts crossed her mind, she was still a woman. If she attempted to barge into Zhang Yi's home, she would surely be no match for him. With this in mind, Fang Yuqing cast a cold glance next door. She and Lin Canning had severed ties, their once close friendship now irreparably damaged. However, she needed an ally. Approaching Lin Canning, she said, "That despicable Zhang, he has the audacity to watch us suffer, yet he refuses to allow us into his home. We cannot remain passive any longer. Such a fine residence is unworthy of him. Let us devise a plan to seize his house." Upon hearing Fang Yuqing's suggestion, Lin Canning's eyes sparkled with ambition. If begging Zhang Yi proved futile, then they would have to resort to trickery and theft. Agreed. That scoundrel Zhang Yi has no right to inhabit such a splendid home. He deserves to be cast out, to perish in the cold, or be devoured by wild dogs. It is only fitting that we take residence in his abode. Chapter 37. The assault, driven by animosity toward Zhang Yi and an insatiable desire for his possessions, the two plastic sisters momentarily united in a common cause. However, when it came to the strategy for seizing Zhang Yi's home, they engaged in earnest deliberation. To attempt a direct confrontation would likely prove futile, as they were no match for Zhang Yi's strength. They realized that external assistance would be essential. Even under normal circumstances, they struggled to contend with him, let alone in their current state of cold and hunger. While Zhang Yi was well-fed and invigorated, Lin Canning clenched her teeth and suggested, "What if we call a few neighbors for help?" Fang Yuqing shot her a disdainful glare. "Are you foolish? Even if Zhang Yi has ample resources, it wouldn't suffice to share among so many. The fewer who know of our intentions, the better." Anxiously, Lin Canning inquired, "Then what do you propose we do?" With a gleam of satisfaction in her eyes, Fang Yuqing replied, "We can summon Zhou Peng." Zhou Peng was her devoted admirer, completely subservient to her wishes. Although Zhang Yi had also pursued Fang Yuqing, he possessed a modicum of intellect that prevented her from easily manipulating him. In stark contrast, Zhou Peng was utterly devoid of critical thought. He would likely go to any lengths, even to his detriment, for Fang Yuqing's sake. Thus, she intended to enlist him to aid in their endeavor to seize Zhang Yi's residence. Lin Canning clapped her hands in delight. What a splendid idea. That loyal dog is indeed useful. Without hesitation, Fang Yuqing dialed Zhou Peng's number. At that moment, Zhou Peng was famished, his frame resembling little more than skin and bones. As a warehouse employee, he once had a fair share of provisions at home, but most had been given to Fang Yuqing. Oblivious to the fact that she was merely toying with him, he was lost in self-delusion, believing that his sacrifices would guarantee her eventual affection. Upon seeing Fang Yuqing's call, he felt a surge of excitement that made him forget his hunger and the cold, hastening to her side. Once he arrived at Fang Yuqing's abode, she immediately approached him, feigning distress as she recounted how Zhang Yi had wronged her. "Woe is me. Zhang Yi is nothing short of a brute. I merely asked him for a morsel to eat, and he dared to demand my company in his bed. Zhou Peng, you know I'm not that kind of woman." Zhou Peng, witnessing Fang Yuqing's tearful demeanor and recalling how she sought him out in her moments of trouble, felt a swell of joy within him. Why does she come to me and not others? It signifies my special place in her heart. This must be love. Zhou Peng believed this was his opportunity to showcase his masculinity, potentially winning Fang Yuqing's heart in the process. He thumped his chest and proclaimed, "Zhang Yi is utterly contemptible. How dare he treat you thus? I shall not rest until I have dealt with him." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning exchanged glances, silently acknowledging how easily Zhou Peng could be manipulated. They had prepared numerous persuasive arguments, yet he had already taken the initiative to confront Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing then took Zhou Peng's arm, her gaze sultry. Zhang Yi's home is stocked with provisions, and he possesses a cozy fireplace that keeps him warm. How dare that wretch reside in such comfort? Zhou Peng, let us devise a plan to seize his abode. Imagine living together there. Would that not be splendid? Zhou Peng had long harbored resentment toward Zhang Yi, who was not only more handsome, but also wealthier. Both had once harbored feelings for Fang Yuqing, and it was clear she favored Zhang Yi over him. Now, with Fang Yuqing clinging to his arm, feeling her warmth through layers of clothing, he experienced a triumph of spirit. Indeed, let be so. Rest assured, Fang Yuqing, I shall take care of this matter. Seeing Zhou Peng's agreement, Fang Yuqing cautioned, "But you must be wary. Zhang Yi is selfish and shameless. If we attempt to take his home, he may retaliate. We must arm ourselves and strike first." Lin Canning chimed in, "I suggest we simply eliminate him." She harbored the deepest resentment toward Zhang Yi, as he had rejected her intimate advances, cruelly deeming her unworthy. The thought of such humiliation was unbearable, and she felt that Zhang Yi must pay with his life. Zhou Peng hesitated at the suggestion of murder. While the notion seemed simple in theory, it was a different matter in practice, especially after living in a civilized society for over 2 decades. Fang Yuqing, noticing his reluctance, glared at him. "What, you disagree? Zhang Yi has bullied me so. Are you still feeling sympathy for him? It seems your professed love for me was nothing but a lie. Faced with Fang Yuqing's anger, Zhou Peng's ingrained servitude re-emerged. No, no, please don't be upset. Fang Yuqing, I will do as you say. The prospect of winning her heart outweighed his reservations about taking a life. After all, in this apocalyptic world, moral principles were gradually eroding. Then let us not delay. We shall go now, Fang Yuqing declared. We must first devise a way to trick Zhang Yi into opening the door. Once he does, we shall. She mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. Lin Canning produced the tools they had prepared, 2 kitchen knives and a steel pipe, repurposed from a clothes rack. Zhou Peng took one of the knives, concealing it within his thick down jacket. Once they were adequately equipped, the trio set off towards Zhang Yi's home, their intentions dark and lethal. Upon arriving at Zhang Yi's doorstep, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning concealed themselves, weapons at the ready, avoiding detection. They signaled Zhou Peng to knock and lure Zhang Yi outside. Zhou Peng nodded, feeling emboldened by the knife in his jacket. He knocked on the door. Zhang Yi, are you home? It's Zhou Peng. Curiosity piqued. Zhang Yi heard the voice outside. Zhou Peng. Although they both worked at the warehouse, their relationship had never been amicable, particularly due to their rivalry for Fang Yuqing's affection. He suspected no good would come from this visit, especially in a world where good news had become a rarity. Zhang Yi chose not to answer the door. Instead, he switched on the television to view the surveillance footage. There, he beheld the scene outside, 2 women lurking at the door, weapons in hand and murderous intent etched on their faces. A chill ran down his spine. Despite his preparations, the ferocity of their intent was enough to send a shiver through him. You wish to kill me? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Zhang Yi scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips as a sinister aura enveloped him. The question of who will kill whom remains uncertain. Chapter 38. Drenched in golden liquid, seeing that no one was responding to him, Zhou Peng knocked even harder on the door. Zhang Yi, it's me. Zhou Peng, please open the door. I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh and drew his gun, the safety clicking off with a distinct sound. He approached the door and queried, "Who is it?" Upon hearing Zhang Yi's response, Zhou Peng quickly signaled Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning to be prepared. This was their first foray into such lethal endeavors, and the 2 women felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, the thought of moving into Zhang Yi's warm and well-stocked home bolstered their resolve. Zhang Yi, it's Zhou Peng. We've run out of food at home. Given our past as colleagues, could you spare us some to eat? He wore a pleading expression, though his hand subtly descended, ready to draw his knife at a moment's notice. Zhang Yi leaned against the door and replied nonchalantly, "We have no food left either. I can't assist you with this." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning inwardly cursed. How could it be true that he had no food? The kitchen was stocked with several boxes of delicacies, dried scallops, abalone, and the like. However, they were prepared for this scenario. Zhou Peng gritted his teeth and pulled out a box of medication from his pocket. Zhang Yi, I won't take advantage of you. I'll trade you a box of ibuprofen. The biting cold had left many suffering from colds and fevers. In such dire circumstances, medicine could be as valuable as food. To entice Zhang Yi to open the door, Zhou Peng brandished his precious stash of ibuprofen. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was contemplating how to deal with them. Killing them would be simple, whether with a gun or a crossbow, but such a dull end seemed far too mundane. In this apocalyptic world, death was a release. Living was the true torment. He certainly would not grant these worthless individuals an easy exit. After some reflection, Zhang Yi devised a plan. He approached the trash can and retrieved a pulsating bottle. Having just consumed several cans of beer, nature called, he proceeded to relieve himself into the bottle. Ibuprofen? Quite a tempting offer. Let me think it over, he said lazily, engaging Zhou Peng in casual conversation while he continued his business. The others outside could hear the faint sound of water, but were oblivious to Zhang Yi and Appo's actions. However, sensing that he might be considering their offer, excitement flickered across their faces. Zhou Peng quickly urged, yes. Open the door, and we can make the exchange. I only need 2 packets of instant noodles. Given the current market prices, the ibuprofen could easily fetch 5 packets of noodles. Zhou Peng deliberately undersold the offer to coax Zhang Yi into compliance. 2 packets of noodles? I'd hate for you to feel shortchanged, Zhang Yi replied, finishing up and holding a bottle of iced tea brimming with frothy liquid. Zhou Peng, believing Zhang Yi was about to take the bait, leaned against the door and insisted. It's all right. I'm starving. Since we are colleagues, it's better to help you than anyone else. Hurry and open the door. Zhang Yi climbed up on a stool to the peephole and, with a swift motion, poured the warm iced tea onto the trio outside. Zhou Peng and his companions were taken aback by the sudden deluge. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining screamed in unison, "What is this?" "Oh, it's warm water, still steaming." Initially, they were pleased by the warmth, but within moments, the pungent odor hit them. "This is urine." The two women, drenched in the vile liquid, shrieked as they doubled over in retching. Zhou Peng, in rage, pounded on the door. "Zhang Yi, get out here, I'll kill you." Yet, the imposing alloy door remained unmoved, while Zhou Peng's fist throbbed in pain. From within, Zhang Yi's laughter echoed. "How does my urine taste? Is it refreshing? You foolish idiots thought you could outsmart me?" Zhou Peng and the others quickly realized that their ruse had been discovered. Anguish and fury washed over them as they hurled insults at Zhang Yi. Zhou Peng cursed. "Damn it, I shouldn't have wasted my breath on you. Just wait. I'll get in there and end you." He no longer concealed his intentions, brandishing a kitchen knife and striking the door with all his might. Ordinary doors are typically made of wood, easily breached by damaging the lock. However, Zhang Yi's door was a solid alloy, capable of withstanding the force of an RPG. Zhou Peng and damp. Oppo's strike was akin to hitting a steel plate. The door did not budge, and the recoil sent the knife flying from his grip, narrowly missing his head and leaving a gash. The impact caused his palm to bleed profusely. A small tidbit of biology. Human skin is particularly vulnerable in winter, and pain sensations are heightened. Zhou Peng was left dazed. Had the knife been aimed slightly differently, it would have struck his face. But soon, the sharp pain broke him from his stupor. He cried out. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, gripped by terror, abandoned Zhou Peng and fled. Zhang Yi, observing the chaos from within, weighed his options with the gun in hand, contemplating whether to step outside and shoot them each a bullet. While he didn't intend to kill them outright, inflicting injury would ensure their suffering in this frozen wasteland. Yet, after a moment's deliberation, he dismissed the thought. Why? Because outside were 3 rabid dogs. Although he could emerge and likely injure them, there was a minuscule chance he could be killed in return. Zhang Yi would never gamble with his life. Indeed, he was the king of survival. Living comfortably, why act rashly? He settled back into his routine, confident he could outlast them. Let us see how long they can endure in this desolate world. Calm and collected, Zhang Yi returned to his sofa, resuming his game. Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing fled back home, trembling as they collapsed onto the sofa. Zhou Peng, still shaken by the close call, felt a lingering dread. Fang Yuqing, noticing the urine staining her sofa, let out a piercing scream. Get off! Who told you to sit on my couch? Chapter 39. Stink bomb. Fang Yuqing felt a pang of anguish for her sofa, while simultaneously harboring disdain for Zhou Peng, who was drenched in urine. After all, it was Zhou Peng who had borne the brunt of the assault at the door. She immediately shouted at him, instructing him not to sit on the sofa. Zhou Peng felt profoundly wronged. It was at Fang Yuqing's behest that he had confronted Zhang Yi. Now, not only was he soaked and shivering from the cold, but he also bore injuries. Yet, Fang Yuqing treated him this way. Nevertheless, as a devoted admirer, Zhou Peng quickly reconsidered. She had a point. He had failed to assist her properly and was unclean. How could he possibly tarnish the sanctity of his goddess's home? The more he pondered, the more he felt his reprimand was just. He promptly stood up and apologized. I'm sorry, Yuqing, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining were in a hurry to change clothes. Waving him off. You need to leave quickly. We must change. Zhou Peng dared not protest and hurriedly exited Fang Yuqing's home. Once inside their room, the two swiftly changed out of the clothes sullied by Zhang Yi's urine. However, even after changing, they could still detect the nauseating odor. It clung not only to their clothing, but also to their hair and skin, even trickling down their necks. Given the frigid weather, taking a shower felt akin to courting death, and they were too afraid to do so. Thus, they could only endure the revulsion. Having failed in their endeavor and now being subjected to humiliation, the two women felt an intensified loathing for Zhang Yi. What would they do? Zhang Yi was too cunning, making him difficult to deal with. How infuriating. Regardless of the circumstances, they were determined to seize his property. Let us devise a plan. He must have a weakness. As the two women strategized on how to confront Zhang Yi, he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. This time it was urine, but next time, I might just douse you with feces. If he had prepared adequately, they would have faced a far worse fate. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning turned pale at the thought. The prospect of being doused with excrement was unbearable. Zhang Yi dismissed the chat, ignoring Fang Yuqing's incoming messages. Although he had muted notifications, the number of unread messages was rapidly increasing, indicating they were likely not pleasant. He decided to check the homeowner group chat. Upon entering, he was greeted by a spectacle. Ever since Chun Zhenghao had taken over her home, Aunt Lin seemed to have lost her grip on reality. She incessantly sent voice messages, demanding that everyone hand over supplies. I am the head of our community committee. Who dares to disregard my orders? When the snow melts, I'll see to it that you're all arrested. Did you hear me? You must deliver your food to my house today. However, her words fell on deaf ears. Days had passed, and everyone had come to realize the dire circumstances they faced. The authorities were overwhelmed and could not attend to every individual, and Aunt Lin and Appo's so-called committee had become utterly irrelevant. She could no longer intimidate anyone, becoming the subject of ridicule instead. That wretched old woman. Why don't you just die? You deceived us out of a box of instant noodles. I haven't forgotten that. Some even brought up the initial warnings during the snowstorm, blaming her for discouraging them from stockpiling supplies. Had it not been for your false assurances, we wouldn't be in this predicament. This ignited a firestorm of anger among the residents. Although the weather was bitterly cold, some still wished to venture out for shopping. Yet, Aunt Lin's constant reassurances that the snow would soon pass and threats against hoarding supplies had kept them indoors. Days later, the heavy snowfall had rendered all routes impassable, making it impossible to leave. If it weren't for her, they could have stocked up for at least another 2 weeks. You're the cause of all this chaos. Neighbors berated Aunt Lin mercilessly. Rich heir Su Hao also made an appearance in the group, offering exorbitant prices for supplies, be it food or drink. I'll pay 10,000 for a pack of instant noodles or 5,000 for a bottle of water. The price of instant noodles had skyrocketed to 10,000. Su Hao was genuinely desperate, as his wealth would soon become worthless. Zhang Yi shook his head, questioning why. Amidst such chaos, anyone would still think to buy supplies with money. Just as Zhang Yi contemplated this, someone chimed in, I have some food at home. I can sell it to you. Zhang Yi was left speechless. It appeared that regardless of the situation, there would always be those so consumed by greed that they would risk their lives for money. Even in the face of despair, some were willing to gamble, hoping the snowstorm would not last long. Yet only Zhang Yi was aware that this calamity would persist for an exceedingly long duration. Even after the snow ceased, the world would require an extensive period to recuperate. Money would soon prove to be less valuable than scrap paper. At least scrap paper could serve a purpose. As these thoughts crossed his mind, an amusing idea struck him. His stockpile of toilet paper was more than sufficient, yet he doubted the neighbors had such luxuries. If they ran out of toilet paper, what would they use? He quickly shook his head. With barely enough food to sustain themselves, they likely wouldn't have much need for it anyway. However, this also foretold the imminent collapse of the fragile harmony that had been maintained. Zhang Yi understood that once food supplies were completely exhausted, humanity would descend into terrifying savagery. The following day, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning returned to Zhang Yi and Appo's residence. Knocking on the door, they pleaded from outside, hoping he would permit them entry, claiming they were on the verge of freezing to death. Zhang Yi paid them no heed. Freezing to death? That was precisely what he wished to witness. Seeing Zhang Yi remain unresponsive, they implored him, for the sake of our past friendship, even if he could spare us some food. Zhang Yi, observing through the surveillance camera, noted that they had even brought umbrellas. It seemed the incident from the previous day had left a psychological scar. However, Zhang Yi was not foolish enough to open the door. He surmised they might be armed, ready to attack him and seize his property and supplies. After some contemplation, Zhang Yi accessed his alternate space. The warehouse contained numerous items that were seldom used, which he had collected haphazardly. Given the ample space, he had never worried about clutter. Little did he know that it would serve a purpose now. He retrieved 2 stink bombs from the toy section. These prank items, when ignited, emitted an exceptionally foul odor that was nearly impossible to wash away with water or detergent. Listening to Fong Yuqing and Lin Caning and Appo's voices outside, he chuckled to himself as he grabbed the stink bombs and prepared to confront them. Chapter 40. The gunshot Zhang Yi ignited a stink bomb and swiftly hurled it through the shooting hole above the door. Upon hitting the ground, the bomb released a thick plume of black smoke, the acrid stench rapidly permeating the corridor. Upon catching a whiff, Fong Yuqing and Lin Caning felt as if they had opened a sealed can of excrement from a decade past, and they immediately began to retch. Ugh! What is that? Ugh! Zhang Yi, how shameless you are! As the noxious odor intensified in the stairwell, the 2 women hastily fled. Unperturbed by the foul air potentially infiltrating his abode, Zhang Yi sealed the shooting hole, rendering the room semi-enclosed. Though air could still circulate, the building had been equipped with an air filtration system during construction, preventing any unpleasant or toxic air from entering. Observing through the surveillance footage the disheveled state of the 2 women as they stumbled and vomited, Zhang Yi couldn't and Appo's helped but burst into laughter. However, his amusement was short-lived as he soon received a complaint from his neighbors. Zhang Yi, what on earth did you throw outside your door? It stinks terribly. Please consider the feelings of your neighbors. His neighbors were a young couple who had moved in 2 years prior. Generally, Zhang Yi had little interaction with them, merely exchanging nods during elevator rides. In this precarious situation, he had no inclination to maintain any semblance of neighborly relations. In the face of the apocalypse, every action he took was for his own safety. The plight of others was of no concern to him. In fact, one could assert that as long as he could live safely and comfortably, he would not hesitate to eliminate others. In such dire times, any semblance of a saintly disposition must be extinguished at once. Come at me if you dare, Zhang Yi declared, promptly blocking his neighbor. He saw no merit in engaging in fruitless arguments. Soon after, he discovered his neighbors disparaging him in a group chat. Yet, regrettably, others had little interest in their trivial disputes. Zhang Yi chuckled, reveling in the absence of moral qualms. That afternoon, Zhang Yi was abruptly awakened from his slumber by a loud noise. Bang! A resounding blast echoed through the stairwell, reverberating throughout the entire building. Zhang Yi's expression turned serious. The sound resembled that of a gunshot. Was there truly someone with a firearm in their community? Uncertain whether it was a gun or firecrackers, he hurried to the living room to check the surveillance feed. What he beheld caused his pupils to constrict in disbelief. In front of the third-floor apartment, Chun Jinghao, a man with a severed leg, clutched a black gun in his hand. The cold, dark glint of the weapon sent shivers down one's spine. The door to that apartment stood ajar, and from the angle of the camera, 2 human legs could be faintly discerned. Meanwhile, Chun Jinghao and Appo's accomplices, a group of small, scrappy individuals, emerged with food and candles, their faces alight with mirth. It was evident that the occupants of the third-floor apartment had perished, even if they had not. A gunshot wound, and the loss of all supplies would spell their doom within days. It was 10 in the morning, a time when households typically ventured out to gather snow from melting into drinkable water. This collective effort temporarily raised the temperature in the stairwell, preventing it from becoming unbearably cold. No one could survive without water, thus this activity was a daily ritual. Chun Jinghao had seized this moment to commence his massacre and loot supplies. Ding dong. His phone chimed. Zhang Yi glanced at the screen. It was a message from the group chat. Chun Jinghao had sent a voice note. The snow has sealed off the city. We can rely on no one but ourselves. I, Chun Jinghao, shall take on the responsibility of the leader for Building 25. From now on, everything here will be dictated by me. If you obey, I can guarantee your survival. But if anyone dares to be a hero, Following this proclamation, Chun Jinghao shared 2 images, one of the gun in his hand and another depicting the lifeless body of the third-floor resident sprawled in a pool of blood. The once boisterous chat fell silent, the gruesome scene shocking all into a state of fear. In times of peace, they had never witnessed such brutality, It was unfathomable. Yet now, the bloody reality lay stark before them. In this building, isolated by the blizzard, others had become a living hell. No one dared to challenge Chen Zhenghao. All were paralyzed by fear. Zhang Yi reclined on the sofa, unable to suppress his admiration. Chen Zhenghao is indeed clever. He is truly a man who thrives in society. Employing a blend of coercion and persuasion, Chen Zhenghao did not merely intimidate the residents of the building. With only one gun in his possession, the exact number of bullets was uncertain. However, Zhang Yi understood that the count was likely limited, given the stringent regulations surrounding firearms in the country. He had once paid a hefty sum to acquire merely 100 rounds. Furthermore, Chen Zhenghao and Appo's minions numbered only 5 or 6. With over 50 households in the building, comprising more than 100 individuals, should they be pushed to their limits, a crippled man could hardly withstand their wrath. Thus, the combination of incentives and intimidation was the most effective means to ensure compliance among the residents. Human nature has always been driven by the fear of death. Even when they understood that Chen Zhenghao could kill the third-floor residents today, it could just as easily be their turn tomorrow. Still, they clung to a glimmer of hope. For instance, those residing on higher floors might reason that if Chen Zhenghao targeted the third floor today, he would tackle the fourth tomorrow. And even if he came for them, it would likely be in a month's time. Therefore, they felt they need not fight back, assuming that others would surely resist. Similarly, those on the fourth floor might believe that Chen Zhenghao would not adhere to any order in his killings. They feared that by resisting, they would be the first to perish, preferring instead to remain hidden at home, hoping that someone else would meet their end first. Zhang Yi shrugged. None of these matters concerned him. While others hesitated to confront Chen Zhenghao, he felt no trepidation. Should Chen Zhenghao dare to appear at his door, his fate would rest entirely in Zhang Yi and Appo's hands. As for the lives of his neighbors, Zhang Yi held no investment. They chose to bury their heads in the sand. Unwilling to resist, he had no inclination to adopt a self-sacrificial role as a savior. At that moment, a flurry of urgent ding-dong notifications resonated from his phone. Zhang Yi picked it up to discover several hundred new messages. He realized he had been added to a new group. Out of curiosity, he entered to find that the residents had formed a new chat, devoid of Chen Zhenghao and his entourage. It appeared that the death threats issued by Chen Zhenghao had inspired some individuals to seek solace in unity. Zhang Yi remained silent, assured of his own safety. He was merely intrigued to observe what actions this collective might undertake. Chapter 41. Neighbors who only shout slogans upon the establishment of the new group. The homeowners and tenants were thrown into a state of panic. Chen Zhenghao was nothing short of a devil. He had forcibly entered 3 households, breaking down their doors. On the 3rd floor, in apartment 301, lived 2 spirited young men who attempted to resist, only to be shot dead by him. The other 2 units, 302 and 401, were so intimidated that they obediently surrendered their food and drink. Alas, in such dire times, lacking sustenance at home equated to waiting for death. Someone, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "We must unite to confront this bully, Chen Zhenghao." Immediate agreement echoed among the crowd. Indeed, with so many households, how can we fear a mere 5 or 6 of them? If we stand united, he becomes a negligible threat. Yet another voice interjected, "But he has a gun." So what if he has a gun? How many bullets can one gun hold? If we charge together, he wouldn't stand a chance. Someone boasted, "With a left kick and a right whip kick, I could surely bring him down. Now that he is limping, he is hardly a threat. Without his gun, I could handle him alone." As they spoke of banding together against Chen Zhenghao, fervor filled the air, as if they longed to storm his residence and exact justice immediately. However, one person broke the momentary silence with a question. "So when do we take action?" This inquiry brought about a brief stillness. It was easy to talk bravely, but when it came to risking their lives, many were less inclined to act. While the logic was evident to all, no one wished to be the one to charge forward and face the bullets. Such eloquence was merely a means to persuade others to act as shields. "This is not an issue. We can certainly deal with him," someone insisted. "After all, he is a desperate criminal with a few thugs at his side. We need to strategize." "Yes, reckless actions are the domain of fools. We shall triumph through wisdom. Zhang Yi scoffed, having just heard someone proclaim Chen Zhenghao as inconsequential, while others suggested martial arts tactics against him. Now, as the prospect of action loomed, they suddenly spoke of victory through cunning. It was utterly laughable. At that moment, Uncle Yu, the community security guard, interjected with a passionate statement. We cannot allow Chen Zhenghao and his ilk to continue this way. If this persists, we shall all face his wrath. Even if we are not shot, we could be robbed of our provisions, leading to our demise. He offered to take the lead, urging others to join him in teaching these scoundrels a lesson. Uncle Yu was a man of few words, a former soldier with a straightforward disposition and fervent spirit, earning him considerable respect within the community. His heart burned with anger at the thought of such a heartless villain. Bravo, Uncle Yu! Truly a man of valor. No wonder you are a soldier of the people. Others praised him. I support you. Do you need weapons? I can lend you my kitchen knife. I have a long quan sword I bought during my travels last year. It slices through iron like butter. I'll lend it to you. Chen Zhenghao is just a cripple. If you get the chance, strike him from behind without giving him a chance to retaliate. The crowd rallied around Uncle Yu, showering him with praise and advice. Yet, none volunteered to accompany him in confronting Chen Zhenghao. Uncle Yu felt somewhat disheartened. With 5 or 6 men and a gun at their disposal, he knew he couldn't face them alone. At the very least, we need a dozen young men to ensure safety. I have military training and can lead the charge. The adult male residents fell silent, while female residents like Feng Yuqing, lacking adult males at home, were suddenly invigorated. Yes, we women may be weak, but this is the moment for the men of Building 25 to showcase their bravery. You are all remarkable gentlemen, and we hope you succeed in protecting us. The adult males among the homeowners bristled at this. Many were still single, living alone or sharing with friends, while they might be willing to risk their lives against villains. The attitude of the female homeowners, treating their safety as a mere responsibility, irked them. Please don't. You've always prioritized women. Now, when danger arises, you expect us to step forward? Why should we? They felt that if fairness was desired, it should apply to everyone. You've been so bold online. Why not confront Chen Zhenghao directly? While some were willing to risk their lives, they would only protect their own wives and children. The women, seeing the men's reluctance to confront Chen Zhenghao, began to scold them. Are you not men? Isn't this the moment for you to stand up? Forcing women to take risks is shameful. You are pathetic. If I ever marry, it certainly won't be to someone like you. Originally, the new homeowners group was formed to discuss how to address the risks posed by Chen Zhenghao. However, a senseless argument over who should confront him erupted, devolving into a conflict between the genders. Zhang Yi observed in disbelief. This scenario mirrored events from a past life, explaining why Chen Zhenghao had killed half the residents in the building and still managed to control everyone with his gun. In their final moments, they simply shut their eyes, too afraid to resist. Seeing the chaos unfold, Uncle Yu urgently appealed in the group chat. Everyone, let us not argue. Confronting Chen Zhenghao is our priority. Among the residents was a young woman named Lu Tiantian, a 22-year-old recent graduate who was fervently involved in the gender debate. Whenever she spotted a male voice in the chat, she would unleash a torrent of criticism. Even when the well-meaning Uncle Yu spoke, she quickly typed a response. What are you pretending to be a good person for, Uncle Yu? As a soldier, you should be the first to charge into action. With so many men in our building, if we could just exchange one for one, the rest would be safe. In today's society, women are more important. Men exist solely to serve us. I hope all you pathetic men in this group remember this. And don't make me repeat myself. Chapter 42. Reserve food. Lu Tiantian's remarks were met with derision from a group of male owners. Is it the end of the world? Who still coddles you little fairies? They scoffed. Do you really think you hold any significance? Do you deserve our protection at the risk of our lives? Uncle Yu, who was being berated, found himself at a loss. He could not comprehend why, despite his good intentions for everyone, they responded with such hostility. Being a man of few words, he chose to remain silent, unable to counter their vitriol. Zhang Yi observed the lively exchanges within the group chat and found it rather amusing, akin to a comedic spectacle. After all, entertainment options were scarce in these times. Ultimately, he concluded that the majority of individuals in this owner's group were indeed deserving of their fate. The verbal sparring intensified, perhaps due to the pent-up frustrations that had finally found an outlet, unleashing a torrent of venomous and vile language that was unbearable to witness. They lost sight of the original purpose of creating the group. Setting his phone aside, Zhang Yi ventured into the kitchen. Although the otherworldly space boasted an abundance of ready-made meals, he occasionally craved the simple pleasure of cooking for himself. He retrieved fresh ingredients: potatoes, scallions, ginger, and garlic, all appearing as if they had just been unearthed. The beef brisket was equally inviting, its vibrant red hue igniting his appetite. Walmart truly lived up to its reputation as the world's leading supermarket brand, with unparalleled product quality. Zhang Yi prepared a pot of potato beef stew and, following a recipe for clay pot chicken, affixed some flatbreads to the sides of the pot. Once cooked, the breads soaked up the rich broth, becoming particularly delectable. Picking up his phone, he found messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. This time, their voices were filled with desperate pleas. They were sobbing profusely, clearly shaken by the recent violent incident involving Chen Zhenghao. The two women, with their Na'vi charm, lacked the fortitude to confront malevolence, making them likely targets for Chen's next move. Having witnessed the robust security of Zhang Yi's home, they perceived it as a sanctuary, yearning to take refuge within its walls. Zhang Yi, regardless of our past conflicts, you once loved me, didn't you? You can't just stand by and watch me perish, can you? I know you appear tough on the outside, but your heart is soft. Please, save me. Lin Kaining, lacking in decorum, added, Zhang Yi, I don't want to die. Just let me stay with you, and I'll do anything you ask. But please, don't let me fall victim to those monsters. Zhang Yi sensed the palpable fear emanating from them. Truth be told, if his home had not been fortified, living in such a frigid and food-scarce environment would have left him feeling just as hopeless. However, would he feel pity for these women? Certainly not. This was the very scenario he had longed to witness. Their despair only fueled his exhilaration. He remained silent, casually recording a video to send them. In the video, a large pot of potato beef stew simmered before him, while a roaring fireplace cast a warm glow throughout the room, creating a stark contrast to the howling blizzard outside. For the two women, this scene was undeniably a cruel temptation, as they grappled not only with hunger, but with the very question of survival. They continued to beg for his mercy, asking to be allowed into his home. Zhang Yi chose to ignore their pleas, neither agreeing nor refusing, merely allowing them a flicker of false hope, knowing full well it was a mere illusion. The day passed in mundane monotony. After seizing a sufficient amount of supplies, Chen Zhenghao and his cohorts were in no rush to strike again. They understood that excessive aggression would incite a united front among the homeowners. The most prudent strategy involved gathering a faction, appeasing another, and then eliminating a third. However, that night, Zhang Yi detected unusual activity from Chen Zhenghao via surveillance. In a city plunged into darkness, his home remained illuminated, unnoticed by the residents of his building. He observed Chen Zhenghao's minions carrying two corpses out the door. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the faces. They were not from his building, but rather newcomers summoned by Chen during the snowfall. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi pieced together the grim reality. The day Chen Zhenghao had attacked his home, Zhang Yi had repelled them with a powerful water hose. In temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees, such exposure could prove fatal. The two individuals had likely succumbed to the cold, illness brought on by low temperatures. If left untreated and without a comfortable environment, could easily result in death. Pondering over why they had discarded the bodies of the stairwell rather than simply tossing them out the window to be buried by snow, a chilling realization struck Zhang Yi. Had Chen Zhenghao left the corpses behind as a reserve food supply? The thought sent shivers down his spine, a cold sweat breaking out across his skin. Yet, this explanation was disturbingly plausible. In such frigid conditions, nature itself became a vast refrigerator, eliminating concerns over spoilage. Modern perceptions of apocalyptic scenarios often derive from films depicting such themes. Cannibalism, as unsettling as it may be, is not an uncommon motif. Historical accounts recount instances where, During catastrophic years, people resorted to cannibalism, a grim testament to humanity's darkest capabilities. Perhaps the tranquility of recent years had dulled the memories of such stark realities until the arrival of the apocalypse. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi's racing heart gradually calmed. Compared to the average person, he accepted this grim reality more swiftly, having experienced a previous apocalypse himself, where he was nearly consumed. He understood that when desperation looms, hunger can drive humanity to commit the most heinous acts, consuming anything within reach. Chen Jinghao was indeed a formidable character. Though Zhang Yi held no fondness for the man, he couldn't help but admire the grim pragmatism behind such actions. Many comprehend the theory, yet few possess the fortitude to consider their own kin as a potential food source before starvation ensues. Chapter 43. She grew desperate after Chen Jinghao murdered the resident of Unit 301. The atmosphere in the entire apartment complex became exceedingly tense. The once vibrant chatter that filled the halls had dwindled to an oppressive silence, as no one dared to utter a word. Chen Jinghao seemed to sense this shift, realizing that the residents were covertly forming a new owners group behind his back. Yet, such actions were inherently difficult to suppress. His only recourse was to issue threats and attempts at persuasion within the group. The situation had grown dire. Each person was merely striving to survive, reluctant to resort to violence. Had it not been for that young man from Unit 301 initiating the confrontation with my people, I would not have been compelled to take his life. After all, I am not a monster. I hope that we can coexist harmoniously in the future, and perhaps share a modicum of food when needed. As long as you all comply, I assure you that peace can be maintained. Upon hearing these words, some residents visibly relaxed their guard. A few even entertained the notion that perhaps Chen Jinghao's assertion was valid. The death of the Unit 301 resident was a consequence of his own aggression. This phenomenon is akin to Stockholm Syndrome, where victims, in the face of despair, feel gratitude towards their oppressors for any semblance of kindness shown. Zhang Yi remained an observer, watching with a detached demeanor, refraining from comments or involvement. Yet within him, a heightened sense of caution towards Chen Jinghao began to brew. Although his home was fortified against intrusion, and Chen Jinghao's ragtag group was no match for his defenses, caution in such apocalyptic times is never unwarranted. If he truly provokes me, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Zhang Yi mused quietly. This fleeting tranquility was shattered the following day. Though every household trembled in fear of Chen Jinghao, the necessity to venture outside for water compelled some to brave the elements. Thus, a few individuals quietly opened their doors, hoping to discreetly gather snow. Unfortunately, they were caught red-handed by Chen Jinghao's watchful sentinels. The supplies pillaged on the first day had been devoured by famished marauders, and now, with bloodshot eyes, they regarded the entire building's residents as prey. Anyone they seized would be met with no mercy, their possessions stripped bare. In the newly formed chat group, urgent cries for help echoed. Zhang Yi opened the chat and chuckled darkly. The one in distress was none other than Lu Tian, a resident of the 7th floor, just above Chen Jinghao's lair. This morning, she had planned to sneak out under the cover of darkness to gather snow, only to be apprehended. Living alone, she had little to secure her safety and was already a target of Chen Jinghao's crew, having been cooped up for nearly half a month. Chen Jinghao and his cohorts were growing restless, seeking to unleash their pent-up frustrations on a woman. Lu Tian, though not conventionally beautiful, possessed a youthful allure and an acceptable physique. Given the circumstances, no one was particularly choosy. The gang approached her, wielding wrenches and iron rods, laughter on their lips. In a panic, she slammed her door shut and, in her desperation, turned to her neighbors for aid. "Help me, everyone! They are breaking down my door. I beg you. I will be killed," she cried, tagging Uncle Yu in her plea. "Aren't you a veteran? You can definitely handle them. We cannot trust those brutes. They are savage. We must unite. If something happens to me, you will be next." Her voice trembled with fear, a stark contrast to her earlier brazen demeanor when she had scorned the male residents. Uncle Yu replied, "My dear, this situation is sudden, and I cannot face them alone." While kind-hearted, he was not foolish enough to march into certain death. Chen Jinghao had 5 or 6 men, some armed, and even a soldier would struggle against such odds. Had they formed a defense team yesterday, there might have been hope to deter them. Lu Tiantian felt a chill at Uncle Yu's words. You can't do this. Am I to be left unprotected as a mere woman? What kind of men are you? If I die, I will haunt you all, once evoking sympathy. Her shameless emotional manipulation now ignited anger among the residents. Ah yes, we are all useless. Surely, the little fairy does not need our help. They mocked. You were so loud yesterday, flaunting your prowess. And now you seek our aid? Laughter filled the chat, devoid of compassion for Lu Tiantian's plight. Her family's misfortune meant, at the very least, a temporary reprieve for the others. Despair engulfed Lu Tiantian as she read the mocking comments. She turned to the female residents for help, but their responses were uniformly tepid. We are all sisters, but there is little we can do in this situation. Stay strong. We support you in spirit. Some offered hollow encouragement, while others resorted to dark humor. After all, human suffering is rarely shared, and the prolonged confinement and looming threat of death had warped many minds. More and more individuals joined the chat, but the tone had soured. Sister, if you must perish, at least take one down with you. It would be a service to the community. Lu Tiantian trembled in indignation, desperate to retort when suddenly, the door was kicked open with a resounding crash. Within Zhang Yi's home, he observed through surveillance as Lu Tiantian let out a piercing scream, only to be seized by several marauders, dragged from her sanctuary. In this frigid weather, they still find time for exercise. Their fervor is astounding. Zhang Yi mused, yet it was a logical response. In such precarious times, one never knows when their life might be extinguished. In the face of impending doom, the primal instinct to propagate one's lineage emerges. As he savored chocolate bar, Zhang Yi remarked to the monitor, in this temperature, any exposed skin is at grave risk. Chapter 44. Why should I show compassion? What fate awaits Lu Tiantian in the end? Although no one witnessed it firsthand, it is not difficult to speculate. A young girl trapped among a pack of wolves? What other outcome could there be? Even if Chen Jinghao and his group spared her life, she would be left with nothing, ultimately awaiting her demise. Nevertheless, there was little sorrow amongst the onlookers. Rather, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the crowd. At least Lu Tiantian could sustain Chen Jinghao and his companions for a while. Yet, this served as a dire warning to the other residents. If matters continued as they were, their own survival would soon be in jeopardy. That afternoon, Zhang Yi found himself unexpectedly added to a chat group. He chuckled softly, noting that in such an unstable environment, suspicion among people was intensifying, leading to the formation of numerous small factions. It seemed that by banding together, they believed they could grow stronger. Upon glancing at the members of the group, he recognized only 6 or 7 individuals, including Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing, and Lin Kaining, along with a few other neighbors. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, uncertain of their intentions. Before long, someone reached out to him. Fang Yuqing wrote, Zhang Yi, the outside world is perilous. Sooner or later, Chen Jinghao and his gang will come after us. We must unite. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, I'm quite comfortable on my own. Lin Kaining countered, that's not the point. You are alone, while Chen Jinghao has 5 or 6 people, not to mention firearms. You are in great danger. Zhang Yi smirked. Why don't you ask Chen Jinghao who broke his leg? Even now, Chen Jinghao dared not retaliate, for he understood Zhang Yi was a tough opponent. Zhang Yi inquired, so what do you propose? Fang Yuqing quickly responded, living separately is far too dangerous. We've decided to move in together, so we can stand against Chen Jinghao. Zhang Yi burst into laughter. You think that by gathering, you won't fear the guns in Chen Jinghao's hands? Absurd. If numbers truly mattered, the entire building, with its 50 households, could trample him to death. They were all cowards. Congregating merely provided a false sense of comfort. Another voice chimed in, Sun Jichao, a financial professional. With more people, at least they'd hesitate. We can band together to barricade the doors, making it harder for them to break in. What we lack is a stronghold. Fang Yuqing quickly added, Zhang Yi, your home has a balcony, and the security door is particularly sturdy, ideal for withstanding Chen Jinghao's aggression. We hope you will join our group to resist him. At this point, Zhang Yi understood their motives. Fang Yuqing had likely informed them about the advantages of his residence. They probably knew about his home's excellent insulation and ample supplies. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh. Their intentions were so transparent that he could hear their scheming from several floors away. I have no need for your company. Thank you. I am quite comfortable alone. If you wish to cohabitate, find somewhere else, he declared without hesitation. What a joke, cramming 7 or 8 people into his home. In these uncertain times, discerning friend from foe was increasingly difficult. Inviting danger into his sanctuary was out of the question. Besides, Zhang Yi owed them nothing. Why should he? After Zhang Yi's refusal, the group was clearly displeased. Sun Jichao protested. Zhang Yi, we are all in danger. You cannot be so short-sighted. Only together can we survive. Another member, Wang Min, added, we chose your home simply because it has a balcony for collecting snowmelt. You think we're taking advantage of you? In truth, we can protect you too. Zhang Yi's grin twisted into a derisive smile. He typed protect me, followed by a barrage of question marks, reflecting his inner mockery. Did they truly understand the life he was living? To speak of protection was utterly laughable. From her cocoon of blankets, Fang Yuqing pursed her lips, preparing to launch her counteroffensive. Aware that Zhang Yi despised her and would not allow her inside, she now sought to manipulate the group to coerce him morally. She thought, in matters of life and death, even if she and Lin Kainan, Zhou Peng, and others had wronged him in the past, Zhang Yi should be magnanimous. Zhang Yi, Lin Kainan admitted, I acknowledge we need your help. But consider this, by letting us take refuge in your home, you would save 7 or 8 lives. Can you truly bear to watch us perish at the hands of Qin Zhenghao? We have been friends and neighbors for so many years. Among those 7 or 8 individuals, Zhang Yi recognized most of them. Some were acquaintances, others even colleagues. They all pleaded with him, invoking their shared history. However, Zhang Yi, having endured betrayal and death in a previous life, was no longer the soft-hearted person he once was. Most of those in the group had once feasted at his table. In the face of apocalypse, what place was there for humanity? Survival was the only path forward. Thus, he replied in these dire times, whether one survives is a matter of personal merit. You hold no value to me. Why should I be compelled to protect you? After uttering these words, Zhang Yi promptly exited the group. To think they could exploit him was nothing short of a fantasy. He had no moral obligation and would not be manipulated. After the conversation, Zhang Yi retrieved a box of potato chips from his alternate dimension. He settled by the window, lounging in a plush imported chair, munching on chips while gazing at the outside world. Setting aside the extreme cold beyond, the snowy landscape was truly picturesque. The earth was cloaked in a blanket of silver, devoid of any blemish, a sight to behold. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a moving black figure on the 18th floor, accompanied by a desperate scream. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a person plummeting from the sky. Moments later, they landed in a snowdrift 6 or 7 meters deep. With the temperature plummeting to over 70 degrees below zero, entrapment in such a thick layer of snow was tantamount to a death sentence. It appeared that conditions in the other buildings mirrored his own. With supplies dwindling, desperation had led to violent confrontations over resources and even murder. In every corner where humanity dwelled, the descent into hell was underway. As Zhang Yi continued to snack on potato chips, he contemplated the future. It seemed prudent to remain wary not only of the neighbors in his building, but also of the external survivors. In these apocalyptic times, every eventuality was possible. Chapter 45. Deciding on a forceful attack within Building 25, Qin Zhenghao and his associates had successively raided several households, directly and indirectly leading to the demise of 5 individuals. This alarming situation prompted many residents within the apartment complex to band together. Their solution was to remain united, residing in close quarters, and to barricade their doors with heavy objects, preventing Qin Zhenghao and his cohorts from intruding. As for obtaining water, they resorted to the windows. Some residents occupied floors with balconies, which also collected the falling snow. On Fang Yuqing's side, they had collectively moved into Wang Min's home on the 18th floor. Wang Min, the cousin of Zhou Peng, was a formidable woman engaged in the cosmetics business in Tianhai City, possessing a measure of financial independence. Her residence comprised 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, mirroring the layout of Zhang Yi's apartment. The others present were her colleagues and close friends. In the face of the apocalypse, even the act of banding together necessitated trust in one another. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining were permitted to join only because Zhou Peng vouched for them, and their allegiance hinged on Zhang Yi's circumstances. At that moment, a group of individuals sat in the living room, swathed in thick down jackets and scarves, almost entirely enveloped in layers. Zhang Yi's refusal to share his home had cast a pall over their spirits. Wang Min turned to Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, speaking in a measured tone. The only reason I allowed you to move in was out of respect for my cousin. You promised to persuade Zhang Yi to let us into his home. Now that he is adamantly opposed, what do you propose we do? Zhou Peng, though somewhat sycophantic, was perceptive enough to recognize that these 2 young women were not easily swayed. Wang Min would not have invited them were it not for their connection to Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing quickly interjected, Sister Wang, please listen. Zhang Yi's supplies are exceedingly abundant, and he even has a fireplace. If we can move into his abode, our lives will improve dramatically. After repeated rejections from Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing and her companions had relinquished any illusions about him. Thus, they divulged all they knew about Zhang Yi and Appo's as household, including the photos and videos he had shared with them. Lin Kaining chimed in, Indeed, you've seen the videos. You must understand how comfortable Zhang Yi's home is. If we all strive together, we can take refuge there, not only to fend off Chen Jinghao, but also to enjoy a more comfortable existence. Upon hearing this, Wang Min and the others could not resist pulling out their phones to watch the videos Fang Yuqing had shared. The footage showcased the inviting interior of Zhang Yi's home, leaving them enthralled. Wang Min frowned. However, his stance is clear. He is unwilling to allow us in. At that moment, the bespectacled Sun Jichao adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke in a low voice. This man is exceedingly selfish, utterly disregarding the lives of others. We need not extend him any courtesy. I propose we employ some unconventional methods to compel him. Upon hearing this, the group turned to Sun Jichao, clearly understanding his implication, to invade Zhang Yi's home and force him to relinquish it. His friend, Lu Tao, voiced his agreement. I believe this is an excellent plan. Such a self-serving individual, who thinks only of himself, has no right to occupy such a fine residence. Wang Min furrowed her brow, but according to Zhou Peng, his security door is quite robust. We are not like Chen Jinghao. We are not adept in such matters. Zhou Peng added, Exactly, and Zhang Yi is particularly underhanded. The last time we knocked on his door, even doused us with urine from above. The mere recollection of that incident made Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining feel nauseous, as the lingering sin of Zhang Yi's actions still clung to their hair and skin. Had it not been for the cold weather causing nasal congestion, the odor would have been unbearable. Sun Jichao smirked, adjusting his glasses. This matter is quite manageable. All we need to do is bundle ourselves up tightly, wear masks, and carry umbrellas. We need not fear his tricks. As for breaking the door, he glanced at Lu Tao, who cleared his throat and said, I previously worked at a locksmith company. I am quite familiar with such tasks. I can open any common lock on the market. Upon hearing Lu Tao's assurance, Fang Yuqing and the others were nearly elated, bouncing with excitement. Wonderful. Once we breach his security door, we can all surge in, and I doubt Zhang Yi will be able to resist. Fang Yuqing seethed with indignation, recalling how she had implored Zhang Yi for entry, only to be met with refusal and humiliation. Once we are inside, I will ensure his head meets the toilet bowl. Nearby, the sycophantic Zhou Peng eagerly volunteered. I'll take care of that. Though Fang Yuqing found his eagerness distasteful, she still needed him and replied with a smile. All right, just make sure to eat plenty of soy products and onions. The group appeared jovial, clearly believing that their combined efforts would overwhelm Zhang Yi's defenses. They gathered umbrellas, wrapped themselves tightly, and armed themselves with tools for breaking in, making their way toward Zhang Yi's residence. Zhang Yi had installed an alarm system. Any disturbances on his floor would trigger an alert. Thus, as the group climbed the stairs, Zhang Yi became immediately aware of their approach. Viewing the surveillance footage, he observed the heavily bundled figures and mistakenly assumed they were Chen Jinghao and his gang. Perfect timing, since I failed to eliminate you last time. A lesson this time will suffice, Zhang Yi sneered. However, he had no intention of ending Chen Zhenghao's life just yet. If Chen Zhenghao were to perish, who would manage the troublesome neighbors in the building that would rob him of the entertainment he sought? As the group, thoroughly wrapped up, approached Zhang Yi and Appo's home, they opened their umbrellas. This maneuver rendered Zhang Yi's water and stink bomb defenses ineffective in driving them away. Fang Yuqing had naively assumed that no matter how many defenses Zhang Yi had prepared, resources within a single home were ultimately finite. At that moment, she believed that Zhang Yi's last resort would be the use of water and stink bombs. Chapter 46. High voltage. A group of individuals had arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep, sheltering under umbrellas. However, the numerous pinhole cameras installed by the Zhanglong security company on this floor captured every action from various angles. As the group gathered at the entrance, Zhang Yi observed one person extracting several gleaming metallic tools from his pocket, directing them towards the keyhole of his security door. Picking the lock, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, yet remained unperturbed. If their security door could be so easily breached, the professionals from Zhanglong security would have little credibility. This door was not only of world-class security, comparable to that of a bank vault, but also fortified with 5 layers of defense. To unlock the outermost lock required the expertise of a top-tier locksmith, let alone the physical lever installed within. The more complex the mechanism, the simpler the method of unlocking. It was the straightforward that often posed the greatest challenge. For instance, Zhang Yi had no intention of exiting, so he had firmly wedged a steel rod, 10 centimeters in diameter, within, unless one were to ram it repeatedly with a vehicle. Human strength alone would be insufficient to break through. Moreover, Zhang Yi had anticipated the possibility of someone attempting to pry open his door. Thus, he had installed a unique defensive measure. Watching the surveillance on the television, Zhang Yi retrieved his mobile device and accessed the control software for his safe house. Gently pressing a button, instantly, a powerful electric current surged through the security door. Lu Tao, engrossed in his lock-picking endeavor, emitted a terrified scream as the formidable current coursed through him. The individuals nearby turned pale with fright and hastily recoiled. "Help! Help me!" Lu Tao's face contorted in agony as he pleaded for assistance from his companions. The intense current clamped onto him like a vice, rendering him incapable of escape. The others, including Fang Yuqing and Zhou Peng, stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation and lacking suitable insulating tools. Soon, smoke began to rise from Lu Tao and Appo's body, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. Boom! He collapsed to the ground, his clothing reduced to tatters, with the skin on his arms and face already carbonized. It was evident he would not survive. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining screamed in unison. Witnessing a death so close was a profound shock. Meanwhile, within the room, Zhang Yi's lips curled into a faint smile, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction washing over him. Yet, could they truly blame anyone? They had dared to target Zhang Yi. They were deserving of their fate. A chill ran through Wang Min and the others, as their plan to break in had utterly failed. Sun Jichao and Lu Tao had been longtime friends, and witnessing his brother's tragic demise ignited flames of fury in his eyes. "Zhang Yi, you bastard, come out!" He brandished a shovel and struck against Zhang Yi's door with a resounding crash, the noise echoing several floors up. However, the massive iron door showed no signs of denting or damage. Once the paint had chipped away, it revealed the thick alloy beneath. Zhang Yi approached the door, hands in pockets, a mocking expression gracing his features. "You wish to break down my door? Are you courting death?" He shook his head, lamenting, "Is it not better to be alive?" Hearing Zhang Yi's taunts, the group outside was a mix of alarm and rage. Wang Min shouted, "Zhang Yi, we intended to discuss cohabitation amicably, yet you resort to murder? You are more wicked than Chen Zhenghao. You are a murderous fiend." Upon hearing a woman's voice, Zhang Yi realized the individuals outside were not Chen Zhenghao's crew. Nevertheless, he felt no remorse for killing Lu Tao. Such a person was simply deserving of death. Upon reflection, he recognized the group outside. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kainen's entourage had come. After all, they were likely the only ones aware of the exceptional comfort within Zhang Yi's home. Zhang Yi's expression darkened as he scathingly rebuked. What do you take me for? You barged into my home to break down my door, intending to seize my property. You deserve this fate. How dare you come here barking like dogs? It is utterly laughable. Feigning calm, Sun Jichao interjected. Zhang Yi, we mean no harm. We simply wish to converse with you. Yet you resorted to violence, killing our brother Lu Tao. This is too much. Do you not intend to provide us with an explanation? Zhang Yi laughed heartily. Just here to chat? You trespass and attempt to pick my lock. And you call that a conversation? Once you break in, your next step would likely be to eliminate me or drive me out to fend for myself. Allowing you to revel in the sanctuary I painstakingly prepared, correct? The group exchanged glances, acknowledging that this had indeed been their original intention. Sun Jichao's brow furrowed deeper, the death of his dear friend fueling his hatred for Zhang Yi. However, their priority now was to find a way to breach the door. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Zhang Yi, we offer you one last chance. Open the door and let us in, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Fang Yuqing echoed from outside. Zhang Yi, we will not harm you. We merely wish to share your home, to face the impending disaster together. Do not misjudge our intentions. Lin Kaining chimed in as well. Indeed, we could even let you occupy the master bedroom and supply you with resources first. They were filled with excitement. For just a wall separated them from paradise, a longing they had awaited for far too long. Zhang Yi dismissed their claims with scorn. Have you lost your minds? This home is mine, yet you act as if you were the rightful owners, allocating resources as you please. If you possess the capability, by all means, show me. I wish to see if you can break in. As he spoke, Zhang Yi was not idle. He had already loaded his handgun and held a crossbow in hand. The time for the hunt was about to commence. Through the surveillance, he could clearly observe everything outside, even overhearing their hushed conversations. Sun Jichao and the others huddled together, strategizing their next move. Among them, the most timid, Gu Jiaoyang, anxiously inquired, what should we do? With Lu Tao dead, no one can pick the lock. Shall we retreat? We cannot afford to attract Chun Zhenghao's attention. Sun Jichao scolded, what is there to fear? We are on the 24th floor. Chun Zhenghao and his crew would be exhausted by the time they climbed up. If they intend to kill or loot, they would first target those on the lower floors. Wang Min's expression grew serious. This Zhang Yi is indeed formidable. He seems as if he has been fully prepared for the apocalypse, equipped to the teeth. Chapter 47. The tetanus arrow. Indeed, some individuals gradually began to perceive Zhang Yi's peculiarities. In this frigid apocalypse, everyone was suffering from hunger and cold. Even those who typically had provisions at home were enduring great hardships. Yet, he alone was well-fed and warmly dressed, even opting to install a fireplace in the southern city of Tianhai. Coupled with a sturdy security door, it was evident that he had prepared for such eventualities. Zhou Peng sneered, expressing his indignation. If that's the case, Zhang Yi becomes even more detestable. He clearly knew a snow disaster was imminent, yet he only thought of himself and did not forewarn the neighbors. He spat vehemently. Due to a personal vendetta against Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng seized every opportunity to malign him. Wang Min and the others remained furrowed in thought, ignoring Zhou Peng. After all, if they were in his position, their primary concern would undoubtedly be their own families, indifferent to the fate of others. The pressing question was, what should they do next? Was prying open the door no longer feasible? Wang Min's gaze shifted to Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang, three of the few men in their group. If they were to force the door open, they would be the main contributors. The group murmured amongst themselves, deliberating. Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi observed them departing from the staircase. With his left hand gripping a gun and his right a crossbow, he leisurely watched their exit. He could have intervened and shot two of them, but he felt no urgency. Life had grown rather mundane, and he craved a bit of excitement. Thus, he chose to observe how they would attempt to breach the door, a preparation for future encounters with more formidable adversaries. After a considerable time, they returned, this time carrying a large, thick piece of wood, likely dismantled from a bed. A few women stood nearby, shielding themselves with umbrellas to protect against any cold water Zhang Yi might splash. The three men braced the wood and charged it towards the front door with a resounding crash. The sound was thunderous, and Zhang Yi felt the walls tremble. Yet, he was unperturbed. Unless the opposing team included a green giant, a 20-centimeter thick steel plate would not be breached. Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang relentlessly collided with the door. Zhang Yi merely reclined on the sofa, his eyes fixed on their futile efforts, monitoring the situation through a mobile application designed by the Dragon Security Company, allowing him to observe the house's status at any time. He remained vigilant, weapons firmly in hand, ready to act at the first sign of trouble. However, after what felt like an eternity of crashing, the entire building was aware of their attempts. Yet the door stood resolute. Aside from a few white marks, it bore no dent. 5 minutes elapsed, and the group was utterly dumbfounded. Just how thick was this door? Even a bank vault door could not be so sturdy. What kind of household would possess such a door? Sun Jichao and the others sank into despair, unleashing roars of frustration, a cacophony of defiance and hopelessness. Zhang Yi, observing this through the monitor, smiled faintly, feeling reassured about the quality of his safe house. Now, it was time to impart a lesson. Zhang Yi rose, stowing his handgun in his pocket, and opened a metal box containing 20 crossbow bolts. Strangely, they were all covered in rust. Typically, such alloy bolts are resistant to rust, yet these bore signs of neglect, as if stored in a damp environment for years. In truth, the rust was a deliberate creation by Zhang Yi. A mere scratch could pose a tetanus risk, an insidious threat in a world devoid of medical assistance. While not immediately lethal, it would lead to infections that could fester and rot. Those struck by such arrows would face a grim choice: amputate to survive or endure excruciating pain until death claimed them. This knowledge was gleaned from his encounters with Chen Zhenghao. Although Chen's leg had been ruined, he had managed to survive through various means. However, should he fall victim to these tetanus arrows again, Zhang Yi was keen to witness how he would cope. A devilish smile crept across Zhang Yi's face as he ascended to the shooting aperture. Feng Yuqing and her companions, holding umbrellas, could not discern the situation below. Unfazed, Zhang Yi aimed beneath the umbrellas and shot. Should they perish, it would be their fortune. If they survived, all the better. Whoosh! The tetanus arrow pierced through the umbrella, followed by a piercing scream. Before they could react, Zhang Yi swiftly readied a second arrow, requiring no aim, as they stood clustered together. Another arrow flew, eliciting yet another scream. Zhang Yi hastily loaded another bolt, drawing back the bowstring. It was at this moment the group finally reacted, shrieking and scattering in panic. Zhang Yi remained calm, targeting them as he shot, deliberately avoiding vital areas and aiming for arms and thighs. Among the remaining 6, 3 were struck by arrows, one of whom was hit twice. However, due to the slow loading speed of the crossbow, before Zhang Yi could deliver a second shot, they escaped into his visual blind spots. Zhang Yi shrugged. It mattered little, for those unfortunate souls were doomed, destined to suffer an excruciating agony until their demise. As for the others, he had ample time to play with them at his leisure. Time was undoubtedly on Zhang Yi's side. Even in this dire moment, he refrained from rushing out to deliver the final blow. One could only marvel at his composure, even with a minuscule chance of injury. Zhang Yi would not take that risk. The consumption of arrows posed a significant concern. He frowned, contemplating the long term. Initially, he had purchased 300 crossbow bolts and an equal number of arrows. Each time he used them, retrieving them was not a viable option. Although many remained, one must heed the adage: a lack of foresight leads to immediate worries. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. He opened the spatial rift and began rummaging, quickly locating what he desired. The warehouse contained numerous bearings suitable for launching with the crossbow. Additionally, there were toy marbles, while not as lethal as steel bolts. When fired from a professional-grade crossbow, their impact was quite formidable. Even if his supply of bolts dwindled, there were plenty of metal objects he could disassemble and repurpose. Zhang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. With these resources, he could sustain himself indefinitely. While he felt at ease, others were facing dire straits. Feng Yuqing and her 6 companions had initially intended to leverage their numbers to seize Zhang Yi's home. However, their scheme backfired spectacularly. Not only did they lose one member, but 3 others were also struck by crossbow bolts, forcing them to retreat in a state of utter disarray. They didn't end Appo's to even dare to retrieve Lu Tao and Appo's body. Chapter 48. Waiting for death with no medicine. Fong Yuqing, Wang Min, Sun Jichao, and others fled back like frightened dogs. Upon returning home and shutting the door, they were drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. The injured, in particular, gritted their teeth in pain, collapsing onto the sofa. Zhang Yi's arrows had struck Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang. After all, they were the main attackers, closest to Zhang Yi and Appo's front door. Fong Yuqing and Lin Kainan, having witnessed Zhang Yi and Appo's capabilities before, deliberately positioned themselves further back, thus avoiding the arrows. Consequently, among the 7 who had ventured out, for men either lay dead or were afflicted by tetanus arrows. Initially, they did not sense the severity of their injuries due to the biting cold. However, once home, they struggled against the extreme chill, gritting their teeth to remove their clothing. Upon seeing their wounds, their faces paled. If it had been ordinary arrows, they could have simply extracted them, disinfected the wounds with alcohol, and taken some anti-inflammatory medication. Yet these arrows were rusty. Without antibiotics, any infection in the current environment would lead to a most tragic demise. No, how could this happen? Sun Jichao and Appo's pupils constricted as he grasped the implications, the terror of death enveloping him instantly. With a sharp crack, Wang Min slapped Fong Yuqing in anger. The injured were her close friends and family, and all of this transpired because Fong Yuqing had incited them to raid Zhang Yi's house. How could she not be furious? You wretched scoundrels! You said his house only had a sturdy door. Why were there arrows? Did you know all along, which is why you ran so far? Why are you all unscathed? Wang Min was not petite. She was significantly taller than Fong Yuqing and Lin Kainan. The slap sent Fong Yuqing trembling in fear, tears streaming down her face in grievance. I didn't know. The last 2 times we went, he didn't attack us with crossbow arrows. Zhou Peng, with an arrow lodged in his arm, rushed over to shield Fong Yuqing. Cousin, please don an Appo's tea. I can vouch for Yuqing. She truly had no idea. Wang Min, seeing her cousin and Appo's foolishness, felt a pang of frustration. She pointed at Fong Yuqing and Lin Kainan. Then why are they both unharmed? I saw them hiding far away. Lin Kainan, unwilling to back down, muttered, wearing an Appo's. You also uninjured? How dare you criticize us? Wang Min, incensed, retorted, that was mere luck. I just happened not to be hit. Now, we are all suffering because of you. Get out. However, Sun Jichao intervened, signaling her to calm down. We are all injured. Someone needs to tend to us, he said softly, unwilling to succumb to death just yet. They needed to extract the arrows and pray for no infection to survive. Wang Min's chest heaved with emotion as she shot a resentful glance at Fong Yuqing and Lin Kainan. Get over here and help. Reluctantly, Fong Yuqing and Lin Kainan lowered their heads, a flash of resentment in their eyes, but they proceeded to assist the injured in treating their wounds. As they unwrapped their clothing and witnessed the severity of the injuries, their faces turned pale. Zhang Yi's crossbow arrows were of professional grade, designed for hunting wild boar and coyotes. Once embedded in flesh, they buried deep. With no medical professionals or proper equipment available, they were utterly incapable of providing care. A slight miscalculation could lead to fatal bleeding. After pondering for a moment, Wang Min declared, "We must call Dr. Zhou for help." The doctor, Zhou she referred to as Zhou Ke, who had once saved Lin Xiaohu after his liver was ruptured. Wang Min stepped aside to call Zhou Ke. Before long, she arrived. Wang Min rushed over, gripping Zhou Ke's hand with urgency. "Dr. Zhou, our lives depend on you." Zhou Ke, donned in a long black down coat that enveloped her tall frame, carried a metal medical kit slung over her shoulder. Upon entering the room and assessing the injuries, her brow furrowed with concern. Another case of arrow wounds? Wang Min blinked in curiosity. Another? Who else has been shot? Zhou Ke's expression shifted, a fleeting look of discomfort crossing her face. No, it's from a previous patient at the hospital. Wang Min felt a twinge of confusion, but had no time to dwell on it. Dr. Zhou, please examine them quickly. Zhou Ke wasted no time and approached the injured, her gaze darkening as she observed their pale faces. With arrows still embedded, they could not staunch the bleeding, and in temperatures plunging below -60 or 70 degrees. Their plight was dire. Their injuries are too severe, Zhou Kuer remarked, her brow knitted. Without professional equipment, I cannot guarantee a successful operation. Wang Min hurriedly urged, Dr. Zhou, it's already this late. You must proceed. We trust you. Zhou Kuer shook her head. The arrows are rusted, which poses a risk of infection. I can extract the arrows, but without antibiotics, infection is inevitable. If that occurs, she left the sentence unfinished, but the gravity of her words resonated with everyone present. In these conditions, any infection would be a death sentence. Tears streamed down Wang Min's face as she realized that Sun Jichao and the others were her dearest friends, with Zhou Peng being her cousin. In this apocalyptic world, safety felt elusive. Losing so many loved ones in a single day would surely shatter her spirit. How cruel Zhang Yi is. He must have done this on purpose. How could he be so malicious? Even if we took his house, it wouldn't warrant his life. Wang Min lamented in anguish. Zhang Yi? Zhou Kuer recalled the name, her mind drifting back to a few brief encounters with him. She remembered him as a handsome, sunny man, though they had spoken little due to her reserved nature. Ultimately, without medication, merely extracting the arrows still posed a significant life risk. I hope you all understand, Zhou Kuer said calmly. At that moment, Fang Yuqing appeared to have an epiphany. Medicine? I remember Zhang Yi has some. Chapter 49. With an embarrassed face, Wang Min asked Zhang Yi for medicine upon hearing that Zhang Yi possessed medicine. Wang Min and Sun Jichao were immediately filled with excitement. In moments of impending death, one clings desperately to any lifeline. Sun Jichao struggled to ask, is this true? Does he really have medicine? Wang Min glared at Fang Yuqing. You better not be lying. Because of you, several of us have sustained serious injuries. The mere mention of Zhang Yi's name sent shivers down her spine. Fang Yuqing replied, about a month ago, it seemed like Zhang Yi underwent a transformation. He began hoarding supplies at home, frantically. I would see delivery trucks bringing him goods almost daily. Once, I saw a pharmaceutical company's vehicle arrive at our community, and Zhang Yi went to fetch it. They carried 2 large boxes into his home. It must have contained medication. Zhou Kuer added, antibiotics are not particularly rare. If he indeed foresaw the impending disaster and stockpiled supplies, he would certainly have a substantial quantity of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs on hand. As a doctor, Zhou Kuer was deeply convinced of this. Sun Jichao's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, nearly frenzied. Then let us go find Zhang Yi. He must bring the medicine to save my life. My injury is his doing, so he must save me. Wang Min gritted her teeth, her face contorted in conflict. But after what just happened, he must despise us. Why would he give us any medicine? Good Zhaoyang could no longer endure the pain. Lying on the couch, he moaned in agony. Oh, I feel like I'm dying. Think of a solution. We must plead with Zhang Yi. He has to save us. Fang Yuqing chimed in. We haven't harmed him. And we even planned to leave some supplies for him after breaking in. Instead, he showed no gratitude and attacked us mercilessly. We are the ones in the right. What do we have to fear? Hearing their discourse, Zhou Kuer grasped the situation and her eyes flickered with an expression of incredulity. Yet, as this matter did not concern her directly, she refrained from passing judgment. Instead, she opened her medical kit and took out some gauze to attend to the wounds. The kit was nearly depleted. Her supplies were originally for emergencies and had dwindled after treating several neighbors in recent days. If Wang Min and the others failed to procure medicine, she might only be able to extract the arrows and apply makeshift bandages. At the very least, she could alleviate their suffering in death. The group spoke eloquently, still believing they were in the right. They merely wished to survive. How could that be wrong? They could only blame Zhang Yi for his selfishness. Why should he hoard such favorable conditions for himself? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Min suddenly pointed at Fang Yuqing and declared, you will handle this. I know Zhang Yi pursued you before, so you're the most suitable to approach him. Sun Jichao and good Zhaoyang, though weak, weakly concurred. After all, it was Fang Yuqing who had brought this situation upon them. Had she not revealed Zhang Yi's circumstances and assured them of his lack of defenses, they would not have been so foolish as to take such risks. although Zhou Peng was reluctant to send Fang Yuqing to plead with Zhang. The sharp pain in his arm and the looming threat of death compelled him to side with Wang Min. He said to Fang Yuqing, "Yuqing, we are a collective, right? This is a small sacrifice on your part. We must all survive to protect you." Fang Yuqing's face was a mask of conflict. She was most unwilling. After all, she had already endured humiliation at Zhang Yi's hands. Yet, she had no choice now. It was only due to her association with Zhou Peng that she could join this group. Otherwise, as a fragile woman, she would be of little use in opposing the likes of Chen Zhenghao and other bullies. Other teams would not welcome her, and even if they did, she might very well be reduced to a mere plaything. In this apocalypse, women, especially those who possessed beauty but no skills, were exceedingly cheap. Zhou Ku'er picked up a scalpel. Her resources limited and sterilization impossible. Even with an alcohol lamp, the heat would cause clumping. Moreover, without drugs, any disinfection was futile. She instructed Sun Jichao to bite down on a towel and began to extract the arrow. The scene quickly devolved into a cacophony of agonizing screams, akin to the sound of a slaughtered pig, and Sun Jichao nearly bit through the towel. The room was filled with dread as everyone urged Fang Yuqing to seek Zhang Yi for medicine. With a heavy heart, she dialed Zhang Yi's WeChat voice call. Beep. Beep. At home, Zhang Yi was preparing to eat. Remarkably, despite having taken a life for the first time, he felt an unexpected calmness within. There was no fear, only a thrill of vengeance fulfilled. This satisfaction reassured him that such a mindset was crucial for survival in the apocalypse. He had genuinely feared he might vomit or suffer from insomnia. After all, he had faced more dire circumstances than anyone else present. Nothing could shatter his composure now. Just then, the phone rang. With curiosity, Zhang Yi glanced at the caller ID and found it was Fang Yuqing. His eyes widened with an unexpected smile. "Oh, after I just dealt with you so harshly, are you calling to berate me now?" Without hesitation, he answered. The more miserable they were, the more joy he felt. He switched to speakerphone while preparing lunch in the kitchen. "Hello, what can I do for you?" Zhang Yi's voice was remarkably gentle, as if he were not the one who had just killed Lu Tao and shot at Sun Jichao and the others. Yet, the more soothing his tone, the more unnerved Fang Yuqing and the others became. Under the scrutiny of the group, Fang Yuqing reluctantly spoke through the speaker, pleading, "Zhang Yi, Lu Tao is dead, and Zhou Peng is gravely injured. He will soon die too." Woo-woo. Her cries were heart-wrenching, seemingly intended to elicit Zhang Yi's sympathy. However, Zhang Yi merely replied indifferently, "Oh, dead is dead. They were bound to die eventually, one way or another." With a knife in hand, he leaned closer to the microphone and ominously remarked, "You don't think you can survive this snow disaster, do you?" His voice was chilling, sending shivers down Wang Min and the other spines. Zhang Yi had articulated their deepest fears. The heavy snow had sealed off the city, and their building had become an isolated island. Even if they survived for now, their supplies would soon dwindle. Even if Chen Zhenghao did not kill them, they would freeze to death or starve. Fang Yuqing trembled as she wept. "Zhang Yi, I know I was wrong. It's all my fault for not accepting your pursuit. But now I want to change that. Can you forgive me?" Chapter 50. Teasing the White Lotus, Zhang Yi lightly replied, "What do you think?" Next to Fang Yuqing, Wang Min and the others urged her to get to the point. Fang Yuqing sniffled, her voice trembling as she said, "Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng and the others have been injured by you, and their condition is dire. We have no medicine at home. They could die from infection. Didn't you buy a lot of medicine before? I beg you, lend us some. I promise I won't disturb you again." Zhang Yi paused in his cooking, momentarily bewildered by Fang Yuqing's convoluted reasoning. "Fang Yuqing, do you really think I shot them with rusty arrows for no reason? My intention was for them to suffer and perish from their wounds. And you come here to borrow medicine? Are you out of your mind?" Zhang Yi chuckled derisively. Fang Yuqing and the others were not oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, if they did not muster the courage to approach Zhang Yi, they would have to watch their companions die before their eyes. Zhou Peng and the other three men were their hope for survival. Fang Yuqing cried out, "Zhang Yi, we were wrong. Please spare them this time. We promise we won't trouble you again. The world is so harsh now. We should help each other. Can't you show a little compassion? Will you really feel happy if they die?" Before she could finish, Zhang Yi retorted firmly, "Yes, I'm quite pleased at the moment. Fang Yuqing was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. Wang Min hurried over and said, Zhang Yi, it's me, Wang Min. Do you remember when I invited you to dinner? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. In the past, when Wang Min sought his assistance to acquire goods at a low price from the warehouse, he had accepted her invitation, but later helped her profit significantly. Do you really think that it's relevant? Zhang Yi coldly countered. Wang Min swallowed hard, the anguished cries of Zhou Peng echoing in her ears. Zhang Yi, upon hearing this, wore a smug expression, almost wishing to witness their suffering firsthand. Wang Min implored, Zhang Yi, we are all in precarious circumstances, and with that bully Chen Jinghao around, lives are at stake. It's wise to leave a line of retreat. You never know when you might need us. If you give us the medicine this time, Wang Min, will remember your kindness and surely repay you. Zhang Yi scoffed, kindness? Do you take me for a fool? Those men are injured because of me, and one of your own has already died. The corpse lies on my doorstep. No matter what I do, the enmity between us is irreconcilable. Help you? And wait for your retaliation? That is laughable. Wang Min attempted to clarify. We're not that kind of people. Enough. This is futile. Zhang Yi interjected, clicking his tongue. Whether you're that kind of person is irrelevant to me. What matters is that I don't believe you are trustworthy, so I want to save you. Why should I assist those who wish to harm me? That would be pure altruism, and no matter how grand your words may sound, I remain unmoved. Seeing that Zhang Yi was impervious to their pleas, the group grew increasingly anxious. Wang Min's brows furrowed. Zhang Yi, don't push us to extremes. If you force us to desperation, we might do things you want to like. In response to Wang Min's threat, Zhang Yi laughed dismissively. Haven't you already done everything you could? If you had the capability, you would have stormed into my home, killed me, and taken everything long ago. I'm not easily intimidated. Fang Yuqing snatched the phone, tearfully imploring, Zhang Yi, must we really reach this point? We used to get along so well. Why can't we cast aside our prejudices and start anew? I've always had feelings for you. Meanwhile, Zhou Peng, in the next room, was biting down on a towel as he underwent surgery. Upon hearing her words, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he groaned even more pitifully. Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire Fang Yuqing's audacity. Her shamelessness was unparalleled. Yet it was understandable. In this environment, Zhang Yi had become akin to a wealthy tycoon, and a gold digger's persistence was formidable. Suddenly, an insidious thought crossed Zhang Yi's mind. Aware that others were nearby, and Zhou Peng could hear their conversation, he deliberately stated, Yuqing, I still have feelings for you deep down. It's just that you hurt me too profoundly before, making it hard for me to let go. This statement acted like a spark, igniting a glimmer of hope in Fang Yuqing. Ignoring the furious glares from those around her, she trembled with excitement as she exclaimed, Zhang Yi, I knew you still loved me. You're so foolish. I've always liked you. Those past events were merely tests of your heart. Oh, you dense fool. Why can't you understand my feelings? Wang Min and the others cringed at the display, while Zhou Peng nearly fainted in rage. However, they realized that if Fang Yuqing successfully seduced Zhang Yi, they might have a chance to access his resources, so they remained silent. Zhang Yi, let me move into your home. I will be yours from now on. Whatever you desire, I will comply. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. Very well. Fang Yuqing jumped for joy, more exhilarated than if she had just consumed sweet soy milk. Lin Caning eagerly chimed in. Take me with you. Take me with you? Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glance, internally mocking her. Zhang Yi's icy voice emerged from the phone once again. But Yuqing, the only person I love is you. Therefore, I can only allow you to come over. As for those who don't belong, you must keep your distance. Given how dire our circumstances are, we can oppose to afford to have anyone dragging us down. Don't you agree? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. They had initially hoped that Fang Yuqing's connection to Zhang Yi would benefit them all, yet now it seemed he intended to sever ties with them. Fang Yuqing, however, was too ecstatic to care about the others. She nodded vigorously, yes. Whatever you say, brother, I will listen to you. Then come over now. Don't worry about anyone else. Okay. I'll be right there, just wait for me. Fang Yuqing's face flushed with excitement at the thought of escaping her hellish existence, her mind a complete blank. She dashed toward the door. Wang Min and the others were seething with rage. Seeing Fang Yuqing genuinely ready to abandon them for Zhang, Lin Caning reached out and grabbed her arm. Fang Yuqing turned back, her expression twisted in fury as she shouted, "Let go of me. Don't stop me from going to Zhang Yi's house. I've had enough of this life." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Min's heavy hand struck her face with a resounding slap. "You shameless wretch. You've caused us so much suffering, and now you want to walk away? Not a chance." Chapter 51. No medicine, awaiting infection. Wang Min and the others were furious. It was Fang Yuqing who had initially lured them into attacking the Zhang family. Now, with many dead and injured, she seemed to want to abandon them and seek her own comfort. Not a chance. Zhou Peng, who was in the midst of surgery, felt his rage boil over upon hearing that Fang Yuqing intended to find Zhang Yi. "Yuqing, how can you do this to me? Didn't you say you despise Zhang Yi? Do you remember saying you want to be my woman?" Fang Yuqing had just received a slap from Wang Min, covering her face while defiantly retorting, "Is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness? Being with you is merely temporary. Once we exhaust our supplies, we'll be waiting for death. The Zhang family is so comfortable with food and warmth. What is wrong with me going to him?" She cast a pained glance at Zhou Peng, as if pleading for his understanding. "Zhou Peng, you are a good person and have treated me well, but to love someone means wishing for her happiness, doesn't it? While you have helped me in the past, you shouldn't impede my pursuit of a better life. Can you offer me more than what Zhang Yi can?" Zhou Peng's face turned ashen, at a loss for words. Zhou Kuer frowned and admonished him, "Stay still. If you move, you might sever an artery." Wang Min, feeling anxious, hurried over to restrain Zhou Peng. "Cousin, don't let this wretched woman get to you. Your life is paramount." Taking a deep breath, she glared at Fang Yuqing, declaring, "If you want to leave, we won't stop you, but only if Zhang Yi brings medicine in exchange." Lin Caning stood at the door, defiantly declaring, "Fang Yuqing, if you're leaving, we go together." Fang Yuqing glared at them with resentment, reluctantly addressing Zhang Yi. "Brother Zhang Yi, you heard them. They want tea, let me go. Why don't you give them some medicine?" Zhang Yi, observing the scene from the kitchen, chuckled lightly. "Medicine is incredibly precious. How can I trust that they aren't deceiving me? They could very well be using you to threaten me, demanding things in return." He warned, "We must not fall for their tricks." The conversation was audible to everyone due to the speaker being on. Zhou Peng shouted passionately, "Yuqing, don't believe him. He is just playing you." Indeed, outsiders often perceive things differently. Yet, in such dire circumstances, Fang Yuqing's mental state had already begun to fray. Zhang Yi had offered her a glimmer of hope, and she clung to it like a drowning person grasping a straw. Even if rational thought told her it wouldn't save her, she was unwilling to let go. Nodding fervently, she agreed, "Yes, Brother Zhang Yi, you make sense." With that, she charged at Lin Caning, shouting, "Get out of my way, you vile woman. Don't block me." The two women immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. In her desperation to reach the Zhang family, Fang Yuqing was relentless, her eyes wild with fury. She clawed at Lin Caning's hair and bit her arm. In pain, Lin Caning retaliated, and soon they were rolling on the ground like two deranged individuals. Wang Min, unable to watch any longer, noticed several patients were undergoing surgery nearby. If they continued fighting, it could disrupt the procedures. Thus, she joined the fray, collaborating with Lin Caning to finally subdue the frenzied Fang Yuqing. "Let me go! Let me go!" Fang Yuqing screamed desperately, thrashing like a madwoman. Wang Min frowned, raising her hand and delivering several sharp slaps to Fang Yuqing's face, which stunned her into silence. "You want to leave? Dream on." She picked up Fang Yuqing's phone and called Zhang Yi. "Hello, Zhang Yi. We have Fang Yuqing in our grasp. If you truly wish to save her, bring medicine for an exchange." Zhang Yi shrugged. "You have too many people. I'm afraid. What if you take the opportunity to kill me? So, my dear Yuqing, even though I long to be with you, they won't allow it. Please don't blame me." He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring Fang Yuqing heard every word. In agony, she screamed, her eyes filled with malice as she looked at Wang Min and the others. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi hung up the phone, a wicked smile creeping across his face. The cruelest act in this world is to give a glimmer of hope to the desperate, only to make it unattainable. He certainly would not allow that green tea white lotus into his home. He merely sought to vex those around him. If worst came to worst, they could simply eliminate Fang Yuqing. On the other side, Fang Yuqing howled for long, while before her wails transformed into pitiful sobs. Yet, she bore no hatred toward Zhang Yi. Instead, her ire was directed at Zhou Peng and Wang Min. She felt that if they hadn't obstructed her, she would now be in Zhang Yi's house, relishing exquisite food and basking in the warmth of a cozy fireplace. Wang Min scoffed at Fang Yuqing, glancing at Lin Canning, whose recent behavior had pleased her. At least she wasn't allied with Fang Yuqing. You see, this woman only thinks of herself, never considering others. If you wish to remain in our team, keep a close watch on her. Don't let her escape. Wang Min coldly instructed Lin Canning. Nodding vigorously, Lin Canning replied, Sister Wang, I will certainly heed your words. She cast a disdainful glance at the weeping Fang Yuqing, her eyes brimming with hatred as she declared, I will absolutely not let her escape alone. If we suffer, we all suffer. Why should you alone enjoy comfort? In the living room, Zhou Ku'er conducted simple surgeries on the three individuals. Due to the lack of sterilization and anesthesia, she could only hastily extract the rusty tetanus arrow and apply gauze to stop the bleeding. Unfortunately, there were no disinfecting cotton balls. The frigid weather had rendered the medical alcohol frozen. The only silver lining was that the extreme cold prevented them from fainting in agony. However, the drawbacks were glaringly apparent. In such extreme low temperatures, the body was prone to necrosis. After completing the procedures, Zhou Ku'er wiped the blood from her hands, closed her toolbox, and addressed Wang Min and the others. This is merely a temporary measure. Without medicine, infection is highly likely, so prepare yourselves mentally. The eyes of Wang Min and the others were filled with helplessness. With Zhang Yi unwilling to assist them, how could they procure any medicine? Chapter 52. The exposure of wealth. Zhou Ku'er extended her hand toward Wang Min. It was only natural that she would not assist without compensation. Wang Min, understanding the unspoken rules, produced a packet of biscuits and handed it to her. Though meager, if rationed, it would sustain her for 2 days. Zhou Ku'er felt a sense of satisfaction before departing. Once Zhou Ku'er left, the atmosphere in the room became unbearably oppressive. The pain from their wounds throbbed relentlessly, causing the three men to lie on the sofa, cocooned in their blankets, reluctant to move. Zhou Peng gazed sorrowfully at Fang Yuqing, his eyes brimming with grief. The others cast her glances laden with hostility. Sun Jichao inhaled deeply, exclaiming, We cannot simply wait for death. We must procure medicine from Zhang Yi. Otherwise, if the wound becomes infected, our demise will be excruciating. He turned to Wang Min and Lin Canning, his tone grave. You must understand that surviving in this apocalypse is exceedingly difficult without male protection. Wang Min and Lin Canning's expressions darkened. They recognized the truth in Sun Jichao's words. Otherwise, Wang Min would not have initially chosen to team up with them. However, they were at a loss regarding how to handle Zhang Yi. Wang Min sighed deeply, her face a mask of helplessness. Having already failed in a direct confrontation and suffered losses, what other options remained? Sun Jichao gritted his teeth, the agony coursing through him, rendering him desperate. I do have a plan we could attempt. The other's eyes lit up, turning toward him. What is it? As long as there is hope, we must try. Indeed, he continued, continuing to drag this out is tantamount to awaiting our demise. We must act. Zhang Yi has a fireplace at home, indicating he has stockpiled a substantial amount of fuel. Moreover, from his videos, it is evident that he has plenty of food. Currently, this information is known only to us few. However, it is clear that we cannot breach Zhang Yi's residence alone. Instead, we should leak this information, allowing the entire apartment building to become aware. Sun Jichao's gaze was as venomous as that of Cobra. If we cannot handle him, surely hundreds of others can. Not to mention the wild card, Chun Zhenghao, who possesses a firearm. That group is ruthless, capable of murder. They will undoubtedly target Zhang Yi. When that time comes, acquiring some medicine and food should not pose an insurmountable challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Good Jiaoyang exclaimed excitedly, What a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly agree. The others did not hesitate long before nodding in agreement. After all, they had no better alternatives at present. Suddenly, Fang Yuqing erupted in outrage, berating the group. What you are proposing is utterly shameless. How can you do this? I intend to live with Zhang Yi. If you ruin him, what will become of me? Wang Min, her face cold, struck Fang Yuqing hard across the face, leaving it swollen and resembling that of a pig's head. Grabbing her hair, Wang Min dragged Fang Yuqing toward the bedroom amidst her shrieks. She then called out to Zhou Peng, come here and take care of her. Zhou Peng's arm was injured, though the severity was not extreme. After all, Zhang Yi had not aimed for a vital spot, intending for them to succumb to infection instead. Thus, with the arrow removed, Zhou Peng was still capable of movement. Hearing Wang Min's command, he hesitated, saying, Cousin, this doesn't seem right. I genuinely care for her. How can I harm her? Fang Yuqing trembled on the bed, pleading for mercy. You can't do this. Zhou Peng, didn't you say you love me the most? Wang Min spat, disdain evident. You little vixen, you've brought us such misery. Merely having you accompany my cousin in bed is already a privilege for you. Turning to Zhou Peng, she admonished, Foolish brother, don't be so naive. This woman is of low character, likely having shared her bed with countless others. To put it plainly, don't you simply desire to sleep with her? Consider this your opportunity to fulfill that wish. After this, let us see how she continues to deceive you. Being a woman herself, Wang Min understood precisely how to deal with Fang Yuqing. By simply allowing Zhou Peng to sleep with her, his initial fascination would likely diminish. Zhou Peng roared in anger, rushing into the bedroom, only to shove Wang Min aside. You shall not speak of her that way. My love for Yuqing is genuine. I would never coerce her. Wang Min stared at him, her eyes wide, speechless with rage. You worthless sycophant. She had underestimated the loyalty of a devoted admirer. Zhou Peng retorted, No, I'm not a sycophant. Yuqing is a good woman who genuinely cares for me. I believe that with time, she will come to love me. As he spoke, he turned to Fang Yuqing, flashing what he believed to be a charming smile. Do not fear, I am here for you. He recalled the time when he first arrived in this city, young and unfamiliar with its ways. With only a middle school education, he was looked down upon by many. Yet, Fang Yuqing had offered him a warm smile, even kindly asking for his help to move her belongings. During his lonely moments, she had given him a chance to take her out for a meal. That feeling of being trusted lingered warmly in Zhou Peng's heart. He would rather harm himself than hurt Fang Yuqing. Even after her recent words, he believed Zhang Yi was to blame. Fang Yuqing was merely a victim of his deceit. Indeed, as long as he patiently awaited her realization, she would eventually come to understand that he was the man best suited for her. Seeing Zhou Peng's foolish grin, Fang Yuqing felt a sense of relief. Although allowing him a brief indulgence was not a significant issue, she had always looked down upon him and found him repulsive. The others in the room were equally at a loss for words regarding Zhou Peng's infatuation. However, their focus remained on uniting the entire apartment building to confront Zhang Yi, rendering Zhou Peng's antics inconsequential. Wang Min and the others decided to disclose the information regarding the abundance of resources in Zhang Yi's home to everyone. By leveraging the collective strength of the residents, they aimed to breach Zhang Yi's house. Only then could they seize the medicine necessary to save Sun Jichao and the others. Thus, Wang Min shared Zhang Yi's previous videos and photos in the owner's group chat. The purpose of sharing in this group was, of course, to ensure Chun Jinghao saw it as well. Wang Min declared, Dear neighbors, I have just realized that some still live such blissful lives amid our current circumstances. This selfish behavior is utterly despicable. The videos depict Zhang Yi's home life over the past few days. Consider the hardships we have endured compared to his existence. Is this fair? Let us deliberate on how we should proceed with this matter. Typically, this group was quiet, with only Qin Jinghao occasionally threatening neighbors. However, Wang Min's barrage of videos and images instantly captured everyone's attention. The neighbors eagerly clicked to view the videos. Upon witnessing the idyllic lifestyle depicted, their excitement bordered on frenzy. Are they actually relaxing in pajamas indoors? Our homes are freezing at below 70 degrees. How do they manage to keep warm? Their lights are on at night. Where do they get electricity? Is this truly recent footage, or is it from the past? Some voice skepticism. It is truly unimaginable that, in a time when so many endure hunger and cold, There are individuals who can indulge in warm, delectable feasts while residing in cozy, comfortable homes. Chapter 53. The neighbor's desperate pleas for Zhang Yi. Wang Min immediately asserted, "I can assure everyone that these videos were filmed recently." Zhang Yi's household has long been stocked with various supplies, both food and fuel. Thus, his current existence resembles that of paradise. Lin Kaining also spoke up, "Indeed, I can attest to that. I was the one who assisted him during his supermarket visits." Their family later purchased a substantial amount of goods. Have you all forgotten? Lin Kaining's words rekindled many memories. Yes, back then, Zhang Yi's home was inundated with deliveries. I had no inkling of his intentions. Could it be that he foresaw the impending snowstorm? That would be utterly shameless. He didn't even inform us. Outrage surged through the crowd. Zhang Yi is simply inhumane. How could he commit such an immoral act? We have been neighbors, sharing our lives for years, and yet he is so selfish. Everyone was indignant, attributing their current suffering to Zhang Yi. However, they failed to consider that even if Zhang Yi had warned them about an impending apocalypse, would they have believed him? Of course, they did not ponder this. They merely felt that Zhang Yi owed them. Someone promptly declared, "Zhang Yi must take responsibility for this situation. Indeed, why should we endure such misery while he enjoys a life of comfort? His household is overflowing with food, medicine, and energy. He must share some with us. If we suffer, he bears the primary responsibility." The neighbors' eyes blazed with anger. They could not tolerate the disparity. If everyone were suffering equally, it would be one thing. But why should one person bask in luxury while the rest of them languished? No, if we must perish, we shall do so together. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao and others had seen the videos circulating in the group. Chen Jinghao's eyes reddened with fury. "Zhang Yi, you scoundrel! How can you live so comfortably?" Chen Jinghao had already lost a leg, all thanks to Zhang Yi. Thus, among the entire building, Zhang Yi was the one he despised the most. The reason he had refrained from taking further action was twofold. First, Zhang Yi's home was difficult to breach, and having suffered defeat before, he would not attack unless absolutely necessary. Second, he had no idea Zhang Yi possessed such resources. Otherwise, he would have relentlessly pursued Zhang Yi's home, even at the cost of his life. The chat in the group was rapidly escalating. Many began tagging Zhang Yi, demanding an explanation. "Zhang Yi, everyone is suffering terribly right now, on the brink of freezing and starving. Your home is filled with provisions and fuel for the fireplace. Please share some with us. Remember, kindness will be remembered. I hope you do not take this for granted. Zhang Yi, we've been neighbors for many years. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. Zhang Yi, I'm Aunt Wang from the 20th floor. I even lent you some scallions before. With our good relationship, you must provide us with some supplies. Brother Zhang, I'm Lu and Xiang. We are practically brothers. How about I move into your home? The situation is so perilous. I can protect you." There were pleas filled with moral obligation, desperation, and reasoning, all seeking one thing: for Zhang Yi to distribute his supplies among them. Messages flooded in, and Zhang Yi, of course, took note. As everyone clamored for him to share his resources, Zhang Yi merely observed with a detached demeanor, curious to see the true nature of these individuals. "Linda Ma, Zhang Yi, I am the chairperson of our community committee." She promoted herself, which was quite amusing. "Moreover, I am an elder of this building. I have the authority to demand these supplies, which I will distribute to everyone. Mommy Xieli Mei, Zhang, my baby and I are on the verge of starvation. Did you not once praise my child as cuteness? Please save us. I could let my child call you godfather. Even, I am open to any other requests you may have. Rich second generation, Su Hao, Zhang Yi, if you allow me to stay in your home, I will give you all my assets. No, my father has passed. Our family's billions are yours." After indulging in the spectacle for a while, Zhang Yi finally responded with a single word. "Oh?" This single utterance sent the group into further excitement. The moral coercion continued, and the pleas for charity intensified. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Yi casually inquired, "Are we so familiar with one another? What gives you the right to demand my possessions?" At this moment, despair loomed over them. In truth, reasoning with them was futile. Their will to survive had eclipsed any sense of moral integrity. Zhang Yi was well aware that he had no intention of engaging in rational discourse with these people. He merely sought to toy with them. His gaze turned somewhat sinister as he recalled a past life, where he had once opened his door out of goodwill, only to have these very neighbors storm into his home, wielding an axe, and eagerly dismember him before he could even take his last breath. He yearned for revenge. Thus, he relished the opportunity to play with these pitiful yet loathsome insects. In the group, someone grew frantic. Zhang Yi, are you speaking human language? After so many years as neighbors, shouldn't we help one another? What significance does your survival hold if it comes at the cost of others? Young man, do not merely seek your own comfort. You must understand the value of sacrifice. If you hadn't concealed information and hoarded supplies, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Yes, the dire state we find ourselves in is entirely your fault. You must atone for your sins. Zhang Yi responded, oh. And then, below, a swarm of pleas, threats, and insults followed. They resembled passengers of a sinking ship, submerged in the icy depths of the Arctic Ocean, with sharks lurking nearby. Yet, they spotted a small fishing boat nearby, where the captain was leisurely enjoying hot pot and singing, blissfully gliding past them. In desperation, they swam with all their might toward the boat, hoping the captain would rescue them. The closer they hovered to despair and hope, the more fragile their psyche became, revealing increasingly grotesque expressions. Zhang Yi observed their distorted faces with a smile. While retrieving a bottle of exquisite Australian wine and a portion of premium French foie gras from his climate-controlled cellar. The pairing of red wine and foie gras is a match made in culinary heaven. When the bitterness of the foie gras melds with the tannic notes of the wine, the flavors harmonize beautifully, allowing even those unaccustomed to wine to savor its delights. As Zhang Yi savored the foie gras and sipped the wine, he continued to watch the neighbors' captivating performance. Some even sent him private messages, with others calling him. Zhang Yi took pleasure in opening each one. Mommy Cielime, Zhang Yi, I implore you to save me and my baby. Just let us stay in your home, and you can do whatever you wish with me. University student Zhang Xiu, brother Zhang Yi, I'm still young, I don't want to die. Please take me. Just give me a morsel of food. Numerous messages flowed in from female tenants, many of whom were married. They understood the current market dynamics and recognized that monetary offers would not sway Zhang Yi. Thus, they unanimously proposed to offer their own bodies in exchange for Zhang Yi's protection, believing that at the very least, they could secure some sustenance. Chapter 54. Zhoukur, what is Zhang Yi's attitude toward the news from those female owners? He merely regards them as amusing little essays, hardly bothering to respond. Of course, a few daring ones directly sent him intimate selfies. Zhang Yi glanced at them, but felt no particular interest. Primarily, these women exuded an excess of confidence. While a handful were somewhat attractive, most were merely average in appearance. They lacked the allure of certain online streamers who have honed their skills in seduction. There was little to behold. Was this their way of testing a man's resolve? Did a few men truly succumb to such tests? As for the selfish desires of some male residents, those were even simpler. They either called him brother or old chap, beseeching Zhang Yi for assistance. Or there were the older gentlemen who resorted to moral coercion, demanding his care. The most repugnant among them was a certain individual of questionable orientation. As for his requests, Zhang Yi had no inclination to discuss that. After a brief perusal, Zhang Yi found himself growing bored. He set up a phone holder, placing his device before him, yearning for a spark of inspiration. With that, he reclined on the sofa, sipping red wine and indulging in foie gras, all while admiring the enchanting snowfall outside. Half a month passed, and the snow showed no signs of abating. The entire city lay blanketed under drifts of snow. And according to Zhang Yi's recollections, this tempest would persist for a month, submerging everything below the fourth floor. How long it would continue remained a mystery. However, he certainly saw no need to venture outside. The purpose of going out was to seek hope for survival, but at this moment, no one knew where that hope lay, except for Zhang Yi. Resting his chin on his hand, he mused lazily. Staying at home all day can be rather dull. Perhaps I should find a time to venture out? Once the inhabitants of this building had perished in sufficient numbers, he could take a stroll. Zhang Yi suddenly recalled that he had several snowmobiles stored in his warehouse, originally intended for transport to a nearby city, for an artificial ice and snow park. Thus, even with snow piled 10 meters high outside, he still had a means of escape, though it was impossible to leave his abode at present. This newfound strategy would allow him to enjoy the outdoors safely in the future. A flicker of excitement ignited within him. Spending all his time indoors occasionally grew tiresome, and a breath of fresh air would indeed be refreshing. He possessed professional-grade cold-weather gear and a snowmobile, making him unafraid of temperatures plummeting to 60 or 70 degrees below zero. Zhang Yi continued to idly scroll through the messages from his neighbors. Among them, one message caught his attention. Zhou had reached out not with pleas for pity or intimate photos, but with a composed request for an exchange. Mr. Zhang, our food and medical supplies are running dangerously low. I hope you can offer some assistance. In return, I can provide you with medical aid. Zhang Yi's mind conjured her image swiftly. A doctor from the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. She was 26, tall and slender, standing at least 175 centimeters. What left the deepest impression on him was not her serene, austere beauty, but rather her striking 30-60 figure, especially during winter when she donned a black sweater. Her form stood out, compelling Zhang Yi to steal glances whenever they crossed paths in the elevator. Truly, as a physician, she was remarkably rational. Rather than soliciting pity, she sought a fair exchange, which Zhang Yi admired. In this apocalyptic world, only those of value deserve the right to survive. And Zhou had demonstrated her worth through her exceptional medical skills. After all, one needed considerable ability to secure a position at the First People's Hospital. In a world fraught with peril, medical expertise was an invaluable skill. Although Zhang Yi had stockpiled numerous medicines and had been studying this field, he was not so arrogant as to believe he could handle every ailment. Having a doctor by his side would undoubtedly provide substantial assurance for his survival in the days to come. Moreover, Zhang Yi had assessed Zhou character. In his previous life, her demise had stemmed from her act of giving food to Xieli Mei, whether out of utter despair or genuine kindness. He had witnessed the brilliance of humanity in her actions. Adjusting his posture, Zhang Yi rested his left hand on his thigh while propping his chin with the other. Speaking to himself, perhaps I could keep her here to care for me and my good brother. While he was currently quite comfortable, his friend was struggling, and that posed a problem. As a spirited young man, Zhang Yi was unafraid to acknowledge such issues. Furthermore, in an apocalyptic world where morality and laws had all but vanished, humans need not live in repression. It was acceptable to confront one's desires honestly. Ha ha ha! Zhang Yi suddenly burst into laughter, slapping the armrest. I find myself quite tempted, but alas, what a pity. He gazed at the ceiling, sighing, you see, I have a profound fear of death. Though Zhou is an option worth considering, without absolute control over the situation, I cannot allow her to enter. Well, let's see how things unfold. Survivors would undoubtedly emerge in the future. Given his advantageous circumstances, Zhang Yi was not concerned about finding good doctors or suitable women. He maintained an optimistic outlook, a trait befitting a man who had faced death once before. He replied to Zhou, I am currently in good health and do not require doctor's services. However, I do possess ample medicinal supplies, and of course, food is not an issue. If you wish to barter, you must offer something of value to me in return. No matter how beautiful or brilliant you may be, I will not allow you to take advantage of me. After a prolonged silence on her end, Zhou eventually responded, Could this be considered an advance on my consultation fee? I truly cannot endure any longer. Her tone carried hesitation and a hint of embarrassment. It was evident that she would not lightly beseech a relatively unfamiliar man unless absolutely necessary. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yi replied, I can provide you with food and medicine, but you must assist me in return. What do you require? Zhou inquired. Zhang Yi stated, The neighbors likely intend to make a move against me. If you learn of their plans, please inform me. He was aware that these desperate neighbors would soon attempt to invade his home. Yet he was unafraid. When he constructed this steel fortress, he invested a considerable sum, personally selecting various features with the anticipation of this very day. At this moment, his residence resembled a slightly underpowered military stronghold. Even a group of armed soldiers would find it impossible to breach his defenses without heavy weaponry, let alone these starving neighbors. who had been enduring the cold for half a month and were barely clinging to life. He proposed such conditions merely to provide Zhou Kuo with an excuse. Moreover, having an insider would undoubtedly serve as an added layer of security, allowing him to prepare in advance. Chapter 55. The Neighbor's Conspiracy Against Zhang Yi. After much hesitation, Zhu Kaiya ultimately agreed. Her morals and conscience forbade her from becoming a despicable person. However, the neighbor's choice to rob Zhang Yi out of jealousy struck her as even more vile. Thus, she decided to assist Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi replied, "Very well. I must first see your valuable information before providing you what you seek. From this point forward, your performance will dictate the outcome." Zhou Kuo responded, "Understood." She was inherently kind-hearted but far from foolish. She would not naively expect Zhang Yi to assist her unconditionally. Their conversation ended there. Zhang Yi glanced at the group chat, where messages continued to flood in, bombarding him with moral coercion and threats. "Zhang Yi, where have you been? We demand an answer. Will you hand over your supplies or not?" Some were beginning to lose their patience. A cold smile crept across Zhang Yi's lips. It seemed they had resolved to launch an assault on his home. "Go eat dirt," Zhang Yi replied with a chuckle. Instantly, the chat erupted with invective, unleashing a torrent of foul language. Zhang Yi remained unfazed, challenging them to come forth. Having already tasted the act of killing firsthand, he felt no guilt and was indifferent to the prospect of taking more lives. "All right, Zhang Yi, you've brought this upon yourself. Don't say we didn't give you a chance, you selfish, despicable little man. From now on, you shall bear the consequences of your actions." The insults gradually subsided. It was evident they had, like before with Chen Zhenghao, formed a separate group to strategize their assault on Zhang Yi's residence. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of tension and excitement flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes, causing his body to tremble with anticipation. Despite knowing his home was an impregnable fortress, facing an onslaught of over 100 people surely induced a degree of nervousness. Yet, that exhilaration ignited the fiery blood within him. He had longed to teach a lesson to those who had once shared his spoils. With a flash in his eyes, his weapons materialized in the living room. 5 steel crossbows, 3 high-grade compound bows, over 200 crossbow bolts, and 300 arrows. Additionally, there were 2 large iron boxes filled with tools for destruction, a machete, a 1.2-meter pry bar, baseball bats, and hunting knives. All these instruments lay upon the table, excellent for inflicting harm. Beyond these physical weapons, he possessed pepper spray, electric batons, gasoline, a plethora of chemical reagents, and dozens of Molotov cocktails crafted from bottles, rags, and gasoline. Zhang Yi's gaze radiated a chilling ferocity. Let them come in droves. As Zhang Yi had anticipated, once the neighbors realized he would not surrender his supplies, their fury ignited. Sun Jichao established a new group chat, adding every surviving resident except Zhang Yi, including Chen Zhenghao. Upon seeing Chen, the group felt a chill run down their spines. Yet, Chen Zhenghao boldly declared, "Everyone, our primary objective now is to deal with Zhang Yi. The supplies in his home likely surpass our collective stock. If we bring him down, we stand to gain a substantial bounty. Rest assured, I shall not turn against anyone else in this matter, but I demand half of the spoils from this operation." Having previously suffered at Zhang Yi's hands, Chen Zhenghao was aware of the formidable defenses in place, including crossbows. Thus, he dared not attack alone, but intended to lead the other residents into battle. With over 100 individuals, surely they could breach Zhang Yi's stronghold. How many weapons can Zhang Yi possibly possess? How many can he kill, despite only having 6 people? Chen Zhenghao insisted on claiming half of the spoils, yet no one found this unfair. Rather, they viewed him as a benefactor willing to share. Sun Jichao added, "Indeed, we must set aside past grievances for now. Our foremost aim is to penetrate Zhang Yi's home and reclaim what belongs to the community." With these 2 rallying cries, the others readily joined in. After witnessing Zhang Yi's living conditions, jealousy filled their eyes. They longed to eliminate Zhang Yi and usurp his enviable lifestyle. With knives in hand, "Follow me. Kill Zhang Yi, seize the supplies. Slay that shameless, selfish fiend." They roared with fervor. Only a handful remained silent, such as Uncle Yu and Zhou Kuo. The rest, Even those who had previously maintained amicable relations with Zhang Yi and benefited from his kindness cast aside their memories. Nothing was more vital than survival. To live, they would forsake all ethical considerations. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi meticulously cleaned his firearm. This weapon was familiar to him, having used it frequently at the shooting range. Moreover, in the month leading up to the apocalypse, he had intensified his training. Hitting a target at close range posed no challenge. At that moment, Zhou Ku'er sent a message. They plan to come for you. Upon reading it, Zhang Yi simply replied, "Oh, noted." Sitting on her sofa, Zhou Ku'er frowned at Zhang Yi's calm response. She tightened the 2 layers of blankets around herself, curling her pale feet inward. Every household must have gathered. They've seen your video and have gone mad. Don't you want to devise a strategy? Zhou Ku'er believed the most rational course of action was to relinquish some supplies to quell the neighbor's anger. After all, a single person, no matter how capable, could not withstand such a multitude. Over 100 individuals could easily dismantle a house. Zhang Yi smiled, offering little explanation. Remember, do not come over this time. I advise you just once. Then, prepare to witness a spectacle. Zhou Ku'er furrowed her brow, filled with curiosity. She could not fathom where Zhang Yi derived his confidence to confront an entire building of over 100 people. This was no mere jest. Should they breach his door, the frenzied crowd would surely take his life. Is he mad? Zhou Ku'er murmured to herself. Yet, this was Zhang Yi's choice, and she felt powerless to intervene. Nevertheless, she heeded his advice and refrained from joining the others in their assault on his home. She prided herself on her moral integrity, unwilling to partake in the bloodshed of others, whether Zhang Yi's or the neighbors. Chapter 56. The assault. Zhang Yi sat quietly at home, awaiting the arrival of his frenzied neighbors. His expression was serious, and before him lay an array of weapons. At that moment, he received a message from Uncle Yu, the doorman. "Xiao Zhang, you should run. They are coming for you with weapons." A warmth spread through Zhang Yi's heart. In this world, it was rare to find good people. He replied with a smile, "Uncle Yu, don't worry, I can handle it." Uncle Yu fell silent for a moment, seeming to realize that running away was no longer an option. Resistance was the only choice left. "Xiao Zhang, I hope you can survive. I'm sorry, but I may not be able to help you this time." Uncle Yu felt a deep sense of shame, for he owed Zhang Yi a debt of gratitude. It was Zhang Yi who had advised him to stock up on supplies, which allowed him to prepare instant noodles and sausages at home. Now, he was living relatively well. Yet, as he watched Zhang Yi prepare to face the onslaught of so many people, he felt utterly helpless. Zhang Yi calmly reassured him. "Your decision to refrain from joining them speaks volumes of your kindness. There is no need to worry about me." Uncle Yu and Appo's choice was undoubtedly the wisest. Rushing to aid Zhang Yi would likely result in his demise at the hands of the over 100 homeowners. After exchanging a few words with Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi remained cautious and refrained from divulging details about his home. One must always be wary of others. No matter who they were, he would never fully trust them. Before long, Zhang Yi felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Outside, a resounding rumble echoed. "They're here," Zhang Yi remarked calmly. He knew that hundreds were surging up the stairs. However, he resided on the 24th floor. With the elevator out of service, those who had to climb the stairs must be exhausted. Moreover, the incoming crowd was not limited to those below. Zhang Yi could see, through the large screen monitoring the entire building, that his neighbor from 2402 was also emerging with a kitchen knife and a wrench. The couple next door, with the woman clutching a knife, hid behind her husband. Their eyes glowed with envy as they gazed longingly at Zhang Yi's door. It was evident that they had become consumed with jealousy after learning that their neighbor had lived in relative comfort for the past 2 weeks. As the crowd amassed, the corridor outside Zhang Yi's door became utterly congested. A few individuals held umbrellas overhead to shield themselves from any water he might pour out. Soon, someone could no longer contain themselves and charged forward to batter the door. Bang! Bang! "Zhang Yi, come out. If you don't want to die, this is your last chance. Don't wait until we break in. It will be too late then." Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi noticed the absence of Sun Jichao and Chun Zhenghao, confirming that these individuals had not revealed the true state of his home to the others. Their intent was clear: to use the other neighbors as cannon fodder, absorbing Zhang Yi's attacks first. Unfazed, Zhang Yi was well-equipped with energy sources and had no shortage of electricity. He activated the high-voltage electric button. The young man who had been angrily banging on the door was immediately seized by a fierce current, his face contorting in agony. The most terrifying aspect was that, due to the sheer number of people crowding the corridor, the electric shock affected a large group behind him as well. It's high voltage, get away. Those in the back recoiled as if bitten by a tiger, scrambling to escape. Had they not been bundled in thick clothing, they would have had no chance of breaking free. The crowd was jolted by the electric shock, their muscles twitching in pain. The individual who had been knocking on the door, along with several others nearby, suffered the worst fate, their bodies charred and blackened. Others looked on in horror, none daring to assist. After several seconds, Zhang Yi cut off the current. 9 figures collapsed to the ground, their bodies scorched, leaving everyone uncertain of whether they were alive or dead. Yet, deep down, they understood that even if these individuals still drew breath, their fate in the current situation was as good as sealed. Eyes widened in terror, the crowd gaped at the scene before them. They had not anticipated such a swift demise for so many, especially right before their eyes. The expressions of those electrocuted were grotesque, their eyes bulging in shock. A few women in the crowd could no longer bear the sight and screamed, doubling over to vomit. Though their stomachs were empty, only bile emerged. Fear gripped some, and they sought to flee. However, upon reaching the stairs, they discovered the passage had been blocked by Chen Zhenghao and his lackeys. "What do you think you're doing? Get back," Chen Zhenghao said ominously, brandishing a gun. The staircase was their only escape route, and by obstructing it, he intended to force everyone to confront Zhang Yi head-on. Their deaths would only serve to solidify Chen Zhenghao's claim to their resources. Sun Jichao and his companions, who were in poor health, were also present. They surveyed the 9 bodies with cold indifference, evidently sharing the same ulterior motives as Chen Zhenghao. Seeing the fear in the crowd, Sun Jichao shouted, "That detestable Zhang Yi is nothing but a beast. He has killed his own neighbors, brothers and sisters. We must avenge them by eliminating Zhang Yi. Do not be afraid. Everyone use wood to batter the door. Just don't touch it directly." He had no more tricks left. He was out of ideas. If they could breach that door, a warm hearth and endless food awaited them. Sun Jichao's rallying cry ignited fervor in many hearts. After living in hunger and cold for over half a month, they were willing to risk everything for a morsel of food and a moment of warmth. Soon, someone returned with a piece of wood, apparently torn from a wardrobe or bed. "Brothers, let us charge. Break down the door," and in that wretched Zhang Yi, a throng of people, armed with wood, began to batter Zhang Yi's door with fervor. The violent impacts made the cups on Zhang Yi's coffee table tremble. Yet, Zhang Yi felt unsatisfied. He retrieved a large Sennheiser speaker from his spatial realm, connected it to his phone, and played his favorite song, Making Love While Doing It. Outside, as the crowd pounded the door with all their might, the classic upbeat tune blared from within, further fueling their rage. "Zhang Yi, you arrogant fool. We will end you soon. You must die today to pay for my brother's life." They lifted their wooden beams and intensified their assault. However, after dozens of strikes, they despondently realized that the door had not budged even slightly. With the collective strength of over a dozen grown men, they exerted more than 1,000 pounds of force. Yet, on the imposing black iron door, only faint white marks and nearly imperceptible dents remained. The neighbors' hearts sank. What kind of door was this so remarkably sturdy? At this rate, how long would it take to breach it? Each person was left gasping for breath. They are laboring in temperatures plummeting to over -70 degrees. And due to insufficient nourishment, they lack the strength to carry on. After a while, many have found their legs weakened, necessitating a rotation among the group. Yet, given the current pace, it seems unlikely that anyone will survive this ordeal. At this moment, someone approached, gazing at the door for a considerable time before exclaiming, This is the bank vault's security door." This individual, employed at the bank, quickly discerned the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, despair settled deeper into the hearts of those around. Is this door truly impervious to force? The bank staff bitterly shook their heads. Not only would a wooden ram fail, but this top-tier security door could withstand even explosives. Without a key, only the world's most elite locksmiths might have a slim chance of unlocking it. At this juncture, Zhang Yi, brandishing a crossbow, had already reached the firing aperture. Chapter 57. Heavy casualties observing the crowd outside, chattering and devising strategies. Zhang Yi felt no inclination to aim carefully this time. Since they sought his life, there was no need for him to exercise restraint. Zhang Yi was no saint. He raised the crossbow in his hand and began to shoot. Soon, several individuals were struck by arrows and fell to the ground. It was only then that the onlookers realized the potency of Zhang Yi's weapon. He possesses arms. Be cautious. The surrounding crowd screamed in terror, scrambling to disperse. However, the narrow corridor offered little space, and with hundreds packed together, movement was nearly impossible. In their panic, they stumbled over one another, creating a chaotic pileup. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi remained focused on his task, oblivious to the turmoil around him. The whistling of the arrows echoed like a death knell, instilling even greater fear among the others, who desperately pushed towards the stairwell. Some fell to the ground, unable to rise before being trampled by the fleeing mass. Cries of anguish filled the air. Chun Jinghao stood at the foot of the stairs, gun in hand, aimed at the fleeing crowd. What are you afraid of? It's just one man. Charge! His icy gaze and the menacing barrel of the gun deterred those attempting to escape. Chun Jinghao's aim was to use them as cannon fodder, exhausting Zhang Yi's defenses, and he had no intention of letting them flee. Meanwhile, Sun Jichao and others, intent on survival, kept their distance, avoiding the arrows. Zhang Yi fired dozens of crossbow bolts, and in such a densely packed area, nearly every shot found its mark, inflicting severe suffering on the neighbors. Yet, amidst the desperation, their latent potential emerged. Someone soon identified the source of the arrows, exclaiming, "There's a hole above the door where he is shooting. We just need to block it." Immediately, individuals raised mops and brooms to obstruct the shooting aperture. Others attempted to hurl objects into Zhang Yi's room. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi swiftly closed and locked the iron door behind the shooting hole. This door could only be opened from within and was impervious from the outside. With this decisive action, Zhang Yi had incapacitated dozens of adversaries. Only when the arrows ceased to fly did the neighbors emerge from their panic. The scene was chaotic, with many wounded, some fatally, struck by arrows that bore the telltale rust of tetanus. Upon realizing the grim fate awaiting the injured, despair washed over them. Some mourned lost loved ones, wailing and cursing Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you despicable scoundrel! You coward! Come out and face me! You monster! I shall avenge my kin!" Yet, the only response was the blaring of upbeat music from within. After experiencing love, one understands its profound depths. After loss, one learns to cherish. Outside, the cacophony of insults clashed with the relentless rhythm of the music, a clear provocation from Zhang Yi. Indeed, this was his intent. After exhausting his supply of arrows, Zhang Yi felt a slight fatigue in his hands and made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of cola to quench his thirst. "Ah, refreshing," he exclaimed, eyes glued to the screen, monitoring the movements of the crowd outside. Meanwhile, the neighbors, witnessing the impenetrable fortress that was Zhang Yi's door, felt a mix of urgency and despair. "What now?" Just then, Sun Jichao shouted, "Don't panic. I have a plan." The crowd turned to him as he limped over. Clutching his injured leg, he pointed at Zhang Yi's wall, grinning. "His door is made of alloy. We can't break through that. But this wall is just brick and cement, right? I refuse to believe we can't smash it." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. "Of course, if we can't break the door, we'll break the wall. There are so many of us, it won't take long." "Ha! Zhang Yi, you scoundrel, you never anticipated we would resort to this." Inside, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow at the sudden cheers of the neighbors. The music was too loud for him to discern their words, yet he remained calm, intending to observe the unfolding situation. No matter how many tricks they had up their sleeves, he was unperturbed. After all, he had more. After a month of relentless effort, he had constructed this seemingly impregnable fortress. If it were so easily breached, then Zhang Yi would indeed deserve his fate. Armed with tools, the crowd lined up before Zhang Yi's outer wall, raising hammers and axes to commence their assault. Bang! A strong man swung with all his might, the hammer striking the wall. Instantly, cracks appeared, and white dust fell like snow. Witnessing this, excitement surged through the crowd as they believed they had found a weakness. They hammered even more vigorously. Yet, when the strong man swung his hammer for a second blow, a sound of metal clashing rang out. Ping! He let out a pained cry as the hammer clattered to the ground, and he staggered back, collapsing. The crowd gasped in horror as they saw the long gash on his hands, blood streaming down, quickly congealing in the cold air, creating a chilling sight. What could withstand such force? Someone approached, sweeping away the dust. When they beheld the underlying structure, their jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. This wall is made of steel too. The crowd collectively gasped, gathering around to inspect. Indeed, after clearing away the outer layer of dust, a thick, dark metal emerged, identical in material to the door. One individual could not contain their frustration, exclaiming, "Why is this happening? Who built a house with steel walls? I refuse to believe the entire structure is made of iron." As despair began to consume some, they resumed hammering at different spots, hoping to uncover a flaw. Yet, from every angle they struck, they were met with the same unyielding steel. In the living room, Zhang Yi smirked disdainfully. "You think of problems I wouldn't have anticipated? Apologies, but my walls are forged from 20 centimeters of premium steel. Not even a cannonball could breach them. Why would I fear your pitiful hammers and axes?" His greatest strength lay in his fear of death, prompting him to address every conceivable issue. During the inspection phase, he meticulously checked every inch, hammering to ensure his peace of mind. After all, the psychological scars from a past invasion lingered heavily. He had no desire to endure such a violation again. As the banging continued outside, Zhang Yi found it too noisy and activated the noise-canceling feature in his room, aiming to prevent the outside crowd from utilizing the sound as a means of attack. After approximately 20 minutes, the sound finally ceased. The owners of the entire building gazed vacantly at the imposing metal wall before them, their hearts colder than the ice and snow outside. It resembled a cruel fortress, severing their hopes of procuring supplies. How could this be? Why would anyone construct such a house? Some covered their faces and cried out in despair. A young couple, neighbors of Zhang Yi, lamented, "I knew they were renovating, but I never anticipated it would turn out like this. Surely, there cannot be many sane families in this world that would build such a residence." Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang's eyes were bloodshot with anxiety. If the residents of the entire apartment building could not breach Zhang Yi's stronghold today, they would be left to await their demise. Sun Jichao bit his lips so fiercely that he drew blood, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Zhang Yi, he has long been aware of the impending snow disaster. Everything he has done is to thwart us. Sun Jichao shouted angrily, pointing at Zhang Yi's home. The neighbors cast him a glance, their anguish manifesting as they wept and cursed Zhang Yi. The despicable Zhang Yi only cares for his own survival, disregarding the rest of us. If we all perish, what significance is there in your solitary existence? With the entire world to yourself, will you not feel lonely? One day, you will be engulfed in endless regret and self-reproach for failing to warn us, for not aiding us. Can you sleep at night? Do you not feel guilty? Some, realizing they were powerless against Zhang Yi, began to console themselves with a spirit reminiscent of AQ. One day, the heavens will make you pay, Zhang Yi. If we die because of you, your conscience will haunt you for life, and you will suffer immensely. Little did they know, Zhang Yi was reveling in his own home, indifferent to these vaguely familiar strangers. Chun Jinghao stood at the back, gun in hand, overseeing the situation. Upon observing the entirely metallic wall, he too felt the gravity of the predicament. Now, he was no longer interested in anyone else. His sole desire was to seize Zhang Yi's residence. What are you all so anxious about? This is merely the beginning. Even if their walls are forged of iron, what about the ceiling? The floor? I refuse to believe he has constructed an iron box. Chun Jinghao spoke coldly to the crowd. Zhang Yi, listening through the surveillance, nodded in approval of Chun Jinghao and Damp. Oppo's S-words. This fellow's mind is quite resourceful. He mused before letting out a sigh and shaking his head. But alas, I am not foolish." Upon hearing Chun Jinghao's remarks, the neighbors rushed to the upper and lower levels of Zhang Yi's home. They hammered with mallets, chopped with axes, chiseled with tools, and struck with wooden poles. In short, they employed every possible means at their disposal. They were mere 20 centimeters away from their hopes of survival. Their singular objective was to breach that 20 centimeters. However, they soon descended into a deeper abyss of despair. They discovered that Zhang Yi and Appo's residence was indeed a fortified iron box. Every angle, above, below, and around, was sealed with thick iron plates. In this power outage, without electric saws or drills, their only hope of breaking through those walls lay in a year of relentless labor without sustenance. Chapter 58. Despair. Chen Zhenghao and others surrounded Zhang Yi and Appo's residence, laboriously demolishing the walls for an entire morning. However, after stripping away the plaster and flooring, they discovered a formidable barrier of thick steel plates. A 20 centimeters thick steel plate was akin to a nightmare for them. Attempting to breach it by sheer human effort seemed utterly hopeless. The extreme cold rendered them incapable of replenishing their dwindling strength, hastening their demise. Many collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, while the sounds of their grumbling stomachs echoed around them. They clutched their emaciated bellies, hunger threatening to overpower them completely. Yet, there was hardly any food left. Some individuals caught glimpses of the pale flesh of their neighbors through the seams of their clothing, and a horrifying thought surged within their minds. Wasn't he that, in essence, meat? The terrifying notion sent chills through their bodies, and they desperately tried to expel it from their minds. However, once such a thought arose, it inadvertently presented an option in their dire situation. They likely understood that if the day ever came, cannibalism would inevitably ensue. Was there truly no escape? Sun Jichao, his face contorted in agony, felt his arm beginning to fester and rot. Without antibiotics or even standard anti-inflammatory medication, he was powerless to effectively clean his wounds, which were still laden with rust. Under these circumstances, death seemed almost unavoidable. Damn you, Zhang Yi, why must you be so cruel? How can your solitary existence hold more value than the lives of so many? What harm is there in sacrificing yourself? Sun Jichao bellowed, despair twisting his soul beyond recognition. At that moment, a neighbor of Zhang Yi stepped forward. Perhaps he could attempt to access the balcony. When they renovated, they converted it into a large glass window. There might be a chance to break in. Other residents could not see the back of Zhang Yi's home, but his neighbor could. Building 25 had some floors with balconies, and the 24th floor where Zhang Yi resided had a modest platform. He often used it for gardening and sunbathing. Upon hearing the neighbor's suggestion, the nearly hopeless crowd suddenly lifted their heads. A window? Huh, yes. If there was a window, there must be an escape. It couldn't all be sealed. As long as there was a window, they could rush in. Without further discussion, they charged into the neighboring unit. There was a gap of about 15 centimeters between the two balconies, separated by a railing. Yet, this was no deterrent for the frenzied crowd. However, the outside was far more treacherous than the hallway. The hallways had been sealed off by the various households, providing some insulation from the cold. Outside, the north wind howled and snow fell thickly, capable of freezing a person solid in mere hours. Chun Zhenghao and the others paid little mind to this. If they could only break into Zhang Yi's home, everything would be theirs. With wild cries, they leaped onto Zhang Yi's balcony like madmen. Zhang Yi, of course, noticed the commotion. Their eyes met for less than a second. The neighbors brandished their tools, violently smashing against the enormous glass window. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi leisurely dragged his white recliner to the window, reclining with calm indifference, pouring himself a steaming cup of coffee. The small balcony quickly filled with a dozen individuals, their faces pale and resembling the living dead, their expressions twisted in madness, devoid of any semblance of life. Zhang Yi mused that if zombies existed, they might appear just like this. Bang, 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 clink. The muffled sounds reverberated against the glass. Battling the wind and snow, the desperate crowd relentlessly hammered at the window. Even when they accidentally struck their own hands, they felt no pain, allowing blood to flow and congeal. The fervent desire they felt while smashing the walls was now amplified. As the mere barrier of glass starkly contrasted Zhang Yi's opulent lifestyle. Inside, a fireplace blazed brightly, and Zhang Yi lounged in his white recliner, dressed in light clothing like a wealthy lord. Beside him sat a steaming cup of coffee, likely a cappuccino given the frothy milk. The coffee table was littered with weapons, but that was of little consequence. The true focus was the large pile of half-eaten snacks strewn beneath the table. Potato chips, hamburgers, cola, pizza, roast chicken, Peking duck, and even oil-splashed noodles. It was these delectable items that drove the neighbors into a complete frenzy. After merely half a month apart from such luxuries, they reacted as if they had encountered a long-lost parent. Roar! They were so overwhelmed with excitement that they forgot how to speak, resorting to frantic screams to express their fervor. They exerted every ounce of strength to shatter the window. Zhang Yi, cradling his coffee, reveled in the spectacle. He calmly remarked, "Who said glass must be weaker than metal?" The cost of that wall was exorbitant. For the sake of quality living, Zhang Yi had declined the proposal from the Dragon Security Company to use metal, instead opting for custom-made bulletproof glass for the floor-to-ceiling window. He recalled the words of Wu Huiren, the manager of the security company, who had stated that such a thick wall was designed not just to withstand bullets, but even cannon fire. The bulletproof glass used in the vehicles of Western heads of state could resist sniper rounds, yet their thickness was less than half that of Zhang Yi's wall. As expected, the crowd soon realized something was amiss. They initially believed it was merely acrylic and that a few hard blows would shatter it. Yet, after hammering away for an extended period, they had not even produced a crack. What kind of glass was this? Could it be bulletproof glass? What? Bulletproof glass? The words escaped a bespectacled man's throat in a hoarse whisper, filled with despair, as if from the depths of hell. If it could withstand cannon fire, how could it not withstand their feeble efforts? No, I refuse to believe it. A young man shouted defiantly, "My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. I refuse to accept that I cannot break through." As long as he could shatter it, the fireplace and the food within would be his. He was determined to break it. Perhaps the extreme cold had frozen their minds amid such oscillation between hope and despair, leading them to discard all reason and recklessly fight for a future. Zhang Yi applauded their fervor, touched by their determination. However, he felt a pang of hunger himself. Thus, he retrieved some food from his supplies, such as savory pig knuckles, caramelized bananas, and a few snacks, indulging in pure cocoa butter chocolate. Chapter 59. Strike with vigor. Have you not eaten? Just a thin pane of glass separated them. Outside, the figures braved the biting wind and snow, their expressions contorted in a fervent attempt to shatter the window. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi reclined leisurely in his chair, savoring delectable food. The stark contrast of their circumstances drove the neighbors outside to the brink of madness with envy. They hurled curses, their voices hoarse and eyes ablaze with fury. "Zhang Yi, just wait. I'll make you pay. Once I break this glass, you're finished, you selfish scoundrel. Your time is running out. Today marks your demise. All that delicious food, the hot coffee, it's all mine." Hearing their cries, Zhang Yi raised his coffee cup in a mocking gesture. "Go on, keep it up. Soon." The group outside began to tire. After all, they were on the 24th floor, where the wind howled fiercely and the heavy snowfall rapidly sapped their warmth. They had to rotate every few minutes. Yet, after half an hour, the glass bore only a few insignificant scratches, and despair began to seep into their hearts. However, the sight of Zhang Yi's comfort, separated by merely a transparent barrier, fueled their jealousy, compelling them to persist. After another half hour, they were still struggling. Among the crowd, Zhang Yi spotted several underlings of Chen Zhenghao. Clearly, Chen Zhenghao could not remain idle in such a situation. Zhang Yi sensed the moment had arrived. He rose from his chair, approached the coffee table, and picked up a bottle. The glass was frosted over, and the neighbors initially mistook the object for a beverage. But in the next instant, they watched as Zhang Yi produced a lighter and ignited something within. Suddenly, a flame erupted from a hole above them. As a countermeasure, Zhang Yi's residence boasted multiple shooting ports, both front and back. The bottle soared through the air, tracing a yellow arc before landing at their feet. Bang! A sharp crack echoed, followed by a fierce blaze that erupted. This was Zhang Yi's homemade Molotov cocktail. Even in frigid temperatures, gasoline ignited with fervor, releasing warmth. Gasoline splattered everywhere, igniting fiercely. The balcony was cramped, and as the flames licked the down jackets and thermal pants of the throng, it surged into a raging inferno. With a smirk of derision, Zhang Yi ignited another cocktail and hurled it outside. Fire! Fire! The crowd, huddled together on the balcony, found escape to the neighboring balcony daunting. Their attempts to flee were thwarted as the flames consumed them. Zhang Yi watched as they transformed into writhing balls of fire. Some tried to roll on the ground, desperately seeking to extinguish the flames with snow, yet such efforts proved futile. Gasoline burns even in water. Others attempted to climb to safety but stumbled in their haste, plummeting from the 24th floor. With a long, harrowing scream, they fell, culminating in a resounding boom. At such a height, it was uncertain if the snow below could cushion their fall. According to the laws of physics, even if they survived, they would likely suffer broken bones and ruptured organs. Effectively, they were as good as dead. Zhang Yi chuckled. At least dying from the fall is better than burning alive. Bang! A grotesque face suddenly slammed against the glass, twisted in terror, glaring at Zhang Yi with malevolence. "Help me! Help me!" In excruciating pain, he cried out for assistance. Zhang Yi raised his coffee cup in a mocking salute. "Why would I help you? Go die, you worthless wretch." The man emitted a sound of utter despair, consumed by flames. On the neighboring balcony, another 60 or 70 individuals awaited their turn to join the fray. Witnessing the hellish scene, their faces drained of color. "Help! Help! I don't want to die. Please." A figure engulfed in flames attempted to crawl over, grasping the railing in a desperate plea for aid. At that moment, a man on this side delivered a swift kick to his hands. "Get lost. You are beyond saving. Don't drag us down with you." With a fierce kick, the man refused to let go, gritting his teeth as he increased his efforts, kicking repeatedly until he even severed the man's fingers. The individual struggled for a moment, casting a hopeless glance at them before slowly collapsing against the railing. The air filled with a familiar acrid scent, reminiscent of summer strolls past food stalls. Before long, all those dozen souls perished. Some, initially only slightly burned, sought to flee but were intercepted by their neighbors, who feared the flames would leap to them. Others, overwhelmed by agony, chose to leap from the 24th floor. The roaring fire, in a twisted irony, provided a semblance of warmth that many had not felt in ages. Gradually, they edged forward, extending their hands toward the flames, faces betraying smiles that masked their true intentions. After burning for over 20 minutes, the inferno subsided. As the neighbors gazed at the lifeless bodies strewn below, a palpable fear took root within them. To confront Zhang Yi, they had already sacrificed 30 to 40 lives. From every angle, all attempts to breach his defenses had failed. How could they seize the precious resources he hoarded? Despair hung thick in the air. Yet another. Darker sentiment began to take hold among the famished neighbors, their eyes slowly betraying a burgeoning madness. Suddenly, a woman cried out in anguish. "I can't take it anymore." After a long day of futile assaults, they had expected to easily breach Zhang Yi's stronghold. Yet, the outcome left them in despair. So many had perished. Yet, Zhang Yi's walls and floor-to-ceiling windows remained unscathed. In a moment of desperation, she rushed forward, climbing onto Zhang Yi's balcony. Just as Zhang Yi anticipated another wave of attackers, she suddenly dropped to her knees before the glass. "Zhang Yi, I'm starving. Please, I beg you, save me." A mere piece of bread would suffice. She was not alone. One after another, people approached, prostrating themselves before Zhang, weeping and pleading for a morsel of food. The sight was heart-wrenching, bringing tears to the eyes of onlookers. Most of those bowing were women, striving to evoke Zhang Yi's sympathy. Chapter 60. The bounty on Chun Jinghao. The mournful cries outside the window were incessant, their heads bleeding from relentless bowing, a scene of utter desolation. Zhang Yi let out a deep sigh and approached the window, saying, "Please, everyone, do not behave this way. It pains my heart to witness such despair." As he spoke, he raised a steaming bowl of noodles in his hands. In moments of sorrow, one often finds solace in food. Slurp, Zhang Yi devoured the noodles, causing the neighbors to watch in envy, their mouths watering. Upon hearing this, their cries intensified, and they bowed even more fervently. Zhang Yi, we were wrong. We merely wish to survive. Just grant us a meager portion of food, and we will live like dogs. Whatever you ask of us thereafter, we shall comply. Zhang Yi averted his gaze and continued eating. In the throes of hunger, to indulge in a bowl of noodles is a profound joy. After finishing half the bowl, he casually placed the remainder before the floor-to-ceiling window. Just a pane of glass separated them. They could see the food, but could not touch it. Each person pressed their faces against the glass, as if that would somehow allow them to partake in the meal. Do not blame me for not offering you a chance. Whoever among you is brave enough to fetch Chun Jinghao's head, I shall provide enough noodles to last him a week. Zhang Yi felt no pity for these people. Their incessant banging on the walls and windows had grown tiresome. Better for them to turn on one another, engaging in a savage contest. That would indeed be the most entertaining outcome. As Zhang Yi shared this sentiment, he transmitted it to a large group, informing everyone in the building. The neighbors by the window, upon hearing his words, displayed expressions of hesitation. Chun Jinghao wielded a gun, and seeking his demise could very well lead to their own end. However, if they found it difficult to contend with Chun Jinghao, could they possibly challenge Zhang Yi? The remains of 3 to 4 dozen corpses lay strewn around Zhang Yi's residence. It was evident that Zhang Yi was far more formidable than Chun Jinghao. Meanwhile, Chun Jinghao observed the unfolding situation from the balcony next door. He did not catch Zhang Yi's words but furrowed his brow, pondering his next move. 2 of his men had perished this time. To maintain control over the building, he needed to replenish his ranks. In the midst of his contemplation, Chun Jinghao suddenly felt a prickling sensation along his spine, causing his hair to stand on end. He whipped around, raising his weapon, only to find that the gazes of those around him were peculiar. "What are you all plotting?" Upon seeing the gun, the crowd recoiled in apprehension. "Get back!" Chun Jinghao bellowed. Yet, the strange looks persisted, as if they were not observing a man, but rather a piece of meat. A chill ran down Chun Jinghao's spine, and he hurriedly retreated with a few of his subordinates. "What about Zhang Yi's house?" Sun Jichao inquired. Chun Jinghao cursed. "Damn it, we can't breach it. What else can we do? We'll think of something later." With that, he stormed off in frustration. At Zhang Yi's window, those pleading and attempting to break in could no longer endure the biting cold and gradually dispersed. Zhang Yi reclined comfortably in his warm abode, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. After all, this conflict had cost the apartment building around 40 lives. Nearly everyone had participated in the assault on his home, resulting in significant depletion of their strength. This scarcity of resources heightened the tensions among the residents. Soon, Zhang Yi received numerous private messages. Following this confrontation, the neighbors had thoroughly surrendered. Their dwindling stamina rendered them incapable of launching another large-scale attack on Zhang Yi's residence. Faced with his impenetrable defenses, they had lost all hope. Consequently, many began to plead for Zhang Yi's mercy or suggested exchanges of favors. For instance, the affluent heir Su Hao offered to present his girlfriend to Zhang Yi, saying, "Zhang Yi, I can give you my woman in exchange for some food. She is a renowned model in Tianhai City. You must see her beauty. I assure you will be pleased. Please help me." Zhang Yi recognized the model. Su Hao had purchased a property merely to keep her. She typically adorned herself in a provocative manner, exuding an irresistible allure. In the past, she had barely acknowledged the men around her, maintaining an air of superiority towards Zhang Yi. Yet now, Su Hao was prepared to sell her for mere sustenance. The woman appeared noticeably haggard, seemingly willing to be bartered. After all, she was acutely aware of the abundance of food in Zhang Yi's home, prompting her to perform earnestly during her shoots. What a worthless commodity, Zhang Yi scoffed. Admittedly, the model possessed an enviable figure and striking looks. However, Zhang Yi deemed it unwise to allow such a shameless woman entry into his home. Who could say that she wouldn't take advantage of a moment's vulnerability to betray him? A woman willing to trade her body for food surely had no moral compass. Zhang Yi disdainfully watched her video 5 times before dismissively closing the chat window. Other conversations awaited him. Few men dared to reach out, lacking the means to barter with Zhang Yi. Only Uncle Yu expressed his delight in Zhang Yi's triumph over the adversaries. Conversely, many women sought his attention. For instance, Fan Yuqing excitedly proclaimed, "Zhang Yi, you are incredible. I knew you would be fine. I am currently unable to leave. They are insufferable, locking me in my home. Do not worry, I will come find you." Zhang Yi merely chuckled dismissively, choosing to ignore her. Nightfall arrived swiftly, with darkness descending around 5 o'clock. The days were short, and nights stretched long. As evening fell, the temperature plummeted by another 10 degrees. The television stations, albeit few, continued to broadcast. Under the government's diligent efforts, the snow disaster situation was gradually improving, urging the public to remain calm as solutions were on the horizon. Due to the frigid weather, please refrain from venturing outside to avoid frostbite. Let's extend a helping hand to those in need. Together, we shall overcome these challenges, and tomorrow will surely be brighter. Zhang Yi found the news far more entertaining than any comedy skit. However, he remained curious about the whereabouts of these television stations and how they managed to operate. As he listened to the amusing news, he scrolled through his chat history, reveling in the neighbors' anguished curses, pleas, and cries for mercy. Those who berated him were predominantly those who had suffered losses at home. Zhang Yi's spirits lifted, and he responded with mock congratulations. "Congratulations to those of you who have lost loved ones. You may now roast meat for the funeral, mixing ashes into your rice." Zhang Yi jested, provoking even more furious retorts. Suddenly, he noticed movement on the balcony. Curiosity piqued, he approached the window. Outside, the heavy snowfall provided ample illumination, and he soon observed individuals surreptitiously transporting the corpses. To be precise, it is the charred remains of those bodies. The individuals, tightly wrapped, were startled when they noticed Zhang Yi gazing at them. "Zhang Yi, we mean you no harm. Please don't misunderstand. We are merely here to transport the bodies," they stammered, their voices trembling, unable to meet Zhang Yi's eyes. A faint smile curled at the corners of Zhang Yi's lips. "Oh, transporting bodies? Are you their kin? Moreover, for burial, wouldn't it suffice to simply cast them below? Do you truly intend to construct a mausoleum within your home?" The individuals were at a loss for words in response to Zhang Yi's inquiries. "Well, it's not like you have any use for these corpses, so please ignore us." They steeled themselves and hastily dragged the bodies away. Zhang Yi waved at the glass, remarking, "You are indeed quite resolute. Have you finally arrived at this juncture?" Chapter 61. Zhou Ke could not endure the following day. Zhang Yi heard gunshots echoing through the corridor. The two gunshots resonated like the sound of two large firecrackers. Undoubtedly, it was Chun Jinghao who had taken action. Clearly, Zhang Yi's words from the previous day had begun to take effect. In the face of impending doom, the fear of death gradually faded away. The promise of a week's worth of hearty noodles was an irresistible temptation for them. Zhang Yi activated the surveillance system and witnessed the moment the conflict erupted. Two men lay on the ground, wielding wrenches and kitchen knives, their blood staining the corridor crimson. However, Chun Jinghao was not in a much better state. He leaned against the wall, gun in hand, looking visibly shaken. They would intercept those seeking water in this place, and naturally, others could seize this opportunity to retaliate against them. Chun Jinghao ordered his subordinates to drag the two corpses away, swiftly returning to his dwelling. A handgun was tightly gripped in his hand, his last line of defense. Once the bodies were dragged into the house, Chun Jinghao signaled to his underlings, who promptly moved the corpses to the back of the kitchen. With a malevolent gaze, he sank into the cold sofa, finding little warmth in its embrace. Upon returning the previous day, he had seen messages in their group chat, learning that Zhang Yi had placed a bounty on him. This infuriated him. He considered himself the hunter, while Zhang Yi was merely prey. How dare the prey retaliate against the hunter? Yet, he underestimated the madness that desperation could incite. Early that morning, two desperate young men had come seeking his life. This instilled a sense of crisis in Chun Jinghao, yet simultaneously fueled his fury. I'll kill you all. If you want me dead, you must die first." Chun Jinghao roared. After a moment of relaxation, he suddenly felt a pain in his back. He called over one of his subordinates to check what was amiss. Upon a quick glance, the subordinate exclaimed, "Boss, you've been stabbed in the back." A 30-centimeter gash marred Chun Jinghao's down jacket, the blood not immediately visible against the black fabric. Only upon closer inspection could one discern the injury. The cold weather outside and the adrenaline coursing through his system had masked the pain until now. Hearing his subordinate's words, he cried out in agony. "Those bastards dared to ambush me." Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he hastily dialed Zhou Ke. "Dr. Zhou, I've sustained an injury. Hurry over to help me bandage it." Shortly thereafter, Zhou Ke arrived at Chun Jinghao's residence, carrying a medical kit. Her eyes brimmed with disdain as she beheld the ruthless villain. Yet for the sake of survival, she had no choice but to tend to his wounds. Previously, the reason Chun Jinghao and Appo's arrow wound had not worsened was that she had treated it. Though reluctant, facing the barrel of a gun left her with no alternatives. "I want to help you for free," Zhou Ke stated coldly. Chun Jinghao chuckled, pointing toward the kitchen. "I'll share a portion of what I eat with you later." Zhou Ke wrinkled her nose, catching a whiff of the acrid scent of blood. Her expression changed. Having worked in a hospital for years, she knew all too well what that smell entailed. Struggling against the urge to vomit, she coldly replied, "No need." Chun Jinghao laughed sinisterly. "What sort of time is this, Dr. Zhou, and you still uphold such ideals? Sooner or later, you will eat. If you refuse, you will die." "I would rather die," Zhou Ke frowned. "Then I would be at a loss. In this world, having a doctor by your side is of utmost importance," Chun Jinghao sighed. Had Zhou Ke not treated his leg injury back then, he would have lost not only his leg, but his life as well. "Rest assured, if the day comes when I must eat you, I will keep you until the end." Chun Jinghao gazed intently at Zhou Ke, a flicker of desire in his eyes. He had long coveted this beautiful woman. Were it not for her current usefulness, he would have acted long ago. Zhou Ke and Appo's fell silent, focusing on dressing his wound. In a short while, the injury was hastily bandaged. As she lifted the medical kit to leave, Chun Jinghao signaled to a subordinate, who promptly blocked the door. Zhou Ke's heart raced. "What do you want?" Chun Jinghao replied, "Nothing. You cannot leave until my injury is healed." He was fearful. Countless individuals sought his life, and lacking medication, he felt reassured only with a doctor nearby. Ignoring Zhou Ke's resistance, he insisted on keeping her there. Before long, his underlings brought in a pot of cooked food. The mere thought of what it might contain nearly made Zhou Ke retch. Fortunately, her experience working with the deceased in the hospital kept her from succumbing to panic. Chun Jinghao insisted she eat some, but she firmly refused. Chun Jinghao smirked. Disregarding her refusal, he believed Zhou Ke was merely pretending to be principled. Eventually, when hunger consumed her, she would surrender. "This situation cannot continue. These cattle dare to resist us now, which is detrimental," Chun Jinghao declared. "We must eliminate Zhang Yi and seize his home. Only then will we find safety. His residence resembles a fortress stocked with ample supplies, enough to sustain us for months. Perhaps by then, the snowstorm will have passed." Thus, they needed to devise a plan to deal with Zhang Yi. Chun Jinghao addressed his subordinates. The men exchanged glances, apprehensive. "Boss, we've attacked Zhang Yi's home several times, but each time we failed. His residence is like a turtle shell, impenetrable." Chun Jinghao retorted, "I refuse to believe they have no vulnerabilities, nor that he never steps outside. Here's the plan. We'll move in next door and take turns watching him. The moment an opportunity arises, we'll take him out. Plus, residing in a higher floor will provide greater safety." The group, in a state of disarray, nodded in agreement with whatever Chun Jinghao proposed. Zhou Ke overheard their conversation. Seizing the pretext of needing to use the restroom, she slipped away to inform Zhang Yi of the situation. Upon learning of the impending threat, Zhang Yi chuckled dismissively. It was utterly impossible for him to venture out. "I understand. Keep observing the situation from your position." As a doctor, Zhou Ke was not in immediate danger of being killed by Chun Jinghao, so her life was temporarily secure. Zhang Yi was in no rush to act. Having placed a bounty, he knew someone would eventually risk everything to eliminate Chun Jinghao. Chun Jinghao and his men gathered their supplies and, along with Zhou Ke, moved to the 24th floor. The young couple residing next to Zhang Yi felt a surge of terror upon realizing Chun Jinghao had arrived. Chapter 62. A feast with the neighbors. Open the door. Open the door. I am Chen Jinghao, and I demand to swap residences with you. Hurry and unlock the door, or I shall resort to violence. Inside, the young couple huddled together in terror. What should we do? They have come to seize our home. We might even lose the last remnants of our food. The wife lamented, her expression one of despair as she gazed at her husband. The husband, a bespectacled clerk, consoled her, do not be afraid. It will be all right. If they desire our house, let them have it. Quickly, conceal the remaining food on your person. The couple hastily stashed their scant provisions in their clothing and trembled as they opened the door. Upon seeing the menacing Chen Jinghao and his cohorts, the husband swallowed hard and bowed slightly, saying, Brother Hao, this house is yours from now on. We shall leave at once. Just as they attempted to step away, one of Chen Jinghao's henchmen let out a chilling laugh before raising a steel pipe. A dull thud echoed, and the husband collapsed, his eyes darkening with disbelief. He could not comprehend why, despite complying and surrendering their home, they were still met with violence. The wife, horrified, watched as her husband fell silent. Ah, she gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Another blow struck her head, rendering her voiceless. Two small thugs approached, offering no further explanation as they ensured the couple could no longer utter a sound. Zhou Ke, trembling, stifled her cries, utterly paralyzed by fear. It was her first encounter with murder, and even her strong mental fortitude could not withstand the horror. Chen Jinghao merely glanced at her and sneered. It is far too cold. They would have met their end eventually. Dr. Zhou, you must acclimate to such occurrences. Having taken many lives, he had completely lost his reverence for existence. Yet, there was an uncomfortable truth he refused to acknowledge. After being targeted by Zhang Yi's bounty and ambushed, fear had begun to creep into his heart. Thus, he felt compelled to employ even more brutal methods to subdue the homeowners, ensuring their submission. Zhou Ke swallowed her nausea and remained silent. Chen Jinghao strode into the house, instructing his underlings to dispose of the couple. In the ensuing days, Zhang Yi was constantly disturbed by a clattering sound emanating from next door. He understood that Chen Jinghao and his gang were searching for vulnerabilities in his residence. They took turns surveilling the front door and rear windows of Zhang Yi's home. Chen Jinghao presumed that Zhang Yi would eventually emerge to discard trash or collect melted snow. Seizing any opportunity to eliminate Zhang Yi would allow him to claim everything that rightfully belonged to him. However, what Chen Jinghao failed to realize was that Zhang Yi possessed a vast alternate space, rendering any water shortages irrelevant. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi found it inconvenient to open windows to dispose of trash, while Chen Jinghao brandished a firearm. He would not take such risks. For a reclusive individual, having a bit of trash at home was no concern. Whenever boredom struck, he would indulge in video games or watch films he had downloaded in advance. The pleas from the homeowners group continued unabated, accompanied by frenzied curses born from desperation. Zhang Yi, you heartless bastard, you could have allowed us to survive a while longer. Why so selfish? You are destined to live in solitude. Do you not possess a heart? Your refusal to assist us will leave you burdened with guilt and regret for the rest of your life. In response to the neighbor's vitriol, Zhang Yi took a straightforward approach. He decided to live stream his meals, documenting his life for their viewing pleasure. Hello, dear family. Today, I shall prepare a delightful dish of braised pork. With that, a slab of pork belly weighing at least 2 pounds was tossed onto the cutting board. The neighbor's eyes widened with envy. How can one use so much pork for braised meat? If you can't finish it, don't waste it. Give it to me. Zhang Yi, you are inhumane. You are nothing but a beast. I haven't tasted anything oily in a week. Please, let me have a piece of skin. Just a sip of oil will suffice. Starving individuals were utterly defenseless against such rich food. Zhang Yi busily prepared the dish, and through the screen, the neighbors could almost smell the enticing aroma of the braised pork. However, after a while, Zhang Yi frowned. He sampled a piece of the pork belly, only to spit it into the trash. Too much soy sauce. Ugh, this entire pot is ruined. Though Zhang Yi usually cooked, he often prepared elaborate dishes. This time, however, he had inadvertently added too much soy sauce, overwhelming the flavor of the meat with saltiness. The caramelization of the sugar had also gone awry, leaving a bitter taste. How can this be consumed? Such waste, such extravagance. With a resigned shake of his head, he regrettably poured the entire pot of pork into the garbage bin. The group erupted in chaos, the neighbors going mad with despair. Don't throw it away. My mouth is a trash can. Just give it to me. Why? Why must you discard it? Please, please. Some were so infuriated by Zhang Yi's actions that they nearly fainted. Their hearts bled for the loss. In the frigid cold, with gas supplies cut off, cooking was impossible. A warm meal had become a luxury, let alone braised pork, which they could scarcely bear to dream of. And yet, Zhang Yi had recklessly discarded a whole pot. I suppose I shall have some ready-made meals instead. Zhang Yi shifted the camera to reveal a pristine table adorned with an array of delectable dishes. The warm yellow light illuminated the table, enhancing the appeal of the food. Tonight's dinner features oil-braised prawns, scallops and scallion sauce, exquisite tofu, sweet and sour yellow river carp, 9-turn intestines, fish fillets and rice wine sauce, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, blackfish, egg soup, and candied yam. All right, my friends, the dishes are ready. Let's feast. Zhang Yi propped up his phone like a food vlogger and eagerly dug into his meal. The neighbors flooded the chat with frantic messages. Zhang Yi, please, share a bite with me. I would kneel before you. Zhang Yi, let my child have a taste of the fish, even if it's just the tail. Zhang Yi, you are my father, and I am your child. Just let me sip some soup. The cacophony of desperate pleas filled the air, while others bombarded Zhang Yi's phone with calls. Unfazed, Zhang Yi relished his meal, finding greater enjoyment in the sight of his neighbor's exasperation. Chapter 63. Infection. Zhang Yi's ostentatious display of wealth left the residents of the entire apartment building feeling as though their hearts were bleeding. The refuse discarded by Zhang Yi had become a delicacy in their eyes, yet he would not share it with them. In the homes of Sun Jichao and his companions, the aftermath of their failed raid on Zhang Yi's residence was painfully evident. Just 2 days had passed, and the repercussions had begun to manifest. The 3 injured men experienced an unbearable itch at their wounds, and the bloodstains around the bandages took on a disturbing yellow hue. Unable to restrain himself, Sun Jichao tore off the gauze to inspect the damage, only to discover that the wounds had begun to fester. A nauseating stench, reminiscent of decaying animal corpses, assaulted his senses. No, 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 not like this. I do not wish to die. Sun Jichao cried out in terror, tears and snot streaming down his face. Seeing this, Zhou Peng and Gu Jiaoyang were equally horrified. They too peeled back their bandages, praying fervently to avoid infection. Unfortunately, their hopes were dashed. While minor abrasions might have healed on their own, their injuries were deep punctures from rusted crossbow bolts embedded within their flesh. The combination of their wounds, bacterial infection, and a lack of adequate nutrition and medication led to an inevitable deterioration of their conditions. The anguished cries of the men echoed through the room as they descended into a state of madness. In another corner, Fang Yuqing trembled in fear, clutching her phone as she messaged Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang, they have gone mad. I am so scared. Please come and save me. I promise to obey you. I will do whatever you ask. After a brief wait, Zhang Yi's reply arrived. Yuqing, it pains me to see you like this. However, I cannot leave. Chun Jinghao is right next door. Perhaps you could come here instead? But be cautious on your way. Do not let them catch you. Yesterday, my neighbor was killed by them, and you, with your delicate frame, might attract their attention. A sardonic smile played upon Zhang Yi's lips. Faced with Fang Yuqing, whose innocence irked him, his sole intention was to torment her, to see her writhe in agony and despair. Hearing that Chun Jinghao was in close proximity left Fang Yuqing visibly conflicted. Chun Jinghao had claimed far too many lives. She lacked the courage to take such a risk. Brother Zhang, I am frightened. Will you come and get me? Don't you have weapons? Zhang Yi inwardly cursed her audacity. You truly have some nerve, demanding I come to your aid? I would like nothing more. But I was frightened by them a few days ago and am feeling unwell. Let us leave it at that. I'm a bit tired. Goodbye. Fang Yuqing, hearing the cries outside, turned pale. Yet when she attempted to message Zhang Yi again, he had already ignored her. In the ensuing days, Zhang Yi's life remained one of luxury and leisure. With no need to work, he could sleep and rise at his leisure, free from the burdens of survival and the scrutiny of others. Anyone who dared to provoke his ire was met with sharp rebuke. and life was a veritable paradise for him. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao plotted Zhang Yi's demise, eager to seize his property. Yet, day after day passed without Zhang Yi making an appearance. As long as Zhang Yi remained hidden, Chen Jinghao had no opportunity to act against him. Instead, he found himself plagued by anxiety, fearing for his own safety. He no longer trusted even his own subordinates, sleeping with a gun clutched in hand. Soon, his nerves began to fray. After much contemplation, Chen Jinghao finally devised a plan. Zhang Yi, through surveillance, monitored the entire building, observing anyone who ventured into the hallways. Over the past few days, he noted that Chen Jinghao seemed to be gathering a following. Gradually, more individuals began entering Chen Jinghao's home, young, vigorous men, most of whom lived alone. Some came willingly, while others were coerced at gunpoint. Chen Jinghao's ranks swelled to 10. Zhang Yi realized that fear had driven him to enlist others for protection against the bounty on his head. However, Zhang Yi saw this as a futile endeavor, like drinking poison to quench thirst. With over 40 residents slain by Zhang Yi, approximately 70 remained. As per his previous experiences, most households had exhausted their supplies, leading to a grim reality where sustenance would soon necessitate cannibalism. Chen Jinghao's growing gang heralded the impending slaughter of the remaining inhabitants. However, this also meant he would need to secure food for 10 additional mouths. Even amidst the chaos, self-destruction was inevitable. Furthermore, each person harbored their own ulterior motives. Chen Jinghao, a cripple, barely held on to his power through the thread of his firearm, which likely had dwindling ammunition. Zhang Yi messaged Zhou Ku to inquire about the situation with Chen Jinghao. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Ku replied, Chen Jinghao and his men have lost their minds. They have run out of food and have resorted to cannibalism. I have not eaten in 2 days and feel as though I am on the brink of starvation. This did not surprise Zhang Yi. If he were ever in such dire straits, he would likely choose death over resorting to cannibalism. Of course, with his current abundance, he could afford such thoughts. If the day came when he too faced famine, he could not predict his own actions. Zhou Ku continued, they are hunting for people daily, breaking into homes and killing anyone they find. It is laughable. Those you killed prolonged the lives of many. Yet they too have faced resistance, and the survivors have banded together, suffering their own casualties. After a long silence, Zhou Ku sent another message. Zhang Yi, can you still save me? Upon reading this, Zhang Yi sensed the vulnerability in the usually aloof doctor. She seemed to have lost hope in him, for in these uncertain times, who had the capacity to care for another's survival? After much contemplation, Zhang Yi reached a resolution. Zhou Ku was a valuable asset. He could not allow her to perish. A lead surgeon from a top-tier hospital was a rare find, especially one with whom he had a rapport. Assist me with a task, and should you succeed, I will ensure your survival. Chapter 64. The thrill of being 6. Zhang Yi could accept Zhou Ku, but she must first submit a declaration of loyalty. His demands were straightforward. She must be useful, non-threatening, and, most importantly, devoid of any saintly pretensions. The first 2 conditions Zhang Yi felt confident about. However, he was curious to see if Zhou Ku could act decisively in critical moments. Thus, he assigned her a task. Zhou Ku did not respond immediately, clearly wrestling with her thoughts. Zhang Yi remained unperturbed. Time was on his side. If Zhou Ku failed this test, he would promptly abandon her. After all, his health was relatively stable, with a low probability of sudden illness. He was also cautious enough to minimize risks when venturing outside. But the question of how long Zhou Ku could survive remained uncertain. The next day, Zhang Yi rose from slumber at 10 o'clock in the morning. After tossing aside his velvet covers, he proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Donning his workout attire, he began exercising on the treadmill. In a world ravaged by calamity, maintaining physical fitness was of utmost importance. A robust physique was essential for navigating imminent dangers and avoiding illnesses. He exerted himself on the treadmill, perspiring profusely for an hour before finally stopping for a hot shower. As he bathed, a sense of pride washed over him. It was worth noting that such indulgence was an extravagant luxury for many in the current times. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened as he swiftly wrapped himself in a towel and stepped outside. He soon discerned a cacophony of curses emanating from Zhou Peng. Upon checking the surveillance, he observed Zhou Peng wielding 2 kitchen knives, furiously hacking at his door. "Zhang Yi, come out. You hide away in your house all day like a coward. A useless piece of trash." Zhang Yi smirked. "Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. And then what?" It was utterly laughable that a man on the brink of demise would attempt to provoke Zhang Yi. It appeared that the urgency was more on Zhou Peng's side. Zhang Yi noted that Zhou Peng was primarily using his left hand to strike the door, while raising his right arm seemed a tremendous effort. It was evident that Zhou Peng's arm had succumbed to infection. A closer inspection revealed it was grotesquely swollen. Zhang Yi approached the door, hands in pockets, and spoke nonchalantly. "Zhou Peng, how does the taste of infection feel?" During biology class, our teacher once described the horrors of wound infections. When the tetanus bacteria from rust infiltrate your wound, it proliferates like maggots on a corpse. Your arm's injury must be at least 10 centimeters deep. Outside, the temperature is frigid, yet your flesh is warm, providing a fertile ground for bacteria to thrive, devouring your very essence. Before long, your wound will fester, oozing blackened fluid, and the infection will spread through your bloodstream, engulfing your body. Zhang Yi's vivid depiction only intensified Zhou Peng's agony. Cold sweat cascaded down him as he imagined bacteria feasting on his flesh. Although he recognized Zhang Yi's intent to instill fear, his internal dread was insurmountable. Zhang Yi, I will kill you." Zhou Peng had indeed lost his mind. His arm was rotting, and he understood his fate was sealed. Yet, he yearned to make one last futile attempt. In the adjacent room, Chun Jinghao's subordinates overheard Zhou Peng's frantic yells and inquired, "Should we take him out?" Chun Jinghao pondered. "Did you not hear he is on the verge of death from infection? Would you dare consume me from a dying pig?" They exchanged glances, ultimately deciding against taking such a risk. After a while of fruitlessly assaulting the door and hurling insults, Zhou Peng collapsed before Zhang Yi's door, weeping and pleading for mercy. Zhang Yi intoned grimly, "You are doomed. Your wound is beyond saving." Rather than wallow in despair, why not seize the opportunity to do what you have long hesitated to attempt while you still draw breath? Zhou Peng's eyes brimmed with tears as despair deepened within him. Was he truly destined to die? Fear enveloped him like an abyss, yet was soon eclipsed by a surge of rage, unrestrained fury. "I am dying. What more do I have to fear?" He struggled to his feet and kicked Zhang Yi's iron door with all his might. The pain from the solid door nearly rendered him unconscious. Ignoring the agony, he staggered back down the stairs. Upon returning to his quarters, his gaze was vacant, and through a haze, he glimpsed Sun Jichao roasting a knife over a candle, preparing to sear his own wound. The sound of sizzling fat accompanied the acrid smoke. And Sun Jichao and Appo's eyes bulged in pain as he bit down on his bedding, letting out anguished cries. He seemed to believe that this act could eradicate the bacteria. Ignorant and pitiable. Cousin Wang Min looked on with concern at Zhou Peng, unsure how to console him. She knew his time was short. The stench of decay from several individuals permeated their living space. The body was not yet dead, yet was already decomposing. Such suffering was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Zhou Peng disregarded Wang Min and stormed toward the room where Fang Yuqing was confined. Upon seeing Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing shrieked in terror. Zhou Peng, what do you want?" Zhou Peng approached her, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently upon her. "Yuqing, will you marry me?" This pitiful, desperate soul, even as death loomed, clung to the modest wish of marrying Fang Yuqing. In this apocalyptic world, such a request was both laughable and profoundly humble. Fang Yuqing furrowed her brow, her eyes reflecting disdain. She instinctively pinched her nose. "No, I do not wish to." Zhou Peng's heart shattered. He had sacrificed so much for Fang Yuqing, even his life. Yet, she had never shown him a flicker of affection. "No, you love me. You do love me. I will have you before I die. You shall be mine." Zhou Peng lost all reason, unwilling to accept that his sacrifices had borne no fruit. If he could not possess her, then he would destroy her. Outside, those who heard the commotion paid no mind. To them, Fang Yuqing was the root cause of their downfall. She deserved to die. No, stay away. You stink, it's disgusting. Fang Yuqing shouted vehemently. How dare you call me foul? Zhou Peng, enraged, suddenly tore off the bandage from his arm. The wound was grotesquely swollen, blackened, and oozing pus. He made a horrifying gesture, grasping at the rotting flesh and shoving the putrid meat into Fang Yuqing's mouth. Take that! Take that! As Zhou Peng forced his decaying flesh into her mouth, Fang Yuqing gagged uncontrollably, yet she was helpless against Zhou Peng's vile act. A twisted grin spread across Zhou Peng's face as he reveled in the humiliation of his goddess. Chapter 65. Zhou Ku'er's decision. Zhou Peng tore off Fang Yuqing's clothing. Disregarding the frigid temperature of over minus 60 degrees in the room, Fang Yuqing lay there, devoid of energy to resist, her eyes vacant. However, when Zhou Peng removed his trousers, he was confronted with a harsh reality. He was utterly incapable of rising. The extreme cold, not to mention his abysmal physical condition, rendered him ineffective. Even if given a chance, he was of no use. Get up. You must get up. Zhou Peng anxiously employed various methods, yet none bore fruit. It seemed that part of him had already lost sensation. Observing this, Fang Yuqing coldly mocked, "You really are useless." Zhou Peng's anguished roar echoed through the room, akin to a teddy bear deprived of its lychee. After a night of profound contemplation, Zhou Ku'er ultimately provided a definitive answer to Zhang Yi. She recognized this as Zhang Yi's test of her. Though perilous, she understood that failing to act would inevitably lead to her demise at the hands of Chen Zhenghao and his ilk. She had to take a chance. That evening, Chen Zhenghao and his cohorts lounged in the living room, instructing a minion to prepare a meal in the kitchen. Zhou Ku'er, observing them from a corner, suddenly stood and declared, "I will assist him." Chen Zhenghao's gaze turned cold as he regarded her, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Ha! I knew you couldn't resist." Zhou Ku'er felt a shiver run down her spine, her blood nearly congealing. Chen Zhenghao continued, 2 days without food is unbearable for anyone. Dr. Zhou, it's not shameful to fight for survival. Zhou Ku'er exhaled a subtle sigh of relief, biting her lip as she replied, "You are right. I do not wish to die. I want to live." Chen Zhenghao, believing Zhou Ku'er had come to her senses, nodded. "That is for the best. You still hold some value for me. I would prefer not to see you perish so soon." Zhou Ku'er took a deep breath and silently turned to assist in the kitchen. The space was rife with bloodstains. Even with her nose stuffed, the overwhelming stench was palpable. She suppressed her discomfort and approached the indifferent minion, who merely gestured towards an axe and some broken furniture, instructing her to chop wood for the fire. Complying, Zhou Ku'er set to work. In this era of scarce resources, cooking required burning furniture. A makeshift stove had been erected in the kitchen, with an iron pot placed atop it. As the fire ignited, the snow began to melt slowly, transforming into murky water, tainted with impurities. Yet, in such dire circumstances, having food was a blessing. No one cared to be particular. Zhou Ku'er kept a close watch on the minion while simultaneously observing the commotion outside the kitchen. Sweat began to bead on her palms, for should her next actions be discovered, her fate would be sealed. After a while, the minion tossed ingredients into the pot and carelessly added some seasoning. "Keep an eye on it," he coldly remarked before exiting the kitchen. Zhou Ku'er waited patiently, ensuring safety before retrieving a small vial from her pocket. In a flurry, she twisted open the cap and poured a generous quantity of white powder into the broth. Once finished, she hastily stowed the vial back in her pocket. At that moment, she felt her heart racing like a single-cylinder engine, her legs trembling from anxiety. With a forceful swallow, she took a ladle and stirred the powder into the pot. Though the process was fraught with tension, no unforeseen events transpired. This was not a film. There were no dramatic twists. Under the harsh conditions of their existence, everyone had become numb. They could hardly fathom that Zhou Ku'er would poison their meal. At lunchtime, Zhou Ku'er brought a large pot of food to the table. Instantly, they approached with bloodshot eyes, eager to eat. To gain their trust, she also served herself a bowl of soup and quietly returned to her room. No one paid her any heed. All were focused on their desperate need for warmth. Hot food equated to life. Each bite represented a sliver of hope for survival. Once back at her room, Zhou Ke sat on the bed with her bowl of soup, silently awaiting the outcome. She had poured a significant amount of sleeping pills into the pot, over half a bottle. These pills worked rapidly. A single dose could induce sleep within 30 minutes, particularly after a meal when blood pooled in the stomach, making one drowsy. Such a copious quantity would render even an elephant unconscious. As a doctor, Zhou Ke knew precisely how deeply they would slumber. Unless subjected to extreme stimuli, they would remain unresponsive for a considerable time. Before long, Zhou Ke heard the sounds of their synchronized snoring from the living room. Cautiously, she ventured into the space, finding all sprawled across sofas and chairs in slumber. Holding her breath, she sent a message to Zhang Yi. I administered a large dose of sleeping pills. They have all passed out. What are your next instructions? A wall away lay Zhang Yi's quarters. He had been waiting for Zhou Ke's update to ascertain her ability to complete the task. Only by proving her worth would she become a pawn in Zhang Yi's game. Upon receiving her message, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and instructed, drag them out onto the balcony. He would not approach, wary of potential traps. So bit her lip, ultimately responding, all right. Most would be terrified, for if Chen Zhenghao and his men awoke suddenly, they would undoubtedly kill her. However, as a professional doctor, Zhou Ke was confident in the efficacy of the drugs. Following Zhang Yi's orders, she dragged each of Chen Zhenghao's men outside, depositing them on the balcony. Despite the icy winds, they would remain unconscious for a while. Those in deep slumber could not easily awaken. The cold would even prompt their bodies to lower their temperatures, entering a state of dormancy to prolong survival. Zhou Ke's actions were observed clearly by Zhang Yi from his window. He was well aware of the number of men under Chen Zhenghao's command. Nothing escaped his scrutiny through the surveillance cameras. Only after seeing Zhou Ke panting as she dragged the last of them out did he nod in satisfaction. What shall I do next? Zhou Ke asked, her voice trembling. That's enough for now. Please wait for a moment, Zhang Yi replied, setting down his phone and retreating to his bedroom. After contemplation, he donned a thick winter coat from his alternate space and secured a robust rope around his waist. With a crossbow in his left hand and a machete strapped to his back, he pondered further safety. He subsequently retrieved a handgun he had not yet had the chance to use, disengaging the safety and gripping it firmly. Only after this preparation did he feel a sense of security. Zhang Yi approached the floor-to-ceiling window. For the first time since the apocalypse, he reached to unlock the door. The process was intricate, involving a fingerprint scanner, an electronic lock, and a physical lock, 3 layers in total. Upon unlocking, he stepped out onto the balcony. The biting cold wind blew against him, yet through the protective layers of his coat, the chill felt somewhat mitigated. Zhang Yi could not help but marvel at the exceptional quality of the professional-grade winter attire. Zhou Ke, huddled by the window, shivered as she gazed at him. Are you gonna kill them? Zhang Yi smirked, raising the gun in his hand, aiming it at the thug sprawled on the ground, subtly directing it towards Zhou Ke as well. He casually tossed the ropes at her feet. It is not me, it is you. Chapter 66. The token of brotherhood. Zhang Yi stood on the balcony, his body propped against the window, ready to retreat to his room at the slightest hint of danger. Chen Zhenghao and his subordinates occupied the adjacent balcony, appearing utterly incapacitated. Yet, Zhang Yi remained uncertain of their true state. What if this was an elaborate ruse orchestrated by them and Zhou Ke, designed to lure him into a trap? There was a distinct possibility that upon his approach, they would spring to life and eliminate him. Moreover, a gap of several centimeters separated the 2 balconies, with a stainless steel railing that was particularly slick in the snow. Should he attempt to scale across, a mere shove from Zhou Ke could send him plummeting from the 24th floor. Thus, Zhang Yi aimed his firearm at Chen Zhenghao and the others sprawled on the ground. Use these ropes to bind their hands behind their backs. And I recalled Chen Zhenghao possessing a firearm. Hand that over to me as well. Zhou Ke wore an expression of utter disbelief. She had not eaten for 2 days, surviving only on scant sips of water, and after dragging 10 individuals onto the balcony, her strength was nearly depleted. Faced with Zhang Yi's caution, even his reluctance to assist her, she bit her cracked lips and retorted, You are being overly cautious. While caution may ensure longevity, I refuse to take any risks. Zhang Yi replied coolly, I will not permit even the slightest risk to myself. With no other option under the threat of his weapon, Zhou Ku'er complied with his instructions. She picked up the ropes and securely bound the hands of those individuals behind their backs. As she retrieved the handgun from Chen Jinghao's pocket, Zhang Yi trained his gun on her head. Detach the magazine and toss it to me. Zhou Ku'er looked at Zhang Yi, biting her lip in hesitation. How can I trust you? What if once I comply, you betray me? Zhang Yi responded, At this moment, your only choice is to trust me. Only through your faith in me can you hope to survive this dire situation. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ku'er recognized that trust was her only recourse. Unable to breach her moral boundaries, to resort to cannibalism, she was resigned to starve. Following Zhang Yi's directive, she removed the magazine from the handgun and tossed it at his feet. Zhang Yi glanced at it, confirming it was indeed Chen Jinghao's gun, before instructing Zhou Ku'er to return to the room. Cautiously, she stepped back inside. Anxiety gripped her heart. Should Chen Jinghao and his men awaken, Zhang Yi could retreat to safety, where she would be doomed. However, as Zhang Yi pointed out, she had no alternatives. Once Zhou Ku'er re-entered the room, Zhang Yi did not hasten to cross the balcony. He retrieved Chen Jinghao's gun from the floor, inspecting the magazine to find 3 bullets remaining. He discarded the firearm into a spatial pocket and returned indoors. Fetching a length of hose from the bathroom, he aimed it toward the group on the balcony, opting not to fire a bullet, both to conserve ammunition and to avoid attracting unwanted attention. With a rush, water gushed from the hose, splattering onto Chen Jinghao and his companions from a distance of 3 to 4 meters. The temperature difference between the 20-degree warmth of the room and the frigid -70 outside, nearing 100-degree variance, caused the initially warm water to emit steam. Yet, upon contact with their bodies, it froze instantaneously. Zhou Ku'er, witnessing this scene, instinctively hugged her arms. To perish in such a manner was undeniably cruel. As the icy water cascaded over them, the group gradually regained consciousness. The water seeped into their bodies, enveloping them in ice. One of the younger men, his lips turning blue, screamed in terror. He attempted to rise, but found his hands bound tightly behind him, and the icy ground beneath him rendered him unable to gain traction. Chen Jinghao, jolted awake by the cold water splashing his face, was momentarily bewildered before the realization struck him. He had been drugged. Yet, he had no time to ponder the identity of his assailant, for the relentless cold water plunged him into an abyss of ice, every pore assaulted as though pierced by 1,000 needles. The entire group awoke, shrieking in horror, but their frantic struggles were futile. Crammed together on the balcony, they impeded one another. Zhang Yi. Chen Jinghao bellowed upon spotting Zhang, who was spraying them from the adjacent balcony. Finally, Zhang Yi emerged from the room, the previously impenetrable window now ajar. Regrettably, his hands were bound, and his life hung by a thread. You've caused enough commotion. It is time for you to meet your end, Zhang Yi declared coldly. Chen Jinghao and his cohorts had nearly exterminated half of the building's residents, drawing perilously close to Zhang Yi himself. Allowing them to remain alive posed a risk. It was only a matter of time before they would turn on him. While Zhang Yi was unafraid, prudence dictated their elimination. He would not gamble with his life. What could be safer than the absence of threats? With their last reserves of strength, Chen Jinghao and his companions strained against their bindings, their voices rising in a cacophony of rage. Yet, they could not rise. The icy water drenching their faces and flooding their mouths and collars rendered them helpless. Their clothes, soaked, hardened into blocks of ice. After 2 minutes, they lay silent, their bodies turning blue and purple as they convulsed. 3 minutes later, they could no longer move, transformed into solid ice. 5 minutes later, the mass of ice merged into a larger block of solid frost. To conserve water, Zhang Yi ceased spraying. In such a state, without modern medical intervention, survival was impossible. He returned to his room, securing the floor-to-ceiling window with a firm lock. He then changed out of his heavy winter gear and called Zhou Ku'er. You have passed the test. You may come over now. In the adjacent room, Zhou Ku'er heard Zhang Yi's voice and finally released the tension that had gripped her heart. Trembling, she replied, All right, I will come immediately. Grabbing her medical kit, she hurriedly opened the door, escaping the hellish confines of her room. Zhang Yi unlocked the 4 heavy security locks on the door and took 2 steps back, raising his gun toward the entrance. He glanced at the surveillance footage, confirming Zhou Kuer was unharmed, before using a mobile app to unlock the final electronic door. You may enter. Zhou Kuer, hearing his voice, raised her cold, pale hand and pushed against the door with all her might. The door was heavy, and she struggled to force it open. However, as a sliver of the door yielded, a wave of warmth surged forth, enveloping her. Zhou Kuer and oppose. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. It had been far too long since she had experienced such warmth. She summoned her strength, pushing the door wide open and stepping inside. In that moment, it felt as though she had entered paradise. The pervasive chill that had enveloped her body dissipated rapidly, replaced by a blissful warmth akin to stepping into a soothing bath. Gradually, she began to experience an unbearable sensation of heat. After all, she was clad in 6 layers of clothing, with 2 of those being down jackets. In the sweltering warmth of Zhang Yi's home, where the temperature reached a stifling 27 degrees Celsius, she found the heat intolerable. Thus, disregarding the gun that Zhang Yi aimed at her, she hurriedly commenced to shed her garments. Chapter 67. Proving your harmlessness. The heat within the room was stifling. Zhou Kuer felt as though she were being roasted in an oven, encased in her down jacket, which made her extraordinarily uncomfortable. Ignoring Zhang Yi's gun pointed at her, she hastily removed the heavy coat to alleviate her discomfort, gasping for breath as tears welled in her eyes, revealing her inner turmoil. It was so warm, so incredibly warm. This comfortable indoor temperature was truly a fitting environment for human existence, and she had long been deprived of such ordinary happiness. Have you forgotten something? Zhang Yi said coldly. This is my home, and you have yet to fully pass my test. It was only then that Zhou Kuer remembered the man standing before her. With Zhang Yi and Appo's gun still trained on her, she managed a faint smile. You are indeed quite cautious. I have followed your instructions and dealt with your enemies. Is that not enough to earn your trust? Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. Those individuals were a significant nuisance to you as well. You eliminated them not solely for my benefit. Your own survival was at stake. Removing them merely demonstrates your utility, satisfying the basic conditions of being my assistant. However, next, you must prove your harmlessness. Zhang Yi articulated the crux of the matter. Having endured a prolonged existence in this apocalyptic world, he was reluctant to trust anyone easily. For no matter how individuals have behaved in the past, they could lose their humanity in such dire circumstances. He could only trust himself. It was the only way to survive in this bleak reality. Zhou Kuer felt a sense of helplessness. She had complied with Zhang Yi's demands, but was unsure how to convince him of her sincerity. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her desire to remain in this warm abode. What must I do for you to believe that I pose no threat? Zhou Kuer looked at Zhang Yi with pleading eyes, almost humbly beseeching him. Zhang Yi scrutinized her and warily asked, You aren't concealing any weapons, are you? Zhou Kuer, exasperated, raised her hands. Look, in this position, I could hardly hide any dangerous weapons. Zhang Yi's expression remained impassive as he shook the gun in his hand. Raise your hands, he commanded, indicating that he intended to search her to ensure she bore no weapons. Though initially embarrassed, Zhou Kuer recognized that she was in no position to negotiate. Zhang Yi's home was far too inviting. In stark contrast to her previous living conditions, it felt like paradise. To obtain certain things, one must be willing to pay an equivalent price. This was a lesson she fully understood. All right, I understand. Zhou Kuer summoned her courage and complied with Zhang Yi's request. She was a clever woman, aware of what she needed to offer to receive what she desired. Zhang Yi's gaze remained fixed on her, vigilant against any sudden display of lethal intent. This was purely for safety. A man of his integrity would harbor no ulterior motives. Zhou Kuer slowly raised her hands and placed them behind her head, pressing her body against the door as depicted in television dramas. Cautiously, Zhang Yi approached and conducted a thorough search. Is this sufficient now? Zhou Kuer inquired once he had completed his inspection. Confirming that Zhou Kuer was unarmed, Zhang Yi glanced at the medical kit on the floor and suggested, I recommend you take a shower first. Zhou Kun'er's face flushed crimson. She had indeed gone quite some time without bathing, and she was aware that she might carry an odor, but it was beyond her control. Embarrassed, she hurried into the bathroom. Zhang Yi retrieved some women's clothing from an alternate space and tossed them outside the bathroom. Here are some fresh clothes for you. I selected a set based on your measurements. Try them on. If they don't fit, I can find you something else. Having spent considerable time organizing the storage, he had developed a keen eye for sizes. Zhou Ku'er responded with a soft from within the bathroom, followed by the sound of running water. Zhang Yi approached her medical kit and carefully opened it, inspecting its contents. He discovered it held little in the way of medication, only a few rolls of nearly depleted gauze and 2 unopened syringes. After a moment's thought, he took the syringes and placed them in the alternate space, closing the medical kit afterward. He leisurely settled onto the sofa, waiting for Zhou Ku'er to finish her shower before continuing their conversation. Inside the bathroom, as Zhou Ku'er turned on the shower and felt the hot water cascade over her head, her eyes brimmed with tears of joy. It is only when one loses everything that the true meaning of happiness becomes clear. In her previous life, she had taken the mundane aspects of daily living for granted. Yet, with the onset of the apocalypse, she realized the value of those simple pleasures. The conveniences developed over millennia of human civilization had rendered them increasingly delicate. Having gone without a shower for half a month, Zhou Ku'er was particularly thorough in her cleansing. After 30 minutes of washing, she suddenly remembered that she was in Zhang Yi's home, prompting her to hasten her bath. After all, water resources were exceedingly precious. Zhang Yi, however, made no objections or attempts to rush her, for he had ample reserves of water. Even in extreme circumstances, there was an abundance of snow outside to utilize. With human activity having come to a standstill, the natural snowmelt was pristine and even drinkable. With a soft click, the bathroom door swung open. Zhang Yi glanced over and saw a steaming arm reach out to retrieve the clothing he had placed outside. Moments later, Zhou Ku'er emerged clad in a nightgown, her damp hair cascading down her back, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Zhang Yi, gun in hand, remained oblivious to her beauty, his gaze still filled with caution. Until he could ascertain this woman's reliability, he would remain on guard. In the apocalyptic world, even seemingly frail women or children could pose a lethal threat. Thank you, Zhang Yi. I haven't bathed in so long. I hope you don't hold it against me for wasting your water, Zhou Ku'er said, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Arriving at the home of a stranger, she felt a deep sense of unease, especially since she knew so little about Zhang Yi. In such moments, exercising caution and respect was prudent. She had no desire to provoke Zhang Yi and risk being cast out. Transitioning from frugality to luxury is easy, but descending back into austerity is a challenge. Having savored the delights of a sanctuary, who would wish to return to the biting cold? Chapter 68. Today's arrangement. Zhou Ku'er perceived the lingering wariness in Zhang Yi's demeanor and internally mused, no wonder he can navigate this apocalypse with such nonchalance. Please, take a seat. Zhang Yi gestured towards the adjacent sofa, having drawn his firearm at some point unbeknownst to her. Zhou Ku'er obediently settled on the sofa, 2 meters away, her hands demurely resting on her knees, resembling a dutiful child. Listen, he continued, I have allowed you to reside here because you possess certain value to me. However, you must always remember that this is my home, and your presence here is a privilege I bestow upon you. Therefore, you are obliged to obey all my commands. Should you defy me, I will cast you out. If you harbor any malicious intentions towards me, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. As Zhou Ku'er listened to Zhang Yi's cold pronouncement, she couldn't help but think how heartless. Although she understood his rationale, she couldn't help but feel that a gentler tone would have stirred her emotions. Little did she know, Zhang Yi had once been tender-hearted, but all his kindness had ultimately been squandered. Zhang Yi then directed her attention to another room. Their abode comprised 3 bedrooms and a living room. Aside from his master suite, there were 2 additional guest rooms. You will occupy that room, but let me make it clear, every corner of this house is under surveillance. You will be monitored at all times, and privacy is a luxury you will not have. The door is fortified, not easily breached. The key is in my possession, and you may only exit during the times I permit. If you dissent, he pointed towards the front door, you may leave right now. Yet Zhou Ke had no intention of departing. Despite Zhang Yi's stringent terms, this house was a veritable sanctuary compared to the harshness of the outside world. She nodded. Very well, I shall comply. Her submissive demeanor pileaset Zhang Yi immensity. Truly a clever woman. Conversing with you is quite effortless. Had I been dealing with someone like Fang Yuqing or Lin Cainong, they might have indulged in tears and tantrums. They were destined to perish in this apocalypse. Zhang Yi holstered his weapon and adjusted another firearm's position. He regarded Zhou Ke with a slightly softened tone. You are astute. This will facilitate our future interactions. You must grasp the true nature of the Hell's Cape outside. Aside from aligning with me, you have no other means of survival. Now, I shall share a secret, and you must listen carefully. Zhou Ke's eyes widened in astonishment. A secret? You are willing to tell me? She sensed that a man as cautious as Zhang Yi would not divulge secrets lightly. Zhang Yi explained, I share this secret to ensure your loyalty. However, should you disclose it, I'm not overly concerned. In this world, self-preservation is paramount. I fear no one. The individuals who sought my demise have all been dealt with. As you have witnessed, Zhou Ke nodded earnestly, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yi, eager to learn the nature of his secret. He continued leisurely, the recent snow disaster, as you may have seen online, was caused by a supernova explosion resulting in a gamma-ray burst. Such radiation can have profound effects on the human body, potentially leading to mutations. Therefore, I possess a unique ability. I have access to an independent alternate space. Ignoring Zhou Ke's look of astonishment, he pressed on. My ability to thrive in these times results from the vast resources stored within my space. Without it, you can see that this house cannot accommodate much. Thus, my survival ensures your access to these resources, food to eat, and hot water for bathing. If I were to perish, this house would swiftly become indistinguishable from the others, and you would face starvation. Zhang Yi did not fully trust Zhou Ke, despite recognizing her inherent goodness. He placed his faith in self-interest rather than human nature, which could be easily twisted without much effort. By revealing to her that her survival depended on his, he aimed to solidify their alliance. To instill trust, Zhang Yi retrieved a long sandwich from his alternate space, tossing it to Zhou Ke. Witnessing this seemingly magical act, a glimmer of trust began to form in her astonished eyes. Superpowers? Do they truly exist? Staring at the sandwich in her hands, she swallowed hard, hesitating to take a bite, waiting for Zhang Yi's command. A piece this large could feed a family for days. Not to mention, she hadn't eaten in 2 days. Zhang Yi spoke nonchalantly, eat. It is yours. Unable to contain herself, Zhou Ke bit into the sandwich with an ah. Zhang Yi, concerned she might choke, poured her a glass of water. As she devoured the bread, the fast food she had once scorned now brought her to tears of gratitude. My goodness, how could a mere sandwich taste so divine? Zhang Yi quietly elucidated the house rules. I do not extend complete trust, so I expect you to be sensible. Clean, cook, do not wait for my instructions. The plumbing has frozen, so you will need to use special plastic bags during restroom visits, discarding them through the hidden window. Henceforth, you will serve as my maid, trading labor for a comfortable living environment and sustenance. Do you understand? Zhang Yi's household could not accommodate idlers. Zhou Ke finished her meal. Nodding fervently, I understand, master. She shyly addressed him, and Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, impressed by her savvy. No wonder she had risen to the position of chief physician at such a young age. Once she had satisfied her hunger, Zhang Yi's lips curved into a faint smile as he rested his chin on his hand, gazing at her porcelain neck. Do you know why? Among so many in this building, I chose you despite our limited familiarity? Zhou Ke bit her lip because I am a doctor. You lack for nothing. Yet you cannot guarantee your immunity to illness or injury. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. That is one reason. Though my health is robust, one must always be prepared for the unforeseen. He retrieved a half-finished bottle of red wine from beneath the coffee table, performing another sleight of hand to produce 2 goblets. He poured 2 glasses, pushing one toward Zhou Ke. And the second reason, do you know what it is? Zhou Ke accepted the glass, hesitating briefly before sipping. A flicker of realization crossed her eyes. Because there is no such thing as a free meal in this world. Precisely because I am a woman, and a strikingly beautiful one at that. Zhou, self-aware, set her goblet down and rose to her feet. Before Zhang Yi, she unfastened her bathrobe. Zhang Yi no longer pretends to be a paragon of virtue. After enduring more than half a month of repression, he found himself burdened with an abundance of negative energy that required a means of alleviation. Thus, today, he decided to take action. Chapter 69. A good night's sleep this night was destined to be exceedingly long. Zhou finally obtained the warmth of a cozy room. At last, she could luxuriate in a restful slumber for the first time since the onset of the apocalypse. Zhang Yi secured the door from the outside, concealing the sole key. Business is business, yet fundamental principles must be upheld. Even though Zhang Yi understood that Zhou was a kind-hearted individual, allowing her to enter and survive was already an act of great benevolence. In the short term, he could not afford to lower his guard. He first took a shower before retreating to his bedroom for rest. After sleeping for half a day, Zhang Yi awoke feeling rejuvenated, his eyes sparkling brighter than usual. Having a woman by his side added a touch of joy to his life. He often worried that living alone might one day lead to a mental breakdown. After all, humans are inherently social beings. However, the prerequisite was that Zhou must be obedient and utterly harmless. Upon checking the surveillance, Zhang Yi saw that Zhou was still deeply asleep in bed. She had not had a proper rest in ages, and thus her slumber was profound, showing no signs of waking. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, dressed himself, and proceeded to freshen up. After completing his morning routine, he made his way to the living room to prepare breakfast. Zhang Yi retrieved some food from his dimensional space and placed it on the coffee table. He then approached Zhou's door and unlocked it. He knocked gently, calling out, "Come out for something to eat." It was quite amusing. Although he was fully aware of everything in the room, he still chose to knock out of courtesy. After all, if they were to coexist for the long term, basic respect was essential. Zhou's soft voice, tinged with fatigue, floated back. "Okay, I'll be right there." Zhang Yi moved to the dining table, picked up a beef and cheeseburger, and strolled toward the window as he ate. Overnight, the massive ice block next door had grown larger, its surface blanketed in white snow, faintly revealing the twisted forms of 10 corpses trapped within. As Zhou emerged from her room and caught sight of Zhang Yi, a subtle flush crept across her face. As a proud graduate of a prestigious medical school, she had always been aloof towards men, preserving her chastity until now. Society placed immense value on such matters. Yet unexpectedly, she had not reserved herself for her husband or even a lover, but instead, in this apocalyptic world, had exchanged such intimacy for survival with a man she barely knew. However, observing Zhang Yi's tall stature and his cold, rationally handsome face instilled in her a peculiar sense of security. Women often harbor special feelings for their first man. Zhang Yi held a fondness for Zhou, for she was indeed beautiful. What man could resist a stunning figure and lovely face? Yet, the notion of love was far from their current reality. Perhaps in time, as trust blossomed between them, he might gradually invest his emotions. After all, life in the apocalypse was exhausting, and one always needed some emotional anchor. Zhang Yi gestured to Zhou that food awaited her on the table. She glanced over and saw steaming burgers, fried chicken, and fries, food he'd stockpiled in abundance from fast food chains like KFC and McDonald's before the apocalypse. Thanks to the preservation capabilities of his dimensional space, they remained warm and appetizing. Zhou swallowed hard, unable to resist, and rushed over to devour a burger with fervor. What she had once scorned as fast food now tasted exquisite, nearly bringing her to tears. Within 10 minutes, she had polished off the entire spread and reclined in her chair, contentedly burping. Upon noticing Zhang Yi's bemused expression, she shyly covered her mouth, feeling embarrassed. Zhang Yi, unfazed, inquired, "Have you finished?" Zhou tilted her head and replied earnestly, "Not yet, but I can't eat too much at once. It could lead to gastrointestinal issues." "Then you're done? Come on, we have work to do," Zhang Yi instructed, nodding toward the outside. Zhou obediently approached him. Zhang Yi retrieved 2 sets of winter gear from his dimensional space, prompting Zhou's eyes to widen in amazement. Though this was not her first encounter with such wonders, it still felt remarkably fascinating. Her resolve to follow Zhang Yi strengthened. Few survived in this world, and aligning with a powerful figure could significantly enhance her chances of survival. Zhang Yi tossed a set of winter gear to Zhou Ke, donning one himself. "What are we going to do?" she asked, curiosity piqued. Zhang Yi pointed to the large ice block on the neighboring balcony and said, "We're going to smash that ice block." Zhou Ke shivered at the thought. The bodies had become one with the ice. Should they shatter it, the corpses would undoubtedly be torn apart. They were certainly dead. Why inflict further violence? Zhang Yi shrugged. "Perhaps it's simply because I have a strong aversion to them." Observing Zhou Ke's astonished expression, he added with a smile, "Everyone in this building nearly wants me dead to seize my room and supplies. I must do something to let them know I am not to be trifled with." He smirked, recalling how they once perceived him as a timid recluse. Of course, he didn't mind their opinions, but over time, it became irksome. Instilling a lesson in them seemed prudent. There was another reason he chose not to share with Zhou Ke, a personal vendetta. Chun Jinghao had attempted to kill him multiple times, igniting a fiery anger within Zhang Yi. Merely freezing them to death felt too lenient. Zhou Ke seemed to grasp his intentions, pointing to herself in disbelief. "Don't expect me to do it, do you?" She was utterly exasperated. It seemed she was the sole architect behind the demise of Chun Jinghao and his ilk. Now, with them dead, Zhang Yi still appeared hesitant. Zhang Yi replied seriously, "This is called being prudent." He continued, "What if I go and you shut the window on me?" Although all his supplies were safely stored in his dimensional space, and hunger was not a concern, who would willingly seek out trouble after enjoying a comfortable life? Zhou Ke rolled her eyes, utterly bemused. Internally, she scoffed at such excessive caution. She was no fool. Why would she engage in actions that harmed herself without any benefit? Ignoring her protests, Zhang Yi gestured for her to proceed and handed her a baseball bat. Zhou Ke noticed that as he passed her the bat, he adopted a distinctly defensive posture. Infuriated, she found Zhang Yi's excessive caution ridiculous. However, despite her verbal reluctance, her body complied, and she crossed over the railing onto the neighboring balcony. Zhang Yi, meanwhile, took out his phone and began recording. Chapter 70. Deterrence. Zhou Ke raised the baseball bat in her hand, gazing at the massive block of ice before her. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely brought it down with force. Having studied medicine, she was not as averse to corpses as one might expect. With a resounding crack, the ice shattered. The recoil from the impact sent pain shooting through her hand, prompting her to exclaim, "Ouch," and drop the bat. Zhou Ke oppose, or frowned slightly, rubbing her palm. "So hard." Before Zhang Yi could speak, she stepped into the room, returning with a large hammer in hand. "This is far more effective," she declared with unwavering determination. Zhang Yi remained silent for a moment, sensing that he had underestimated the woman before him. Raising the hammer, Zhou Ke struck down fiercely. The water spread was minimal, so the ice layer was not excessively thick, and with her considerable strength, she managed to shatter a substantial portion. Zhang Yi filmed the entire process with his phone. After the first blow, Zhou Ke grew increasingly bold, shedding her initial fear. The sound of crack resonated as the ice splintered into countless pieces. At that moment, the contents within were obscured, revealing only a kaleidoscope of colors. However, Zhang Yi was well aware of what lay beneath. Once Zhou Ke fulfilled Zhang Yi's request, she climbed back. "What is the purpose of this recording?" she inquired curiously while changing her clothes. A sly smile curled at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth as he sent the video to the neighborhood group. Zhou Ke suddenly understood. "You intend to establish your authority in the group, making them think twice before bothering you again?" Zhang Yi replied with a faint smile, "Not just that. I aim to supplant Chun Jinghao in their minds." The neighbors feared Chun Jinghao far more than him, for he possessed a firearm and would not hesitate to storm in and eliminate them, seizing their supplies. Yet, regardless of how many people Zhang Yi might kill, he would still be seen as a lecherous recluse, relying on ambushes to take lives. Zhang Yi sought to seize the initiative, preparing for the day he might need to venture outside. Zhou Ke nodded, expressing her support for Zhang Yi's plan. He settled onto the sofa to rest while perusing the group chat's activity. Zhou Ke obediently leaned against him, her legs together like a charming kitten. resting her head beside him as they both observed the reactions in the neighborhood group. Their demeanor resembled that of lovers in the throes of romance. Zhou Kuer's feelings for Zhang Yi stemmed from her reliance on him, a natural inclination for women to admire strength. However, for Zhang Yi, she still bore more of a servant's role. As for matters of affection, those could be addressed later. He would not mind if they developed. Yet he did not desire an excess of sentiment. Recently, the internet seemed to be faltering. It took a full minute for Zhang Yi to upload the video. It appeared that the heavy snowfall had affected the surrounding cell towers. Nonetheless, as a nation renowned for its infrastructure prowess, China maintained a top-tier standard in communication. Thus, they had yet to reach a point of complete communication failure. Only long-distance connections faced significant interference. Upon viewing the video, the neighbors were filled with curiosity. When they witnessed the gruesome demise of Chen Jinghao and his associates, many erupted into fits of laughter, tears mingling with their mirth. Chen Jinghao, that devil, is finally dead. Xiao Chui, you can now rest in peace. Finally, he has met his end. We can step outside. That despicable creature, well-deserved demise. Ha ha ha, sobi sobi. The neighbors harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Chen Jinghao. Had he not instigated the bloody chaos, many within the building would have remained unharmed. Their loved ones, friends, and partners had all fallen victim to Chen Jinghao's brutal machinations. Such hatred was beyond verbal expression. Zhang Yi posted a message in the group. Chen Jinghao is dead. I, Zhang Yi, am responsible. Beside him, Zhou Kuer cast a resentful glance, silently thinking, wasn't that my doing? Zhang Yi continued, from now on, this building is under my management. The neighbors suddenly recalled that it was Zhang Yi who had shared the video, which also featured Zhou Kuer. Zhang Yi, you killed Chen Jinghao? You truly are formidable. Thank you for ridding us of that wretched demon. Zhang Yi, do you still have food at your place? I am starving. My son is already dead, and my daughter too. But I want to live. Zhang Yi, you must have food. Please, give me some, and I'll do anything you ask. The neighbors, upon seeing Zhang Yi's presence, clamored with requests. In their eyes, Zhang Yi equated to a wealth of resources, a synonym for food. Zhang Yi felt somewhat speechless. It seemed they bore little fear of him. He turned to Zhou Kuer and said, I killed Chen Jinghao, but why aren't they afraid of me? Zhou Kuer replied without hesitation, because, compared to that madman Chen Jinghao, you are a good person. Zhang Yi chuckled incredulously, pointing to himself. A good person? Please don't flatter me. Zhou Kuer, however, spoke earnestly. In my eyes, you are indeed a good person. You have never killed anyone without cause. As for Chen Jinghao, he brought this fate upon himself. Zhang Yi smiled, remaining silent. He did not consider himself a good person. Yet, at the very least, he believed he was not a villain. This was because he had not yet been pushed to the brink of desperation, thus retaining the fundamental moral compass of humanity. At that moment, someone sent a voice message. Zhang Yi, has Zhou Kuer moved into your house? Why did you only allow her to stay and not me? Why can't I come in? She had picked up on the implication. Zhou Kuer was aiding Zhang Yi, leading many to suspect they were together. Numerous individuals turned green with envy, dreaming of entering Zhang Yi's abode. Rumor had it that within lay a fireplace, a warm sanctuary of 20 to 30 degrees, filled with comforts and provisions enough to last a decade. They had attempted to storm in before, but those efforts had all ended in failure. Yet, Zhou Kuer's situation sparked a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yi, I could do what Zhou Kuer does, and I would undoubtedly do it better. Please, let me in. Zhang Yi, I must confess, I've liked you for quite some time. Would you consider being my boyfriend? Zhang Yi, though I'm a man, I would do anything for you. Zhang Yi could hardly believe his eyes. Zhou Kuer, equally astonished, felt a twinge of anxiety. In truth, whether as a doctor or a woman, she was not irreplaceable. At least when it came to romantic relationships with men, she was not particularly skilled. What if, in the future, Zhang Yi encountered someone better and cast her aside? Zhou Kuer bit her lip, silently resolving to demonstrate her worth and cling to Zhang Yi's coattails. The neighbors expressed their envy and jealousy toward Zhou Kuer, pleading with Zhang Yi to include them in his plans. Particularly, Fang Yuqing nearly exploded with rage upon seeing these messages. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, Are you currently with Zhou Ke? Zhang Yi dismissed her with indifference. Fang Yuqing, however, was growing anxious. At that moment, she was huddled in a foul-smelling room, disheveled and resembling a madwoman. Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and good Xiaoyang had been dead for several days. Nevertheless, a glimmer of light and hope still resided within her heart. She believed that one day she would be able to step into Zhang Yi's home and revel in a splendid life. With her cracked hands trembling, she typed, "Brother Zhang, now that Qin Jinghao is dead, can Qing'er come stay with you? Did you not say that you would cherish a life together with me? Did you not promise to ensure that I am well-fed, warmly dressed, and live happily? You vowed to me. You must have me. You cannot be with any other woman. You are mine, and everything about you belongs to me." Zhang Yi was taken aback to discover that Fang Yuqing was still alive. He allowed a cold laugh and retorted, "You're still alive?" Fang Yuqing's eyes sparkled with realization. "So, Brother Zhang Yi thought I was dead, which is why he allowed that wretched Zhou Ke to stay in their home. Indeed, it must be so. Now that he knows I am alive, he will surely cast her aside." Her lips trembled with excitement as she spoke to Zhang Yi. "Brother Zhang Yi, I am indeed well. You once adored me. Your heart has not changed, has it? Do not let Zhou Ke remain in your home. Allow me to come instead. I'm the one who loves you most. Cast her out of your house." At that moment, the disheveled Wang Min and Lin Caning noticed Fang Yuqing's unusual demeanor. Upon seeing the spark in Fang Yuqing's eyes, they immediately realized she was conversing with Zhang Yi. They rushed over, their faces contorted with rage, and exclaimed, "Fang Yuqing, do not think you can abandon us to live a good life on your own." The three of them grappled for a single phone, desperately sending messages to Zhang Yi. Lin Caning, "Zhang Yi, I am no less than Fang Yuqing. I can do everything she can do. I am far more considerate and would never treat you as a backup." Wang Min, "Zhang Yi, though I'm a bit older. It is precisely with age that one learns to cherish others. Young girls do not comprehend what it means to be gentle and caring. Grant me a chance." Zhang Yi regarded the scene as a spectacle, amused by the flurry of messages and the cacophony of bickering voices. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke felt an intensified sense of urgency, clinging tightly to Zhang Yi's arm, fearful that he might slip away. Chapter 71. Do not contact me. I fear she may misunderstand Zhang. He felt a flicker of happiness and warmth at Zhou Ke's proactive approach. Although he was not easily swayed by women, he too craved tenderness and affection. Zhou Ke was undoubtedly a beauty, and it was reasonable that she had a profound effect on him. He relished the intimacy of her closeness. A mischievous thought crossed Zhang Yi's mind. If Fang Yuqing were to witness his closeness with Zhou Ke, would she not be driven mad? With this notion, he swiftly took a selfie with her, capturing the moment where Zhou Ke nestled beside him, her arm tightly wrapped around his. He then sent the photo to Fang Yuqing with a message. "Qing, you are a good person. Unfortunately, you arrived too late. I have found someone better. You will wish us well. One to you." Fang Yuqing was still desperately grappling for her phone. Ding dong. The three of them heard the notification sound and hurriedly looked over. Every message from Zhang Yi was a glimmer of hope for them. However, they were met with the sight of Zhou Ke and Zhang Yi, clearly a couple. Zhou Ke's education, talent, and beauty made them feel utterly inferior. Fang Yuqing, with her modest education and a mere clerical job in a warehouse, was completely overshadowed by a woman of Zhou Ke's caliber. Thus, a fierce jealousy ignited within her. "Zhang Yi, no, you cannot treat me this way. Qing loves you. I love you the most. She must be deceiving you. She does not truly care for you. Give me a chance, and I will prove I am the one who truly loves you." Zhang Yi sneered. "There is no need. My love for Ke is genuine. She far surpasses you. Why would I ever relinquish her for you? Do you believe you are worthy? Therefore, let's cease all contact from now on. I fear she may misinterpret our relationship." Zhang Yi knew that his words would undoubtedly drive Fang Yuqing into a frenzy. As he understood, he was her last hope in this apocalyptic world. To utterly extinguish a person's hope was an exquisite delight, particularly in such a manner. Fang Yuqing had always perceived herself as a goddess, deserving to be adored by men. Yet today, another woman had usurped her perceived claim to Zhang Yi. The irony was that this woman was indeed superior and more beautiful. The agony and despair she felt were magnified. Regrets surged within her as she wished to lash out at herself, questioning why she had been blind enough not to marry such a remarkable man like Zhang Yi. As Zhang Yi anticipated, Fang Yuqing was on the verge of madness, emitting frantic cries from her throat. I refuse to believe it. Zhang Yi, you were my devoted admirer. You adored me for 2 years. Why, now that I've become so proactive, have you ceased your devotion? That wretched woman, why did she take what is mine? You are despicable. Yes, it's all that wretched woman's fault. Lin Canning and Wang Min laughed heartily at Fang Yuqing's plight. Ha ha ha, you foolish girl. This is your comeuppance. You deserve this. Her once closest friend, Lin Canning, gritted her teeth in disdain. With reddened eyes, Fang Yuqing attempted to message Zhang Yi again, but found herself blocked. This signified that Zhang Yi had utterly resolved to ignore her. Soon, she would perish in this apocalypse, and Zhang Yi's torment and humiliation of her would bring him satisfaction. Zhang Yi set his phone down, a blissful smile gracing his face. The more Fang Yuqing suffered, the more joy it brought him. Zhou Ku'er nestled closely against him, curiously gazing up at him. Zhang Yi turned his head, their eyes meeting. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and grasped her delicate hand firmly. Do you think I am cruel? Zhou Ku'er's breath quickened, her face flushing with nervous excitement. You must have your reasons for doing this. Zhang Yi's gaze deepened, recalling how he had been treated by Fang Yuqing in his previous life. He had given everything for her, only to be betrayed, lured into opening his door, leading to his demise at the hands of neighbors. The excruciating pain of that betrayal was unimaginable. After all, one must witness them severing your limbs with dull blades. You understand, don't you? Zhang Yi did not wish to elaborate further, nor could he, as those events were unrelated to Zhou Ku'er. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Ku'er eliminated Qin Zhenghao, a profound tranquility settled around them. At least the incessant noise from next door had ceased. Qin Zhenghao was oblivious to the fact that his demise was largely due to his own annoyance. The atmosphere at 25 had eased somewhat, no longer as oppressive as before. Zhang Yi understood that this was merely superficial. As the apocalypse progressed, humanity would become increasingly twisted. Even without Qin Zhenghao, those who had tasted blood might still resort to violence. But again, what did that concern him? That morning after rising, Zhang Yi approached Zhou Ku'er's door to open it for her. Zhou Ku'er, cheeks flushed, hurried to the restroom before preparing breakfast for him. Her culinary skills were average, yet they surpassed his own. Occasionally, when he craved freshly made food, he would ask her to cook. Naturally, before dining, Zhang Yi would ensure she tasted it first. Then he would partake. While eating, Zhang Yi would browse WeChat and some remaining news updates. Presently, only a minuscule fraction of apps were still operational, primarily maintained by the authorities. In the face of frigid temperatures, the vast majority could not endure. However, the higher-ups always had contingency plans for disasters, ensuring the survival of certain so-called important figures. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face in the WeChat group, a certain Aunt Lin who had previously caused chaos. Aunt Lin, the snow disaster will soon pass. My brother is an official in Jiangnan province. He informed me of this. You all must heed my words, or I will have you executed. Did you hear me? Bring me food immediately. Yet, no one in the group responded to her. She had lost her mind. Yet, it was a miracle she had survived this long. Zhang Yi remarked, I recall that Qin Zhenghao was the first to rob her. Zhou Ku'er, sitting opposite him, revealed a hint of sorrow at his words. When I want to treat Lin Xiaohu, I pitied them and gave them some supplies. Chapter 72. Uncle Yu borrows medicine. Zhang Yi cast a glance at her upon hearing her words. Zhou Ku'er, fearing Zhang Yi might look down on her for her saintly demeanor, hurriedly explained, at that time, the snow disaster had just begun, and I thought it would pass quickly. Zhang Yi smiled dismissively, placing his phone on the table and crossing his hands. That's not the issue. The supplies you received should have been consumed by now. What have you been relying on to last this long? Zhou Ku'er, still chewing on a piece of rib, silently set the bone into her bowl upon hearing his question. Lin Xiaohu. He passed away almost 10 days ago due to the lack of medicine. Zhang Yi nodded, realizing that made sense. He suddenly chuckled in the past. Lin Chunxia always said Lin Xiaohu was her darling. wishing she could keep him in her mouth. She truly lived up to her words. Joku and Appos, or Kuden and Appos, T helped but cover her mouth, giving Zhang Yi a reproachful look. I and Appos am still eating. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi laughed at the success of his jest. He suddenly felt that living with a woman made life significantly more interesting. At least there was someone to converse with, alleviating the monotony. Just as they were speaking, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. The two turned their heads toward the window. Approximately 40 meters away, on the balcony of Building 18, a naked man stood, arms raised, shouting into the wind. Then, before their eyes, he dove down like a diver. Zhou Kuer frowned slightly, unable to suppress a sigh. When will this snow disaster come to an end? In this apocalyptic era, many have chosen to end their lives, unable to see a glimmer of hope for the future. Zhang Yi shook his head. Who knows? The changes in nature are beyond the grasp of our current technology. As long as we can survive, that is enough. As they conversed, Zhang Yi's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Uncle Yu, the security guard. Based on his past experiences, Zhang Yi was willing to trust only two people in this life, Uncle Yu and Zhou Kuer. Both had sacrificed for others and upheld the moral standards of humanity until their last breath. Thus, he allowed Zhou Kuer into his home as a servant. Uncle Yu, on the other hand, was the second largest hoarder of supplies in the entire building, after Zhang Yi himself. Even now, his supplies remained relatively abundant. A single man in his 40s, without children, serving as a security guard, naturally would stockpile inexpensive items like instant noodles and sausages to save on living costs. Zhang Yi answered the call. Hello, Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi. Haha, are you doing well? Uncle Yu's speech was stammering, accompanied by an awkward chuckle. Zhang Yi had known him for many years and recognized that this demeanor usually indicated a request for help. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yi decided he could spare some supplies if that was the case. After all, this security guard had served in the military for 5 years, and his skills could come in handy in the future. Thus, Zhang Yi was pleased to offer him some small favors. I'm doing fine, Uncle Yu. It's just that, with an extra person at home, the supplies are running low. He glanced at Zhou Kuer, who blushed slightly. Her gaze lowered as she continued to eat her rice. Oh, that is indeed a problem. With more people at home, there will be more to eat. Yes. Uncle Yu's tone gradually weakened, as if he were hesitant to speak further. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, Zhang Yi, I want to ask you something. Uncle Yu, there's no need to be polite. Just say it. If I can help, I will certainly do my best. Uncle Yu spoke shyly. It's like this. Xiaoli Mei's daughter, Tang Bao, has a fever, and I have no medicine at home. She is all red, and both her mother and I are nearly frantic. Do you have any medicine? As he spoke, Uncle Yu's voice trembled with desperation. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise, resembling a person who had just learned a shocking piece of news. Well, I didn't expect Xiaoli Mei to find Uncle Yu as her fallback. This woman truly had an eye for talent, managing to pinpoint the second-best option among the many single men in the building, just after Zhang Yi. However, recalling Xiaoli Mei's situation in his previous life, Zhang Yi quickly understood. She appeared pitiful, but ultimately lived longer than Zhang Yi, clearly not as innocent as she seemed. At under 30 years old, Xiaoli Mei was a 6 out of 10 in looks, but had a curvaceous figure from having given birth. Uncle Yu, having lived as a bachelor his entire life, was hardly immune to the allure of such a mature woman. Zhang Yi had no intention of intervening in others' private affairs. If Xiaoli Mei could manage to entice a man to help raise her child, that was her skill. Zhang Yi remarked, so that's the case, Uncle Yu. Congratulations. Uncle Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, congratulations? It's just sharing a life together. You know my situation. If it weren't for this snow disaster, I wouldn't be able to find a wife at all. I still have a few boxes of medicine here. Come by and pick them up. Zhang Yi's tone remained casual, but the phrase a few boxes hinted at a critical piece of information, that his stock of fever medicine was also dwindling. Yet, in this freezing weather with scarce supplies, he readily offered some to Uncle Yu. Just think about it. How loyal and good-hearted Zhang Yi was. How could one not be willing to fight for him in the future? As expected, Uncle Yu was so excited he could barely speak. Zhang Yi, how can I thank you? You have helped me twice in critical moments. I, Yu Jiguang, vow here, if you ever need me, should I refuse even once? I am not worthy of being human. Uncle Yu fervently swore. Zhang Yi chuckled. Uncle Yu, there's no need for such formality. We are old friends. To me, you are like a close uncle. Do not speak of courtesy. Just come and collect the medicine. Across the table, Zhou Ku'er pouted playfully at Zhang Yi, making a funny face at him. She had just discovered that beneath Zhang Yi's stern and cautious exterior lay a rather cunning side. After Zhang Yi hung up, Zhou Ku'er curiously asked, "Are you and Uncle Yu that close?" Zhang Yi picked up his bowl and chopsticks, responding nonchalantly. Relationships between people are built on the foundation of mutual benefit. This is particularly evident in an apocalyptic world. Uncle Yu is a kind man with considerable strength. Having him owe me a favor could prove useful in the future. At this point, Zhang Yi paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, on a deeper level, I also hope that the light of humanity within him does not fade away in this apocalypse. That is something extraordinarily precious. Chapter 73. The Cunning Mother. After a short while, Zhang Yi heard a knock on the door, followed by the voice of Uncle Yu. "Zhang Yi, it's Yu Jiguang. Are you home?" Habitually, he glanced at the surveillance monitor outside. However, his brow quickly furrowed, for standing at the door was not only Uncle Yu, but also a woman cradling child. Although she was bundled in a thick down jacket, Zhang Yi recognized her as the mother, Xieli Mei. What did she want? Zhang Yi held a favorable view of Uncle Yu, but he had no acquaintance with Xieli Mei. Based on his experiences from a past life, he sensed that this woman was not to be underestimated. Rising from his chair, he approached the door. Zhou Ku'er merely cast a glance, but took no action. For Zhang Yi was the master of this household. Standing at the door without opening it, he inquired, "Is it Uncle Yu?" He feigned ignorance, knowing full well the answer. "Yes, it is I," Uncle Yu replied. At that moment, Xieli Mei interjected, "Zhang Yi, our Tang Bao has a persistent fever. Please help her." Her voice trembled with a hint of desperation. Zhang Yi retrieved a box of acetaminophen suspension and a box of Xiao Kuei cold medicine that he had prepared earlier, tossing them out through the opening. "Quickly, take the medicine to the child. Illness is no trivial matter." Uncle Yu hurriedly picked up the medicine, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. "Zhang Yi, thank you so much." Xieli Mei accepted the medicine, but as Uncle Yu intended to leave with her, a peculiar glimmer flashed in her eyes. "Zhang Yi, I have one request. Could you let the baby stay at your home for a while? I know you have a heater, and it's much warmer there. Our home is freezing. I'm worried she might get worse. Can you help us with this?" Uncle Yu was momentarily taken aback. Xieli Mei had not mentioned this to him before their arrival. He felt awkward, having not consulted Zhang Yi prior to coming. Now, with Xieli Mei's sudden request, he found himself caught in an uncomfortable position. Yet, upon witnessing her pleading eyes, he was at a loss for words. In the room, Zhang Yi heard Xieli Mei's plea and couldn't help but smirk slightly. "Is this an attempt to take advantage of me, Sister Xia? I'm truly sorry, but during these extraordinary times, I cannot allow anyone to enter. Moreover, our coal supply is nearly depleted, and to be honest, the temperature inside is not significantly warmer than outside." Zhang Yi was not swayed by her words. Though she spoke sweetly, claiming it was for the child's benefit, neither he nor Zhou Ku'er had any experience in caring for a child. Even if they did, he had no desire to undertake such a burden. Allowing the child inside would provide Xieli Mei the opportunity to enter under the guise of caring for the baby. It was easy to invite a deity in, but difficult to send them away. If she harbored ill intentions, Zhang Yi would have to remain on constant alert. He had no intention of enduring that hassle. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's response, Uncle Yu softly remarked to Xieli Mei, "Zhang Yi has been generous enough, providing medicine for the child. Let's return home and bundle her up. She won't freeze." Xieli Mei wiped her tears, her voice quavering. "What do you know, being a man? The baby is so small and vulnerable." Turning back to Zhang Yi, she continued, "I realize this request may be inappropriate, but I am truly at my wit's end. I know you're kind-hearted, which is why I musters the courage to ask. For the sake of the baby, and out of respect for Uncle Yu, please let her stay with you for a while." Having reached such a point, she had also entwined Uncle Yu in her plea. Generally, if one were not particularly hard-hearted, they would relent. When making a substantial request, it is wise to precede it with a smaller one. Once the smaller request is granted, it becomes difficult for the other party to refuse the larger one. This demonstrated that this woman was indeed cunning. CLMA had deliberately refrained from discussing this with Uncle Yu beforehand, waiting until after Zhang Yi had provided the medicine to propose letting the baby stay at his home. However, she had underestimated the resolve of Zhang Yi. Crossing his arms and leaning against the door, he said, "Sister Xie, if this request were made before the apocalypse, I would certainly agree. But as you know, everyone in this building is vying for my home and my life. I am genuinely frightened and cannot permit strangers to enter. I trust you can understand my position, right? Uncle Yu, you must comprehend this as well." Uncle Yu nodded repeatedly. He felt awkwardly caught in the middle, but his gratitude towards Zhang Yi prevented him from imposing further. "Yes, Zhang Yi has already been exceedingly kind to us. Who else would provide us with medicine? Do you know how difficult it is to obtain medicine these days?" Xieli Mei bit her lip, refraining from countering Uncle Yu, her eyes glistening with tears, displaying a pitiful demeanor. "But didn't he allow Zhou Kuer to stay at their home?" Zhang Yi scoffed dismissively. "Zhou Kuer is my girlfriend. Is there an issue with that?" Hearing this, Zhou Kuer smiled faintly, aware that Zhang Yi was merely placating the situation. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of happiness. Women often prioritize a man's sweet words over the truth, and even if they know it's insincere, they indulge in self-deception, believing it to be real. Xieli Mei furrowed her brow, seemingly contemplating her next words. However, Uncle Yu was not as thick-skinned as she. Zhang Yi had already assisted him several times, and he didn't want to lose face as a man. Thus, he pulled Xieli Mei aside, his expression serious. "Let's go. We shouldn't trouble him further. Zhang Yi has already been gracious enough. Let us not overstep." Seeing Uncle Yu genuinely irritated, Xieli Mei quickly adopted a look of feigned innocence. "I understand. I don't want to do this either, but it's all for the child." Uncle Yu turned back to the room and apologized. "I'm sorry, Zhang Yi. Please don't hold this against her. Thank you for your help." Zhang Yi replied, "No problem. We all understand each other's feelings. Let's support one another." Through the monitor, Zhang Yi observed as Uncle Yu led Xieli Mei and the child downstairs. Returning to the dining table, he remarked to Zhou Kuer, "This woman seems to be quite troublesome." Zhou Kuer dismissed his concerns. "People like her are everywhere, aren't they?" Zhang Yi shrugged. "That's true, but I have a good rapport with Uncle Yu. I'm concerned she might interfere with our relationship." Uncle Yu was the ideal worker Zhang Yi had chosen, and he certainly did not wish for a woman like Xieli Mei to whisper ill notions in his ear. Zhang Yi and Appo's wariness of Xieli Mei deepened. At the very least, she harbored covetous thoughts about his home and supplies. Chapter 74. Night Raid on Zhang Yi's home. Uncle Yu returned home with Xieli Mei and her child. After closing the door, he wore an unhappy expression and remarked, "What kind of words were those you just spoke? How could you ask someone to help take care of your child? The outside world is in such turmoil. No one can tell if another is human or ghost. The fact that he can provide medicine for the child indicates that he is a trustworthy person. How can you take advantage of his kindness?" Xieli Mei sat on the bed, cradling her child while administering the medicine, gently loosening her clothing to nurse him down. Rather than arguing with Uncle Yu, she spoke softly. "Isn't it all for the child? You know that my only motivation for living is the baby. If anything were to happen to her, what meaning will my life hold?" As tears streamed down her face, Uncle Yu turned to see her pale skin, and his heart softened, yet he remained resolute. His tone softened slightly. "I understand your feelings. However, one must always recognize and repay kindness. I remember how Zhang Yi has helped me twice. Without him, I would never have thought to stockpile supplies in advance, nor would I have survived to this day. I, Yu Jiguang, must find a way to repay this great kindness." At that moment, he heard Xieli Mei's faint voice. "Actually, I think you need not feel so indebted to Zhang Yi. At the very least, he is wary of you, isn't he?" Uncle Yu was taken aback and replied excitedly, "What are you saying?" Xieli Mei maintained her gentle demeanor. "Think about it. If he truly trusted you, he would have opened the door when we visited, allowing us to sit inside. Instead, the medicine was thrown out through the window without even showing his face. Isn't that a sign of his caution?" Uncle Yu was displeased. "Don't speak carelessly. He had good intentions, yet you twisted into something else." Xieli Mei remained calm, continuing softly, "I am not speaking carelessly. He has helped you, but he hasn't suffered any significant loss. Perhaps he is merely offering you small favors, hoping that one day you will serve him. If he were truly a good person, would he resort to such ruthless means, killing dozens of neighbors? Unless he is willing to let us live in his home, I would find it hard to believe he is a good man. Besides, his house is large. Our presence would hardly matter. Before she could elaborate further, a booming voice interrupted her. Enough. Uncle Yu's face flushed red with anger as he glared at her, startling Cieli Mei. The baby in her arms began to wail. Hastily, Cieli Mei held the baby closer, apologizing. I'm sorry, I was wrong. What I said was for your own good. During these times, it's wise to exercise caution. Uncle Yu coldly replied, do not speak such words again. I, Yu Jiguang, know how to distinguish right from wrong. If I were to doubt my benefactor, what kind of person would I be? Uncle Yu was sincere and straightforward, but sincerity and foolishness are not synonymous. Indeed, even if Zhang Yi's help had ulterior motives, so what? In this world, there is no such thing as unearned kindness. Having lived for over 40 years and worked as a security guard for many years, he had seen the intricacies of human nature. How could he not understand this principle? Cieli Mei recognized that Uncle Yu was angry and realized that pressing further would be unwise, so she chose to remain silent. However, this did not mean she would abandon her attempts to sway him. The warm home of Zhang Yi was a dream she longed for. Gazing down at her 8-month-old baby, she silently resolved, my dear, to ensure our survival, I will pay any price. That night, the pale moonlight bathed the silver earth, imbued with a sense of desolation and solitude. The heavy snowfall had continued for nearly a month, sometimes intensifying, other times easing, yet never pausing for a day. The snow in the Yuelu community had piled up to the 4th floor, blanketing the ground in white. Out of habit, most people were asleep at this hour. Meanwhile, the entrance door of Building 25 was completely blocked by tons of accumulated snow, rendering it impenetrable. Suddenly, the layer of snow at the entrance seemed to shift slightly, with chunks of ice falling to the ground. But soon, a large mass of ice and snow bulged outward, forcefully pushed away. An iron shovel emerged from the breach, and the opening grew larger as several individuals, clad in heavy clothing and wielding shovels, steel bars, and axes, crawled out. The leader was a short, emaciated man with deeply sunken cheeks, yet his eyes were sharp and terrifying. Upon entering the hallway, he lowered his voice, saying, let us go up. A group of individuals cautiously climbed the stairs, their formation impressively organized, with some carrying wooden boards and frying pans as shields. Upon reaching the 10th floor, they encountered a resident stealthily descending to collect snow. Without hesitation, a burly man struck him on the head with a shovel. Thud! Blood splattered across the wall. The victim fell without uttering a sound. The burly man looked at the lifeless body and turned to the leader, saying, what should we do, Uncle Air? Uncle Air replied, leave him here for now. We'll take him back after we finish our business. The group obediently continued their ascent. Their target for the day was room 2401 of Building 25. At that moment, Zhang Yi was sound asleep, while Zhou Kuer was locked in the adjacent bedroom. This group of outsiders arrived silently at the 24th floor, showing no signs of fatigue despite the climb, indicating they were no ordinary individuals. They were undoubtedly professionals. Arriving at Zhang Yi's door, none rushed to break it down. The leader, Uncle Air, gestured for the others to halt and quietly called back, old donkey, come here. From the back of the group, a middle-aged man wearing a gray woolen hat approached, a gray backpack slung over his shoulder. Open the door, Uncle Air ordered, pointing at Zhang Yi's door. Old donkey nodded, watch me. He placed his backpack down in front of Zhang Yi's door and quickly retrieved various tools from within. Among them were detonators and several rectangular packages wrapped in yellow tape. After a flurry of activity, everyone hurriedly took cover in the hallway. Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed throughout the building, awakening everyone from their slumber, including Zhang Yi. The blast occurred right in front of his door, leaving his ears ringing and his eardrums throbbing painfully. Chapter 75. The power of white phosphorus. Zhang Yi reacted with remarkable swiftness, hastily descending from his bed clad only in his pajamas. He immediately retrieved a handgun from an alternate space, disengaged the safety, and held it firmly in his grasp. Opening his mobile phone, he scrutinized the external surveillance. The living room appeared unscathed. In the adjacent room, Zhou was ensconced in terror, tightly cocooned in her blanket, her head buried in the corner. With the interior of the house secure, Zhang Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. He then turned his attention to the outside through the monitor, where he discerned a group of a dozen or so furtive individuals, armed predominantly with shovels, along with rebar, wooden planks, and axes. One particular wooden plank struck Zhang Yi as familiar. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the commonly used red plywood from construction sites. Zhang Yi distinctly recalled that no construction workers were present in their building. However, he was aware of a group of approximately 20 workers residing in the adjacent Building 26, who were renting accommodations from their company nearby. As the dust settled, the intruders rushed to the entrance to ascertain the success of their demolition efforts. Their demeanor indicated meticulous preparation, with a clear objective: Zhang Yi himself. A frigid glint flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. Word of his household's ample resources had evidently spread beyond his walls. Outside the door, Zhang Yi's uncle and the others were rendered speechless upon confronting the intact, heavy metal door. "Old donkey, what kind of work is this? You made a contraption that can't even blow open a door." A worker chastised Old Donkey in frustration. Surprised by the outcome, Old Donkey replied, "This is unusual. The explosives I arranged should have worked. Perhaps they got damp." As a proficient demolitions expert within the engineering team, Old Donkey relied on rudimentary methods. Consequently, while the explosives were loud, their power paled in comparison to those expertly handled by professional demolitionists. Otherwise, even if they failed to breach Zhang Yi and Amp, Oppo's door, they would have surely obliterated the surrounding walls. In essence, the damage was minimal, yet the psychological intimidation was profound. Zhang Yi confirmed through a mobile app that his home had sustained no harm, allowing a wave of relief to wash over him. However, simultaneously, a fiery wrath ignited within him. These individuals sought his demise. Thus, he resolved to ensure their demise first. Outside, the group continued their complaints, with some already attempting to assault the door with their shovels. Unbeknownst to them, a small window had opened in the iron door above them. Zhang Yi ignited a Molotov cocktail and hurled it outside. Flames erupted instantaneously. Unsatisfied with merely that, he produced several small white bottles from his space, containing an almost transparent liquid, a crude version of white phosphorus. Known as hellfire, white phosphorus burns at temperatures exceeding 1000 C, capable of annihilating all living organisms within a certain radius. Upon detonation, white phosphorus generates intense illumination and scattering burning fragments, which are exceedingly difficult to remove from skin, leaving ghastly wounds. It not only possesses formidable lethality, but also instills a profound psychological terror. The use of white phosphorus munitions is prohibited internationally. Yet, Zhang Yi disregarded such constraints. Any means to effectively vanquish foes was within his purview. The Molotov cocktail struck the ground, igniting a fierce blaze, but its lethality was limited. The intruders, having traversed the snowy terrain, were clad in damp clothing, making ignition challenging. However, the flames that erupted from the Molotov cocktail caused the sulfur dioxide to evaporate rapidly, igniting the dissolved white phosphorus. In an instant, the air was suffused with temperatures exceeding 100 degrees. The flames leaped onto their garments, defying extinguishment. In moments, the corridor outside transformed into an inferno. Zhang Yi's response exceeded the group's expectations, leaving them no time to react within mere seconds. Many were caught in the clutches of the burning white phosphorus. Their down jackets and padded clothing served as perfect fuel for the flames. Help me please." Their anguished cries echoed like a lament from the depths of hell. As they faced a horrific demise, arguably the most agonizing way for a human to perish. Even an ordinary person would writhe in pain from a mere matchstick burn to the finger, let alone being consumed by flames enveloping every inch of their skin. Unsatisfied with the chaos, Zhang Yi drew his handgun and unleashed a relentless barrage at the intruders, disregarding any notion of conserving ammunition, akin to setting off firecrackers. One by one, bodies fell. Ultimately, of the dozen or so assailants, only 8 remained lifeless, with 5 or 6 managing to flee. Zhang Yi refrained from pursuing them. adhering to the principle of prioritizing safety. Only after confirming their demise did he close the firing aperture and activate the air filtration system to prevent smoke from infiltrating his home. Glancing at his empty gun, he shook his head in disappointment. The weapon had proven to be quite inefficient. Gratefully, he had not acquired a machine gun, for otherwise, a single volley would have depleted hundreds of rounds. He realized he must devise a way to procure more effective weaponry. Previously, his sense of crisis had not been as acute. However, today's encounter with the explosive tactics employed by the nearby construction workers served as a stark reminder. Those who survived in this apocalypse were far from ordinary. The individuals he would encounter in the future would undoubtedly be formidable adversaries. If a day came when an engineer armed with substantial explosives appeared, it was conceivable that his entire building could be reduced to rubble. Of course, that was an exaggerated notion. Such quantities were not easily accessible to an average individual. Yet, it compelled Zhang Yi to prepare for the worst. Those scoundrels. I will ensure they all meet their end. Zhang Yi muttered vehemently. He approached Zhou Kuer's room and opened the door. Zhou Kuer, curled in the corner, had buried her head between her snow-white legs. It's all right now, Zhang Yi reassured her. Upon hearing his voice, Zhou Kuer felt an overwhelming sense of security. Although this man tended to be overly cautious and often displayed a facade of indifference, at that moment, he embodied the warmth she yearned for. She raised her head to gaze at Zhang Yi, attempting to justify herself. I wasn't scared. I merely thought there was an earthquake, and it was safer to hide in the corner. Zhang Yi chuckled softly. On the 24th floor, if an earthquake struck, anywhere you hide would be crushed. Zhou Kuer stood. Her curiosity piqued. What just happened? Zhang Yi settled on her bed. Before her arrival, the room had been stark and unadorned, lacking even a blanket. However, since her presence, it had taken on a warm ambience. With a pink velvet comforter and yellow sheets, the windowsill was adorned with her freshly washed black lace lingerie and stockings. It was evident that she was a woman of refinement. Not only had she transformed her own space, but the entire house, including Zhang Yi's bedroom, was impeccably maintained under her diligent care. Zhang Yi mused to himself. Having a considerate woman by one's side truly holds great merit. In a world before the apocalypse, such a woman would require an exorbitant bride price of 88 million to secure in marriage. Chapter 76. The Alliance of the Celestial Realm in Building 26. Zhang Yi recounted the recent events to Zhou Kuer. It was the workers from next door, Building 26. Nearby, a newly developed residential area had attracted numerous workers renting accommodations in the vicinity. Zhou Kuer expressed her curiosity. Our community is considered mid to high-end. Do they truly spend so much on rent? Zhang Yi replied, with 10 people living in a single room. Do you think it would be that expensive? Zhou Kuer nodded thoughtfully, her expression turning grave. If that's the case, they are actually more dangerous than Chen Zhenghao. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Chen Zhenghao was merely a petty thug. In peaceful times, ordinary people refrained from provoking him out of fear. However, in the current climate of uncertainty, had he not possessed a firearm, he would likely have been eliminated long ago. Conversely, these workers labored physically every day, possessing strength far superior to that of the average person, and their combat capabilities were even more formidable. Moreover, they were familiar with one another, and their numbers made any action they desired easily attainable. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, lamenting, "Fortunately, we dealt with that explosive-loving glutton yesterday. Otherwise, I would have been restless at night." Zhou Kuer inquired, "What should we do next? Should we seek revenge?" Zhang Yi's brows furrowed in determination. "Of course we must. However, it would be unwise to confront them on their turf. Just look at how I managed to eliminate a considerable portion of them." Zhou Kuer rolled her eyes. "But you have a gun." Zhang Yi retorted with conviction. "Even with a firearm, it wouldn't matter. If I were to kill them all, yet suffered a single injury, I would consider it a significant loss." Zhou Kuer oppose. Her side, "You are far too cautious. But if you don and oppose, to confront them, how will we avenge ourselves? They hardly seem like the type to fear death. They appear to be desperate. After all, who in their right mind would engage in explosive activities within an apartment building? One misstep could lead to their own demise." Zhang Yi stroked his chin, already formulating a plan. It seemed that for a peaceful existence in the future, he would need to recruit some individuals as expendable pawns. Contemplating this, Zhang Yi retrieved his phone and opened the Owner S group chat for Building 25. Due to the recent explosion, neighbors had been startled awake, and the chat was ablaze with messages. What was that noise? An earthquake? A bomb attack? Did a meteorite fall? The cacophony of speculation filled the chat. Zhang Yi interjected. The workers from Building 26 invaded our apartment to commit murder and seize resources. I discovered them in time and drove them off. Zhang Meng from the 16th floor has already been killed. The noise was due to their use of explosives. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's account, panic ensued among the neighbors. What? We just dealt with Chun Jinghao, and now those ruffians from next door are back. They were known for their ruthlessness, having often fought among themselves at the construction site. How did they manage to come over? Zhang Yi explained it. They dug a tunnel from below, ascending through the first floor. Someone urgently exclaimed, "Quick! Collapse that tunnel and lock the door." Zhang Yi countered, "That is futile. Those doors will break easily. Even if you block it, they can still climb through the windows on the 4th floor." Fear gripped the neighbors. That night, had Zhang Yi not driven those intruders away, they might have invaded their homes and slaughtered them. What can we do? We cannot possibly contend with those laborers. Half of our residents have already perished, leaving mostly the elderly, women, and children. Indeed, many of those who could have fought were now dead, taken by the chaos around Zhang Yi's residence. At that moment, someone remarked, "Thank goodness we have Zhang Yi. You are incredible, Zhang Yi. You drove off so many of them alone. With you here, our safety is assured. Zhang Yi, you are our hero." After the initial comments, others began to realize the gravity of their situation. Zhang Yi had become the most formidable force in their building, armed with a firearm. Enlisting his help against the workers from next door seemed the most prudent course of action. Zhang Yi found this entire scene rather amusing. Previously, they had criticized him in the chat, calling him selfish and shameless. Many had lost loved ones at his hands, harboring deep-seated resentment. Now, however, they sought his aid, lauding him as a hero. Did they truly believe him to be a fool? Zhang Yi smirked. "I expended considerable resources dealing with them. My own safety is now at stake. You all must fend for yourselves. Why should I protect you? Your survival means little to me." After uttering these words, Zhang Yi fell silent. The group erupted in pleas for him to protect them. "Zhang Yi, you cannot just stand by and watch us perish. If we're all gone, it will only be you two left. Will you not feel lonely? If we all die, you will eventually become the target. So many eyes will be upon you." Upon reading these comments, Zhang Yi's gaze turned steely. They were correct. Countless individuals were watching him now. After all, the video he had shared in the group chat had likely been disseminated among the neighbors. Outsiders might only feel envy, but those living nearby had the opportunity to invade Building 25 and seize everything he possessed. Yet he remained silent. In contrast, Uncle Yu sent him a private message, inquiring with genuine concern if he needed assistance. "I know those scoundrels from Building 26. I've even shared drinks with them before. They dare to plot against you. I won't let them get away with it. If you have any plans, let me know, and I will help you deal with them." Zhang Yi chuckled. "Uncle Yu, there are quite a few of them. Aren't there?" Uncle Yu confirmed. "Yes, they originally had over 30 members. However, about 10 have perished recently, leaving roughly 20 or so. I know their leader, Huang Tianfeng. We were chatting not long ago. But these ruffians are utterly despicable, having caused many deaths in Building 26. I certainly do not wish to associate with such rogues." Uncle Yu and those workers hailed from rural backgrounds. While the workers navigated the underbelly of society, Uncle Yu had spent many years in the military, their mindsets existing on entirely different planes. Chapter 77. Zhang Yi. "If you do not come out, I shall slay your neighbors." Thanks to Uncle Yu and Appo's introduction, Zhang Yi gained a slight understanding of those individuals. This group of workers was employed under a construction company named Tianha Group. They were informal laborers contracted by a foreman and worked under his supervision. Yet, they boasted of being employees of Tianha Group for the sake of pride, thus referring to themselves as the Tianha Gang, with the lean, short man Huang Tianfeng as their leader. "Zhang Yi, what are your plans regarding them? If you need my assistance, just call," Uncle Yu suggested. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. It was impossible for him to attack this so-called Tianha Gang. His greatest reliance was this iron fortress. Once he stepped out of the room, confronting nearly 20 men, even armed, would be perilous. Uncle Yu, let us play it safe. I do not have plans for revenge at the moment. After all, even with your help, the odds are not in our favor. Unless, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes, we can rally the neighbors within the building. Uncle Yu grasped Zhang Yi's implication. You mean, we should unite like Huang Tianfeng's group, standing together against external threats? Precisely, Zhang Yi affirmed. Uncle Yu replied, very well. I shall propose this notion in the group chat and see how many are willing to join. Zhang Yi chuckled. Uncle Yu, there is no need for that. If you press them to join, they may suspect your intentions and even grow arrogant. What then should we do? Uncle Yu inquired. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. We are not in a rush. Our supplies at home are sufficient. We can afford to wait. The Tianhe gang will surely return after their initial encounter. They have lost many men at my hands, and they will seek vengeance. When that time comes, the neighbors will naturally come to us for assistance. Uncle Yu couldn't help but admire. Zhang Yi, you truly are remarkable. The two reached a mutual understanding, deciding to temporarily ignore the Tianhe gang. In a community chat, neighbors urged Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu to take the lead in dealing with the Tianhe gang. They were adept at moral coercion, praising Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu as good people, though Zhang Yi perceived this as an insult. You're the good people. Your entire family is good, while simultaneously concocting excuses of lacking food or strength to fight, or citing their age as elderly or female, refusing to take action. Zhang Yi was all too familiar with these shameless neighbors and chose to disregard them. After all, when the blade eventually falls upon them, they would certainly feel the pain. In the ensuing 2 days, Zhang Yi began gathering intelligence from the outside world. He certainly would not inquire directly, as many were eyeing his supplies, and the information provided could easily be false. He enlisted the help of Zhou Kuer and Uncle Yu. One was a doctor, the other a doorman, both possessing extensive connections. Zhang Yi sought to ascertain which individuals among the 30 buildings of the Yuelu community posed a threat to him. This information was not difficult to obtain. One merely needed to ask who had claimed the most lives and who now wielded the greatest influence. Zhou Kuer diligently prepared a statistical chart for Zhang Yi. He glanced over it, noting the descriptions of the opposing factions' numbers and weaponry. After reading, he felt considerably reassured. After all, Yuelu community was positioned as a mid to high-end area, and it did not harbor many truly vicious individuals. According to the intelligence gathered by Zhou Kuer and Uncle Yu, the most formidable threats were 2 factions. One was the Tianhe gang in Building 26, formed around a small engineering team under Tianhe Group, known for their formidable combat capability. Their primary weapons were shovels and steel bars, and they were unarmed with firearms. The previous explosives used against Zhang Yi had been crafted by a worker knowledgeable in demolition, but their effectiveness was limited. That worker had been burned to death by Zhang Yi, leaving them unable to manufacture more homemade bombs. However, it remained unclear whether they had any stockpiles left. Caution was warranted. I must find an opportunity to send a few expendables their way to deplete their reserves. Zhang Yi mused. Aside from the Tianhe gang, another faction caught his attention. In Building 21, there existed a group of young individuals who referred to themselves as the Wolf Pack. The names sounded rather juvenile, yet their combat prowess was not to be underestimated. According to the intelligence Zhou Kuer had uncovered, this group comprised students and some aimless drifters, with an average age around 20, numbering over a dozen. The 2 leading figures were named Wang Chong and Xiao Lu, both of whom Zhang Yi recognized. They were notorious layabouts known throughout the Yuelu community. Having graduated from a third-rate university, they remained at home, relying on their families, not quite classified as rich second-generation individuals, but certainly part of the middle class. Due to their reluctance to seek employment, they had mingled with unsavory elements. In the past, they would not have been a match for someone like Chen Jianghao. Yet without a formidable figure like Zhang Yi in their building, they had been allowed to flourish. To Zhang Yi, only these 2 factions posed a potential threat. The other units contained some residences with as few as a dozen households remaining. Many could not withstand the terror of the apocalypse, their mental states crumbling, opting for suicide. Others resorted to brutal self-destruction in the face of extreme scarcity of supplies, resulting in complete annihilation. Zhang Yi felt a newfound confidence. He instructed Zhou Ke, continue gathering intelligence. We must ascertain all details to minimize danger, especially regarding their access to firearms. That information is crucial. Zhou Ke nodded submissively and picked up her phone to continue her inquiries. In the following days, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu reached a consensus to remain indoors, avoiding any outings. The members of the Tianhe gang, having suffered losses in their last encounter, harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhang Yi. They had lost over 8 brothers, and those who survived had sustained severe injuries from the fire. 2 individuals perished that night due to their grave wounds. Such a loss was unprecedented for the Tianhe gang. They swore to enact a bloody revenge on Building 25, determined to slaughter Zhang Yi in retribution for their fallen comrades. However, a twist of fate ensued. While they despised Zhang Yi, they also feared him. Having witnessed his methods and recognized the impenetrability of his stronghold, they hesitated to act against him directly. What then could they do? They resolved to target the neighbors residing in Zhang Yi's unit instead. Huang Tianfeng's rationale was clear. If I cannot kill you, Zhang Yi, can I not slay your neighbors? When you see your neighbor's blood spilled, will you not feel guilt? How will you face their accusations? My slaughter of your neighbors shall be the ultimate act of revenge against you. Huang Tianfeng demonstrated a certain misguided spirit, understanding that a soft target was easier to assail. Consequently, in the days that followed, he returned with a group, launching surprise attacks on several households. After the killings, they defaced the walls of the corridors with blood, declaring, Zhang Yi, if you do not emerge, I shall annihilate your neighbors. Chapter 78. The neighbors seek protection. Huang Tianfeng, believing himself to be clever, slaughtered numerous individuals in an attempt to force Zhang Yi out. In a cinematic narrative, a virtuous protagonist would undoubtedly have stepped forward to negotiate with Huang. However, Zhang Yi felt no remorse. Rather, he reveled in the chaos. His intention was to incite Huang Tianfeng to eliminate more neighbors, instilling fear that would compel them to seek his intervention. Indeed, within a mere 2 days, the neighbors could no longer endure the situation. They had witnessed the bloody messages left by Huang Tianfeng and unanimously concluded that only Zhang Yi could confront him to resolve the crisis. Consequently, the group chat erupted with fervent pleas directed at Zhang Yi, inundated with private messages and voice calls. Zhang Yi glanced at the neighbors' reactions in the group chat. Zhang Yi, you must take responsibility for the trouble you caused. The Tianhe gang was summoned by you, and you were the one who killed them. What does that have to do with us? Right. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. Surely, you cannot expect us to shoulder this burden for you. They have stated that they will not cease their killings until you emerge. Zhang Yi, if you possess any conscience, you must resolve this matter yourself. Can you truly bear to witness the demise of others because of your actions? Upon reading their messages, Zhang Yi could not suppress his laughter. He felt no anger, for he was acutely aware of the neighbor's nature. He casually typed a few messages in the group. It was not I who summoned them. How is it my fault that they came to kill me, and I retaliated? You are incapable of resisting them. That is not my concern. You have acknowledged their danger. If that is the case, I shall certainly not venture out. My home is much safer. After sending the messages, Zhang Yi appended a smiling emoji. This infuriated the neighbors within the building. Zhang Yi, while you remain safe, what are we to do? Have you not placed us all in peril? The individuals you summoned. Why must we confront them on your behalf? Do you possess no sense of morality? Faced with the neighbors' accusations, Zhang Yi erupted in laughter. He was well aware of their shamelessness. With a cold sneer, he retorted, What do I care about your fates? Does your survival or demise concern me in the slightest? Spare me the lectures on morality. When the Tianhe gang attacked my home, which of you is not involved? It is only my magnanimity that prevented me from arriving at your doors armed, ready to eliminate each of you. And now you dare speak of morality with me? His tone took on a chilling edge as he continued. Do you genuinely believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? With these words, he silenced many, reminding them that Zhang Yi was not to be trifled with. How had Qin Zhenghao met his end? He had been frozen solid and then shattered. This was the work of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi ceased his verbal sparring and sent a message to Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, it is your turn to take action. Uncle Yu replied, rest assured, I have it covered. Within the owner's group chat, those chastised by Zhang Yi were left at a loss. Their moral coercion had failed, and negotiations had collapsed, leaving them to face the imminent threat of the Tianhe gang's return. With the majority of the combatants from 25 either dead or wounded, only Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu remained as viable defenses. What do we do now? We thought that with Chen Jinghao and Amp, Oppo's demise, we could survive. Yet the Tianhe gang has grown even more ruthless. Chen Jinghao killed for power and sustenance, while Huang Tianfang and his ilk kill indiscriminately, without consideration. Are we truly resigned to await our doom? Why has the world descended into such chaos? Is barbarism to be our new norm? The snowstorm shows no signs of abating, and we may all perish within its grasp. Many succumb to despair, believing their days were numbered. At this moment, the usually taciturn Uncle Yu stepped forward. Everyone, do not panic. The Tianhe gang consists of approximately 20 individuals. If we unite, we can resist them. His appearance ignited a glimmer of hope in many. After all, this retired soldier exuded reliability and strength. Uncle Yu, thank goodness you are here. We feared you had also perished. With you around, our safety is assured. They exclaimed. Uncle Yu, you must tell us what to do. We will wholeheartedly support you. Uncle Yu, witnessing their fervor, felt a flicker of concern. Support me? Does that mean you wish for me to lead while you watch from the sidelines? He was utterly perplexed. Alas, relying on just me is futile. Our supplies have dwindled, and we have gone days without food. We are all likely in similar predicaments. In such a state, how can we hope to stand against the Tianhe gang? Some neighbors fell silent. A portion of them had been enjoying decent meals of roasted meat. Once one's spirit becomes numb, even such fare can seem delightful. Uncle Yu, what should we do? We are all in need of food and cannot assist you. Just moments ago, they had pledged their unwavering support. Yet now, they hesitated to part with even a morsel. Please, offer some suggestions, and we will heed your advice. They urged, reverting to flattery. Uncle Yu responded, our building can only survive against the others if we rely on Zhang Yi. He possesses an arsenal of weapons, and he is well-fed and strong. It is most fitting that he leads us. The neighbors exchanged glances, bewildered. They had just driven Zhang Yi away in frustration, and now they sought his leadership. Was that even feasible? Yet, if he could indeed lead them, it would be the best possible outcome. Though they found Zhang Yi detestable, they acknowledged his formidable abilities. After all, half the residents of their building had fallen to his hand. What a vicious Chen Jinghao! Had he not been reduced to mere fragments by Zhang Yi's might? Uncle Yu proposed, let me speak with Zhang Yi. I shall see if I can persuade him to emerge. The crowd immediately responded. Uncle Yu, we are counting on you. Chapter 79. Subduing neighbors as cannon fodder. Zhang Yi observed the conversations within the group. Uncle Yu turned to send a private message to Zhang Yi, inquiring, what should we do now? Zhang Yi replied, the timing is nearly ripe. When the moment arrives, I need you to support me, ensuring these individuals heed my commands. By employing both kindness and firmness, we can secure safety for our building in the future. Whether the neighbors would be safe remained uncertain to Zhang Yi, but he was certain that his own safety would increase. Moreover, many of these neighbors would ultimately be sacrificed as cannon fodder on the front lines, as most harbored family members who had fallen victim to Zhang Yi's actions, inevitably seeking retribution when the opportunity arose. Thus, it was best to eliminate them now. After concluding their discussion, Uncle Yu and Zhang Yi returned to the homeowner group. Uncle Yu theatrically tagged Zhang, everyone is in dire need of your assistance. If you were the last household standing in this building, you would surely feel lonely, wouldn't you? So please, show some compassion and help us. Everyone will be sincerely grateful to you. The neighbors quickly chimed in, yes, yes. If you can save us, we will all be eternally grateful. From now on, you will be the one in charge of our building, Zhang Yi. Our lives, the lives of our families, depend on you. Flattering words poured in like water. Zhang Yi scoffed. I only engaged in this conversation out of respect for Uncle Yu. Frankly, I couldn't care less about your plight. I am living quite well on my own. Why should I concern myself with your troubles? It's exhausting and perilous to venture out for you. The more Zhang Yi expressed his indifference, the the more anxious the neighbors became. Please, Zhang Yi, we'll do whatever you ask us to do from now on, all right? In their desperate bid for survival, even in the face of despair, they clung to any shred of hope for life. Zhang Yi mockingly asked, "Oh, is that so? You will do as I command? Do all of you agree?" The neighbors hesitated. Finally, one spoke up. "As long as you don't ask us to die, we can agree to other conditions." Zhang Yi retorted, "What if I command you to take up arms and fight against the Tianhe gang? Would you go?" Silence fell over the group as everyone awaited someone else to respond. Zhang Yi burst into laughter. "So you want me to risk my life, correct? Fine. I shall no longer concern myself with you. When Huang Tian and his men come to slaughter you, just extend your necks and let them do their work. Goodbye." "Uncle, you panicked, Zhang Yi. Wait. We will certainly listen to you. After all, death is inevitable. We might as well fight for a chance to survive." "I'm with you." He began rallying the others. "What are you all hesitating for? If we fight together, there is still a chance of survival. Do we really have to wait until we're called out one by one to be killed?" Uncle Yu's encouragement proved effective. With thoughts of survival, the neighbors began to express their agreement to follow Zhang Yi's orders. With Uncle Yu and Zhang Yi working in concert, they thus gained control over the entire building. Zhang Yi coolly declared, "Very well, from this moment forth, everything must be done according to my directives. The situation is dire, and the enemy could strike at any moment. Any sign of negligence or complacency will be regarded as treachery against the entire building's residents. Should that occur, do not blame me for taking lethal action against the perpetrator." Zhang Yi scanned the list of group members. "Heaven forbid I discover anyone hiding away, refusing to step forward and fight. If I find one, I will eliminate them without hesitation. There will be no sanctuary for those who wish to remain in the shadows while I lead the charge." Zhang Yi's words stemmed from his realization that only about 20 individuals were actively participating in the conversation. Clearly, some intended to hide like ostriches, leaving Zhang Yi to bear the brunt of the fighting. As Zhang Yi spoke, those neighbors who had agreed to face the enemy alongside him grew displeased. "Feng Lin, come out. I know you're alive. I saw you shoveling snow yesterday. Liang Yilu, where are you? Stop hiding and pretending you haven't seen the messages." The neighbors, with reddened eyes, tagged those who had been avoiding the confrontation. Humans are inherently selfish. Having resolved to risk their lives, they were unwilling to watch others cower in fear. Reluctantly, those hiding began to reveal themselves. "I just fell asleep and only now saw the messages. Wait, are we really fighting back? That sounds amazing. I'm not afraid of death. I just didn't see it." They sheepishly chimed in. Zhang Yi paid them no mind. Since the others had chosen him as their leader, they would have to follow his commands. Anyone who dared to cower in the background would be betraying the entire homeowner community and deserved to die. The homeowners fell silent, aware that Zhang Yi was indeed capable of carrying out such threats. The 50-plus souls who had perished were bloody proof of that. After wielding the stick of authority, Zhang Yi contemplated for a moment before offering them a carrot. "Rest assured, I, Zhang Yi, am a benevolent person and cannot bear to see you suffer from hunger. As long as you obey, I will venture out to procure supplies for you." This plan had been on Zhang Yi's mind for a while. Given that construction teams would employ demolition techniques, there was no guarantee that more formidable enemies would not emerge in the future. Residing on the 24th floor, although his apartment was entirely metal, any collapse below could severely impact his own dwelling. Thus, he desired to maintain a cadre of cannon fodder below to act as sentinels and, if necessary, to sacrifice themselves on his behalf. To sustain them, he understood that supplies were essential. Zhang Yi was unwilling to part with the resources in his own space, necessitating the search for more. Moreover, his ammunition was depleting swiftly. In a recent skirmish, he had exhausted 20 rounds, compelling him to seek additional weaponry. As for how to venture out, that was a simple matter. The snow outside had piled up to over 10 meters, rendering vehicles useless. However, there existed specialized vehicles designed for traversing snowy terrain, snowmobiles. Zhang Yi possessed 5 of them in his storage, 2 snowmobiles with cabins and 3 smaller snow scooters. In this era of snowbound isolation, while others struggled to leave their homes, he could navigate the city with ease. At this moment, the homeowner group erupted with excitement. Zhang Yi, you can go out and find supplies? With so much snow and no vehicles, do you plan to wade through the snow? Wouldn't you freeze to death? Zhang Yi replied, no matter how harsh the conditions outside, for everyone's sake, I must attempt it. Rest assured, I have worked in warehousing for many years. I am well acquainted with where to find warehouses, large shopping centers, and supermarkets in Tianhai City. Locating supplies will not pose a challenge for me.